Welcome to Ultimate Harry. This channel is about Harry Potter what if stories. All stories here are originally written, self-recorded and in line with YouTube latest policy and created for storytelling and entertainment. You have seen today's title. What if 7-year-old Harry bought Knockturn Alley and became the Underworld's Shadow King? If you enjoy dark timelines and powerful Harry, subscribe. Now let's begin.
Chapter 1 The Inheritance Notice. The cupboard under the stairs had never felt smaller. Harry pressed his knees to his chest, counting the cracks in the ceiling for the 100th time. 14. 14 thin lines spider webbed above him, and he knew each one by heart. The long one that looked like a lightning bolt, the cluster near the light bulb that reminded him of stars, the jagged crack that ran parallel to the doorframe where Uncle Vernon's fist had connected 3 months ago. Outside, the Dursleys were finishing dinner. He could hear the clink of forks against plates, Dudley's grunts as he reached for more pudding, Aunt Petunia's shrill laughter at something on the television. The smell of roast chicken drifted through the crack in the door, and Harry's stomach clenched. He'd been fed at breakfast. A slice of bread, slightly green at the edges, and a glass of water. That was 12 hours ago. Don't think about it. Asterisk. He closed his eyes and tried to focus on anything else. The spiders, maybe. There was a fat one in the corner near his mattress, spinning a web that caught the thin strip of light from under the door. Harry watched it work, patient, methodical, building something from nothing. "You're lucky," he whispered to the spider. "You can catch your own food." The spider ignored him. Spiders were good at that. Tomorrow was Dudley's birthday. Harry had already memorized the number, 37. 37 presents stacked in Dudley's second bedroom, the one he'd gotten when Harry's arrival had supposedly taken the guest room. Harry wasn't allowed in that room. He wasn't allowed in most rooms. He was allowed in the cupboard, the back garden when he was weeding, and the kitchen long enough to wash dishes. He was 7 years old. Sometimes, late at night, Harry tried to remember his parents. He had fragments, a flash of green light that made his head hurt, a woman's scream that echoed in dreams, the feeling of being held. But mostly he had nothing. No photographs, no stories, no answers. Aunt Petunia said they'd died in a car crash. She said it with such finality that Harry never dared ask more. But sometimes, when he looked in the mirror, he saw things that didn't match. His scar, for one. A car crash didn't leave a mark like that, clean, precise, like someone had drawn it with a careful hand. And the strange things that happened around him, the time he'd ended up on the school roof without remembering climbing, the way his hair grew back overnight when Aunt Petunia cut it too short, the incident with the zoo and the glass that disappeared. "Don't ask questions," asterisk a voice in his head warned. "Questions mean punishment." Asterisk. He was 7 years old, and he'd already learned that survival meant silence. The light under the door flickered as someone walked past. Harry tensed, waiting for the door to open, for Uncle Vernon's red face to appear and demand something: more work, less breathing, smaller existence. But the footsteps continued toward the front room, and the television volume increased. Harry exhaled. His hand brushed against something under his pillow. He'd almost forgotten the letter. It had arrived that morning, not by post but simply appearing on his pillow while he was in the back garden. No envelope, just folded parchment sealed with purple wax. Harry had hidden it immediately, terrified of what the Dursleys would do if they found it. Now, in the darkness of his cupboard, he pulled it out. The seal was unfamiliar, a crest with a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter, H. Harry's fingers traced the raised wax. Part of him wanted to destroy it. Anything that appeared mysteriously meant trouble. But another part, the part that still dreamed of his mother's voice, couldn't let go. He broke the seal. "Dear Mr. Potter." The words shimmered on the page, written in emerald green ink that seemed to glow faintly. Harry blinked, certain his eyes were playing tricks, but the glow remained. "We are pleased to inform you that you have been named in a secondary inheritance claim regarding assets previously held in trust by the ancient and noble House of Black. Due to your maternal grandmother's lineage, née Black, certain properties and holdings have passed through dormant magical contracts to the nearest living blood relative with sufficient magical core to activate the claim." Asterisk. Harry read the words 3 times. They made no sense. Black. Magical core. Ancient and noble house. Enclosed, please find a key. This key will grant you access to Vault 711 at Gringotts Wizarding Bank, where the full details of your inheritance await. Presentation of the key at any Gringotts location will trigger an automatic portkey transport to the main branch in Diagon Alley. Asterisk. A representative has been assigned to your case, Griphook of the Griphook clan. He will assist you in understanding the full scope of your inheritance and the responsibilities that accompany it. Asterisk. We await your convenience. Asterisk. Respectfully. The Office of Inheritance Claims. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry's hands were shaking. No, his whole body was shaking. The words swam before his eyes, and he had to press the parchment to his chest to stop himself from dropping it. Wizarding Bank. Magic. The things that happened around him, the rooftop, the hair, the zoo, they weren't accidents. They were magic. Asterisk. And his parents, if there was a wizarding world, then they hadn't died in a car crash. They'd been part of that world. They'd been wizards. Asterisk. Tears burned at the corners of his eyes, and Harry didn't try to stop them. For the first time in as long as he could remember, he wasn't crying from hunger or loneliness or pain. He was crying because somewhere out there, hidden from the Dursleys and their ordinary world, there was a place where he might belong. The key was cold when he found it in the envelope, small, silver, intricately carved with symbols he didn't recognize. It hummed faintly against his palm, and when Harry closed his fingers around it, he felt something he couldn't name. Warmth. Recognition. Like the key knew him. Tomorrow, asterisk he thought. I have to go tomorrow. Asterisk. But how? He couldn't just walk out. The Dursleys watched him constantly, and even if he escaped, he had no idea where Diagon Alley was or how to get there. The letter said the key would trigger a portkey, whatever that was, but he'd have to reach a Gringotts location first. He read the letter again, searching for answers. Presentation of the key at any Gringotts location. That was the problem. He didn't know where any Gringotts locations were. He didn't even know what Gringotts was. Asterisk. The spider in the corner continued weaving its web, oblivious to the earthquake happening 3 feet below it. Harry lay back on his thin mattress, the key clutched in one hand and the letter in the other. He stared at the cracks in the ceiling, 14 of them, counting, and made a decision. He would find a way. He was 7 years old, and he had nothing but a mysterious key and a letter that defied everything he'd ever known. But for the first time in his life, Harry Potter had something he'd never experienced before. Hope. The next morning dawned gray and cold. Harry was woken at 6 by Aunt Petunia's sharp knock on the cupboard door. Boy, get up. Dudley's birthday breakfast, and we need the table set. Don't dawdle. He scrambled out of bed, shoving the letter and key deep into the pocket of his too large trousers. The trousers had been Dudley's once, and they hung loose on Harry's thin frame, but the pockets were deep and the fabric sturdy. He'd learned to appreciate deep pockets. The kitchen was chaos. Aunt Petunia fluttered between stove and table, arranging plates of bacon, eggs, sausages, and fried tomatoes. Uncle Vernon sat at the head of the table, already working through a pile of toast, while Dudley surveyed his present mountain with the greedy eyes of a dragon guarding gold. 37, Dudley announced as Harry slipped past. That's more than last year. Happy birthday, Diddydums, Aunt Petunia cooed, placing a plate piled high with food in front of him. Harry's stomach clenched. He hadn't eaten since yesterday's breakfast, and the smell of bacon was almost unbearable. But he knew better than to ask. Birthdays were for Dudley. Harry was for existing in the background, invisible and silent. He set the table with practiced efficiency, knives on the right, forks on the left, napkins folded precisely as Aunt Petunia demanded. When he finished, he retreated to the corner near the back door, hoping to slip outside before anyone noticed him. Boy. Uncle Vernon's voice stopped him cold. Yes, Uncle Vernon. Today's Dudley's birthday. We're going to the zoo. Uncle Vernon's small eyes narrowed. You'll stay here. In your cupboard. Understand? Harry nodded. Yes, Uncle Vernon. And no funny business. No accidents. The word was heavy with meaning. Uncle Vernon didn't believe in magic. He refused to believe in it, but he believed in punishment. He believed that if Harry caused trouble, Harry would pay. I'll be quiet. See that you are. The door closed behind Harry, and he stood in the hallway for a long moment, heart pounding. They were leaving. All of them. The house would be empty. He waited. The sounds of breakfast continued, clinking plates, Dudley's complaints about wanting more presents, Aunt Petunia's soothing murmurs. Then the scrape of chairs, the tromp of feet toward the front door, Uncle Vernon's booming voice calling for the car keys. The front door slammed. Silence. Harry counted to 100, just to be safe. Then he opened the cupboard door and stepped into the hallway. The house felt different when it was empty, larger, somehow, and less dangerous. Sunlight streamed through the front window, catching dust motes that danced in the air. Harry stood in the middle of the living room, the key warm in his pocket, and tried to think. Any Gringotts location. But where? He didn't even know where to start. The television caught his eye. Sometimes, late at night when he couldn't sleep, Harry watched the screen through the crack in the cupboard door. He'd seen news reports, advertisements, programs about faraway places. But he'd never seen anything about magic or wizards or banks run by. He stopped. Banks run by, what? The letter hadn't said. It had only mentioned Gringotts, as if the name should mean something. Harry walked to the front window and looked out at number 4, Privet Drive. Neat lawns, identical houses, cars parked in driveways. Ordinary. Completely, utterly ordinary. But somewhere out there, hidden from these neat lawns and identical houses, there was another world. A world where his parents had lived. A world where a scar like his meant something. He had to find it. The key pulsed in his pocket, almost as if it heard his thoughts. Harry pulled it out and stared at the intricate carvings. They seemed to shift when he looked at them directly, patterns flowing into new patterns, symbols rearranging themselves. "Please," he whispered. "I don't know where to go. Please help me." The key grew warm, warmer than before, almost hot. Then, without warning, light exploded from its surface. Harry gasped and dropped it, but the key didn't fall. It hovered in the air, spinning slowly, and the light resolved into words that hung before his eyes. Diagon Alley. Portkey activation. Departure imminent. No, wait, I'm not ready. But the key didn't wait. It shot forward, and Harry felt a hook catch him behind the navel, an invisible force that yanked him off his feet and sent him spinning through a vortex of color and sound. The world compressed, stretched, twisted, and then he landed on hard stone, knees buckling, hands catching himself just before his face met the ground. For a moment, Harry couldn't move. The world was still spinning, his stomach still catching up with the rest of him. He pressed his palms to the cold floor and breathed. When he finally looked up, he forgot how to breathe entirely. He was in a vast marble hall, larger than any building he'd ever seen. Chandeliers hung from a ceiling so high he couldn't make out the details. Candles floated in midair, no, not candles, torches, burning with purple flames that cast strange shadows. And everywhere, were creatures. They weren't human. They were small, with pointed faces and long fingers and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. They wore uniforms in shades of blood red and gold, and they moved with a purpose that spoke of centuries of practice. One of them approached Harry, its footsteps clicking against the marble. "Potter," it said. Not a question, a statement. "We've been expecting you." Harry scrambled to his feet, heart hammering. You, how did you?" The creature's lips twisted into something that might have been a smile. "The key alerted us to your activation. I am Griphook. Come, we have much to discuss." He turned without waiting for a response and walked toward a long counter where other creatures, goblins, Harry's mind supplied, they must be goblins, attended to customers. Wizards and witches stood in lines, some carrying packages, others consulting with tellers. Harry followed, his legs moving automatically while his brain tried to catch up. Wizards, goblins, floating candles. He was in a bank. A wizarding bank. Griphook led him past the main counter, through a massive set of bronze doors, and into a smaller chamber lined with portraits. The paintings moved, the people in them actually moved, turning to watch Harry as he passed. One old wizard with a long beard tipped his hat. A witch with a severe expression shook her head and muttered something about youngsters these days. "Sit," Griphook said, gesturing to a chair. Harry sat. The goblin settled across from him, steepling his long fingers. "You have questions. Ask them." "Where am I?" Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Diagon Alley, London. The primary financial institution of magical Britain. "Magic is real." Griphook's expression didn't change. "You traveled here via Portkey, activated by a magical key, and you ask if magic is real." Harry flushed. I knew, but I didn't know. Your parents were wizards, Mr. Potter. Your mother, Lily Evans, was Muggle-born, born to non-magical parents. Your father, James Potter, came from an old wizarding family. Both attended Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Both were murdered when you were 15 months old. The words hit Harry like physical blows. Murdered. Not a car crash. Murdered. Asterisk. Who? By a dark wizard. The most dangerous of the last century. Lord Voldemort. Griphook's eyes narrowed. He killed your parents. Then he tried to kill you. Harry's hand flew to his scar. That mark is the result of a killing curse that rebounded. It destroyed Voldemort's body and left you with that scar. You are known in our world as, the boy who lived. The boy who lived. Harry turned the phrase over in his mind. It sounded like something from a storybook, not something attached to him, to his ordinary, miserable existence in a cupboard under the stairs. But the Dursleys said, the Dursleys are Muggles, non-magical. They were instructed to raise you by Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. Their methods were not part of the arrangement. Something flickered in Griphook's eyes, anger, maybe, or contempt. But that is not why you are here. He pulled a scroll from a drawer and unrolled it on the table. The parchment was covered in dense script, official seals, and signatures that shimmered. Your maternal grandmother, Eileen Prince, married Tobias Snape, a Muggle. Their daughter, your mother, was Lily Evans. But Eileen Prince was born Eileen Black, daughter of Marius Black, who was disowned from the main Black family line for his unconventional views. Harry tried to follow, but the names blurred together. I don't understand. The Black family is ancient, wealthy, and politically connected. When Marius was disowned, his assets were placed in a trust, technically still part of the Black holdings, but inaccessible to the main family line. Over generations, through deaths and marriages and magical contracts, that trust has grown. And it has passed, through your mother, to you. Griphook slid a document across the table. Harry James Potter, you are the sole heir to the Marius Black Trust. You own properties, investments, and certain holdings that have been sealed for nearly a century. The total value exceeds what most wizarding families accumulate in 10 generations. Harry stared at the document. The numbers meant nothing to him. He was 7, he knew his times tables and not much else. But the weight of Griphook's words settled over him like a cloak. I'm rich. You are incomprehensibly wealthy. But wealth in the wizarding world is not merely about gold. It is about influence, about connections, about the power that comes from controlling resources that others need. Griphook leaned forward. And one of those resources, Mr. Potter, is particularly unusual. He pulled out a second scroll, older than the first, the parchment yellowed with age. Among the assets held in trust is a property deed. A rather extraordinary property deed. He paused, letting the silence stretch. It grants the bearer legal ownership of a specific location in London. A location that has operated for centuries without any single controlling interest, until now. Harry's heart pounded. What location? Griphook's smile widened, showing teeth. Knockturn Alley. The name meant nothing to Harry. He didn't know that Knockturn Alley was the dark underbelly of Diagon Alley, the place where witches and wizards went to trade in shadows, where curses were bought and sold like ordinary goods, where the Ministry of Magic's reach barely extended. He didn't know that for centuries, no one had been able to claim ownership. The alley was a patchwork of independent shops, criminal enterprises, and ancient families who'd staked their claims through violence and tradition. He didn't know that the deed in Griphook's hand would make him, a 7-year-old boy who'd never used magic, the legal owner of the darkest street in magical Britain. What's Knockturn Alley? He asked. Griphook's eyes gleamed. It's yours. The next hour passed in a blur. Griphook explained the details while Harry struggled to absorb them. The Marius Black Trust included not just gold but properties, a townhouse in London, a cottage in Cornwall, and the Knockturn Alley deed. The deed was ancient, predating most modern magical laws, and it granted the holder sole and perpetual ownership of all lands, structures, and thoroughfares comprising Knockturn Alley, as defined in the original charter of 1473. No one had enforced it because no one had known it existed. Marius Black had hidden it deliberately, sealing it in a trust that wouldn't activate until a blood relative with sufficient magical power came of age, or, as Griphook explained, demonstrated enough magical ability to trigger the inheritance early. The incident at the zoo, the goblin said. The glass disappearing. That confirmed your magical core was developed enough to claim the trust. Harry remembered that day, the snake, the glass, the way Dudley had fallen into the enclosure. He'd thought it was an accident. He'd thought he was the accident. But it wasn't. It was magic. His magic. Can I see it? He asked. Knockturn Alley. Griphook considered. You can. But I would advise caution. The alley is not safe for children. Not safe for most adults, truthfully. And you are 7 years old, Mr. Potter. You cannot simply walk in and announce yourself as the owner. Why not? Because ownership and control are different things. The deed gives you legal rights. It does not give you loyalty, respect, or obedience. Those must be earned, or taken. Griphook stood. But you are young. You have time. The trust will remain until you are ready to claim it fully. Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About the Dursleys and their rules and their punishments. About a world where he belonged to no one and nothing. Then he thought about owning an entire alley. About having something that was his. Asterisk. No, he said. Griphook paused. No, I want to see it now. Harry's voice was steadier than he felt. You said I own it. I want to at least see what I own. The goblin studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, that sharp-toothed smile returned. Interesting. Very interesting. He moved toward the door. Come, then. But we take precautions. He led Harry through winding corridors, past vaults guarded by dragons and enchanted doors, until they reached a small chamber lined with cloaks and masks. Put this on. Griphook handed him a hooded cloak, dark as midnight, that seemed to swallow light. It conceals identity completely, age, size, even magical signature. In Knockturn Alley, anonymity is survival. Harry pulled the cloak on. It was too large, but as soon as the fabric settled over his shoulders, it adjusted, shrinking to fit his small frame, the hood falling forward to shadow his face. Good. Griphook handed him a small pouch. Gold. In case you need to make a purchase. And this, a silver coin on a chain. If you're in danger, break it. I'll know. Harry tucked the pouch and coin into his pocket, next to the key and the letter. Ready? Griphook asked. Harry nodded. They left through a side door, emerging into a narrow street that twisted between buildings so tall they blocked the sky. The air smelled different here, strange spices, old magic, something metallic that reminded Harry of blood. Shops lined the street, their windows dark, their signs written in languages he didn't recognize. Figures moved in the shadows. Witches in tattered robes. Wizards with haunted eyes. Creatures that weren't human at all, lurking in doorways and watching passers-by with hungry expressions. This was Knockturn Alley. This was his. Griphook stopped at the entrance to the main thoroughfare. I'll wait here. Explore if you wish, but stay within sight of this spot. And remember, Mr. Potter, you are invisible here. No one knows who you are. No one knows what you own. Harry stepped forward, the hood heavy on his head, the shadows wrapping around him like a second skin. He was 7 years old, and he was walking into the darkest place in magical Britain. He had never felt more alive. The alley stretched before him, full of secrets and dangers and opportunities he couldn't yet imagine. And somewhere in the darkness, waiting to be discovered, was the beginning of something that would change everything. Harry took a deep breath and walked forward. Chapter 2 The Unnoticed Purchase. The shadows of Knockturn Alley wrapped around Harry like a living thing. He walked slowly, deliberately, the enchanted cloak heavy on his small shoulders. Every instinct screamed at him to run, back to Griphook, back to the relative safety of Gringotts, back to the cupboard that was miserable but known. But something else pushed him forward. A curiosity he didn't understand. A pull toward the darkness that felt almost like coming home. The alley curved and twisted, buildings leaning toward each other as if sharing secrets. Gas lamps flickered with flames that burned blue and green and occasionally purple. The cobblestones beneath his feet were worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, some of them, Harry noticed with a chill, not quite human-shaped. Figures passed him in the gloom. A witch with stringy gray hair and fingernails like talons, muttering to herself. A wizard so pale he seemed to glow, his eyes tracking Harry for a moment too long before sliding away. A hunched creature, goblin. Something else, dragging a sack that clinked with every step. No one looked twice at the small figure in the shadow cloak. That was the magic of it, Harry realized. The cloak didn't just hide him, it made him uninteresting. His gaze slid off people wearing similar cloaks, and theirs slid off him. In Knockturn Alley, anonymity was the most valuable currency. He passed a shop window filled with masks. Not ordinary masks, these seemed to watch him as he walked by, their empty eye sockets following his movement. One mask, white and featureless except for a single crimson tear carved beneath the left eye, made Harry shiver so violently he had to look away. Borgin and Burke's, read the sign above the door. The letters were wrought iron, twisted into shapes that might have been letters or might have been screaming faces. Harry stopped outside the window, peering through the grime-caked glass. The items inside defied understanding. A withered hand on a velvet cushion. A necklace that pulsed with sickly green light. A mirror that showed not his reflection but a swirling void. And in the corner, a massive cabinet that seemed to breathe, its wood expanding and contracting like a sleeping beast. He wanted to go inside. Every fiber of his being wanted to push open that door and see what lay beyond. But Griphook's warning echoed in his mind, Knockturn Alley is not safe for children. So he moved on. The deeper he walked, the darker it became. The gas lamps grew sparser, the shadows thicker. Shops gave way to doorways that led nowhere, archways that opened onto empty space, alleys within alleys that twisted back on themselves. Harry's sense of direction blurred, but he didn't panic. The silver coin was warm against his chest, and Griphook was waiting at the entrance. He could always go back. Couldn't he? A sound made him stop, a wet, choking gasp from a side passage to his left. Harry pressed himself against the nearest wall, heart pounding. The hood of his cloak slipped forward, further shadowing his face, and he held absolutely still. Two figures emerged from the passage. The first was a wizard in fine robes, though the robes were torn and his face was bruised. The second, Harry's breath caught, the second wasn't human at all. It was tall and skeletal, with skin stretched tight over bones that seemed too long, too jointed. Its face was a horror of empty eye sockets and a mouth that opened sideways instead of up and down. "You're late," the creature hissed. Its voice was like stones grinding together. "I had complications," the wizard gasped. "The Ministry is watching. They know something's changing. The Ministry knows nothing." The creature's head swiveled toward Harry's direction, and for one terrifying moment, he thought it had seen him. But its empty gaze passed over his hiding spot and continued down the alley. "The masters grow impatient. The supplies must flow. They will. I swear it. Swear nothing. Bring results." The creature turned and melted back into the side passage, its form dissolving into shadows that looked almost solid. The wizard stood trembling for a long moment, then straightened his robes and hurried away in the opposite direction. Harry waited until his breathing returned to normal before moving. The masters. The supplies. He didn't know what those words meant, but they carried weight, the kind of weight that crushed people who got in the way. He should go back. He should. But his feet carried him forward instead, past the side passage, deeper into the alley's heart. The shop looked abandoned. Its windows were boarded, its door hanging crooked on broken hinges, its sign so faded Harry couldn't read a single letter. But as he passed, he heard something, a voice, low and urgent, coming from inside. "Can't keep operating like this. The protection money is killing us." Another voice, older and wearier, "What choice do we have? The Cartwrights control the West End. If we don't pay, we don't survive. Then we find someone else to pay. Someone who offers something better than threats." A bitter laugh. "In Knockturn, there's nothing better than threats. There's only different threats." Harry's feet stopped moving. He stood outside the boarded window, listening, the hood of his cloak pulled tight. "Borgin's consolidating. Heard he's been meeting with the other shopkeepers. Trying to form some kind of council. Borgin's a snake. He'll sell us all to the highest bidder the moment it benefits him. And the Cartwrights aren't. At least Borgin's predictable." The conversation faded into murmurs, and Harry moved on. But the words stuck with him. Protection money. Consolidating. Council. This wasn't just a collection of shops, it was a world with its own rules, its own power structures, its own wars fought in shadows. And according to Griphook, it all belonged to him. The thought was absurd. He was 7 years old. He couldn't even reach the top shelf in the Dursleys' kitchen, and he was supposed to own this labyrinth of darkness and danger and desperate people. But the deed was real. The trust was real. And somewhere in this alley, hidden in plain sight, was the proof. Dash dash dash. He found it almost by accident. Near the alley's farthest end, where the buildings grew shorter and the gas lamps gave way to actual torchlight, there stood a structure that didn't match its neighbors. Where other shops leaned and twisted, this one stood straight. Where others hid behind grime and shadow, this one's windows were clean, not recently cleaned, but magically maintained, the glass gleaming with an inner light. Above the door, a single word in wrought iron. Registry. Harry approached slowly, the hood of his cloak drawn forward. The door wasn't locked. It swung open at his touch, revealing a circular room lined with shelves. And on those shelves, thousands of scrolls, each one tied with ribbon, each ribbon a different color. Behind a desk sat a goblin. Not like Griphook, though. This one was older, his face more lined, his eyes more wary. He looked up as Harry entered, and his nostrils flared. "You're not a customer." Harry's heart stuttered. "How do you know?" The goblin's lips twitched. "I've been running this registry for 63 years. I know every face that walks through that door, every face that can walk through that door." He tilted his head. "You're wearing a shadow cloak. Good one, too. But I've been reading auras since before your parents were born. And your aura." He paused. "Your aura is very young." Harry considered running. But the goblin hadn't raised an alarm, hadn't reached for a weapon. He was just watching. "I'm looking for something," Harry said. "Most people who come here are." The goblin gestured to the shelves. "This is the Knockturn Alley property registry. Every deed, every lease, every transfer for the last 8 centuries. If it happened in this alley, it's recorded here. And the goblins run it. We maintain it. The ownership is complicated." The goblin's eyes sharpened. "Why are you here, child?" Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the deed Griphook had given him. He didn't hand it over, just held it where the goblin could see. The effect was immediate. The goblin rose from his chair, slowly, his face cycling through expressions Harry couldn't read. Shock. Disbelief. Something that might have been fear. "That seal," he breathed. "That's the Black family crest. But it's been defaced, altered." "It's the Marius Black Trust," Harry said. "Griphook at Gringotts gave it to me. He said it proves I own Knockturn Alley." The goblin stared at him for a long, terrible moment. Then he laughed, a dry, rasping sound that held no humor. "Own? He told you that you own Knockturn Alley?" "Yes. Sit down, child." The goblin gestured to a chair. "You're going to need to hear this. Dash dash dash." His name was Ragnarok, and he had worked in the registry for longer than most wizards had been alive. "Ownership," he said, settling back behind his desk, "is a matter of law. Control is a matter of power. And in Knockturn Alley, law and power have never been the same thing." He pulled a scroll from a nearby shelf and unrolled it. The parchment was ancient, crumbling at the edges, but the writing was still legible, dark ink that seemed to absorb light. "This is the original charter of 1473. It grants the land comprising Knockturn Alley to one Marius Black, your ancestor, as you've discovered. But there's a catch." He tapped a section of text. "The charter specifies that ownership transfers only upon active claim. If the owner doesn't press their claim, doesn't collect rents, enforce rules, maintain order, the alley operates under de facto control of whoever holds it at the time. Marius never pressed his claim. He hid it, sealed it in a trust and walked away. Probably thought he was protecting his descendants from the complications." Ragnarok snorted. "Instead, he created a power vacuum that's been filling for 500 years. Harry tried to process this. "So I own it, but no one knows I own it, and no one has to listen to me because I've never claimed it." "Exactly. The deed gives you legal standing. It gives you the right to collect rents, to evict, to set rules. But exercising those rights," Ragnarok shook his head, "that's another matter entirely. What would happen if I tried? You'd be dead within a week." The words were blunt, but not cruel. "The families that control Knockturn, the Cartwrights, the Borgans, the old dark houses, they've spent generations building their power here. They won't surrender it to a legal document. They won't surrender it to anything less than force." Harry thought about the conversation he'd overheard. The protection money. The threats. The desperation in those voices. What if I didn't tell them who I was? Ragnarok's eyes narrowed. "Explain. What if I used proxies? Bought things anonymously? Changed things from the shadows without anyone knowing it was me?" The words tumbled out, half-formed, but Harry felt their rightness. As he spoke, Griphook said the deed was legally binding. That means I can do things with it, sell things, lease things, transfer things, even if no one knows it's me doing them. Right. The goblin studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, that sharp-toothed smile spread across his face. You're thinking like a black, he said. The cunning ones always did. He pulled out another scroll, this one blank, and dipped a quill in ink. Tell me exactly what you want to accomplish, and I'll tell you how the law can help. They talked for hours. Harry explained everything, the Dursleys, the cupboard, the letter, the trust. He told Ragnarok about Griphook's offer, about the deed, about the overwhelming weight of owning something he couldn't control. And Ragnarok listened, asking questions, making notes, occasionally muttering to himself in gobbledygook. When Harry finished, the goblin leaned back and steepled his fingers. You're 7 years old, he said. Do you understand what you're proposing? I'm proposing to buy my own alley without anyone knowing it's me. Through proxies. Through shell companies. Through magical contracts that obscure the true owner's identity. Ragnarok shook his head. This is the kind of scheme grown wizards spend decades planning. And you came up with it in an afternoon. Is it possible? Oh, it's possible. The goblin's eyes gleamed. It's even legal, technically. The question is whether you have the stomach for it. Harry thought about the Dursleys. About the cupboard. About a lifetime of being told he was nothing, worth nothing, would be nothing. I've spent my whole life being nothing, he said quietly. Maybe it's time to be something else. Ragnarok was silent for a long moment. Then he reached into a drawer and pulled out a stack of parchment, official-looking documents with seals and ribbons and space for signatures. The first step, he said, is establishing ownership in a way that can't be traced back to you. We'll create a holding company, a legal entity that exists only on paper. You'll transfer the deed to that company. Then the company will purchase Knockturn Alley from itself. That doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense in magical law. The company becomes the owner of record. You become the owner of the company. Anyone investigating will see the company's name on the deed. They'll never see yours. Harry's head spun with the complexity, but he nodded. What else? Next, we need to establish a chain of command. You can't run an alley alone, especially not at your age. We'll need trusted individuals to act as your agents. Goblins, preferably. We're good at keeping secrets. Griphook. Griphook is young, but he's competent. And he's already involved. Ragnarok made a note. We'll bring him in. Between the three of us, we can build the framework. And the shopkeepers. The people who actually run things. They'll never know. Not until you're ready to tell them. Ragnarok's smile widened. They'll wake up one morning and discover that someone owns their leases. That someone sets their rents. That someone has the legal right to evict them if they don't comply. And they'll have no idea who that someone is. Harry's heart pounded. It felt like a dream, a strange, impossible dream where he wasn't the victim but the architect. When do we start? Ragnarok looked at the clock on the wall, a strange device with 13 hours and no numbers. Now. We have perhaps 4 hours before Griphook sends a search party. He pushed a quill toward Harry. Sign here, and initial here, and here. Harry signed. The quill moved on its own, filling in details he couldn't follow, legal descriptions, magical clauses, binding oaths that shimmered as they dried. With every signature, he felt something shift. The weight of the deed in his pocket grew warmer, as if it recognized what was happening. When the last document was signed, Ragnarok gathered them into a neat stack and sealed them with wax. Done. The holding company, Knockturn Holdings, Limited, now owns the deed to Knockturn Alley. You own Knockturn Holdings. Legally, irrevocably, forever. Harry stared at the stack of parchment. That's it. That's the beginning. Ragnarok stood. Now comes the hard part. The company exists on paper, but it needs substance, a presence, a reputation, a way of doing business. We need to acquire properties within the alley. Leases, mostly. Shop fronts. Storage spaces. The more we control, the more leverage we have. Can we do that anonymously? Through proxies. Goblins making purchases on behalf of an unnamed client. It's common enough in Knockturn. Half the shops here are owned by someone who doesn't want to be known. Ragnarok moved to a map on the wall, a detailed rendering of Knockturn Alley with every building marked. We start small. A few key locations. Then we expand. Harry studied the map. Buildings in red, buildings in blue, buildings in faded gray that Ragnarok explained were unclaimed or contested. Start with the ones in gray, he said. If no one's claiming them, no one will notice when someone does. Ragnarok's eyebrows rose. That's actually clever. Then the blue ones. The contested ones. If we buy them, we're not taking from anyone, we're resolving disputes. And the red ones. Harry looked at the buildings marked in red, the ones controlled by established families, by Borgin and the Cartwrights and names he didn't recognize. We leave them alone. For now. He turned to Ragnarok. How much will this cost? The goblin pulled out a ledger and ran a bony finger down the columns. The gray properties first, there are 12 of them. Abandoned, mostly, but structurally sound. With negotiation, perhaps 15,000 galleons total. Harry had no idea what 15,000 galleons meant. He only knew that Griphook had shown him a vault filled with mountains of gold, and that the trust could cover whatever he needed. Do it. Ragnarok nodded. I'll begin the acquisitions tomorrow. Through proxies, as discussed. No one will connect the purchases to each other, or to you. Harry pulled the shadow cloak tighter around his shoulders. And when people start noticing that someone's buying up properties, when they get curious, then they'll investigate, and they'll find nothing. Ragnarok's eyes glittered. That's the beauty of goblin law, child. We've been keeping secrets for longer than wizards have been writing them down. Dawn was breaking when Harry finally returned to the registry's entrance. Griphook stood where Harry had left him, his expression caught between relief and irritation. 14 hours. You were gone 14 hours. Harry blinked. It had felt like minutes. I found the registry, he said. I met Ragnarok. Griphook's expression shifted. Ragnarok. The Ragnarok. He helped me. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a copy of the new deed, the one showing Knockturn Holdings, Limited as the owner of Knockturn Alley. It's done. I own it. Properly. Legally. No one knows it's me. Griphook stared at the parchment. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, slowly, he shook his head. You're 7 years old. I know. You just orchestrated the largest property acquisition in Knockturn Alley's history. In one night. Without anyone noticing. I had help. That's not the point. Griphook tucked the parchment into his robes. The point is that you could. That you thought of it. That you found Ragnarok, who's been running that registry since before the last war, and convinced him to help you. Harry didn't know what to say. He hadn't convinced Ragnarok of anything. Ragnarok had simply understood. We need to go, Griphook said. The portkey back to Gringotts will activate at sunrise. And you, he paused, studying Harry with new eyes. You have a lot to think about. They walked back through the alley in silence. In the gray light of early morning, Knockturn looked different, less threatening, more ordinary. Shops were closed. The streets were empty. The creatures of the night had retreated to whatever holes they called home. At the alley's entrance, Griphook produced a small brass coin. Take hold. The portkey activates in 30 seconds. Harry grasped the coin. Beside him, Griphook did the same. One more thing, the goblin said. Ragnarok will handle the acquisitions. But when they're complete, when you own enough of the alley to matter, you'll need to decide what comes next. What do you mean? I mean that owning property is one thing. Controlling it is another. And controlling Knockturn Alley. Griphook's eyes met Harry's through the shadows of his hood. That's a game played by monsters. Are you sure you want to play? The world twisted, and Harry felt the familiar hook behind his navel. Colors blurred, sounds distorted, and then he was standing in Gringotts, Marble Hall, the early morning light streaming through high windows. Griphook released the portkey and stepped back. Go home, Mr. Potter. Go back to your cupboard. Go back to being ordinary. His voice was soft. And when you're ready to be something else, come find me. Harry nodded, unable to speak. The goblin turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing against the marble. And Harry Potter, 7 years old and owner of the darkest alley in magical Britain, stepped out into the Muggle world to catch a bus back to number 4, Privet Drive. The cupboard felt smaller than ever. Harry lay on his thin mattress, staring at the 14 cracks in the ceiling, and tried to process everything that had happened. The key, the goblins, the deed, Ragnarok, the purchases that were even now being arranged, properties changing hands without anyone knowing who truly owned them. He owned Knockturn Alley. The thought was absurd, impossible. And yet the copy of the deed was hidden beneath his mattress, pressed between the slats where the Dursleys would never find it. Footsteps overhead. Uncle Vernon's voice, booming about something Dudley had done wrong. The television flickered to life. Ordinary life, continuing as if nothing had changed. But everything had changed. Harry closed his eyes and saw the alley. The shadows. The desperate faces. The creatures that weren't quite human. And underneath it all, the web of power that he had just begun to weave. When you're ready to be something else. Asterisk. He was ready now. He'd been ready his whole life, waiting for something he couldn't name. And now he knew what it was. Power. Not the kind the Dursleys had, the power of fists and fear in locked cupboards. Real power. The power that came from owning things, from controlling things, from being the one who decided how the game was played. He was 7 years old. And he had just become the most dangerous child in magical Britain. The spider in the corner had finished its web. It sat in the center, waiting, patient, knowing that sooner or later, something would come. Harry understood that spider now. He smiled in the darkness. And he waited. Chapter 3 The First Walk in Shadow. 3 months passed before Harry returned to Knockturn Alley. 3 months of cupboard living, of Dudley's fists and Uncle Vernon's shouts, of pretending to be the same ordinary boy who'd never left Privet Drive. 3 months of lying awake at night. The deed hidden beneath his mattress, the memory of shadow-cloaked figures burning in his mind. 3 months of waiting. The Dursleys never noticed the change in him. Why would they? They'd never really seen him in the first place. To them, he was still the freak, the burden, the unwanted extra mouth to feed. They didn't see the way his eyes had sharpened, the way he watched them now, not with fear, but with calculation. They didn't notice that he'd stopped flinching when Uncle Vernon raised his voice, stopped shrinking when Dudley shoved him. They didn't notice because they'd never looked. But Harry noticed everything. He noticed that Aunt Petunia's routine never varied, shopping on Tuesdays, cleaning on Wednesdays, hovering over Dudley like a dragon guarding gold. He noticed that Uncle Vernon's rages followed patterns. Worse after bad days at work, worse when Dudley got in trouble at school, worse when anything reminded him that the freak still lived under his roof. He noticed that Mrs. Fig next door, the cat lady who sometimes watched him, asked too many questions about his dreams and his funny turns. And he noticed, most of all, that the world of Privet Drive and the world of Knockturn Alley existed side by side, completely unaware of each other. Muggles shopped at the supermarket while goblins counted gold a few miles away. Children played in parks while dark wizards plotted in shadows. And Harry Potter moved between both worlds, belonging fully to neither. Until the night he decided to change that. It was a Tuesday in early December when the letter came. Not by post, by flame. Harry had been lying in his cupboard, listening to the Dursleys watch television, when a small burst of green fire erupted in the corner. He barely stifled a scream, pressing his hand to his mouth as the flames coalesced into a scroll that dropped onto his mattress with a soft thump. The fire vanished. No smoke, no smell, no evidence it had ever existed. Harry's hands shook as he unrolled the scroll. Acquisitions complete. 12 gray properties secured. 3 contested properties purchased from disputing families. Total holdings, 15 locations. Rents established. Leases signed. Your presence requested for inspection. Asterisk. R. Asterisk. Asterisk P. S. The shadow cloak remains with Griphook. Retrieve it before you come. Asterisk. Harry read the message 3 times, committing every word to memory. Then he held it over his candle and watched it burn, the ashes crumbling to nothing in his palm. 15 properties. He owned 15 buildings in Knockturn Alley. And the man, the goblin, who'd helped him acquire them wanted him to see. The question was how. Getting to Gringotts last time had required the portkey, and that had only activated because he'd touched the key at home. But now the key was hidden in his cupboard, and he had no way to trigger another portkey without. He stopped. The key. He pulled it from its hiding place, a loose board near his pillow, and held it in his palm. It was warm, as always, and it pulsed faintly in the darkness. Take me to Griphook, he whispered. Nothing happened. Take me to Gringotts. Still nothing. Harry frowned. Last time, the key had responded to his desire, his desperate need to escape, to find answers. Maybe it needed that same intensity now. He closed his eyes and thought about the cupboard. About the Dursleys. About 15 properties waiting for him in a world where he mattered. He thought about power, about control, about the feeling of walking through Knockturn Alley with a cloak that made him invisible. I want to go back. Asterisk. The key blazed hot. And the world twisted. Dash dash dash. He landed harder this time, knees buckling, one hand catching himself on cold marble. When he looked up, Griphook was standing over him, expression caught between amusement and disapproval. You could have used the front entrance. Harry scrambled to his feet, brushing off his too large trousers. I didn't know how. Now you do. The goblin handed him a bundle of dark fabric, the shadow cloak. The key responds to intent. The stronger the intent, the faster the response. Next time, think specifically of where you want to go. It helps. Harry pulled the cloak on, feeling it adjust to his small frame. Is it safe? Using it from home. Safe enough. The portkey creates a momentary magical signature, but it's designed to be untraceable. No one will know where you went, or that you went anywhere at all. Griphook turned and began walking. Come. Ragnarok is waiting. They passed through the marble halls of Gringotts, down winding staircases, through corridors Harry hadn't seen before. The deeper they went, the fewer wizards they encountered, until finally they emerged through a small door into Knockturn Alley. But not the part Harry had seen before. This was a different section, narrower and darker, with buildings that leaned so far they almost touched overhead. The gas lamps here burned with purple flames, and the shadows they cast seemed to move independently of the light. Ragnarok stood outside one of the buildings, a 3-story structure with boarded windows and a door that hung slightly askew. Welcome, the old goblin said, to your first property. Harry stared at the building. It looked abandoned, derelict, the kind of place that would be demolished in Surrey, cleared away to make room for something new. It doesn't look like much, he admitted. That's the point. Ragnarok produced a key, old iron, rusted in places, and inserted it into the lock. The door swung open with a groan. Inside, they stepped into darkness. For a moment, Harry could see nothing, then his eyes adjusted, and he gasped. The interior was huge, far larger than the building's exterior suggested. Shelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, each one packed with items that glowed, pulsed, or simply sat in shadow. A counter ran along one wall, worn smooth by centuries of use. And in the center of the room, a massive fireplace dominated the space, its hearth cold but clearly functional. Expansion charms, Ragnarok said, noting Harry's expression. Standard in Knockturn. The buildings look small from outside, but inside. He gestured at the vast space. This was a storage facility. One of the oldest in the alley. Abandoned for nearly 50 years. What was stored here? Everything. Cursed artifacts. Dark potions. Ingredients that couldn't be sold openly. The previous owner, a wizard named Morvick, disappeared during the last war. His heirs never claimed the property. It's been sitting empty ever since. Harry walked slowly through the space, running his fingers along the shelves. They were thick with dust, but the wood beneath was solid. Ancient, but solid. How many more like this? 14. Each with its own history, its own potential. Ragnarok followed him, his footsteps silent on the stone floor. But the buildings are only the beginning. The real value is in what they represent. Which is leverage. Griphook spoke from the doorway. Every shop in Knockturn Alley rents its space. Some from the families who control this end or that, some from independent landlords, some from no one at all, they simply occupy and dare others to evict them. But you, he gestured at the shelves, the counter, the vast empty space. You now own 15 buildings. That means 15 leases. 15 shopkeepers who pay rent to an anonymous holding company. 15 businesses that can be influenced, controlled, or shut down entirely. Harry understood. They don't know who owns their buildings. They just know someone does. Exactly. And that someone, the faceless landlord, has more power than any individual shopkeeper. More power, potentially, than the families who've run this alley for generations. Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. Because landlords can evict. Landlords can raise rents. Landlords can decide who stays and who goes. But only if the shopkeepers agree to pay. Only if they recognize the landlord's authority. They'll recognize it when the alternative is losing their businesses. Griphook moved to join them. The families have kept control through violence and threats. You'll keep control through contracts and property rights. It's a different kind of power, but in many ways, a stronger one. Harry walked to the counter and climbed onto a stool, his legs dangling above the floor. From this vantage, he could see the entire space, the shelves, the fireplace, the shadows gathering in corners. What's the first step? Observe, Ragnock said. You need to understand the alley before you can control it. Who the players are, how they operate, where the power really lies. He produced a small leather-bound book from his robes. I've compiled dossiers on the major families, the most influential shopkeepers, the ministry contacts who look the other way in exchange for bribes. Study them, learn them, and then, he paused. Then you walk through the alley. Not as a property owner, not as a buyer, not as anyone important. Just as another shadow in a place full of them. Watch, listen, learn. Ragnock held out the book. When you know the alley as well as the people who've lived here their whole lives, you'll be ready for the next step. Harry took the book. It was heavier than it looked, and warm against his palms. And if someone notices me, you're wearing a shadow cloak. No one will notice you. Ragnock moved toward the door. But if they do, if someone speaks to you, questions you, threatens you, stay calm. Let them think you're nothing. A child who wandered in by accident. A nobody. His eyes met Harry's. The most dangerous people in Knockturn are the ones who look like nothing. He started that night. The shadow cloak settled over his shoulders like a second skin, hood drawn forward, edges blending into the darkness around him. His footsteps made no sound on the cobblestones. His breathing was slow, controlled, almost silent. He was invisible. The alley at night was different from the alley he'd seen before. More crowded, for one thing. Figures moved in and out of shops, their faces hidden, their purposes unclear. Transactions happened in shadows, hands exchanging objects, whispers too low to hear, the occasional flash of wandlight illuminating a face for just a moment before darkness reclaimed it. Harry walked slowly, staying close to the walls, letting the crowds flow around him without acknowledging his presence. Just as Ragnock promised, no one looked at him twice. The shadow cloak made him an interesting, forgettable, part of the background. He passed Borgin and Burke's first. The window display had changed, the withered hand was gone, replaced by a crystal skull that seemed to be screaming silently. Through the grimy glass, Harry could see customers inside. A witch in expensive robes, examining a necklace that pulsed with sickly light. A wizard with a badly healed scar across his face, arguing with Borgin himself about something Harry couldn't hear. He lingered outside, watching, memorizing. The witch bought the necklace and left quickly, glancing over her shoulder as if afraid of being followed. The scarred wizard continued arguing, his gestures growing more agitated, until Borgin raised one hand and said something that made the wizard go pale and stumble backward out of the shop. Interesting. Borgin had power here, real power, the kind that came from knowing secrets and wielding them like weapons. Harry filed that away and moved on. The second shop he observed was smaller, tucked between a tavern that reeked of strange smoke and a boarded-up building that might once have sold potions. A sign above the door read *Hecuba's Curiosities in faded gold letters. Through the window, Harry saw an old witch arranging items on a shelf. She moved slowly, painfully, one hand pressed to her lower back as she worked. The shop was empty of customers, and the shelves were barely half full. A bad sign in any business, but especially in Knockturn, where empty shelves meant desperation. He watched for 20 minutes. In that time, only one person entered, a young wizard who bought a single vial of something dark and left without speaking. The old witch counted the coins he'd given her, her lips moving silently, then tucked them into a worn pouch and resumed her arranging. Struggling, Harry noted. Vulnerable. He moved on. The tavern was called the Sinking Stoop, and it was louder than the rest of the alley combined. Music spilled from its doors, if music was the right word for the discordant notes that seemed to crawl along Harry's skin. Laughter erupted in bursts, some of it human, some of it decidedly not. The windows were fogged with smoke, but through the gaps, Harry could see figures moving, drinking, arguing. He slipped inside. The interior was chaos. Bodies packed together at tables, at the bar, in corners where shadows were thickest. A fire burned in a massive hearth, but its flames were black, casting no light. The only illumination came from floating candles that dripped wax that sizzled when it hit the floor. Harry found a spot near the wall, pressed into a corner where two support beams created a pocket of shadow. From here, he could see most of the room without being seen. He watched. A group of wizards in dark robes occupied a table near the fire. Their faces were hard, their eyes colder than anything Harry had seen in Surrey. They spoke in low voices, occasionally glancing toward the door as if waiting for someone. One of them, a man with a snake tattoo curling up his neck, caught Harry's gaze for a moment, then looked away, dismissing him as nothing. Death Eaters. The term floated up from somewhere in his memory. He didn't know what it meant, but it felt right, felt like danger wrapped in fine robes and cold eyes. At the bar, a goblin argued with the bartender about payment. The bartender, a massive creature with too many teeth, leaned forward and said something that made the goblin go silent and retreat. Power, again. Different forms, different faces, but always the same dynamic. Someone had it, someone else didn't. Near the back, a transaction was taking place. A witch in a hooded cloak passed a small box to a wizard whose face was completely hidden by shadows. Coins changed hands. The wizard vanished into the crowd. The witch sat alone, staring at nothing, her hands trembling. Harry watched it all. And he listened. Heard the Cartwrights are consolidating. Buying up leases where they can, squeezing out the independents. Borgen's doing the same. Word is he's got backing from someone big, someone with connections to the ministry. The ministry. In Knockturn. Never. Money talks. You know that. Can't pay the protection this month. The shop's barely breaking even. If the Cartwrights raise the rate again, then you find a new protector. Or you close. Easy for you to say. You don't have a family to feed. The Grey Lady was seen last night. Near the old registry. Walking like she owned the place. The Grey Lady. She's been dead for 50 years. Tell that to the wizard who saw her. The Shadow King. Harry's attention snapped to that phrase. Two witches at a nearby table, their heads close together, their voices barely above whispers. I'm telling you, I heard it from Mulciber himself. There's a new power in the alley. Someone buying up properties through proxies. Someone no one can trace. That's impossible. The families would know. The families know nothing. That's the point. This person, this Shadow King, they're playing a different game. A game no one else even knows exists. Harry's heart pounded. Shadow King. They were talking about him. About the anonymous owner, the faceless landlord, the presence that was already beginning to shift the alley's balance. You think it's real? I think something's changing. I can feel it, can't you? The first witch was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. The air's different, heavier, like before a storm. That's what I mean. Something's coming. And when it gets here, everything's going to change. Harry stayed in the tavern for another hour, listening, learning. He heard about the Cartwrights, a family that controlled the western end of the alley, running protection rackets and illegal potion rings. He heard about Borgen's connections to the dark arts market, his reputation for never betraying a client's secrets. He heard about the ministry bribes that kept Aurors out of Knockturn, the go-between who collected payments and distributed them to the right officials. He heard about fear, desperation, the constant, grinding pressure of survival in a place where violence was the only language everyone understood. And he heard, over and over, whispers about the Shadow King. The unknown power. The faceless landlord. The presence that no one could name but everyone could feel. When he finally left the sinking stoop, the alley had grown quieter. The crowds had thinned. The gas lamps burned lower, their flames guttering as if tired. Harry walked back toward the registry, his mind churning with everything he'd learned. They're already talking about me. Already speculating. Already afraid. He should have been terrified. He was 7 years old, alone in the most dangerous place in magical Britain, and people were beginning to notice that something had changed. But he wasn't terrified. He was exhilarated. Ragnarok was waiting in the registry, a pot of tea steaming on his desk. Well, Harry climbed onto the stool across from him and accepted a cup. The tea was bitter, but it warmed his cold hands. There are 3 main power centers. The Cartwrights control the West End, protection rackets, potions, some artifact trading. Borgen controls the center, dark artifacts, high-end clients, connections to people outside the alley. And there's a third group, I didn't catch a name, that operates from the sinking stoop. Death Eaters, I think. Or former Death Eaters. The ones with snake tattoos. Ragnar's eyebrows rose. You learned all that in one night. I listened. Harry sipped his tea. The shopkeepers are struggling. Protection payments are too high, business is down, and no one trusts anyone. The families squeeze them, and they have nowhere to turn. And they're scared of something new. Something they can't identify. Harry met the goblin's eyes. They're calling it the Shadow King. They know someone's buying properties. They don't know who. And it's terrifying them. Ragnar was silent for a long moment. Then he smiled, that sharp-toothed grin that Harry was beginning to recognize. You enjoyed that. I did. Most 7-year-olds would be hiding under their beds after a night in Knockturn. You're sitting here drinking tea and analyzing power structures. Harry considered this. The Dursleys taught me that the world is dangerous. They just didn't teach me the right kind of danger. What do you mean? I spent my whole life being afraid of the wrong things. Afraid of Uncle Vernon's fist, of Dudley's friends, of being locked in the cupboard. But that fear, he paused, searching for words. That fear made me small. Made me think the only goal was survival. But here, he gestured at the registry, the alley beyond, the darkness that held so many secrets. Here, survival isn't enough. Here, you either control or you're controlled. And I've been controlled my whole life. Ragnar studied him with new eyes. You're not what I expected, the goblin said finally. What did you expect? A child playing at power. Someone who'd lose interest when things got difficult. Ragnar set down his tea. But you're something else. Something I've only seen a few times in my very long life. What's that? A natural. The goblin's eyes gleamed. Someone who understands power the way others understand breathing. Someone who doesn't need to be taught, only pointed in the right direction. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He only knew that Ragnar's words felt true, felt like a description of something he'd always known but never had words for. What's next? He asked. Next, you do it again. And again. And again. Ragnar pulled out a stack of parchment, more dossiers, more maps, more information. You learn every face, every name, every connection. You learn who owes whom, who fears whom, who would betray whom for the right price. And when you know enough, when you know more than anyone else in this alley, then you start to move. Move how? Silently, carefully, through proxies and puppets and people who don't even know they're working for you. Ragnar spread a map across the desk. We start with the vulnerable ones. The shopkeepers who can't pay protection. The independents being squeezed by the families. We offer them something the families never offer. What's that? Choice. Ragnar tapped the map. They can keep paying the families and watch their businesses fail. Or they can lease their shops from you, at fair rates, with protections written into the contract, and tell the families they have a new landlord who won't tolerate violence on his property. Will the families accept that? No. They'll fight it. But they'll fight it in the courts, not in the alley, because you're not threatening them, you're offering legal alternatives. And the courts, for all their corruption, still recognize property rights. Ragnar smiled. The families rule through fear. You'll rule through contracts. And contracts, properly written, are much harder to break. Harry studied the map, the buildings marked in colors he now understood. Gray for unclaimed, blue for contested, red for family controlled. How long will it take? Months. Maybe years. This isn't a game you win overnight. Ragnar leaned back. But you're young. You have time. And from what I've seen tonight, you have the patience to use it. He returned to Privet Drive just before dawn. The cupboard was cold, the mattress thin, the 14 cracks in the ceiling exactly as he'd left them. But Harry didn't see any of that. He saw the map spread across Ragnar's desk. Heard the whispers in the sinking stoop. Felt the weight of 15 properties pressing against his consciousness. He owned Knockturn Alley. Not completely, not yet. The families still controlled most of it, their power built on generations of fear and violence. But the foundation was laid. The first stones were in place. And somewhere in the darkness, people were already whispering about the Shadow King. Harry lay on his mattress and smiled. They have no idea, he thought. No idea at all. The spider in the corner had caught something, a small fly, struggling in the web. Harry watched it for a long moment, noting the patience of the spider, the inevitability of the fly's fate. Then he closed his eyes and slept. And dreamed of shadows. December became January. The Dursleys decorated for Christmas, a massive tree in the front room, strings of lights, tinsel draped over every surface. Dudley received 40 presents this year, and Harry received a pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks, stretched and holy and clearly chosen to remind him of his place. He thanked them politely and retreated to his cupboard. The socks went into the trash. The deed stayed under his mattress. And every night, when the house was dark and the Dursleys were snoring, Harry touched the key and let the portkey carry him away. He walked Knockturn Alley until he knew it better than Privet Drive. He learned the names of every shopkeeper, every enforcer, every beggar who haunted the shadows. He learned which taverns welcomed which crowds, which deals happened in which corners, which families were feuding and which were forming uneasy alliances. He learned the rhythms of the alley, the busy hours, the dead hours, the moments when violence was most likely and the moments when even the criminals needed sleep. And he watched. The Cartwrights, he discovered, were not a single family but a coalition, 3 brothers and their various offspring, each controlling a different piece of the western end. The eldest, Marcus Cartwright, ran the protection rackets with an iron fist. The middle brother, Corvus, handled potions and poisons. The youngest, Septimus, was the muscle, a hulking brute who'd never met a problem he couldn't solve with violence. Borgin was a different kind of threat. Older, subtler, with connections that stretched far beyond the alley. Harry watched him negotiate with customers, noting how he never raised his voice, never threatened, never did anything that could be used against him. But customers who crossed Borgin had a way of disappearing, not violently, not noticeably, but completely. One day they were there. The next, they weren't. And the Death Eaters, for that's what they were, Harry had confirmed, operated from the sinking stoop like spiders in a web. They didn't control territory directly. They didn't need to. They controlled people, and through people, they controlled everything. He learned their names, their faces, their weaknesses. A wizard named Mulciber who liked to boast when he drank. Another named Avery who was deeply in debt to Borgin. A woman with a beautiful face and dead eyes who called herself Bellatrix and whose laughter made even the hardened criminals flinch. He watched them all. And he waited. February brought snow to Knockturn Alley. The cobblestones grew slick, the shadows deeper, the gas lamps struggling against the cold. Harry walked through the alley in his shadow cloak, breath misting in the air, and felt the change in the atmosphere. Something was building. The whispers about the Shadow King had grown louder. More specific. Some claimed to have seen him, a figure in darkness, moving between shadows, watching from corners. Others said he was a myth, a story the desperate told themselves to explain the inexplicable. But everyone agreed on one thing. Someone was buying Knockturn Alley, piece by piece, and no one knew who. Harry had acquired 3 more properties in January, 2 abandoned shops and a small warehouse near the registry. That made 18. 18 buildings he owned, 18 leases he controlled, 18 pieces of the puzzle slowly clicking into place. But tonight wasn't about acquisitions. Tonight was about observation. He stood in the shadow of a boarded-up shop, watching Borgin and Burke's across the street. The shop was closed, unusual for this hour, but lights burned in the upper windows. Through the gap in the curtains, Harry could see figures moving. A meeting. He slipped closer, keeping to the shadows, until he was directly beneath the window. The voices were muffled, but he could make out fragments. Cannot continue like this. The acquisitions are destabilizing everything. Then find the buyer. Apply pressure. Standard procedure. We've tried. The purchases go through proxies, goblins, mostly, and a few wizards who don't know who they're working for. The trail goes cold every time. Then go around the trail. Squeeze the shopkeepers who've switched landlords. Make them see the error of their ways. That's the problem. The new leases include protections, magical contracts that prevent eviction without cause, that guarantee certain rights. We can't touch them without violating the contracts, and the contracts are registered with the ministry. A pause. Then a new voice, older, colder, with a weight that made Harry's scar prickle. The ministry can be persuaded. Bribes. Threats. The usual methods. We've tried. The contracts are unusual. They're written in goblin law, not wizarding law. The ministry has no jurisdiction. Another pause. Longer this time. Goblins. The cold voice was thoughtful. Interesting. Very interesting. What do? We wait. We watch. We learn. A figure moved to the window, and Harry pressed himself deeper into shadow. Whoever this Shadow King is, they're playing a long game. But so am I. And I've been playing longer. The figure turned away, and the conversation continued, but Harry had heard enough. He slipped away into the night, his mind racing. They knew about the contracts. They knew about the goblins. They didn't know about him, not yet, but they were watching, waiting, preparing to strike. The game was changing, and Harry needed to change with it. He found Ragnarok in the registry, working late as always. They're organizing, Harry said without preamble. Borgin, the Cartwrights, the Death Eaters, they're meeting. Talking about the Shadow King. About the acquisitions. Ragnarok looked up, his expression grim. I know. My sources tell me they've formed an informal alliance. The first time in decades the major powers have worked together. Against me. Against the unknown. Against the threat to their control. Ragnarok set down his quill. This changes things. We need to move faster. Bolder. How? By making the unknown known. By giving them something to react to, something that doesn't lead back to you. Ragnarok pulled out a map. The Cartwrights have a warehouse near the West End. Storage for their potion operation. If someone were to acquire it, through legal channels, it would send a message. Can we do that? Through proxies. It would take time, weeks, maybe, but yes. Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. And when the Cartwrights discover their warehouse has changed hands, they'll panic. They'll blame each other, suspect betrayal, turn inward. The alliance will fracture. Harry studied the map. The warehouse was marked in red, family-controlled, heavily guarded, essential to Cartwright operations. Do it. Ragnarok nodded. I'll begin the paperwork tomorrow. But Harry, he used the name deliberately, a sign of how serious this was. Once we start this, there's no going back. The families will know they're under attack. They'll fight back. And if they ever discover who's behind it, they won't. How can you be sure? Harry thought about the cupboard. About the Dursleys. About a lifetime of being invisible, unnoticed, dismissed as nothing. Because no one sees me, he said quietly. No one ever has. I'm 7 years old. I'm the last person they'd suspect. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Then let's make sure it stays that way. The portkey deposited Harry in his cupboard at 4 a.m. He lay in the darkness, staring at the ceiling, counting the cracks. 14. Always 14. But tonight, they looked different. Tonight, they looked like a map. He traced them with his eyes, imagining the alley, the buildings, the web of power he was slowly weaving. 18 properties now. Soon, 19. Then 20. Then more. The families thought they were under attack. They thought the Shadow King was making his move. They had no idea. He wasn't attacking. He was building. And when the foundation was complete, when he owned enough of the alley to matter, when his contracts protected enough shopkeepers to create real change, then he would reveal himself. Or maybe he wouldn't. Maybe the Shadow King would remain a mystery forever. A presence without a face. A power without a name. The thought made him smile. Outside, snow began to fall. Inside, Harry Potter, 7 years old, owner of Knockturn Alley, the Shadow King that criminals whispered about in fear, closed his eyes and slept. And in his dreams, he walked through shadows, and the shadows welcomed him home. Chapter 4 Power behind the counter. The first sign that something had changed came on a Tuesday. Not a dramatic Tuesday. Not a Tuesday marked by explosions or violence or any of the things Knockturn Alley specialized in. Just an ordinary Tuesday, gray and cold, with the usual crowds moving through the usual shadows. But in a small shop near the western end, an old witch named Hecuba made a discovery that would ripple through the alley like a stone dropped in still water. She arrived at her usual time, just before dawn, when the alley was quietest and she could arrange her displays without interruption. The shop had been in her family for 3 generations, passed from mother to daughter through decades of war and peace and everything in between. Hecuba had inherited it from her mother 30 years ago, and she'd run it alone ever since. Lately, though, running it alone had become nearly impossible. The protection payments to the Cartwrights had doubled in the past year. Then doubled again. What remained after the payments barely covered her rent, rent that seemed to increase every time she turned around. Her savings were gone, her health was failing, and for the first time in her long life, Hecuba was beginning to think she might lose everything. This morning, as she fumbled with the lock, she noticed something unusual. An envelope, thick parchment, sealed with wax, pressed against the bottom of her door. She picked it up with trembling fingers, expecting the worst, an eviction notice, perhaps, or another demand from the Cartwrights. But the seal was unfamiliar. Not Cartwright, not Borgin, not any of the families she knew. Inside, a single sheet of parchment. Dear Madam, effective immediately, the lease for premises 47B, Knockturn Alley, is hereby transferred to Knockturn Holdings, Limited. All future rent payments should be directed to the above address. Terms of the original lease remain in effect, including the rent freeze provision enacted by your grandmother in 1943. Asterisk. Please present this letter at the Knockturn Registry to confirm the transfer and receive your updated lease documents. Asterisk. Management. Knockturn Holdings, Limited. Asterisk. Hecuba read the letter 3 times. Then a fourth. Then she leaned against the doorframe and wept. The rent freeze provision. Her grandmother had negotiated it during the war, when times were hard and landlords were desperate. It had protected them for decades, until the previous landlord died and his heirs claimed the provision. Wasn't valid. Hecuba had fought it in court, but the heirs had better lawyers, and she'd lost. Now, somehow, impossibly, the provision was back. She didn't understand who Knockturn Holdings was or why they would honor an old contract. She didn't understand how they'd acquired her lease or what they wanted in return. But she understood one thing with absolute certainty. For the first time in years, she could breathe. Across the alley, similar scenes were playing out. A potions dealer named Severus, no relation to the Hogwarts professor of the same name, opened his shop to find a letter identical to Hecuba's. His lease had been transferred. His rent was now fixed at a rate he could actually afford. And a clause in the new contract prohibited any third party from demanding payments on threat of eviction. Translation: the Cartwrights couldn't touch him anymore. A wandmaker who specialized in dark cores found the same letter. So did a dealer in cursed artifacts who'd been struggling to keep his doors open. So did a woman who sold protective charms, ironic, in a place like Knockturn, and who'd been surviving on the kindness of customers who paid what they could. 12 shopkeepers, 12 letters, 12 lives changed in a single morning. And none of them knew who to thank. By midday, the alley was buzzing. Hecuba had closed her shop early, something she never did, and made her way to the sinking stoop. The tavern was crowded, but she found a seat near the fire and ordered tea she couldn't afford. She needed to talk to someone. Needed to understand. She wasn't alone. Within an hour, the tavern had become an impromptu meeting place for every shopkeeper who'd received a letter. They clustered together, comparing notes, trying to make sense of what had happened. Mine has a rent freeze too. From 1943. 1948 for me. My grandfather negotiated it just before he died. The contract specifically forbid protection payments. It's in writing, no third-party demands shall be recognized as valid under this lease. Who is Knockturn Holdings? No one knew. The letters gave no information, only an address at the registry and a seal none of them recognized. The registry, someone said. We should go to the registry. Demand answers. But no one moved. Because in Knockturn Alley, demanding answers was usually a good way to get killed. At the registry, Ragnarok watched the chaos unfold with quiet satisfaction. His network of informants, goblins mostly, but a few humans who owed him favors, kept him updated on every development. He knew about the gathering at the sinking stoop. He knew about the fear and confusion and fragile hope spreading through the shopkeepers. He knew that the Cartwrights had already heard about the letters and were meeting in emergency session. And he knew that Harry Potter, 7 years old and invisible to the world, was sitting in the registry's back room, listening to every word. It's working, Harry said. His voice was calm, but his eyes were bright with something that might have been excitement. They're talking, comparing notes, trying to figure out what happened. This is the easy part. Ragnarok poured himself a cup of tea, his 17th of the day, by his count. The hard part comes when the families react. When will that be? Soon. The Cartwrights won't wait. They'll move against the shopkeepers, try to intimidate them into refusing the new leases. And when it doesn't work, Ragnar smiled. The contracts are ironclad. If the shopkeepers hold firm, the Cartwrights can't touch them without violating magical law. And violating magical law in front of witnesses who can testify at the Wizengamot, is a risk even the Cartwrights won't take. So they'll try to find us instead. Exactly. They'll trace the leases back to Knockturn Holdings, and from there, Ragnar spread his hands. Nothing. The holding company has no physical location, no employees, no presence except a mailing address at the registry. They'll hit a wall. Harry nodded slowly. He'd learned enough about goblin law over the past months to understand how carefully Ragnar had constructed this. Knockturn Holdings existed on paper and nowhere else, a ghost company that owned property and collected rents but couldn't be found, threatened, or bribed. And if they come here, to the registry, let them. Ragnar's eyes glittered. Gringotts has controlled this registry for 4 centuries. We don't answer to the Cartwrights. We don't answer to anyone. If they want information, they can file a formal request, in writing, with supporting documentation, and a deposit of 5,000 galleons to cover our research time. Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprising himself. They'll love that. I hope so. The deposit is non-refundable. The Cartwrights did not love it. Marcus Cartwright, eldest of the 3 brothers and de facto leader of the family operation, stood in his warehouse office and tried very hard not to destroy anything. His sons, all 4 of them, watched from a safe distance, having learned long ago that father's rages were best observed from across the room. 12 shops, Marcus said. His voice was quiet, which made it more terrifying. 12 shops that were paying us protection. 12 shops that now have leases forbidding third-party demands. 12 shops we can't touch without violating magical contracts. His sons exchanged glances. None of them spoke. Someone bought those leases out from under us. Someone we don't know. Someone who used goblin intermediaries and shell companies and every trick in the book to hide their identity. Marcus picked up a heavy glass paperweight and squeezed. It cracked. I want to know who. Corvus Cartwright, the middle brother, stepped forward. Unlike Marcus, who looked like what he was, a thug in expensive clothes, Corvus had the appearance of a scholar. Wire-rimmed glasses. Soft hands. A mind like a steel trap. I've made inquiries, he said. The leases were transferred to a company called Knockturn Holdings. Registered at the Knockturn Registry, but the registration is minimal. No officers listed. No physical address. Just a mailing address at the registry itself. Then we go to the registry. We've tried. The goblins refuse to disclose anything without a formal request and a 5,000 galleon deposit. Marcus's hand tightened on the paperweight. It shattered. Pay it. We did. They rejected the request. Said our documentation was insufficient. Then provide better documentation. We can't. Corvus's voice remained calm, but there was an edge to it now. The documentation they're demanding doesn't exist. We'd need to prove ownership of the leases we lost, which we can't, because we never owned them. We only collected protection money, which isn't the same as legal ownership. The goblins know this. They're mocking us. The silence that followed was absolute. Septimus Cartwright, the youngest brother, shifted uncomfortably. He was the muscle, the one who broke bones and collected debts. This kind of conversation made his head hurt. So what do we do? Just let them get away with it. Marcus stared at the shattered paperweight on his desk. No, he said softly. We find another way. Borgin heard about the leases within hours. His sources were everywhere, shopkeepers who owed him favors, customers who traded information for discounts, even a few employees of the Cartwrights who reported to him on the side. By mid-afternoon, he knew everything there was to know about Knockturn Holdings and their mysterious acquisition. Unlike the Cartwrights, Borgin didn't rage. He didn't break things. He sat in the back room of his shop, surrounded by artifacts that whispered in ancient tongues, and thought. Knockturn Holdings. A name that meant nothing. A company that existed only on paper. Someone had gone to extraordinary lengths to hide their identity, which meant they had something to hide. Something that would be dangerous if revealed. Who? Asterisk. The obvious answer was a rival family. The Knots, perhaps, or the Greengrasses, old pure-blood families with money to burn and ambitions that stretched beyond the usual boundaries. But the not patriarch was a known quantity, and the greengrasses had always kept their distance from Knockturn's dirtier trades. Another possibility, the ministry. Some ambitious official trying to clean up the alley through economic means. But the ministry had never shown interest in real reform, only in collecting bribes to look the other way. A third possibility, a foreign power. French or German interests looking to expand into British markets. But foreign acquisitions usually came with fanfare, not secrecy. Borgin considered each possibility and found them all wanting. Then he considered a fourth. The Shadow King. The name had been floating through the alley for months now, whispers of an unknown power buying properties, consolidating control, building something in the shadows. Most dismissed it as rumor. Borgin had learned long ago that rumors were usually rooted in truth. If the Shadow King was real, if someone was actually acquiring Knockturn Alley piece by piece, then this was the opening move. A declaration of intent. A message to the established powers that things were about to change. Borgin smiled. He'd been waiting for something like this. Something that would shake up the old order, create opportunities, force players to reveal their hands. Let the Cartwrights rage. Let them blunder into confrontation and expose their weaknesses. Borgin would watch, wait, and when the moment was right, he would act. Power, he'd learned, belonged to those who could be patient. At the sinking stoop, the meeting of shopkeepers had grown. Word had spread. More letters had been delivered, another 5, then another 3, then a final 7. By evening, 27 shopkeepers had received transfers from Knockturn Holdings. 27 leases with rent freezes and protection clauses and the promise of stability for the first time in years. Hecuba found herself at the center of it all. She wasn't a leader, had never wanted to be, but the others kept looking to her, asking questions she couldn't answer. What did they want from us? I don't know. Why now? I don't know. Who are they? I don't know. But as the evening wore on, something shifted. The fear began to fade, replaced by something else. Something that felt dangerously like hope. They're protecting us, a young witch said. She ran a small apothecary near the registry, and her hands still shook from the shock of receiving her letter. The contracts specifically say no third-party demands. That means no protection payments. No Cartwrights. No one. For now, an older wizard muttered. Until they decide to demand their own payments. They could have done that already. The leases are written. They could have set any rent they wanted. But they honored the old freezes. The young witch's voice grew stronger. They didn't have to do that. They chose to. Silence fell over the group. Hecuba thought about her grandmother, who'd negotiated that rent freeze during the darkest days of the war. She thought about the decades of struggle since, the slow erosion of everything her family had built. And she thought about the letter in her pocket, the letter that had given it all back. I don't know who they are, she said finally. I don't know what they want. But I know one thing. What? They're not the Cartwrights. They're not Borgin. They're not any of the families who've been bleeding us dry for years. She looked around at the gathered shopkeepers, meeting each pair of eyes in turn. And that's enough for me. Around the room, heads nodded. Hope was dangerous in Knockturn Alley. Hope got you killed. But for the first time in a long time, the shopkeepers of Knockturn allowed themselves to feel it. That night, Harry sat in the registry's back room and listened to Ragnar's reports. 27 leases transferred. The shopkeepers are organizing, informally, but organizing nonetheless. The Cartwrights are furious. Borgin is watching. And the whispers about the Shadow King have grown louder than ever. Harry nodded. He was tired, exhaustion pulled at his bones, but he couldn't stop smiling. It's working. It's beginning. Ragnar set down his reports. But beginnings are dangerous. The Cartwrights won't sit idle. They'll try something, maybe against the shopkeepers, maybe against us. We need to be ready. How? I've arranged for security. Goblins watching the registry at all hours. Enchanted wards that will alert us to any intrusion. And, he paused. I've taken the liberty of hiring some outside assistants. Harry's eyes narrowed. What kind of assistants? The kind that knows how to handle themselves in a fight. Retired aurors, mostly. A few curse breakers. People who owe Gringotts favors and can be trusted to ask no questions. Ragnar met Harry's gaze. You're 7 years old. You can't be here when the violence starts. You need people who can. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to insist that he could handle himself, that he'd survive the Dursleys, that he didn't need protection. But Ragnar was right. Okay, he said, but I want to meet them. Vet them myself. That's unusual. I'm an unusual employer. Ragnar studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Tomorrow night. I'll arrange it. The next evening, Harry returned to the registry to find 3 figures waiting in the back room. The first was a woman in her 50s, gray streaking her hair, her face lined with years of hard living. She wore simple robes, functional, not fashionable, and her wand was holstered at her wrist, easily accessible. Her name, Ragnar said, was Alara Vance. Former Auror. Retired 10 years. Bored out of her mind. You're the employer. She looked him up and down, taking in the shadow cloak that hid his features. You're smaller than I expected. I get that a lot. A flicker of amusement crossed her face. Fair enough. What's the job? Security. Protection. Making sure no one bothers the registry or the shopkeepers who've signed with us. Harry kept his voice even, professional. You'll answer to Ragnar directly. You won't ask questions about who's really in charge. And you won't talk to anyone about what you see here. Vance considered this. Pay. Double whatever you're making now. I'm not making anything now. I'm retired. Then double nothing is still nothing. Harry smiled behind his hood. But we'll pay you well enough that retirement can wait. The second candidate was a wizard named Thorn, younger than Vance, with the restless energy of someone who'd never quite fit in. He'd been a curse breaker for Gringotts, specializing in dark artifacts, until an incident in Egypt had left him with a lingering sensitivity to certain kinds of magic. The wards, he said, gesturing vaguely. They're good. Goblin work. But they're keyed to intrusion, not intent. Someone could walk right through if they weren't planning to break anything. Can you fix that? Already have. Thorn grinned. Took the liberty. Hope you don't mind. Harry didn't mind. He liked initiative. The third candidate was the most surprising, a house elf. Her name was Mipsy, and she was old, ancient, by house elf standards, with wrinkles around her large eyes and a slight tremor in her hands. She'd served the Black family once, Ragnar explained, before being dismissed when the last generation died out. Now she lived at the registry, doing odd jobs, waiting for someone to give her purpose. You want to work for me? Harry asked. Mipsy wants to serve, the elf said, her voice quavering. Mipsy has been alone for many years. Too many years. If the young master will have Mipsy, Mipsy will work very hard. Very hard indeed. Harry hesitated. House elves were servants, slaves, really. He didn't know much about them, but he knew that much. The idea of owning another being made him uncomfortable. But Mipsy's eyes held such desperate hope that he couldn't say no. You can work here, he said. At the registry. Helping Ragnar. Keeping things clean and organized. And if you ever want to leave. Mipsy won't want to leave. Mipsy will stay forever if the young master wants. That's not. Harry stopped. This wasn't the time for philosophical debates about elf freedom. Fine. You're hired. Mipsy burst into tears of joy. The days that followed were quiet. Too quiet. Harry knew enough about Knockturn Alley to recognize the stillness before a storm. The Cartwrights hadn't reacted publicly, no violence, no threats, no visible moves against the shopkeepers. But that didn't mean they'd accepted defeat. It meant they were planning. He increased his patrols, walking the alley every night, watching for signs of trouble. Vance and Thorn did the same during daylight hours, blending in with the crowds, listening to whispers, gathering intelligence. And Mipsy was a revelation. The house elf knew everything about everyone. She'd served the Blacks for decades, and in that time she'd learned the secrets of every pure-blood family in Britain. She knew who owed whom, who was sleeping with whom, who had embezzled from whom. She knew about the Cartwrights, hidden accounts, about Borgen's connection to a Death Eater safe house, about the ministry officials who took bribes and the Aurors who looked the other way. Harry sat in the registry's back room, night after night, listening to Mipsy's whispered intelligence. And piece by piece, the puzzle came together. The Cartwrights had 3 main operations: protection rackets, potion distribution, and artifact smuggling. The protection rackets were their cash cow, 23 shops paying weekly fees. But with the new leases protecting those shops, that income was about to dry up. They'll need to replace it, Harry said, studying the map Ragnar had provided. Their other operations aren't enough to sustain them. They'll either expand those or find new victims. The potion operation is vulnerable, Ragnock noted. They manufacture in a warehouse near the West End. If something happened to that warehouse, they'd be crippled. They'd be desperate. Harry considered this. Desperate enemies were dangerous enemies. But they were also predictable. We wait, he decided. Let them make the first move. Then we respond. The first move came 3 nights later. Harry was in the registry, reviewing new lease applications, when Thorn burst through the door. We've got trouble. The sinking stoop. Cartwright's men are there, half a dozen of them, and they're demanding answers from the shopkeepers. Harry was on his feet before he'd finished processing the words. Vance. Already on scene. She's trying to keep things calm, but. Take me there. Thorn hesitated. You're sure? It could get ugly. I'm sure. They ran through the alley, Thorn leading, Harry struggling to keep up in his too large clothes. The shadow cloak billowed behind him, and he clutched it close, grateful for its concealing magic. The sinking stoop's doors stood open, light spilling into the street. Through the entrance, Harry could see figures inside, shopkeepers clustered near the bar, Cartwright's men surrounding them, Vance positioned between the two groups with her wand out but lowered. Just want to talk, one of the Cartwright men was saying. He was young, barely out of his teens, with the cocky confidence of someone who'd never been seriously challenged. Friendly conversation. Nothing to get worked up about. Friendly conversation doesn't require 6 wands, Vance replied. Her voice was calm, but Harry could see the tension in her shoulders. State your business and leave. Our business is with these fine shopkeepers. The young man smiled, a nasty expression. Seems they've forgotten who protects this alley. Who keeps them safe from the real dangers. We're here to remind them. Behind him, the other Cartwright men spread out, blocking exits, their wands visible now. Harry slipped through the crowd, staying low, using the chaos to mask his movements. He reached Vance's side without anyone noticing, or if they noticed, they dismissed him as irrelevant. What's the plan? He murmured. Buy time. Thorn's fetching backup. Backup won't arrive in time. Then we improvise. The young Cartwright was still talking, his voice growing louder, more aggressive. He pointed at Hecuba, who shrank back against the bar. You, old woman, you've been running your mouth about these new leases. Telling everyone how wonderful they are. How protected you feel. He stepped closer. How protected do you feel now? Hecuba didn't answer. Her face was white, her hands shaking. Leave her alone. The words came from Harry. He didn't plan them. Didn't think about them. They just emerged from somewhere deep inside, and before he knew it, he'd stepped forward, out of the crowd, into the space between Hecuba and the Cartwright. The young man looked down at him, at the small figure in the shadow cloak, barely reaching his chest. What's this? A child. He laughed. Run along, boy. Adults are talking. She's not bothering anyone. None of them are. You need to leave. The laugh died. The young man's eyes narrowed, studying Harry with new attention. The shadow cloak was good, but up close, in the tavern's light, it couldn't hide everything. You're the one, he breathed. The one behind the leases. The Shadow King. His wand came up. You're just a. He never finished the sentence. Later, Harry wouldn't be able to explain what happened. One moment, the young man was raising his wand. The next, he was flying backward through the air, slamming into the wall with a crack that silenced the entire tavern. Harry's hand was extended. His scar was burning, and in the air around him, shadows swirled like living things. No one moved. The young man slid down the wall, unconscious, his wand clattering to the floor. His companions stared at Harry with expressions that mixed fear and confusion in equal measure. Leave, Harry said. His voice wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. The Cartwright men left. The tavern exploded into chaos the moment they were gone. Shopkeepers crowded around Harry, asking questions he couldn't answer, reaching for him with trembling hands. Vance forced them back, her wand finally holstered, her expression caught between amazement and concern. What was that? She demanded quietly. That wasn't normal magic. That wasn't any kind of magic I've seen. Harry didn't know. He only knew that his scar was still burning, that the shadows still seemed to cling to him, that something had awakened that he didn't understand. We need to go, Thorn said, appearing at his side. The Cartwrights will be back, with more men, better prepared. We need to be somewhere else when they arrive. Harry nodded, but he couldn't move. His legs felt strange, weak, disconnected. Hecuba appeared before him, her old face wet with tears. "Thank you," she whispered. "Whoever you are, whatever you are, thank you." Harry looked at her, at the gratitude in her eyes, the hope that had replaced fear. And in that moment, he understood something he hadn't before. This wasn't just about power. Wasn't just about control. This was about people. Real people, with real lives, who'd been crushed by systems designed to keep them down. And he, Harry Potter, 7 years old, unwanted and unloved, had given them something no one else ever had. He'd given them a choice. "Go home," he said softly. "Lock your doors. And if anyone comes, anyone at all, send word to the registry. We'll protect you." The shopkeepers nodded, murmuring their thanks, and began to disperse. Vance and Thorn flanked Harry as he left the tavern, guiding him through the shadows back toward the registry. Behind them, the sinking stoop fell silent, its patrons processing what they'd just witnessed. Word would spread. By morning, the entire alley would know that the Shadow King had shown himself, had defended shopkeepers with power no one understood. The Cartwrights would be humiliated. Borgin would recalculate, and the whispers would grow louder than ever. Harry stumbled into the registry, his strength finally giving out. Ragnock caught him, lowering him into a chair. "That was reckless," the goblin said. But his voice held something else, respect, maybe, or wonder. "I know. You revealed yourself. Showed power they'll spend weeks analyzing. I know. You're 7 years old." Harry looked up at him, and Ragnock saw something in his eyes that made even the old goblin pause. "I know," Harry said again. But they needed to see. Needed to know that someone was willing to stand between them and the Cartwrights. Needed to believe. Ragnock was silent for a long moment. "And do you believe?" he asked finally. "Believe that you can do this? That you can be what they need?" Harry thought about the Dursleys. About the cupboard. About 14 cracks in the ceiling that had once been his entire world. Then he thought about Hecuba's tears. About the hope in her eyes. About the shadows that had answered his call and the power that surged through his scar. "I don't know," he admitted. "But I'm going to try." Outside, the alley stirred with rumors and fear and the first fragile stirrings of change. And Harry Potter, the Shadow King, sat in the registry's back room and began to plan. Chapter 5 The Shadow Ledger. The morning after the incident at the sinking stoop, Knockturn Alley woke to find itself transformed. Not physically, the cobblestones were still wet with the night's damp, the gas lamps still flickered with their eerie flames, the buildings still leaned toward each other like conspirators sharing secrets. But the atmosphere had shifted. The air itself felt different, charged, expectant, heavy with the weight of what had happened. Word had spread through the night, carried on whispers and rumors and the kind of terrified awe that only appears when the natural order is disrupted. The Shadow King had revealed himself. The Shadow King had power, real power, the kind that threw grown men across rooms without a wand. The Shadow King had protected shopkeepers who'd spent years being squeezed and threatened. And ignored. And the Cartwrights, the mighty Cartwrights, who'd controlled the West End for 3 generations, had run. By dawn, every inhabitant of Knockturn Alley knew the story. By mid-morning, they were arguing about what it meant. In the registry's back room, Harry sat with Ragnock, reviewing reports from their network of informants. The goblin had been working through the night, compiling intelligence, assessing threats, planning next moves. Dark circles ringed his eyes, but his mind was as sharp as ever. "The Cartwrights are in chaos," he reported. "Marcus is furious, not just at the humiliation, but at the loss of income. 23 shops have now signed with Knockturn Holdings. That's 23 protection payments they'll never see again. Any retaliation? Not yet. They're arguing among themselves. Corvus wants to investigate, find out who you really are, gather intelligence before acting. Septimus wants to burn down every shop that switched sides. Marcus is caught between them." Harry absorbed this. A divided enemy was a vulnerable enemy. But divided enemies also did unpredictable things. Borgin. Watching. Always watching. He's sent messages to several of the shopkeepers, friendly messages, offering support, asking if they need anything. He's positioning himself as a potential ally. An ally who'll expect favors in return. Naturally. Ragnock shuffled through his papers. But there's something else. Something that might be more immediately useful. He slid a document across the table, a thick sheaf of parchment, yellowed with age, bound with a leather strap. What is this? The Cartwrights' financial records. For the last 15 years. Ragnar's eyes gleamed. Mipsy acquired them last night. It seems she has contacts among the house elves who serve the Cartwright household. Harry stared at the document. This wasn't just useful, this was everything. With these records, he could map the Cartwrights' entire operation. Their income sources, their expenses, their weaknesses. How did she? I don't ask. Neither should you. Ragnar leaned forward. But I've had a chance to review them, and Harry, he paused, letting the weight of his words settle. The Cartwrights are deeply in debt. Harry's attention sharpened. To whom? Several lenders. Borgin, for one. A few foreign interests. And, Ragnar's voice dropped. The ministry. Ministry officials take bribes. They don't lend money. This isn't bribery. This is legitimate, or semi-legitimate, financing. The Cartwrights borrowed heavily 5 years ago to expand their potion operation. The expansion failed. They've been struggling to make payments ever since. Harry's mind raced. Debt meant leverage. Leverage meant control. If he could acquire those debts, buy them from the lenders, he'd own the Cartwrights as effectively as he owned the shopkeepers' leases. Can we do that? Buy the debts? Yes. But it would require capital, significant capital, and it would require approaching the lenders without revealing who we are. Do it. Ragnar raised an eyebrow. You're sure? This would be a major escalation. If the Cartwrights discover that their debts are held by the same entity that's been buying their protection shops. They won't discover. We'll use the same proxies, the same shell companies. Borgin won't know who's buying his debt. The ministry won't know. No one will know. And when the debts are yours. What then? Harry thought about it. Thought about the Cartwrights, Marcus with his rages, Corvus with his schemes, Septimus with his violence. Thought about the shopkeepers they'd terrorized for years. Thought about Hecuba's tears of gratitude. Then we own them, he said quietly. And we decide what happens next. The investigation. Into the Cartwrights, records consumed the next week. Harry spent every night at the registry, poring over the documents with Ragnar and Mipsy. The house elf proved invaluable, not just for acquiring information, but for interpreting it. She knew the pure-blood families, understood their codes and customs, could spot the lies hidden in their careful record-keeping. Here, she said, pointing a trembling finger at a line in the ledger. This entry, it says payment to consulting services. But the amount is wrong. Too large. And look, she traced another line. This payment, 3 months later, for exactly half the amount. They're hiding something. What? Mipsy's large eyes grew distant. Mipsy thinks they're paying someone off. Someone important. Someone who appears in the records as a consultant but isn't. Blackmail. Or protection. The Cartwrights have enemies. Many enemies. If they have someone on the inside, someone who warns them when trouble is coming, that would be worth paying for. Harry filed that away. An informant inside, somewhere. The ministry, maybe, or another family. Someone the Cartwrights trusted enough to pay in secret. He added it to the growing list of mysteries to solve. 10 days after the sinking stoop incident, Harry made his first move against the Cartwrights' finances. Through a series of proxies, goblins, mostly, but also a few wizards who owed Ragnar favors, he approached Borgin about purchasing the debt the shopkeeper held against the Cartwright family. Borgin, ever pragmatic, agreed to sell. The debt was 5 years old, poorly secured, and Borgin had long since written it off as unlikely to be repaid. Getting any money for it was better than getting none. The transaction took 3 days to complete. When it was done, Harry held 37,000 galleons of Cartwright debt. The ministry debts were more complicated. They were held by a division Harry had never heard of, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Asset Forfeiture Office, and purchasing them required navigating bureaucracy that made even goblin paperwork look simple. But Ragnar had contacts. And contacts had contacts. And after 2 weeks of careful negotiation, the debts were transferred to a holding company that existed only on paper, which transferred them to another holding company, which finally deposited them in the name of Knockturn Holdings. Harry now controlled nearly 60,000 galleons of Cartwright debt. The interest payments alone were crippling the family. And if they ever missed a payment, if they ever fell behind, Harry could call in the debts and seize their assets. Their shops, their warehouses, their home, everything. While the financial war progressed, Harry continued his nightly walks through the alley. The shadow cloak still protected him, but something had changed. People looked at him differently now, not with the dismissive indifference of before, but with a kind of wary respect. They didn't know who he was, but they knew he was connected to the Shadow King. They knew he'd been there the night the Cartwrights were humiliated. He used this new attention to his advantage, listening more carefully than ever, noting the shifts in conversation, the new alliances forming and old ones fracturing. The shopkeepers who'd signed with Knockturn Holdings were thriving. Without protection payments draining their profits, they could afford better inventory, better displays, better service. Customers noticed. Business improved. And other shopkeepers, those still paying the Cartwrights or Borgin or the lesser families, began to ask questions. How do I get one of those leases? Is it true the rent is fixed? Who do I talk to? Harry listened to every question, noted every name, and passed the information to Ragnarok. The list of potential acquisitions grew longer. 3 weeks after acquiring the Cartwrights' debts, Harry discovered the Shadow Ledger. He'd been searching through the registry's archives, a vast underground chamber filled with records going back centuries, looking for information on the alley's original charter. Ragnarok had mentioned that the charter contained clauses that might be useful, obscure legal provisions that could strengthen Harry's claim. But what he found was something else entirely. A book, bound in what looked like black leather but felt wrong to the touch, too smooth, too warm, almost alive. It sat on a shelf marked with symbols Harry didn't recognize, and when he reached for it, his scar burned with an intensity that made him gasp. Don't touch that. Ragnarok's voice came from behind him, sharp with warning. Harry pulled his hand back. What is it? The goblin approached slowly, his eyes fixed on the book. A shadow ledger. One of 3 ever created, as far as I know. This one belonged to the Black family, passed down through generations, used to record transactions that couldn't be written anywhere else. What kind of transactions? The kind that would end lives if discovered. Ragnarok pulled the book from the shelf, handling it with reverence. Illegal trades. Ministry bribes. Debts owed to dark powers. Assassinations contracted and paid for. Every dirty secret the Blacks accumulated over centuries, it's all in here. Harry stared at the book. It seemed to pulse with its own light, its own heartbeat. Why is it here? Marius Black deposited it before he was disowned. Probably thought it would be safer with goblins than with his family. Ragnarok opened the cover, revealing pages covered in handwriting that shifted as Harry watched. The magic on this is extraordinary. It only reveals its contents to those with black blood. Anyone else would see blank pages, or worse. Can I read it? You can try. But Harry, Ragnarok's voice grew serious. This book contains knowledge that has destroyed families. Knowledge that people have killed to possess. If you open it, you become responsible for what's inside. For the secrets. For the debts. For the obligations that span generations. Harry didn't hesitate. I'm already responsible. This alley, these people, they're mine now. If there's something in that book that can help me protect them, I need to know. He reached out and took the ledger. The moment his fingers touched the cover, his scar erupted in pain, white-hot, blinding, overwhelming. He screamed, or tried to, but no sound came out. The world dissolved into images, voices, moments that weren't his. A woman with dark hair and darker eyes, laughing as she handed a bag of gold to a man in ministry robes. Asterisk. A man with a cruel smile, whispering instructions to a figure hidden in shadow. Asterisk. A child, no, a baby, screaming as green light filled a room. Asterisk. A goblin, ancient beyond measure, sealing a contract with blood. Asterisk. A name, whispered over and over, Marius. 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 Asterisk. Then nothing. Harry opened his eyes to find himself on the floor, Ragnarok kneeling beside him, Mipsy hovering in the background with tears streaming down her wrinkled face. You're alive, the goblin said. It wasn't a question. What? Harry's voice cracked. What happened? The ledger accepted you. The black blood recognized its own. Ragnarok helped him sit up. But it's more than that. The ledger doesn't just contain secrets, it contains power. Generations of dark magic, accumulated and stored. By claiming it, you've claimed that power as well. Harry looked at the book, still clutched in his hands. Its cover seemed less threatening now, almost familiar, almost welcoming. "Show me," he said. "Show me what's inside." The shadow ledger revealed horrors. Pages and pages of them. Transactions that made Harry's stomach turn. Children sold to dark creatures, murders arranged for political gain, artifacts created using sacrifices that defied comprehension. The Blacks had been involved in every dark corner of wizarding Britain for centuries, and they'd recorded it all in meticulous detail. But amidst the horror, Harry found something else. Leverage. Ministry officials who'd taken bribes. Aurors who'd looked the other way. Wizards and witches in positions of power who owed their careers, their lives, to Black family intervention. The ledger named names, listed dates, provided evidence that would destroy careers and end lives if it ever became public. This is, Harry trailed off, unable to find words. Weaponized information, Ragnarok finished. The most dangerous kind. With this, you could bring down half the ministry. Destroy families that have stood for centuries. Start wars that would consume magical Britain. I don't want to start wars. No, but you might need to prevent them. Ragnarok pointed to an entry near the middle of the book. Look at this. Harry read. Asterisk the 12th of September 1978 arranged meeting between Augustus Rookwood, Unspeakable, and Antonin Dolohov, Death Eater. Facilitated exchange of information regarding Department of Mysteries security protocols. Payment, 5,000 galleons, delivered to Black family account via proxy. Rookwood's loyalty now compromised. Useful for future leverage. Asterisk. Rookwood, Harry murmured. He's still at the ministry. He was arrested after the Dark Lord's fall, but released for lack of evidence. Now he works as a consultant, unofficially, for certain departments. Including the Auror office. Harry's mind raced. If Rookwood had been compromised, if he'd passed information to Death Eaters before Voldemort's fall, that meant he might still be compromised. Might still be passing information to someone. Can we prove this? The ledger is proof. Magically binding, legally admissible in Wizengamot proceedings. Ragnarok's eyes glittered. If we ever need to neutralize Rookwood, or anyone else in this book, we have the means. Harry closed the ledger and set it carefully on the table. I need to think about this, he said. About what it means. What I should do with it. Take your time. The secrets have waited centuries. They can wait a little longer. But the secrets couldn't wait forever. 3 days later, a visitor arrived at the registry. He was tall, thin, dressed in nondescript robes that screamed, ministry official, to anyone who knew how to look. His face was pleasant enough, kind eyes, a gentle smile, but his presence made Harry's scar prickle with warning. I'm looking for the person in charge, he said to Ragnarok. The one behind Knockturn Holdings. Ragnarok's expression didn't change. I handle registry matters. If you have business with a holding company, you can file the appropriate forms. The man smiled. Let's skip the dance, shall we? I know about the acquisitions. I know about the shopkeepers. I know about the Cartwrights' debts. He leaned forward. And I know that whoever's behind it all is operating without ministry oversight. That's concerning. Is it? It could be. Or it could be an opportunity. The man reached into his robes and produced a card. My name is Thaddeus Nook. I work for the Department of Mysteries. And I think we should talk. Harry met with Nook that night, in the registry's back room. The Unspeakable, for that's what he was, Harry had learned, sat across from him, studying the small figure in the shadow cloak with undisguised curiosity. You're younger than I expected. Everyone says that. Nook laughed, a genuine sound, surprisingly warm. I imagine they do. Though I doubt many people get close enough to say anything at all. Harry didn't respond. He was still trying to figure out why his scar was burning. It had been doing that since Nook arrived, a low-grade throb that warned of danger without specifying the source. You're wondering why I'm here, Nook continued. Let me explain. The Department of Mysteries has interests in Knockturn Alley. Has had for centuries. Not control. We're not foolish enough to think we could control this place. But interests. Observations. A finger on the pulse. And the pulse has changed. Dramatically. Someone has acquired significant property holdings. Disrupted established power structures. Protected vulnerable shopkeepers. Nook's eyes sharpened. Someone has introduced order to chaos. And that, young sir, is very interesting indeed. Why? Because chaos serves certain purposes. It keeps the families fighting each other instead of uniting against common enemies. It ensures that dark artifacts and illegal potions flow through channels we can monitor, imperfectly, but adequately. It provides a pressure release for the darker elements of our society. Nook leaned forward. Order changes that. Order consolidates power. Order creates the potential for something new, something that might threaten the balance we've maintained for centuries. Harry understood. You're here to decide if I'm a threat. I'm here to decide if you're a threat we need to eliminate, or a resource we can't utilize. Nook spread his hands. The department prefers the latter, when possible. Elimination is messy. Utilization is elegant. And if I refuse to be utilized? Nook smiled again. Let's cross that bridge if we come to it. They talked for hours. Nook asked questions, probing, careful questions that circled around Harry's identity without ever demanding it directly. Harry answered with half-truths and deflections, revealing nothing while appearing to reveal everything. It was a dance, and both of them knew it. By the end, Nook seemed satisfied. You're not what I expected, he admitted. I thought I'd find a power-hungry pure blood, someone looking to resurrect old glories. Instead, I find. He paused. I'm not sure what I find. But I don't think you're a threat to the department's interests. I'm not. Perhaps. Or perhaps you're simply better at hiding than most. Nook stood. Here's what I propose. The department will maintain its current posture, observation, not intervention. We'll continue to monitor your activities, but we won't interfere. In return, you'll keep us informed of any developments that might affect national security. Like Death Eater activity. Like dark artifacts that could be used in terrorist attacks. Like anything that threatens the stability of magical Britain. Nook met Harry's eyes. You're building something here. I don't know what, and I don't need to. But I do know that stability serves both our interests. Chaos helps no one, except those who profit from destruction. Harry considered. An alliance with the Department of Mysteries was dangerous. They were the most secretive, most powerful branch of the ministry. But it was also useful. Having a friend in high places could protect him from the enemies he was making. Agreed, he said finally. But I have conditions. Nook's eyebrows rose. Conditions. I stay anonymous. The department doesn't investigate me, doesn't try to identify me, doesn't share information about me with anyone. In return, I'll share information that matters, when I decide it matters. That's unusual. Take it or leave it. Nook studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. You're going to be trouble, he said. I can tell. But I think you're trouble we can work with. He extended his hand. Agreed. Harry shook it. After Nook left, Ragnarok emerged from the shadows where he'd been listening. An unspeakable. Allying with an unspeakable. He shook his head. You have more courage than sense, child. Or more sense than courage. Harry pulled off the shadow cloak, suddenly exhausted. He's right about one thing. Chaos helps no one except those who profit from destruction. The Death Eaters profit from destruction. The families profit from fear. If we can create stability, real stability, with rules and protections and consequences, we take away their power. And in exchange, you feed information to the ministry. Selectively. Carefully. Information that hurts our enemies and helps our friends. Harry met Ragnarok's gaze. I'm not becoming their puppet. I'm using them the same way they're trying to use me. The goblin was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. You're learning, he said. Faster than I expected. I had a good teacher. The next morning, Harry returned to the Shadow Ledger. He'd been avoiding it since the initial reading, overwhelmed by the weight of its secrets. But Nook's visit had changed something. Made him realize that information was power, maybe the most important power of all. He opened the book and began to read in earnest. Page after page of secrets. Some were ancient, irrelevant to the current situation. Others were recent, very recent, and directly relevant to the alley he was trying to control. A ministry official named Crouch had accepted bribes to look the other way during Death Eater raids. A family named Malfoy had funded dark artifact research through proxies. A wizard named Snape had spied for both sides during the war, his loyalties so tangled that even the ledger couldn't track them. And there, near the back, an entry that made Harry's blood run cold. Asterisk the 15th of October 1981 arranged placement of infant Potter with Muggle relatives. Dumbledore's orders. Lily Potter's blood protection requires sacrifice of child's well-being for greater good. Muggle relatives selected for their cruelty ensures Harry will have nowhere else to turn when called upon. Dumbledore's plan. Raise the boy in suffering, mold him into weapon, deploy him against remaining Death Eaters when the time is right. Black family resources used to facilitate placement. Marius's trust accessed without authorization. This must never be discovered. Asterisk. Harry read the words 3 times. Then a fourth. The Dursleys hadn't taken him in by accident. They'd been chosen because they were cruel, because they would make him suffer, because suffering would shape him into the weapon Dumbledore wanted. His whole life, the cupboard, the hunger, the loneliness, had been planned. He closed the ledger and sat in silence for a long time. Mipsy found him there, hours later, still staring at nothing. Young master. Her voice trembled. Young master is sick. No. Harry's voice was hollow. No, I'm not sick. But he was. Sick with a rage he'd never felt before. Sick with knowledge that changed everything he thought he knew about his life. Dumbledore. The headmaster of Hogwarts. The man everyone said was the greatest wizard of the age. He'd done this. He'd arranged for Harry to suffer, to starve, to be forgotten in a cupboard under the stairs. For the greater good. Asterisk. The phrase echoed in Harry's mind, and with it came a cold certainty. He would never trust Albus Dumbledore. Never. Not for any reason, not under any circumstances. And someday, when he was strong enough, when his power was complete, he would make Dumbledore pay. The weeks that followed were a blur of activity. Harry threw himself into the work with an intensity that alarmed even Ragnarok. He acquired more properties, 15 more in 3 weeks, bringing his total to over 40. He expanded his network of informants, using the Shadow Ledger's secrets to recruit people who owed the Blacks favors. He strengthened his alliance with the Department of Mysteries, passing carefully curated information that weakened his enemies while strengthening his position. And he watched Dumbledore. From a distance, through proxies, never revealing his interest. He learned about the headmaster's habits, his allies, his weaknesses. He learned about the Order of the Phoenix, the secret society Dumbledore had created to fight Voldemort. He learned about the prophecy that had marked him for death, the reason Voldemort had come to Godric's Hollow that night. The more he learned, the colder he became. Dumbledore hadn't just arranged his suffering. Dumbledore had known about the prophecy. Had known that Voldemort would target the Potters. Had done nothing to stop it, or worse, had let it happen, trusting that some greater good would emerge from the ashes. The rage didn't fade. It calcified, hardened into something permanent. But Harry didn't let it show. He smiled at the right times. Spoke in the right tones. Played the role of the mysterious Shadow King who cared only about controlling Knockturn Alley. No one suspected the depth of his fury. No one knew that behind the mask, a 7-year-old boy was planning revenge against the most powerful wizard in the world. Spring came to Knockturn Alley. The gas lamps still burned with their eerie flames. The shadows still clung to every corner. But something had changed. The shopkeepers walked a little taller. The customers spent a little more freely. The fear that had choked the alley for generations had loosened its grip. Harry stood at the registry's window, watching the evening crowds. 43 properties now, nearly a third of the alley. The Cartwrights were in retreat, their debts crippling, their influence shrinking. Borgin had reached out, cautiously, tentatively, about a potential alliance. Even the Death Eaters had grown quiet, uncertain how to respond to the new power in their midst. Mipsy appeared at his side, a cup of tea in her trembling hands. Young master should rest. Young master works too hard. Harry accepted the tea, though he didn't drink it. I'm fine, Mipsy. Mipsy sees. Mipsy knows. The house elf's large eyes filled with tears. Young master carries heavy weight. Too heavy for one so small. Harry looked at her, at this strange creature who'd given him loyalty without asking anything in return. She didn't know about the ledger, about Dumbledore, about the rage that burned in his chest. But she saw his exhaustion. Saw the toll this life was taking. I have to, he said quietly. There's no one else. Mipsy could help. Mipsy could carry some of the weight. You already do. More than you know. The house elf beamed through her tears, and Harry felt something shift inside him. Not the rage, that was permanent now. But something else. Something that might, in time, become warmth. He set down the tea and pulled the shadow cloak from its hook. Where is young master going? To walk. To think. He paused at the door. I'll be back before dawn. The alley welcomed him like an old friend. He walked its length, past shops he owned and shops he didn't, past faces he knew and faces he'd never seen. The shadows wrapped around him, protecting him, hiding him. In the darkness, he was safe. But in the light, in the world of Dumbledore and prophecies and greater goods, he was anything but. He stopped outside Hecuba's shop. Through the window, he could see her arranging her displays, moving with the ease of someone who no longer feared losing everything. A customer browsed her shelves. Another waited at the counter. Business was good. This, Harry thought. This is why I do it. Not for power. Not for revenge. For this. But even as he thought it, the ledger's words echoed in his mind. Dumbledore's plan. The suffering he'd endured. The weapon they'd tried to make him. Revenge wasn't the goal, but it might be a necessary step. He turned and walked back toward the registry, the shadows trailing behind him like a cloak. The Shadow King had work to do. Chapter 6 Silent Reforms. May arrived in Knockturn Alley with unseasonable heat. The cobblestones radiated warmth long after sunset, and the gas lamps seemed to burn brighter, as if eager to compete with the lingering daylight. Shopkeepers kept their doors open later, hoping to catch evening customers, and the taverns did brisk business with those seeking escape from stuffy rooms. Harry noticed the change, but it barely registered. His world had narrowed to a single focus, the reforms he'd been planning for months, now ready to implement. The shadow ledger sat on the desk before him, open to a page covered in his own handwriting, notes, plans, strategies for transforming Knockturn Alley from a den of chaos into something controlled. Something sustainable. Something his. Ragnarok entered without knocking, a scroll in his hand. The last of the leases is signed. 47 properties now. You control nearly 40% of the alley. Harry didn't look up from his notes. And the Cartwrights. Fracturing. Marcus wants to fight. Corvus wants to negotiate. Septimus is drinking himself into oblivion and muttering about revenge. The goblin set the scroll on the desk. They've missed 2 debt payments. By the terms of the contracts you acquired, you can now demand immediate repayment in full, or seize their assets as collateral. I know. Are you going to? Harry finally looked up. His eyes, Ragnarok noted, had changed over the months. The fear was gone. The uncertainty was gone. What remained was something older, harder, something that belonged in a general's tent, not a child's body. Not yet. Let them twist a little longer. Desperation makes people careless. Ragnarok nodded, approving. And Borgin's waiting to see which way the wind blows. He'll ally with whoever looks strongest. Harry turned back to his notes. Which is why we need to look strong. Unassailable. Like trying to fight us would be suicide. And how do we accomplish that? Harry smiled. It wasn't a pleasant expression. We show them what order looks like. The first reform was the simplest, standardized rents. For centuries, shopkeepers in Knockturn Alley had paid whatever their landlords demanded, with no consistency and no recourse. The Cartwrights charged different rates to different shops based on nothing but whim. Borgin adjusted his prices based on how much he thought a tenant could bear. The chaos benefited only the powerful. Harry changed that. Every property under Knockturn Holdings now had the same rent structure. A base rate calculated on square footage and location, with increases capped at 3% per year. No exceptions. No negotiations. No surprises. The shopkeepers who'd already signed celebrated. Those who hadn't grew curious. It's not charity, Harry explained to Ragnarok as they reviewed the new rate schedules. It's predictability. When people know what they'll owe, they can plan. They can invest. They can grow their businesses instead of just surviving. And when the Cartwrights hear about this, let them. They can't match it. Their whole operation is built on uncertainty, on keeping people off balance so they never fight back. Harry marked another. Property for acquisition. We're offering something they can't. Stability. The second reform was protection. Real protection, not the kind the families sold. Harry established a security force. Not thugs in the Cartwright mold, but trained professionals. Retired Aurors like Alara Vance, curse breakers like Thorn, and a rotating roster of witches and wizards who knew how to handle themselves in a fight. Their job wasn't to intimidate. It was to protect. If a shopkeeper has trouble, a customer who won't leave, a rival who threatens them, a family member trying to collect protection money, they call us, Harry instructed. We show up. We de-escalate if possible. We remove the threat if necessary. And we do it consistently. What about the families? Vance asked. They won't take kindly to losing their collection privileges. The families can adapt or they can fight. Either way, we're ready. Harry met her eyes. But we don't start fights. We finish them. Vance nodded slowly. That's a fine line, I know. But it's the only line that keeps us from becoming what we're replacing. The third reform was the most controversial, a ban on certain kinds of trade. Harry had spent weeks studying the Shadow Ledger, cataloging the transactions that crossed lines even he couldn't accept. Children sold to dark creatures. Artifacts created using human sacrifice. Poisons designed to cause maximum suffering before death. These weren't just crimes, they were evil. And he wouldn't allow them in his alley. We're going to publish a list, he told Ragnarok. Prohibited items and transactions. Anyone caught dealing in them loses their lease. Immediately. No warnings, no appeals. The goblin's expression was unreadable. You realize this will make enemies. People who've traded in these things for decades won't simply stop because you tell them to. I know. But they'll stop in my alley, or they'll leave. Harry's voice was calm, but there was steel beneath it. I'm not trying to reform the whole world. Just this piece of it. And when they leave, when they set up shop elsewhere and continue their trade, that's someone else's problem. For now, Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. You're not what I expected when we started this. What did you expect? Someone who wanted power for its own sake. Someone who'd become another Cartwright, maybe more competent, but essentially the same. The goblin shook his head. But you're building something different. Something I'm not sure I understand. Harry thought about the cupboard. About the Dursleys. About the Ledger's revelation that his suffering had been planned. I know what it's like to be powerless, he said quietly. To have no control over your own life. To be at the mercy of people who don't care if you live or die. He met Ragnarok's eyes. I don't want that for anyone else. Not in my alley. Ragnarok was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Then let's make sure no one ever does. The reforms rolled out over the following weeks. Standardized rents went into effect on the 1st of June. Shopkeepers who'd been paying wildly different amounts suddenly had clarity, and in most cases, their payments decreased. Word spread quickly. More shopkeepers approached the registry, asking about leases. The security force began regular patrols. Not heavy-handed, not intrusive, just a visible presence that reminded people someone was watching. When a Cartwright enforcer tried to collect protection from a shop that had signed with Knockturn Holdings, Vance appeared within minutes. The enforcer left with a broken wand and a message to pass along. The banned items list caused the most stir. Several longtime dealers packed up and left rather than comply. Others grumbled but adapted, shifting their inventory to legal, or at least less illegal, merchandise. A few tested the boundaries and found themselves evicted, their shops sealed, their goods confiscated. Where did the confiscated items go? Thorn asked, after helping clear out a shop that had been selling cursed jewelry. Destroyed, if possible. Harry examined a necklace that pulsed with sickly light. If not, secured. There's a vault at Gringotts, Ragnarok arranged it. And the dealers? Blacklisted. They can't lease any Knockturn Holdings property. They can't do business with any shopkeeper who leases from us. They're effectively banned from the alley. Thorn whistled. That's harsh. It's necessary. Some lines don't get crossed twice. Mid-June brought a visitor Harry hadn't expected. Borgin. The shopkeeper arrived at the registry alone, dressed in his finest robes, carrying a leather portfolio that probably contained more dark secrets than the average library. He requested an audience with whoever's in charge, and waited with the patience of someone who'd learned that rushing things only made them worse. Harry watched him through a hidden panel, studying the man who'd been a power in Knockturn Alley for decades. Borgin was older than he looked. Magic preserved him, but his eyes held the weight of years. Those eyes scanned the registry's front room, missing nothing, cataloging every detail. He's dangerous, Ragnar murmured at Harry's side. More dangerous than the Cartwrights combined. I know. Are you going to meet with him? Yes. Harry pulled on the shadow cloak, adjusting the hood to hide his face completely. But on my terms. In my space. With my people watching. They met in the registry's back room, the same room where Harry had planned the acquisitions, studied the ledger, built his empire. Borgin sat across from him, his expression carefully neutral. Thank you for seeing me. Harry didn't respond. Let the silence stretch. Let Borgin feel the weight of who held power here. You've accomplished impressive things, Borgin continued. In a very short time. The rents, the security, the prohibitions. He said the last word carefully, as if testing its weight. I'll admit, I didn't think you'd last this long. And now I think we need to talk. Borgin leaned forward slightly. You've disrupted the established order. The Cartwrights are crumbling. Other families are nervous. Even my own position has become uncertain. Uncertain how? I've lost tenants. 3 of them, so far, shopkeepers who chose your leases over mine. More are considering it. Borgin's eyes narrowed. If this continues, I'll be left with a handful of properties and no influence. That's not acceptable. Harry understood. This was a negotiation, maybe a threat, depending on how it went. What do you want? Clarity. Certainty. A understanding between us. Borgin spread his hands. I don't need to control the alley. I never did. I need to run my business, legitimately, profitably, without interference. If you can guarantee that, I can guarantee cooperation. Cooperation how? Information, connections, access to markets you don't yet reach. Borgin's smile was thin. I've been in Knockturn Alley for 40 years. I know things, about people, about families, about the ministry, that could be useful to someone in your position. Harry considered. Borgin was offering an alliance. But Borgin was also a survivor, someone who'd bend with whatever wind blew strongest. If Harry looked weak, Borgin would betray him in a heartbeat. Here's my offer, Harry said. You keep your current properties. You pay standard rent, the same as everyone else. You comply with the banned items list, no exceptions. In return, you get the same protections as any other tenant. And you share information, freely, without being asked, about anything that threatens the stability of this alley. Borgin's expression flickered. That's generous. It's practical. I don't want to destroy you. I want to integrate you. Make you part of the new order instead of an enemy of it. And if I refuse, then you become a competitor. And competitors, in my experience, eventually become casualties. Harry's voice was calm, but the words carried weight. I'd prefer not to go that route. But I will if I have to. Borgin was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. You're not what I expected. Everyone says that. I imagine they do. Borgin extended his hand. Agreed. On all terms. Harry shook it. After Borgin left, Ragnar emerged from his hiding spot. An alliance with Borgin. That's unexpected. He'll betray us the moment it benefits him. Then why? Because until that moment, he's useful. And when that moment comes, we'll be ready. Harry pulled off the shadow cloak. The key is to make sure betraying us never benefits him. To make loyalty more valuable than treachery. Ragnar considered this. And how do you do that? By being predictable. By keeping our word. By making sure that people who cooperate thrive, and people who don't. Harry met the goblin's eyes. Borgin survived this long by reading the room. We need to make sure the room always reads the same way. Cooperation good, opposition bad. That's a lot of pressure on a 7-year-old. I'm not 7 anymore. I'm 8 next month. Ragnar laughed, a genuine sound, surprising them both. So you are. Happy early birthday. Harry smiled. It was small, but it was real. July brought more changes. With Borgin's cooperation, and his information, Harry expanded his acquisitions into new areas. Properties that had been held by minor families suddenly became available, their owners persuaded by a combination of fair offers and subtle pressure. The network of protected shops grew to over 60, more than half the alley. The security force expanded too. Vance recruited former Aurors, curse breakers, even a few retired hit wizards who were bored with peaceful life. They patrolled in pairs, visible but not threatening, and the crime rate in Knockturn Holdings properties dropped to nearly zero. The banned items list was updated monthly, based on intelligence from Borgen and the Department of Mysteries. Items that posed genuine threats, cursed objects that could kill, potions that caused permanent harm, were prohibited. Lesser evils were tolerated, within limits. "We're not trying to create a utopia," Harry told a gathering of shopkeepers. It was his first public appearance, still hooded, still anonymous, but present. "We're trying to create a place where people can do business without fear. Where the rules are clear and the consequences are consistent. That's all." The shopkeepers murmured among themselves. Some were skeptical. Most were hopeful. A few, the ones who'd suffered most under the old order, had tears in their eyes. Hecuba stepped forward. "Who are you?" she asked. "Really? We see you in that cloak, we hear your voice, but we don't know your name. We don't know your face." Harry paused. This was the moment he'd dreaded, the question he couldn't answer without revealing too much. "I'm no one," he said finally. "That's the point. The Shadow King isn't a person, he's an idea. An idea that this alley can be different. That the people who live and work here deserve better than what they've had. And when you're gone, when the idea fades, then you become the idea. You protect each other. You enforce the rules. You make sure that what we've built doesn't crumble." Harry looked around at the gathered faces. "I'm not building an empire. I'm building a foundation. What you do with it is up to you." Silence. Then, slowly, applause. August brought the first real test of the new order. The Cartwrights, fractured and desperate, made their move. Not against Harry, they still couldn't find him. Not against the registry, it was too well protected. Against the shopkeepers. The vulnerable ones. The ones who dared to hope. 3 shops were firebombed in one night. 2 more were broken into, their inventory destroyed. A young witch who'd been outspoken in her support of the new leases was attacked on her way home, badly injured, but alive. Harry learned of it within hours. By dawn, he was in the registry's back room, surrounded by his inner circle, his expression colder than anyone had ever seen it. "Septimus Cartwright," Vance reported. "He's been drinking for weeks, muttering about revenge. Last night, he gathered a half-dozen of his thugs and went on a rampage. Marcus and Corvus, publicly denouncing him, claiming he acted alone, without their knowledge or approval." Vance's lip curled. "They're trying to distance themselves from the fallout. It won't work." Harry's voice was quiet, but it carried weight. "The Cartwrights are responsible for each other. If one of them attacks us, all of them pay. What are you going to do?" Harry was silent for a long moment. Around him, his people waited: Vance, Thorn, Ragnarok, Mipsy. They'd seen him plan, negotiate, build. They'd never seen him retaliate. "Septimus dies," he said finally. "Tonight." The room went still. "Harry," Ragnarok started. "No. This isn't negotiation. This isn't leverage. This is an attack on innocent people, people who trusted us to protect them. If we don't respond, decisively, visibly, that trust dies. And without trust, we have nothing. Murder. Justice." Harry met Ragnarok's eyes. "Septimus Cartwright has killed before. Dozens of times, over the years. The ledger proves it. He's tortured. He's burned. He's destroyed families. If we let him walk away from this, we're no better than the families we replaced." No one spoke. Finally, Vance nodded. "I'll handle it." "No. I will." "You can't." "I can. And I will." Harry stood, pulling on the shadow cloak. "Septimus Cartwright needs to know who's taking him. Needs to understand that the Shadow King is real, and that the Shadow King protects his own. You're 8 years old. Septimus doesn't know that. And by the time he figures it out, it won't matter." Harry moved toward the door. "Vance, you're with me. Thorn, secure the perimeter. Ragnarok, start the paperwork. I want the Cartwrights, remaining assets seized by morning. And if Marcus and Corvus resist, then they join their brother." They found Septimus in a warehouse near the West End, surrounded by empty bottles and the remnants of his rampage. He was alone. His thugs had abandoned him when they realized how much trouble he'd caused, and the other Cartwrights had made it clear he was on his own. He sat in the corner, muttering to himself, his wand loose in his hand. Harry entered silently, the shadow cloak making him invisible in the darkness. Vance waited outside, ready to intervene if things went wrong. Septimus looked up as Harry approached. His eyes were bloodshot, unfocused, but something in them sharpened as he peered into the shadows. Who's there? Harry stopped a few feet away and pulled back his hood. Septimus stared. Then he laughed, a horrible, broken sound. A child. The great Shadow King is a child. He lurched to his feet, wand coming up. You think this changes anything? You think I'm afraid of? The wand flew from his hand. Harry hadn't moved, hadn't spoken, but the shadows around him had shifted, coalesced, solidified, become something more than absence of light. They wrapped around Septimus's wand arm, holding it in place. You attacked my people, Harry said. His voice was calm, conversational. You burned their shops. You hurt them. Your people. Septimus spat. They're nobody. Vermin. They exist to serve families like mine. No. They exist to live their lives. To run their businesses. To be left alone. Harry stepped closer. The shadows moved with him, responding to something even he didn't fully understand. You took that from them. And now I'm taking something from you. Septimus's eyes widened. You can't. I'm a Cartwright, my brothers will. Your brothers are already planning to disavow you. By morning, they'll have publicly condemned your actions and offered reparations to the victims. They'll survive. You won't. The shadows tightened. Septimus gasped, struggling against them. Please. You didn't give them a choice. I'm not giving you one either. The shadows closed in. When they receded, Septimus Cartwright was gone. Not dead, not exactly. But gone. Removed from the world in a way that even the most skilled healers couldn't reverse. Harry stood in the empty warehouse for a long moment, breathing hard. His scar was burning, his whole body trembling. He'd just killed a man. Or something like killing. He wasn't sure what the shadows had done, only that Septimus would never hurt anyone again. Vance appeared in the doorway. It's done. It's done. She looked at him, at this impossible child who'd just ended a life with powers no one understood. Her expression was unreadable. We need to go. The others will be here soon. Harry nodded and pulled the hood back over his face. As they left the warehouse, he didn't look back. Dash dash dash. The news spread through Knockturn Alley like wildfire. Septimus Cartwright was gone. Not dead, his body was never found, but gone, vanished as if he'd never existed. The Shadow King had claimed him. The Shadow King had taken him. Marcus and Corvus Cartwright issued a public statement condemning their brother's actions and offering full reparations to the victims of his rampage. They paid for the damaged shops to be rebuilt. They compensated the injured witch's family. They did everything they could to distance themselves from Septimus's fate. It wasn't enough. Within a month, every Cartwright property in Knockturn Alley had been acquired by Knockturn Holdings. The family that had controlled the West End for 3 generations was finished, not destroyed, not killed, but absorbed. Their warehouses became part of Harry's network. Their contacts became his contacts. Their power became his power. Marcus and Corvus retreated to their country estate, licking their wounds and plotting revenge that would never come. They were broken. Everyone knew it. Borgin watched it all with careful eyes. When it was over, he sent a message to the registry. My loyalty is yours. Completely. Forever. Asterisk. Harry read the message and smiled. Not because he believed it, he didn't, but because Borgin's fear was useful. Fear kept people in line. Fear reminded them who held power. But fear alone wasn't enough. Dash dash dash. September brought the first anniversary of Harry's inheritance. He stood in the registry's back room, surrounded by maps and ledgers and reports, and tried to process how much had changed in a year. From a cupboard under the stairs to the ruler of Knockturn Alley. From a forgotten orphan to the Shadow King. Ragnarok entered with a bottle of something that fizzed and sparkled. Goblin fire whiskey. Not for children, normally, but tonight is special. Harry accepted a small glass. The liquid burned going down, but it warmed him in ways he hadn't expected. A year, he said. It doesn't feel real. It's very real. You've accomplished more in 12 months than most wizards accomplish in a lifetime. Ragnarok settled into his usual chair. The alley is stable. The shopkeepers are protected. The families are either allied or destroyed. Even the ministry has stopped complaining. The ministry never complained. They were too busy taking bribes. True. But now they take bribes from you, indirectly, through proxies, and they're much happier with the arrangement. Ragnarok raised his glass. To the Shadow King. Harry didn't drink. He was thinking about the cupboard. About the Dursleys. About the Ledger's revelation that his suffering had been planned. There's still work to do, he said. Dumbledore. Hogwarts. The prophecy. He looked at Ragnarok. This is just the beginning. The goblin's expression sobered. Dumbledore is not the Cartwrights. He's not Borgin. He's the most powerful wizard in the world, with allies and resources you can't imagine. If you go after him, I'm not going after him. Not yet, but I need to be ready. Need to understand him. Need to know what he wants and how to counter it. Harry set down his glass. That's the next phase. Intelligence. Preparation. Building the foundation for whatever comes. And the alley. The alley runs itself now. The systems are in place. The people know what to expect. Harry looked around at the maps and ledgers, the physical evidence of everything he'd built. I'll still be here, still watching, still guiding, but I don't need to be involved in every detail anymore. Ragnarok nodded slowly. You're growing up. I'm 8. That's not what I mean. The goblin leaned forward. When you started this, you were reacting. To the Dursleys, to the inheritance, to the world that had failed you. Now you're planning, strategizing, thinking years ahead instead of days. He smiled. That's growth. That's maturity. That's the difference between a child playing at power and a ruler who actually wields it. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He only knew that Ragnarok was right, that something in him had changed, hardened, become more than it was before. Thank you, he said quietly. For everything. I couldn't have done this without you. Ragnarok waved the words away. You'd have found someone else. You're that kind of person, the kind who attracts loyalty without trying. He stood. But I'll accept the thanks anyway. And I'll offer one piece of advice in return. What's that? Don't forget who you are. Under the cloak, under the titles, under the power. Don't forget the boy who walked into this alley with nothing but a key and a dream. Ragnarok met his eyes. That boy is why people follow you. That boy is why this works. Lose him, and you lose everything. Harry thought about the cupboard. About the hunger. About the nights spent crying alone in the dark. I won't forget, he said. I can't. That night, Harry walked through Knockturn Alley one last time before returning to Privet Drive. The shops were closing. The crowds were thinning. The gas lamps flickered with their usual eerie light. But everything felt different, calmer, safer, more right than it had a year ago. He stopped outside Hecuba's shop. Through the window, he could see her counting the day's takings, a small smile on her face. Business was good. Life was good. The fear that had haunted her for years was gone. She looked up suddenly, as if sensing his presence. Her eyes scanned the darkness outside her window, searching for something she couldn't see. Harry didn't move, didn't breathe. After a moment, she shook her head and returned to her counting. He smiled and walked on. The registry loomed ahead, its windows dark, its doors locked. But Harry knew that inside, Mipsy was waiting with tea and blankets, ready to fuss over him until he agreed to rest. Ragnarok was in his office, reviewing the day's reports. Vance and Thorn were on patrol, keeping the peace. His people, his alley, his kingdom. The portkey activated, and the world twisted. When Harry opened his eyes, he was back in the cupboard. The 14 cracks were still on the ceiling. The spider was still in its corner. The Dursleys were still snoring overhead. But he wasn't the same boy who'd left. He was the Shadow King. And the Shadow King had work to do. Chapter 7 The Wandless Warning. The autumn wind carried whispers through Knockturn Alley. Not the usual whispers, those never stopped. These were different, sharper, more focused. They spoke of a child who commanded shadows, of a power that didn't need wands, of something impossible that had happened in a warehouse near the West End. Harry heard them all. He sat in the registry's back room, Mipsy's tea growing cold at his elbow, and listened to Ragnarok's latest intelligence report. 3 separate sources now, the goblin said, his voice tight with concern. All claiming the same thing, that the Shadow King used wandless magic to destroy Septimus Cartwright. That the shadows themselves obeyed him. That he's more than just a clever property buyer. The shadows didn't destroy him. They just took him somewhere. Somewhere he'll never return from. To the people of this alley, that's the same thing. Ragnarok set down his quill. The question is what we do about the rumors. Harry considered. Part of him wanted to deny everything, to let the mystery deepen, the legend grow. But another part, the part that remembered being small and powerless, understood the danger of being seen as too powerful. Let them talk, he said finally. But we don't confirm or deny. We let the uncertainty work for us. And when someone tests you. When some fool decides to challenge the Shadow King directly. Then we deal with it. The same way we dealt with Septimus. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed. You enjoyed that. It wasn't a question. Harry met his gaze steadily. I enjoyed protecting my people. I enjoyed making sure no one else would hurt them. The method was necessary. That's not what I asked. I know. Harry looked away. But it's the only answer you're getting. The test came sooner than expected. 3 nights after the rumors reached their peak, a wizard named Malachi Thorn, no relation to Harry's curse breaker, arrived at the sinking stoop with a reputation and an attitude. He was young, barely out of his teens, but he'd already made a name for himself in the darker corners of magical Britain. Duels won, rivals humiliated, power accumulated through fear and force. And he wanted the Shadow King. I've heard about this person, he announced to the tavern at large, his voice carrying over the usual murmur of conversation. This so-called king who hides in shadows and commands imaginary powers. I say he's a fraud. I say he's nothing. The tavern went quiet. Hecuba, who'd been enjoying a rare night out with fellow shopkeepers, felt her heart stop. She'd seen what the Shadow King could do. She'd been there the night Septimus Cartwright was taken. If this fool provoked a confrontation. Cat got your tongues. Malachi laughed, gesturing broadly. All of you, trembling like leaves because some mystery man bought a few leases. I've bought leases. That doesn't make me a king. Leave, someone muttered. While you still can. Malachi's eyes scanned the crowd, searching for the speaker. Who said that? Show yourself. No one moved. I thought so. All brave in the shadows, all cowards in the light. He drained his glass and slammed it on the bar. Tell your Shadow King that Malachi Thorn is here. Tell him I'll be at the old dueling grounds tomorrow night, midnight. If he's real, let him come. If he's not, another laugh. Then we'll all know, won't we? He swept out of the tavern, leaving silence in his wake. Harry heard about the challenge within the hour. Vance delivered the news, her expression caught between amusement and concern. Malachi Thorn, 23 years old, 17 confirmed dueling victories, 3 unconfirmed deaths. He's been climbing the ranks of dark wizards for 2 years, looking for someone to topple. And he thinks I'm that someone. He thinks you're a target. A reputation he can steal. Vance shook her head. The boy's arrogant, but he's not stupid. He's chosen the dueling grounds because they're neutral territory, no one can claim he ambushed you. And he's made it public so that if you don't show, everyone knows you're afraid. Clever. Dangerously clever. He's boxed you in. Harry was quiet for a long moment, thinking. The dueling grounds were an old arena near the eastern edge of Knockturn, used for centuries to settle disputes through combat. It was enchanted to prevent lethal magic, supposedly, but everyone knew that accidents happened. That deaths happened. That the grounds had soaked up more blood than most battlefields. If I go, I play his game. If I don't, I lose everything we've built. Yes. Then I go. Vance started to protest, but Harry raised a hand. I'm not going to duel him. Not in the way he expects. But I need to be there. Need to show that the Shadow King doesn't run from challenges. He met her eyes. We'll need a plan. The next 24 hours were a blur of preparation. Harry studied everything Vance could find about Malachi Thorn, his fighting style, his favorite spells, his weaknesses. He practiced with the shadows, testing the strange power that had awakened in him, trying to understand its limits. He consulted with Ragnarok on magical law, ensuring that whatever happened wouldn't create legal vulnerabilities. And he thought about what he was becoming. The boy in the cupboard had been afraid of everything, of Uncle Vernon's fist, of Dudley's friends, of the dark. That boy still existed somewhere inside him, but he was buried deep now, buried under layers of strategy and power and the weight of ruling an alley. Was that good? He didn't know. He only knew that tomorrow night, he might have to kill again. And the thought didn't terrify him the way it should. Don't forget who you are, Ragnarok had said. Harry wasn't sure he remembered anymore. Midnight came with a full moon and a biting wind. The dueling grounds were packed. Word had spread through Knockturn Alley like fire through dry grass, and everyone who could walk had come to see the confrontation. Shopkeepers rubbed shoulders with criminals. Families that had been enemies for generations stood side by side, united by curiosity. At the center of the grounds, Malachi Thorn waited. He'd dressed for the occasion, fine robes of deep crimson, his wand polished to a gleam, his posture radiating confidence. Around him, supporters cheered and taunted in equal measure, building anticipation. "He's not coming," someone shouted. "Shadow King's a coward. Show yourself, fraud." Malachi smiled, basking in the crowd's energy. "Perhaps our mysterious king prefers to rule from the shadows. Too bad, in Knockturn, you have to step into the light eventually." A voice came from everywhere and nowhere at once. "I'm here." The crowd went silent. Harry stepped out of the shadows at the edge of the dueling grounds. He wore the shadow cloak, as always, its folds concealing every detail of his form. But something was different tonight. The shadows around him seemed thicker, darker, almost alive. They clung to him like loyal servants, moving when he moved, breathing when he breathed. Malachi's smile faltered for just a moment. Then it returned, wider than before. "So the ghost appears. Come to play, have you?" Harry walked forward, his pace unhurried. The crowd parted before him, no one willing to stand in his path. He stopped 20 feet from Malachi, the traditional dueling distance, and waited. "You challenged me," he said. "I'm here." "Good. Then let's skip the formalities." Malachi raised his wand. "Shall we begin?" "No." The word hung in the air, simple and absolute. Malachi's eyes narrowed. "No. You don't get to refuse. A challenge issued is a challenge accepted, by the old laws. If you walk away now." "I'm not walking away. I'm offering you a choice." Harry's voice carried clearly despite its quiet volume. "Leave Knockturn Alley tonight, never return, and live." Laughter erupted from Malachi's supporters. Even some in the crowd chuckled nervously. But Malachi himself didn't laugh. He was watching the shadows, watching the way they moved around this mysterious figure, the way they seemed to respond. "You think you can threaten me?" he asked, but his voice had lost some of its confidence. "I'm not threatening. I'm warning." Harry spread his hands, empty and visible. "I have no wand. I have no weapon. I have only what I am. And what I am is more than you can handle." Bold words from a man who won't fight. "I'll fight if I must. But I'd rather not." Harry's head tilted slightly. "You're young, talented. You could build something real with your abilities, something that lasts. Why throw that away for a reputation?" Malachi's face twisted. "You think you can lecture me? You, who hides behind a cloak and rumors. I've earned everything I have, through blood and courage and willingness to risk everything. What have you done? Bought some leases. Made some shopkeepers love you." He spat on the ground. "That's not power. That's charity." The crowd murmured. Malachi's words had struck a chord. There were plenty in Knockturn who still believed power came only through violence. Harry stood motionless for a long moment. Then he moved. Not toward Malachi, toward the edge of the dueling grounds, where a heavy wooden post marked the boundary. He stopped before it and raised one hand. The shadows gathered. They came from everywhere, from the corners of the grounds, from the spaces between buildings, from the darkness under the crowd's feet. They flowed toward Harry like water seeking level, swirling around him, climbing the post, covering it in absolute black. Then they tightened. The post groaned, splintered, and with a crack that echoed through the silent grounds, it snapped, broken in half by pressure no one could see. Harry lowered his hand. The shadows retreated, flowing back to their usual places as if nothing had happened. "That's what I am," he said quietly. "Not a dueler. Not a fighter. Something else. And I'm offering you one chance to walk away." The silence was absolute. Malachi Thorne stared at the broken post. His wand hand trembled slightly, barely noticeable, but Harry saw it. Everyone saw it. "You're bluffing," Malachi whispered. "There's no spell that. I don't use spells." Malachi's eyes widened. He looked at the post. At the shadows. At the small figure in the cloak who had just demonstrated power no one in the crowd had ever seen. Then he did something that surprised everyone. He laughed. Not a mocking laugh, a relieved one. A laugh that said, "I understand now." He lowered his wand and spread his empty hands. "You're real," he said. "The power is real. I thought," he shook his head. "I thought it was all stories. All exaggeration. But you're actually," he stopped, searching for words. "I'm not stupid enough to fight that." Harry didn't relax, but something in his posture shifted. "Then you'll leave." "I'll leave." Malachi tucked his wand away. "But I'll remember this. Remember that there's something in Knockturn Alley that doesn't play by the usual rules." He met Harry's eyes, or tried to, through the shadow of the hood. Someday, that might be useful to know. He turned and walked away, his supporters trailing behind him in confused silence. The crowd watched him go. Then, slowly, they turned back to the small figure in the cloak. Harry didn't stay for their questions. He stepped backward into the shadows, and they swallowed him whole. The registry was quiet when Harry returned. He collapsed into a chair, his whole body trembling. The post-breaking had taken something out of him, more than he wanted to admit. His scar throbbed with a dull ache, and his vision kept blurring at the edges. Mipsy appeared with tea and blankets, fussing and clucking until he agreed to drink. Young Master pushed too hard, she scolded. Young Master used too much power. Mipsy can see, young Master is drained. I'm fine. Mipsy knows when young Master lies. But she settled beside him, her wrinkled hand patting his knee. Young Master was very brave. Very strong. The bad man ran away. He wasn't bad. Just young and stupid. Stupid people can still be bad. Mipsy's eyes were ancient. Mipsy has seen many stupid people do very bad things. Harry didn't argue. He was too tired. Ragnarok found them like that an hour later, Harry half asleep in the chair, Mipsy guarding him like a mother dragon. The rumors will be impossible now, the goblin said quietly. After tonight, everyone will know the Shadow King commands powers no one understands. Is that bad? Not bad. Just complicated. Power attracts attention. Attention brings enemies. Ragnarok settled into his own chair. But it also brings allies. And allies, properly managed, are worth more than enemies are dangerous. Harry nodded groggily. Malachi Thorn might be useful someday. He said he'd remember tonight. He will. And when he's older, when he's built something of his own, that memory might translate into loyalty. Ragnarok smiled. You didn't just defeat a challenger tonight. You made a potential friend. I wasn't trying to. That's why it worked. The weeks that followed were quieter than Harry expected. Malachi Thorn left Knockturn Alley as promised, and the story of his departure spread through every level of magical society. The Shadow King became legend, not just a clever property buyer, but a figure of genuine power, someone who could break wooden posts with shadows and make arrogant young duelists walk away without a fight. Shopkeepers who'd been hesitant about signing leases suddenly became eager. Families who'd been considering resistance reconsidered. Even Borgin seemed more respectful, his messages to the registry tinged with genuine awe. But Harry noticed something else. The children of Knockturn Alley started looking at him differently. They were few, the alley wasn't a place for families, generally, but they existed. Children of shopkeepers, mostly, who helped in their parents' stores after dark. Children of criminals, sometimes, who'd grown up surrounded by violence and learned to survive early. Children who'd never had anyone to look up to. Now they looked at Harry. Not knowing who he was, of course, the shadow cloak protected that. But knowing that someone like him existed. Someone young, they could tell, somehow, despite the cloak, who'd become powerful without becoming cruel. Someone who protected instead of threatened. Young Master has followers, Mipsy observed one evening, watching through the registry's window as a group of children played in the alley below. Little ones who want to be like young Master when they grow up. Harry watched them too. A boy of maybe 6, darting between shadows. A girl of 9, organizing the others into some kind of game. A toddler sitting on a doorstep, watching everything with wide eyes. He stopped. I don't want followers. I want. What? I want them to be safe. To have choices. To not grow up afraid the way I did. Harry turned from the window. That's all. Mipsy's eyes filled with tears. Young Master has a good heart. Very good heart. Harry didn't feel like he had a good heart. He felt tired and old and far too young all at once. But Mipsy's words warmed something inside him anyway. December brought snow and the anniversary of his first walk through the alley. Harry marked it quietly, alone in the registry's back room, reviewing the year's accomplishments. 47 properties. A security force that actually protected people. An alliance with Borgin. A working relationship with the Department of Mysteries. The Cartwrights broken. Malachi Thorn sent packing. And the shadows. He still didn't understand them, not really. The power had emerged when Septimus threatened his people, and it had grown stronger with each use. The wandless demonstration at the dueling grounds had been the most dramatic yet, but Harry suspected there was more. Deeper layers of power he hadn't even touched. The Shadow Ledger might hold answers. It contained generations of Black family secrets. Surely somewhere in its pages was an explanation for this strange connection to darkness. But Harry was afraid to look. Afraid of what he might find. Afraid that the power came from somewhere dark, somewhere twisted, somewhere that would change how he saw himself. "You're already changed," a voice whispered in his mind. "You've killed. You've commanded shadows. You've become something the Dursleys could never imagine. What's a little more darkness?" He pushed the voice away and focused on the reports. Christmas with the Dursleys was the same as always. Dudley received 42 presents. Harry received a coat hanger and a lecture about being grateful. He smiled, nodded, and retreated to his cupboard as soon as possible. But something was different this year. He lay on his thin mattress, staring at the 14 cracks in the ceiling, and felt nothing. No anger. No fear. No longing for something better. Just a calm emptiness that knew this wasn't his life anymore. The cupboard was a stage. The Dursleys were actors. And Harry was the audience, watching a performance that had nothing to do with him. When he closed his eyes, he saw Knockturn Alley. The gas lamps. The shadows. The shopkeepers who depended on him. The children who looked up to him. The power that waited in the darkness, ready to serve. He was the Shadow King. And the Shadow King didn't belong in a cupboard. New Year's Eve brought an unexpected visitor to the registry. Thaddeus Nook, the unspeakable, appeared just before midnight, his pleasant face creased with concern. "We have a problem," he said without preamble. "The Dark Lord's followers are stirring. Not openly, they're too smart for that. But there are meetings, whispers, plans." Harry pulled on the shadow cloak before emerging from the back room. "What kind of plans?" "The kind that involve Knockturn Alley. They see the changes here as a threat, or an opportunity, depending on who's talking. Some want to destroy what you've built. Others want to control it. And which side is winning? The destroyers, I think. They're more enthusiastic." Nook accepted a cup of tea from Mipsy. Though he didn't drink it. "I came to warn you. And to ask what you need." Harry considered. An alliance with the Department of Mysteries was useful, but it came with expectations. Nook wanted something in return for this warning. "What do you need from me?" "Intelligence. If the Death Eaters move against Knockturn, we need to know their plans, their people, their timeline. The department can't act openly, political complications, but we can feed you information. Help you prepare. And if they attack, then you defend what's yours. And we look the other way." Nook's eyes were serious. "I know that's not a satisfying answer. But it's the best I can offer." Harry nodded slowly. "It's enough." After Nook left, he sat in the darkness for a long time, thinking about what was coming. Voldemort's followers. The people who'd killed his parents. The people who'd left him with a scar and a destiny he'd never asked for. They were coming for his alley. They would regret it. January brought the first real sign of Death Eater interest. A wizard named Yaxley appeared in the sinking stoop, asking questions about the Shadow King. Who was he? Where did he come from? How had he gained so much power so quickly? The shopkeepers gave him nothing. They'd learned loyalty under the new order, and they weren't about to betray the person who'd saved them. But Yaxley persisted. He returned night after night, buying drinks, making friends, gathering information through charm instead of force. By the end of January, he'd established a presence in the alley, not threatening, not overt, but there. Watching. Harry watched him back. Through Mipsy's network of house elves, through Borgin's intelligence contacts, through the simple observation of shopkeepers who reported everything they heard, he built a profile of Yaxley and his mission. The Death Eaters were testing, probing, trying to understand the new power in Knockturn before deciding how to respond. "They're not ready to move," Harry told Ragnarok. "They're still gathering information. That gives us time." Time for what? Time to prepare. To strengthen our defenses. To make sure that when they do move, they regret it. February brought snow and a breakthrough. Mipsy's contacts among the house elves of Death Eater households had produced something remarkable. A partial list of Voldemort's followers, their roles, and their current activities. It wasn't complete, the inner circle was too well protected, but it was enough to start mapping the threat. Harry spread the names across his desk, studying each one. Lucius Malfoy. Wealthy, influential, skilled at operating in the shadows. Currently positioning himself as a reformed Death Eater, donating to charities, cultivating ministry contacts. Dangerous not for his power but for his respectability. Bellatrix Lestrange. Imprisoned in Azkaban, but her husband remained free, barely. Rodolphus Lestrange was a shadow of his former self, broken by his wife's imprisonment, but still capable of violence when roused. Antonin Dolohov. Also imprisoned. Also survived by associates who shared his beliefs. The list went on. Names Harry recognized from the Shadow Ledger, from news reports, from the whispered conversations he'd overheard in the alley. Dozens of them, each with their own network of supporters, their own resources, their own reasons to want Knockturn Alley under their control. "We need allies," he said finally. "Real ones. People who'll fight beside us when the time comes." "Who?" Harry pointed to a name on the list. "Him." Ragnock leaned forward to read. "Severus Snape. Position uncertain. Reported to be Dumbledore's spy, but loyalties unclear. Currently teaching at Hogwarts. Asterisk. The potions master. The one who knew my mother. The one who might have reasons to hate Death Eaters as much as we do." Harry met Ragnock's eyes. "I need to talk to him. Getting to Snape wasn't easy. Hogwarts was protected by ancient magic, impossible to penetrate without detection. Harry couldn't just walk in and demand a conversation. But he could send a message, carefully, through channels that couldn't be traced. The message was simple: someone who remembers Lily Potter would like to talk. Knockturn Registry. Midnight, March 1st. Come alone. Asterisk. He didn't sign it. Didn't explain. Didn't give any detail that could identify him. Then he waited. March 1st arrived cold and clear. Harry positioned himself in the registry's back room, the shadow cloak ready, Mipsy and Vance nearby in case of trouble. At midnight exactly, the door opened and Severus Snape walked in. He looked exactly as Harry had imagined, tall, thin, with greasy black hair and a hooked nose. But his eyes were what caught Harry's attention. Dark, yes, but not empty. They held something that might have been pain, buried deep. "You sent for me." Snape's voice was soft, dangerous. "I assume you have a reason for invoking that name." Harry stepped forward, letting the shadows part around him. "Lily Potter was my mother." Snape went absolutely still. For a long moment, no one moved. Then Snape's eyes narrowed, studying the small figure in the cloak, searching for something. "Prove it." Harry pulled back his hood. Snape's face went white. He stared at the scar, the lightning bolt that marked Harry as the boy who lived, and something crumbled behind his eyes. "Lily's son," he whispered. "Alive. Here. I'm alive. I've been alive. And I've been busy." Harry pulled the hood back into place. "I need to know whose side you're on." Snape's expression shuddered. "I don't answer to children. You answer to Dumbledore. I know. I also know you were a Death Eater once. That you switched sides. That your loyalty has been questioned by everyone who knows you." Harry's voice was calm, measured. "I'm not asking for your life story. I'm asking one question. When the Death Eaters come for Knockturn Alley, will you fight with us or against us?" Snape was silent for a long moment. "The Dark Lord is gone," he said finally. "His followers are scattered, leaderless. Why would they come here? Because they need a base. Resources. Influence. And because what I'm building here threatens the chaos they need to thrive." Harry stepped closer. "They're already gathering information. Already planning. It's only a matter of time. And you want me to, what? Warn you. Fight for you. I want you to choose. Now. Before it's too late." Harry met his eyes through the shadow of the hood. "My mother trusted you once. I'm offering you the same chance." Something flickered in Snape's dark eyes. "Pain, maybe. Or memory. I can't openly oppose the Death Eaters," he said. "My position requires ambiguity. I'm not asking for open opposition. I'm asking for information. Warning. A friendly voice in places I can't reach." Harry extended his hand. "That's all." Snape stared at the offered hand for a long moment. Then, slowly, he took it. "One condition," he said. "You never use that name again. Not to manipulate me. Not to remind me of what I've lost. Lily is—" He stopped, swallowing hard. "Lily is not a bargaining chip." Harry nodded. "Agreed." They released hands, and Snape stepped back. "I'll be in touch," he said. Through Appropriate channels. He glanced around the registry, taking in the shelves of records, the enchanted atmosphere. You've built something remarkable here. I hope you survive long enough to enjoy it. Then he was gone, slipping into the night as silently as he'd arrived. After Snape left, Harry stood alone in the registry, processing what had just happened. He'd made an ally of Severus Snape, a man who'd loved his mother, who'd spied for Dumbledore, whose loyalties were tangled enough to make anyone's head spin. Was it wise? He didn't know. But it was necessary. The Death Eaters were coming. Every intelligence source confirmed it. And when they arrived, Harry needed every possible advantage. The shadows pulsed around him, responding to his mood. He let them come, let them wrap him in darkness, let them remind him of who he'd become. The cupboard was far away now. The Dursleys were irrelevant. He was the Shadow King, ruler of Knockturn Alley, and he would protect what was his. No matter the cost. Chapter 8 Alliance with the Unspeakable. The days following Snape's visit were heavy with anticipation. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming, something larger than the Cartwrights, larger than Borgin's scheming, larger than any challenge he'd faced before. The Death Eaters were gathering, and Knockturn Alley sat at the center of their ambitions like a prize waiting to be claimed. He threw himself into preparation. The security force expanded under Vance's direction, growing from a dozen part-time protectors to nearly 40 trained witches and wizards who patrolled in shifts, around the clock. Thorn enhanced the registry's wards until they glowed with protective magic visible even in daylight. Mipsy's network of house elves spread through every Death Eater household in Britain, gathering intelligence that arrived at the registry in whispers and shadows. And Harry studied. The Shadow Ledger became his constant companion. He pored over its pages, memorizing names and dates and connections, building a mental map of the dark networks that had controlled magical Britain for centuries. The Blacks had been master manipulators, and their records revealed everything: who owed whom, who feared whom, who could be turned with the right pressure applied in the right place. But the ledger also revealed gaps. Information that even the Blacks hadn't been able to obtain. Secrets protected by magic too powerful to breach. And at the center of those gaps, one name appeared again and again. Department of Mysteries. You're obsessed, Ragnarok observed one evening, watching Harry trace connections on a map of ministry departments. The Unspeakables have their own agenda. Always have. Always will. I know. Harry didn't look up from his work. But Nook came to us. Offered alliance. That means they see value in what we're building. Value they'll extract at the worst possible moment. Probably. Harry finally met the goblin's eyes. That's why we need to understand them. Their structure. Their weaknesses. Their leverage points. Ragnarok's eyebrows rose. You want to blackmail the Department of Mysteries. I want to make sure that when they try to extract that value, we have something to trade. Harry gestured at the Shadow Ledger. The Blacks collected information on everyone. Everyone except the Unspeakables. That's not an accident. It means the department is better at keeping secrets than anyone else in magical Britain. And that makes them dangerous. More dangerous than Death Eaters. Different kind of dangerous. Death Eaters want to destroy what we've built. The department wants to control it. Control is harder to fight than destruction. Ragnarok considered this. So what's your plan? I don't have one yet. But I will. Harry turned back to his maps. Nook's coming tomorrow for our regular update. I'll ask questions. Watch his reactions. Start building a picture. And if he realizes what you're doing, then we adapt. Harry's voice was calm. That's what we do. Nook arrived precisely at midnight, as always. He looked tired, Harry noticed. The kind of tired that came from too many nights without sleep, too many secrets pressing against the walls of his mind. But his eyes were sharp as ever, missing nothing as he settled into the chair across from Harry. You've been busy, he said. The security force, the wards, the intelligence network. He smiled slightly. Our observers are impressed. Your observers are welcome to be impressed. Harry kept his voice neutral. What brings you tonight? Developments. Nook pulled a roll of parchment from his robes. The Death Eaters are closer to moving than we thought. Yexley's been joined by two others, Mulciber and Avery. They're meeting regularly at a safe house near Diagon Alley. Harry absorbed this. Mulciber and Avery. Names from the ledger, from the list of Voldemort's most loyal followers. If they were involved, this was serious. When? Unclear. They're still planning, still debating approach. Some want to infiltrate slowly, buy properties, establish presence, undermine you from within. Others want to attack directly, hit the registry, kill your key people, force you to react. Which side is winning? The direct attack faction, I think. They're more passionate. Nook's expression darkened. And they've made contact with someone inside your organization. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Who? We don't know. The information is fragmentary, a mention in a conversation we overheard, nothing concrete. But it's enough to warn you. Nook met his eyes. Someone close to you is feeding information to the Death Eaters. After Nook left, Harry sat in silence for a long time. A traitor. Someone inside his organization, passing information to the enemy. It could be anyone, Vance, Thorn, one of the newer security recruits, even a shopkeeper who'd been turned with threats or bribes. He thought about everyone who knew the registry's secrets. The list was short: Ragnarok, Mipsy, Vance, Thorn. Borgin knew some things, but not the critical details. Snape knew almost nothing. One of them was betraying him. Or, the thought was almost worse, someone had infiltrated without his knowledge. A spy planted months ago, waiting for the right moment to strike. He needed to find out who. Needed to do it quietly, without alerting the traitor that they'd been discovered. Needed to protect his people while rooting out the poison in their midst. The shadows pulsed around him, responding to his turmoil. He let them come, let them wrap him in darkness, let them remind him of who he'd become. The Shadow King didn't panic. The Shadow King planned. The investigation began the next morning. Harry didn't tell anyone about the traitor, not even Ragnarok. If the goblin was the leak, telling him would be catastrophic. If he wasn't, telling him would put him at risk. Either way, silence was safest. He started with the records. Every communication, every meeting, every decision involving the security force or the registry's defenses had been logged in meticulous detail. Harry reviewed them all, looking for patterns, information that had been shared widely versus information that had been restricted, decisions that had been made before the Death Eaters seemed to know about them. The first 2 days yielded nothing. The third day, he found something. A security report from 3 weeks ago, detailing the registry's ward schematics. The report had been classified. Only Vance, Thorn, and Ragnarok were supposed to have access. But the log showed that someone else had viewed it, a junior security guard named Dorian Crick. Harry pulled Crick's file. 24 years old. Hired 2 months ago on Vance's recommendation. Former Auror. Trainee, dismissed for unspecified reasons. Clean record since then, but nothing. The file was too clean. Too perfect. In Knockturn Alley, everyone had dirt in their past. The absence of dirt was itself suspicious. He flagged Crick for observation and moved on. The next break came from an unexpected source. Mipsy appeared at his elbow one evening, her large eyes troubled. Young master, Mipsy has something to tell. Something Mipsy heard. What is it? Mipsy's friends, other house elves, they talk. They hear things. One of them, she serves in a Death Eater house, she heard her master talking about a man on the inside. A man who works for the Shadow King but wants to work for them instead. Mipsy's voice trembled. They called him Dorian. Harry's blood went cold. Dorian Crick. Mipsy doesn't know the last name. Only Dorian. It was enough. Confronting Crick required care. If Harry moved too quickly, the traitor might flee, or worse, alert his Death Eater masters that he'd been discovered. If he moved too slowly, more information might leak, more lives might be endangered. He settled on a middle path: surveillance. Vance and Thorn were assigned to watch Crick without his knowledge. They tracked his movements, his communications, his meetings. Within 3 days, they had proof. Crick was meeting with Yaxley. Passing documents. Accepting payment. And planning something bigger. The night of the full moon, Vance reported. That's when they're going to hit. Crick's supposed to disable the wards at midnight. Then Yaxley's people move in, capture or kill everyone in the registry, send a message to the Shadow King. Harry absorbed this calmly. Did they know about me? About who I am? Doesn't seem like it. They think you're just an organizer, someone who coordinates from the shadows but doesn't fight. They're expecting an easy victory. Good. Let them keep thinking that. Harry turned to Thorn. Can we modify the wards so they fail in a way that looks real but actually traps them inside? Thorn's eyes lit up. Absolutely. Layered enchantments, nested triggers, I can make it look like Crick's sabotage worked while actually creating a containment field that nothing can escape. Do it. End Crick. Harry was quiet for a moment. The traitor had chosen his side. Had accepted payment to betray people who'd trusted him. Had planned to deliver them to torture and death. He dies, Harry said. But not yet. Let him think he's succeeded first. Let him lead the attack. Then, he met Vance's eyes. Then we show him what happens to traitors in Knockturn Alley. The full moon rose on a night of perfect clarity. Harry positioned himself in the registry's upper room, surrounded by shadows, watching through enchanted windows as the alley below prepared for battle. His people were in place, Vance with a strike team near the entrance, Thorn at the ward nexus, Mipsy hidden in the basement with the youngest and most vulnerable. Crick believed he was alone on duty. Believed his sabotage had worked. Believed he'd soon be rich and powerful, rewarded by his new masters for delivering the Shadow King's head. At 11:58, he moved. Harry watched through the window as Crick approached the registry's main door. Watched him place his palm against the wood, feeding false codes into the ward system. Watched the magical lights flicker and dim, just as Thorn had designed them to. At midnight exactly, the Death Eaters arrived. They came in black robes and silver masks, their wands drawn, their purpose clear. Yexley led them, with Mulciber and Avery close behind. A dozen others followed, enough to overwhelm any resistance, they thought. Enough to crush the Shadow King's rebellion forever. They swept through the registry's doors and into the trap. The moment the last masked figure crossed the threshold, Thorn activated the containment field. Blue light flared around the building, sealing every exit, every window, every possible escape route. The Death Eaters spun, realizing too late what had happened. And Harry stepped out of the shadows. He stood before them in his cloak, small and still, the darkness gathering at his feet like loyal hounds. Behind him, Vance's team emerged from hiding, wands ready. Around them, the registry's defenses hummed with power. Welcome, Harry said quietly, to my home. Yexley recovered first. Trickery, he spat. You think this changes anything? We'll cut through your little trap and be gone before. You won't. Harry's voice carried absolute certainty. The containment field is keyed to me alone. Only I can lower it. And I won't. Mulciber laughed, a harsh, unpleasant sound. Then we'll kill you and find another way. He raised his wand. The shadows moved. They didn't strike, not yet. They simply gathered around Harry, forming a barrier of absolute darkness that made the Death Eater's spells fizzle and die before they reached him. Wandlight died in that darkness. Voices died. Hope died. When the shadows receded, Harry hadn't moved. Your spells don't work here, he said. Your plans don't work here. Nothing you've brought works here. This is my place. My rules. And you came to destroy it. Avery stepped forward, his face pale behind his mask. We didn't, we were sent. I know what you were sent to do. I know who sent you. I know everything. Harry's voice softened, became almost gentle. That's the problem with traitors. They always think they're the only ones keeping secrets. He looked past the Death Eaters to where Crick stood frozen near the door, his face a mask of terror. Dorian. The name hung in the air like a death sentence. Crick's legs gave out. He crumpled to the floor, babbling apologies, promises, pleas. Harry ignored him. You chose your side, he said. Now you live with the consequences. The shadows reached for Crick. What happened next, no one in the registry would ever fully describe. The shadows didn't kill, not exactly. They took Crick apart piece by piece, not physically but essentially, stripping away everything that made him who he was until nothing remained but a husk that breathed and ate and existed but was no longer him. When it was done, the thing that had been Dorian Crick sat staring at nothing, drool running down its chin. The Death Eaters stared in horror. Harry turned back to them. Now, he said, we talk about your future. The negotiations took 4 hours. By the time they ended, Harry had extracted everything he needed, names of every active Death Eater in Britain, locations of safe houses, plans for future operations, weaknesses and fears and secret ambitions. The information would fill 3 ledgers and give him leverage over people who'd thought themselves untouchable. In exchange, he let them live. Not free, he wasn't foolish enough to release enemies who'd tried to kill him. But alive, contained, held in the registry's deepest cells until he decided what to do with them. Yaxley, defiant to the end, spat curses as they led him away. Mulciber went quietly, his eyes showing the first glimmer of genuine fear. Avery tried to bargain, offering more information, more names, more everything, and was ignored. When they were gone, Harry collapsed into a chair, exhausted. Vance appeared at his side. That was impressive. It was necessary. The shadows. The way she shook her head. I've never seen anything like it. Neither have I. Harry met her eyes. But it's mine. Whatever it is, it's mine. And I'll use it to protect what matters. Vance nodded slowly. What now? Now we consolidate. Use the information we've gained. Strengthen our position. Harry looked toward the cells where the Death Eaters waited. And figure out what to do with 12 prisoners who'll be missed by very dangerous people. The answer came from an unexpected source. Nook arrived at dawn, his expression a mixture of amazement and calculation. He'd heard about the trap, the capture, the interrogation. His sources in the alley were good, better than Harry had realized. 12 Death Eaters, he said. Including Yaxley, Mulciber, and Avery. That's significant. They're in my cells. For now. But they can't stay there forever. Eventually, someone will come looking. Nook leaned forward. Unless they've already been dealt with by ministry authorities. Harry's eyes narrowed. You want them. I want the credit for capturing them. The department wants the intelligence they carry. And you, Nook smiled. You want them gone without starting a war. It was a good offer. Too good. What do you get out of it? Several things. Political capital, the ministry will owe us for this. Intelligence, those prisoners know things we've been trying to learn for years. And leverage, over you. Harry didn't flinch. Leverage how? Now we know what you're capable of. The shadows. The wandless power. The way you dismantled Crick. Nook's voice was calm, but his eyes were sharp. That's information we didn't have before. Information that makes you more valuable, and more dangerous. And you'll use it against me eventually. Eventually, perhaps. But not soon. And not without warning. Nook spread his hands. I'm not your enemy, Shadow King. I'm the person who comes to you with honest offers instead of hidden knives. That's worth something. Harry considered. The unspeakable was right, about some things, at least. An honest enemy was better than a false friend. Take them, he said. But I keep copies of everything they told me. And I get regular updates on what the department learns from them. Reasonable. And one more thing. What? Harry met his eyes. If you ever use what you know about me against my people, the shopkeepers, the children, anyone under my protection, I'll find you. And the shadows won't be gentle. Nook was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Understood. The transfer happened that night. Department of Mysteries agents arrived in unmarked robes, their faces hidden behind enchanted hoods. They collected the 12 prisoners without comment, without questions, without any acknowledgement of the small figure in the shadow cloak who watched from the registry's upper window. When they were gone, the alley felt different. Lighter, somehow. As if a weight had been lifted. Harry stood at the window for a long time, watching the sky lighten toward dawn. Young Master should rest, Mipsy said from behind him. Young Master has been awake for 2 days. Soon. Mipsy worries. Young Master works too hard. Harry turned from the window and looked at the house elf, this strange, loyal creature who'd given him everything without asking anything in return. I'm okay, Mipsy. Really. Mipsy knows young Master says that. Mipsy also knows young Master lies sometimes. But she smiled as she said it, her wrinkled face softening. Mipsy will make tea. Tea helps everything. Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprising himself. Tea helps everything. Everything. Mipsy nodded firmly. Mipsy has seen many things in many years. Tea always helps. She bustled off to prepare it, and Harry felt something warm spread through his chest. Not the warmth of power, or victory, or revenge. Just warmth. Human warmth. The kind he'd never had from the Dursleys. The kind he was building for himself, one person at a time. The weeks that followed were the quietest Harry had known since arriving in Knockturn Alley. With the Death Eater threat neutralized, for now, and the captured prisoners safely in department hands, the alley settled into a rhythm of ordinary life. Shopkeepers opened their doors. Customers browsed and bought. Children played in the shadows, their laughter echoing off ancient walls. Harry watched it all with a satisfaction he couldn't quite name. "You've done it," Ragnarok said one evening, joining him at the window. "Stability. Order. Peace, of a sort. For now. For now is all anyone gets." The goblin's eyes were knowing. The trick is making the, for now, last as long as possible. And how do we do that? We keep watching, keep preparing, keep building. Ragnarok gestured at the alley below. "You've created something remarkable here. Not just power, community. People who trust each other, who protect each other, who belong to something larger than themselves." Harry considered this. He'd never thought of it that way. He'd been focused on control, on protection, on making sure no one else suffered the way he had. But Ragnarok was right, something else had grown alongside the power. Home. This alley, with its shadows and secrets and desperate people, had become his home. More than the cupboard ever was. More than Privet Drive could ever be. "What happens when I have to leave?" he asked quietly. "When Hogwarts starts. When Dumbledore. Then you adapt. You build systems that run without you. You train people to lead in your absence." Ragnarok met his eyes. "You're 8 years old. You have years before Hogwarts. Use them wisely." Harry nodded slowly. Years. He had years to prepare, to strengthen, to make sure that what he'd built would survive without him. But in his heart, he knew the truth. He would never really leave Knockturn Alley. Not completely. This place was part of him now, woven into his identity as surely as the scar on his forehead. The Shadow King reigned, and his kingdom was just beginning to flourish. Chapter 9 The Shadow Court. Summer arrived in Knockturn Alley with a heat that made the cobblestones shimmer and the shadows themselves seem to seek refuge in the coolest corners. Harry felt it even in the registry's depths, where ancient stone and goblin magic kept temperatures stable. The heat didn't matter. What mattered was the next phase of his plan, the most ambitious yet. "We need structure," he told Ragnarok one sweltering evening. "Real structure. Not just me making decisions, but a system that can function whether I'm here or not." Ragnarok looked up from his ledgers. "You're talking about a council. A court. The Shadow Court." Harry spread papers across the table, names, roles, responsibilities. Key people who represent different parts of the alley. Shopkeepers. Security. Intelligence. Finance. They meet regularly, make decisions together, hold each other accountable. And you. I'm still in charge. Still the final authority. But I don't make every decision alone. Harry met the goblin's eyes. "I've seen what happens when one person holds all the power. It corrupts. It isolates. It creates weakness." Ragnarok nodded slowly. "You're thinking about Dumbledore. I'm thinking about everyone. Power needs checks. Needs people who'll ask hard questions, who'll push back when I'm wrong." Harry gestured at the names. "These people, they're loyal, but they're not yes men. They'll argue with me. That's why I need them." The goblin studied the list. Hecuba, representing the shopkeepers. Vance, representing security. Borgin, representing the established businesses. Thorn, representing technical operations. Mipsy, representing the unseen workers. And one name that made him pause. Snape. "You want a Death Eater spy on your council. Former Death Eater. Dumbledore's spy. And someone with connections we can't get anywhere else." Harry's voice was calm. "He's proven his value. The information he's given us about Death Eater movements has saved lives. Can you trust him?" "I trust that his interests align with ours. For now. That's enough." Ragnarok considered this. "And the others? Will they accept him?" "They'll accept him because I say so. And because he'll prove himself." Harry leaned back. "But you're right, it's a risk. Everything's a risk. The question is whether the potential reward outweighs it. And does it? I think so. Time will tell. The first meeting of the Shadow Court was held on the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, when light battled darkness and neither quite won. Harry chose the registry's largest room for the gathering. It had once been a storage space, filled with ancient records and forgotten artifacts. Now it held a circular table carved from black stone, surrounded by chairs that seemed to grow from the floor itself. One by one, his chosen members arrived. Hecuba came first, nervous but determined, dressed in her finest robes. She'd never been in a position of real power before, never imagined she would be. But Harry had seen something in her, something steady and wise, and he'd offered her a place. Vance arrived next, professional as always, her eyes cataloging every exit, every potential threat. She'd spent decades in law enforcement, and old habits died hard. Thorne bounced in with barely contained enthusiasm, already examining the room's magical signatures, muttering about improvements he could make. Borgin came last, his expression carefully neutral. He'd been a power in Knockturn Alley for decades, longer than most of the others had been alive. Accepting a seat at this table meant accepting a subordinate role. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. Mipsy appeared from the shadows, carrying trays of refreshments. She'd insisted on serving, despite Harry's protests. Mipsy knows her place, she'd said. Mipsy's place is helping. Snape arrived as the sun set, slipping through the door so silently that even Vance didn't notice him until he spoke. An interesting gathering. Vance's wand was out before he finished the sentence. Snape raised an eyebrow but didn't move. He's with us, Harry said from the head of the table. Put it away. Vance hesitated, then holstered her wand. Snape took his seat without comment, his dark eyes scanning the room, the table, the faces around it. Harry waited until everyone was settled. Then he stood. Thank you for coming. I know some of you have doubts, about me, about each other, about what we're trying to build here. That's okay. Doubt is healthy. It keeps us honest. He looked around the table, meeting each pair of eyes in turn. You've all proven yourselves. Hecuba, you've kept your shop alive through decades of chaos, and you've helped other shopkeepers do the same. Vance, you've built a security force that actually protects people, something no one thought possible in this alley. Thorne, your wards and systems have saved lives more times than I can count. Borgin, you've navigated the complexities of this place longer than anyone, and your cooperation has been invaluable. Mipsy, you've given everything to this cause without asking anything in return. And Snape, he paused. Snape, you've risked everything to give us information that's kept us alive. Silence around the table. This court exists for one reason, to make sure Knockturn Alley never goes back to what it was. Never returns to the chaos, the fear, the exploitation. We're building something new here, something that protects people instead of crushing them. And we need structure to make it last. Borgin spoke first. Structure meaning what, exactly? Meaning regular meetings, shared decision-making, clear roles and responsibilities. Harry gestured at the table. You're not here to agree with me. You're here to challenge me. To bring perspectives I don't have. To make sure that when we make mistakes, and we will, we catch them before they hurt people. And if we disagree, if we vote against you, then we talk about it. We find compromise. And if we can't, Harry met his eyes. Then I make the final call. That's not democracy. I'm not pretending it is. But it's more than anyone in this alley has ever had. Hecuba spoke softly. Why us? Why not the powerful families, the ones with money and connections? Because they've had centuries to fix this place, and they've only made it worse. Harry's voice was gentle. You're here because you care. Because you've suffered under the old system and want something better. Because when I look at you, I see people who'll put the alley first. Mipsy burst into tears. Young master is so good. So kind. Mipsy is honored. Snape's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Vance nodded slowly, respect dawning. Thorne grinned. Borgin's face was unreadable. So, Harry said, shall we begin? The first order of business was defining roles. Hecuba would represent shopkeeper interests, tracking complaints, suggesting policy changes, ensuring that the people who actually ran businesses had a voice in how the alley was governed. Vance would oversee security, coordinating patrols, responding to threats, maintaining the network of protectors that kept the peace. Thorne would handle technical operations, wards, communications, the magical infrastructure that made everything possible. Borgin would manage external relations, using his decades of contacts to negotiate with families, businesses, and ministry officials who needed to be managed rather than fought. Mipsy would coordinate intelligence, gathering information from house elves and other unseen sources, ensuring that the court knew what was happening before it happened. Snape would serve as strategic advisor, bringing his unique perspective on the Death Eaters, Dumbledore, and the larger magical world. And Harry would be the Shadow King. The final authority. The one who held it all together. These aren't titles, he emphasized. They're responsibilities. If something goes wrong in your area, it's on you to fix it. If you need help, ask. If you see something outside your area that needs attention, speak up. We're all in this together. The nods around the table were more confident now. People understood roles, understood expectations, understood that they mattered. The second order of business was information sharing. Each member reported on their area, sharing updates, concerns, and recommendations. Hekuba described growing demand for leases, more shopkeepers wanted in. Vance reported that security incidents had dropped to their lowest level in decades. Thorne outlined upgrades to the registry's wards. Borgin detailed negotiations with a family that was considering selling their properties. Mipsy whispered about Death Eater movements, quiet now, but not gone. Snape spoke last. Dumbledore is curious, he said. He's heard rumors about changes in Knockturn Alley. About a new power consolidating control. He doesn't know who, yet, but he's asked me to investigate. Harry's heart rate didn't change. What did you tell him? That I'd look into it. That the rumors were probably exaggerated. That I'd report back when I had something concrete. Snape's dark eyes met Harry's. He trusts me. For now. How long can you stall? Months, perhaps. A year, if I'm careful. But eventually, he'll send others. He's not a man who accepts ignorance easily. Harry nodded. Then we have months to prepare. To make sure that when Dumbledore looks too closely, he sees what we want him to see. And what's that? A successful business consortium. Nothing more. Nothing less. Harry smiled behind his hood. The Shadow King doesn't exist. He's a rumor, a legend, a story people tell. There's nothing to find. Snape's eyebrow rose. You think Dumbledore will believe that? I think Dumbledore will believe what the evidence shows. And the evidence will show a group of shopkeepers and investors who've improved the local economy. Harry turned to the others. That's our cover story. From now on, we're the Knockturn Alley Business Association. We meet to discuss rents, security, and economic development. Nothing more. Borgin chuckled. I've hidden darker things behind cleaner faces. Good. Then you understand. Harry looked around the table. Any questions? Silence. Then we're adjourned. Same time next month. After the others left, Snape lingered. You're playing a dangerous game, he said quietly. Dumbledore is not easily fooled. I know. And when he discovers the truth, because he will, eventually, what then? Harry turned to face him. Then we adapt. The same way we've adapted to everything else. He paused. You knew my mother. What would she do, in my position? Snape's face went still. For a long moment, he didn't speak. Lily would, she would fight for what was right. But she would also protect the people she loved. She would find a way to do both. His voice was rough. She was stronger than anyone knew. I'm trying to be like her. You're nothing like her. The words were harsh, but Snape's eyes held something else, regret, perhaps, or longing. She was light. Pure light. He gestured at the shadows that clung to Harry even now. You're something else. Something she wouldn't recognize. Harry absorbed the words without flinching. Maybe that's okay, he said. Maybe the world needs something different now. Snape studied him for a long moment. Then, without another word, he turned and left. The Shadow Court met monthly through the rest of the summer. Each meeting brought new challenges, new decisions, new opportunities. Hekuba negotiated lease terms with increasing confidence. Vance's security force expanded to cover the entire alley, not just Knockturn Holdings properties. Thorne's wards grew stronger, more sophisticated. Borgin's external negotiations brought new allies and neutralized old enemies. Mipsy's intelligence network spread through every level of magical society. And Harry watched it all, guiding when necessary, stepping back when possible. He was learning to lead. Learning to trust. Learning that power shared was power multiplied. But he never forgot the shadows. They were always there, waiting at the edges of his consciousness, ready to respond when called. He practiced with them nightly, testing their limits, exploring their possibilities. The more he used them, the more they felt like part of him, an extension of his will, as natural as breathing. Ragnarok watched these sessions with growing concern. The shadows are changing you, he said one night, after Harry had spent hours manipulating darkness into forms that shouldn't exist. I can see it. You're becoming something other. I'm becoming what I need to be. And what's that? Harry considered the question. It was one he'd asked himself often, without ever finding a satisfactory answer. Protector, he said finally. Of the people who can't protect themselves. Of the ones the world forgets. He looked at his hands, small hands, child's hands, but capable of things no child should be able to do. That's all I've ever wanted. To make sure no one else has to go through what I did. Ragnarok was quiet for a long moment. That's a noble goal, he said. But noble goals don't always lead to noble paths. Be careful, Harry. The shadows are seductive. They'll give you power, but they'll take something in return. I know. Do you? Do you really? Harry met his eyes. I know that I'd rather be a monster who protects than a hero who abandons. I know that the people in this alley matter more than my soul. And I know, he paused. I know that whatever the shadows take, they've already given me more than the Dursleys ever did. Ragnarok had no answer to that. September brought a new challenge. A letter, delivered by Owl, addressed to the proprietor of Knockturn Holdings. Harry opened it in the registry's back room, surrounded by his inner circle. The seal was unfamiliar, a serpent coiled around an eye, but the handwriting was elegant, old-fashioned, unmistakably pure blood. Dear Sir or Madam, I have watched your recent acquisitions with great interest. The efficiency with which you've consolidated control over Knockturn Alley is remarkable, worthy of the old families at their peak. I would like to discuss a potential alliance. My family has interests that align with yours, and I believe a mutual arrangement would benefit us both. Please respond through the bearer of this letter if you're interested in a meeting. Respectfully, Lord Voldemort. The room went silent. Harry read the letter twice, then handed it to Ragnarok. The goblin's face paled as he scanned the words. This is, he stopped, unable to finish. A recruitment attempt. Harry's voice was calm. He wants me to join him. But they said he was gone. Destroyed. Yes. Harry met Ragnarok's eyes. But his followers never stopped believing he'd return. And apparently, he's found a way to communicate with them from wherever he is. Snape stepped forward, his face even paler than usual. That handwriting, I've seen it before. On orders. On assignments. It's his. So he's alive. Or something like alive. Harry set the letter down. And he wants to meet. You can't possibly. I'm not going to join him. But I'm not going to ignore him either. Harry looked around at his people. This changes things. If Voldemort is active, even partially, then the Death Eaters aren't just scattered remnants. They're an organized force with a leader. What do we do? Prepare, strengthen, and find out everything we can about what he wants, what he plans, what he's become. Harry turned to Snape. You have contacts among his followers. Use them, carefully. Snape nodded. It will take time. We have time. For now. Harry picked up the letter again, studying the elegant handwriting. But not forever. The Shadow Court met in emergency session that night. Harry laid out the situation, the letter, the implications, the threat. Around the table, faces reflected shock, fear, determination. He wants to meet, Hecuba said. That means he sees you as valuable. As someone worth recruiting rather than destroying. Or as someone worth destroying if recruitment fails. Borgin's voice was grim. The Dark Lord doesn't accept rejection gracefully. Then we don't reject. Not openly. Harry had thought about this. We stall. We ask questions. We negotiate. We buy time to prepare. And when time runs out, then we fight. Or we flee. Or we find another option. Harry met each pair of eyes in turn. I'm not going to lie to you, this is the biggest threat we've faced. But we've faced threats before. We've survived. We'll survive this, too. Vance spoke quietly. Do we have any idea what he wants? Really wants? Harry thought about the Shadow Ledger. About the information it contained, the Dark Lord's history, his ambitions, his obsessions. Power, he said. Immortality. Control over the magical world. The usual pure blood fantasies, taken to extremes. He paused. But also something else. Something I don't fully understand. The ledger mentions a prophecy, something about him and me. About one of us destroying the other. Snape went rigid. You know about the prophecy. Enough to know it exists. Not enough to know what it says. Harry watched him carefully. Do you? Snape was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. I was there. When it was made. I heard. He stopped, his face working. I heard part of it. Enough to know that it marks you both. Enough to know that he'll never stop hunting you. The room was deathly quiet. What did it say? Harry asked. Snape's voice, when it came, was barely a whisper. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Harry felt the shadows stir around him, responding to his turmoil. Either must die. Neither can live. He and Voldemort were bound together, locked in a dance that could only end one way. That's why he killed my parents, he said slowly. Not just because they defied him. Because of the prophecy. Yes. And that's why he'll keep coming. Because as long as I'm alive, he can't truly live. Yes. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then he stood. Then we make sure he never gets the chance to finish what he started. He looked around at his court, his people, his family, his reason for fighting. We protect this alley. We protect each other. And we prepare for the day when the Dark Lord returns. And if that day comes? Vance asked. Harry's smile was cold. Then we show him what happens when you threaten what's ours. The meeting adjourned in silence. One by one, the members of the Shadow Court filed out, each lost in their own thoughts. Snape lingered, as he often did, his dark eyes fixed on Harry. You should be afraid, he said quietly. The Dark Lord is not like the Cartwrights. Not like Borgin. Not like anything you've faced. I am afraid. You don't show it. Showing fear is a weakness. I learned that in the cupboard. Harry met his eyes. But I feel it. Every moment. Underneath everything. Snape nodded slowly. Good. Fear keeps you alive. Is that what kept you alive? All those years, playing both sides, never knowing who would kill you first. Yes. The word was simple, honest. Fear and guilt and the memory of a woman I couldn't save. He paused. Your mother. Harry didn't respond. There was nothing to say. She'd be proud of you, Snape continued. Not of the shadows, perhaps. Not of the power. But of what you're building here. Of the people you're protecting. That, his voice cracked slightly. That was always her way. Protecting the helpless. Standing up to bullies. Even when the bullies were her friends. Snape's eyes widened. You know about. I know she was friends with you. Before you became, what you became. Harry's voice was gentle. I know she chose James. I know it hurt you. I know you've spent the rest of your life regretting it. For a long moment, Snape didn't move. Then, slowly, he sank into a chair, his face in his hands. I loved her, he whispered. From the moment I saw her. And I threw it away, threw her away, for power and belonging and the approval of monsters. His shoulders shook. There's no redemption for that. No forgiveness. Harry sat beside him. Not touching, that would be too much. Just present. Maybe not, he said. But there's purpose. There's protecting what she would have wanted protected. There's making sure no other child grows up the way I did. He paused. That's something. Snape looked up, his eyes red-rimmed but dry. You're very like her, he said. In ways you don't know. They sat in silence as the shadows gathered around them, protecting them both. The weeks that followed were a blur of preparation. Harry threw himself into work with an intensity that worried even Ragnarok. He studied the prophecy, searching for hidden meanings, potential loopholes. He expanded his intelligence network, reaching deeper into Death Eater circles than ever before. He trained with the shadows, pushing his powers to new limits, exploring capabilities he'd never imagined. And he thought about what Snape had said. About purpose. About protecting what Lily would have wanted protected. The Dursleys had tried to break him. Dumbledore had tried to use him. Voldemort wanted to destroy him. But none of them would succeed. Because Harry Potter wasn't just the boy who lived anymore. He wasn't just the child in the cupboard, or the orphan at Privet Drive, or even the Shadow King of Knockturn Alley. He was something new. Something the world had never seen. And when Voldemort finally returned, when the Dark Lord rose again to claim what he thought was his, he would find a surprise waiting. A child who commanded shadows. A king who ruled the darkness. An enemy who would never, ever surrender. Chapter 10 Borgin's Oath. October arrived with a chill that seeped through even the registry's ancient stones. Harry felt it as he worked through the night, reviewing reports by candlelight, the shadows clustering close for warmth that they couldn't provide. His breath misted in the air, and Mipsy had taken to wrapping him in blankets that he constantly pushed aside. Young master will catch cold, she fretted, appearing at his elbow with yet another cup of tea. I'm fine, Mipsy. Young master is never fine. Young master works too hard. But she settled beside him anyway, her wrinkled face creased with worry. Harry didn't argue. He'd learned that arguing with Mipsy was like arguing with a brick wall, possible, but pointless. Instead, he turned back to the document before him. Borgen's lease agreement. It was standard in most respects: rent, terms, responsibilities. But Harry had added something new. A clause that went beyond business, beyond property, into something deeper. The lessee hereby swears fealty to the Shadow King and his successors, binding themselves and their heirs to the protection of Knockturn Alley and its lawful ruler. This oath is magically binding, enforceable by goblin law, and may not be revoked except by mutual consent or death. Asterisk. He'd shown it to Ragnarok, who'd raised an eyebrow but nodded. It's legal. Goblin courts would enforce it. But Borgen will never sign it. He'll sign it, because the alternative is losing everything. And if he signs and then betrays you, then the oath kills him. Harry's voice was calm. Magically binding means exactly that. If he breaks it, the magic breaks him. Ragnarok had studied him for a long moment. You're becoming harder. I'm becoming what I need to be. Now, days later, Harry sat waiting for Borgen to arrive. The document lay on the table before him, its words seeming to pulse in the candlelight. Around him, the shadows waited too, patient, watchful, ready. The door opened. Borgen entered alone, as requested. He dressed carefully, fine robes, polished shoes, every inch a successful businessman. But his eyes gave him away. They were wary, calculating, measuring the room and everyone in it. Thank you for coming, Harry said. Your invitation was difficult to refuse. Borgen settled into the chair across from him. Shall we dispense with pleasantries? Always. Harry slid the document across the table. Borgen took it, read it, and went very still. This is, he stopped, reading again. This is an oath of fealty. Yes. You want me to swear loyalty to you. Personally. Magically. Yes. Borgen's eyes rose to meet Harry's. And if I refuse, then your lease isn't renewed. Your shop closes. Your influence ends. Harry's voice was calm, conversational. You've been a power in this alley for decades. But the alley has changed. The old ways don't work anymore. Borgen was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. You're not what I expected, he said. When this all started, I thought you were a front for someone else, some old family, maybe, or a ministry operation. Then I thought you were just lucky. Then I thought you were dangerous. He set the document down. Now I think you're something else entirely. What's that? Necessary. Borgen leaned back. The old ways you mentioned, I've lived them my whole life. The violence, the uncertainty, the constant fear that someone stronger would take everything. It's exhausting. It's empty. And it's all I knew. He gestured at the document. This is different. This is structure. Stability. A future. Are you saying you'll sign? I'm saying I've been waiting for someone like you my whole life. Someone who could actually change things. Borgen picked up the quill Harry had provided. I just didn't know it until now. He signed. The document blazed with light as the magic took hold, binding him, his shop, his heirs, his everything to the service of the Shadow King. When it faded, Borgen looked different. Lighter, somehow. As if a weight had been lifted. It's done, he said. I'm yours. Harry nodded slowly. Welcome to the Shadow Court. Properly, this time. Borgen's smile widened. Thank you, my lord. The word echoed in Harry's mind long after Borgen left. My lord. Asterisk. He'd never been called that before. Never imagined he would be. The Dursleys had called him boy, and freak, and it. The shopkeepers called him Shadow King, with awe and gratitude. But, my lord, was different. It implied something deeper: ownership, loyalty, submission. He didn't know how he felt about it. Young master is troubled, Mipsy observed, appearing with more tea. I'm fine. Young master lies. But she sat beside him anyway, her small hand patting his knee. Mipsy understands. Being lord is hard. Mipsy served lords before. Some were good, some were bad, all were lonely. Lonely. Lords have no equals. Only subjects. Mipsy's ancient eyes were knowing. Mipsy has seen it many times. The higher you rise, the fewer people who can stand beside you. Harry thought about that. About the Shadow Court, Hecuba, Vance, Thorn, Borgin, Snape. They were allies, not friends. Loyal followers, not equals. Even Ragnarok, closest to him of all, was still fundamentally an employee. Was that what power cost? Connection. Young master should rest, Mipsy said. Rest helps everything. Tea helps everything. Rest helps everything. Is there anything that doesn't help? Mipsy considered this seriously. Cruelty. Cruelty never helps. Mipsy has seen much cruelty, and it always makes things worse. Harry smiled, a real smile, rare these days. You're wise, Mipsy. Mipsy is old. Old is not the same as wise. But she beamed at the compliment. The days following Borgin's oath were quiet. Too quiet. Harry felt it in the air, a tension, a waiting, as if the alley itself was holding its breath. The shopkeepers went about their business with unusual caution. The security patrols reported nothing amiss. Even the shadows seemed stiller than usual. Something was coming. He didn't know what. But he'd learned to trust his instincts, and his instincts were screaming. The Death Eaters. Ragnarok asked when Harry shared his unease. Maybe. But it feels different. More personal. Personal how? Harry shook his head. I don't know. But we need to be ready. The answer came 3 nights later. Harry was in the registry's back room, reviewing intelligence reports, when the shadows around him convulsed. He felt it like a physical blow, a wrenching, twisting sensation that left him gasping. Then a voice spoke from the darkness. Harry Potter. It wasn't a physical voice. It came from everywhere and nowhere, from the shadows themselves, from the space between thoughts. And it was terrible, cold and ancient and hungry. Who are you? Harry's hand went to his scar, which was burning with an intensity he'd never felt. I am what you've been using. The power you've been channeling. The shadows that obey your will. The voice paused. I am the darkness between stars. The void before creation. And I have been watching you. Harry's mind raced. The shadows, the power that had emerged when Septimus threatened his people, it wasn't just magic. It was something more. Something alive. What do you want? To offer a bargain. The shadows around him swirled, coalescing into a form, vague, indistinct, but somehow present. You've been using my power without permission. Drawing on depths you don't understand. That cannot continue. I didn't know. Of course you didn't. You're a child. A powerful child, but a child nonetheless. The form seemed to smile. I'm not angry. I'm intrigued. In all my existence, I've never encountered a mortal who could channel me so naturally. You're special, Harry Potter. More special than you know. What do you want? Harry repeated. A bond. A true bond, not the accidental connection we share now. You accept me fully, and I give you everything, power beyond imagining, protection beyond measure, the ability to reshape the world as you see fit. And in return, I feed on the darkness you create, on the fear of your enemies, on the shadows that grow where light fears to tread. The form leaned closer. It's a fair exchange. You get what you want. I get what I need. Harry was silent for a long moment. The offer was tempting, more than tempting. With this power, he could protect his people forever. Could defeat Voldemort. Could make sure no child ever suffered as he had. But at what cost? If I refuse, then our connection fades. You lose the power you've come to depend on. Your enemies overwhelm you. Your people die. The form's voice was calm, matter of fact. I don't say this to threaten. I say it because it's true. You've built your kingdom on my power. Without it, the kingdom falls. Harry thought about Hecuba. About the children who played in the shadows. About everyone who'd come to depend on him. If I accept, what happens to me? You become more, and less. More powerful, less human. The darkness changes those who embrace it. That's the price. And if I don't embrace it? If I find another way? The form laughed, a sound like breaking glass. There is no other way. Not for you. You were marked from birth, by the prophecy, by the Dark Lord's attack, by the magic that saved you. The shadows have always been part of you. You just didn't know it. Harry's scar throbbed. The Dursleys' cupboard flashed through his mind. The loneliness, the fear, the desperate hope that somewhere, somehow, things would get better. They had gotten better. Because of the shadows. Could he give that up? Let me think about it, he said. Give me time. The form considered. Time. Yes. You may have time. But not forever. The shadows began to recede. When you're ready, call me. I'll hear. And then it was gone. Harry didn't sleep that night. He sat in the registry's back room, wrapped in blankets Mipsy had provided, and thought about what the shadow entity had said. About power and humanity and the price of both. Ragnarok found him at dawn. You look terrible. Thanks. The goblin settled beside him. Something happened last night. I felt it. The wards detected a presence unlike anything they've seen. Harry nodded slowly. The shadows spoke to me. The power I've been using, it's not just magic. It's something alive, something ancient, and it wants a bargain. Ragnarok's face went pale. What kind of bargain? Full bond. It gives me everything. I feed it with darkness. The goblin was silent for a long moment. Then, very quietly, he said, I was afraid of this. You knew, suspected. The way the shadows responded to you, it wasn't normal. Even for powerful wizards, that kind of control takes years of study. You just did it. Ragnarok met his eyes. There are old stories about beings that live in darkness, that feed on fear and pain. Most think they're myths, but goblins remember. And they're real. And they're dangerous. And if you bond with one, he shook his head. You'd become something else. Something not quite human. Harry absorbed this. The entity said the same thing. Then you know it's not lying. At least about that. What should I do? Ragnarok was quiet for a long moment. I can't answer that for you. Only you can decide what price you're willing to pay. He stood. But I'll say this, whatever you choose, you won't face it alone. The court stands with you. I stand with you. He left, and Harry sat alone with his thoughts. The next days were agony. Every moment, Harry felt the shadows pressing against his consciousness, waiting for his decision. Every night, he dreamed of darkness and power and the face of something ancient watching him from the void. He talked to his people, not about the entity, but about the future. About what they wanted, what they feared, what they hoped for. Hecuba spoke of grandchildren she hoped would inherit her shop. Vance spoke of a world where her security force wasn't needed. Thorn spoke of magical discoveries waiting to be made. Borgin spoke of legacy. Mipsy spoke of belonging. And Harry listened. They were counting on him. All of them. The shopkeepers, the children, the criminals who'd found a new way. His choices affected everyone. But ultimately, the choice was his alone. On the seventh night, he made his decision. He stood in the registry's empty back room, surrounded by shadows that seemed to hold their breath. The candles had gone out. The only light came from his scar, which pulsed with a faint glow. I've decided, he said. The entity materialized before him, its form more solid than before. Tell me. I'll accept the bond, but on my terms. The entity's eyes, if they could be called eyes, narrowed. Terms. I'm not your puppet. I'm not your servant. We're partners, equals. You give me power, and I give you what I choose to give. Fear from my enemies. Darkness from the battles we fight. But I decide how much, and when, and why. And if I refuse, then you find another champion. Someone else to channel your power. But you said it yourself, I'm special. Unique. You've never encountered anyone like me. Can you afford to walk away? The entity was silent for a long moment. The shadows swirled, agitated, as if arguing among themselves. Finally, you're bold. I'll give you that. I'm practical. I know what I'm worth. A laugh, genuine this time, almost warm. Yes, you do. The entity's form shifted, becoming more human-like. Very well. I accept your terms. Partners. Harry extended his hand. Partners. They touched. The world exploded into light and darkness and everything in between. Harry felt the entity pour into him, not possessing, not controlling, but merging. Becoming part of him as he became part of it. The shadows that had always been at the edges of his perception became extensions of his will, as natural as his own limbs. When it was over, he stood in the registry, unchanged and utterly transformed. Young master. Mipsy's voice came from the doorway. Young master, are you? She stopped, staring. I'm fine, Mipsy. But she kept staring. Young master's eyes. They're different. Harry looked in a mirror. His eyes were still green, still his mother's eyes. But in their depths, something moved. Shadows, swirling. Power, waiting. He smiled. Everything's fine, Mipsy. Better than fine. And for the first time in weeks, he meant it. Borgin noticed the change immediately. They met the next night to discuss an expansion of his shop. New inventory, new customers, new opportunities. But Borgin kept pausing, staring at Harry with an expression caught between awe and fear. Something's different, he said finally. Yes. More powerful. More present. Harry nodded. The bond is complete. I've accepted what I am. Borgin was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. I made the right choice, he said. Swearing to you. Following you. He met Harry's eyes. Whatever you are now, whatever you're becoming, I'm glad to be part of it. Harry felt something warm at the words. Loyalty. Genuine loyalty, freely given. Thank you, Borgin. Thank you, my lord. The weeks that followed were a period of adjustment. Harry explored his new powers, testing limits he hadn't known existed. The shadows were more responsive now, almost eager to serve. They protected him without being asked, warned him of dangers before they materialized, wrapped him in comfort when he was tired. But there was a cost. The entity, he'd learned to call it Umbra, fed on darkness. On fear, pain, suffering. Not from Harry, but from the world around him. And Harry found himself, noticing things he hadn't before. The cruelty beneath polite smiles. The greed behind generous offers. The violence lurking in every shadow. It wasn't that Umbra made him see evil everywhere. It was that Umbra made him aware, constantly, unrelentingly aware, of the darkness that existed in every heart. The world is darker than you knew, Umbra whispered one night. But that's not a bad thing. Darkness is honest. It doesn't pretend. Harry wasn't sure he agreed. But he was learning to live with the awareness. December brought snow and the first anniversary of Borgin's oath. The Shadow Court gathered to celebrate, not publicly, but privately, in the registry's largest room. Mipsy had outdone herself with food and drink, and even Snape had relaxed enough to accept a glass of wine. Borgin stood to speak. A year ago, I signed an oath that changed my life. I didn't know what I was agreeing to, not really. I thought I was buying survival, buying time, buying a place in a new order. He looked at Harry. I didn't know I was buying a future. The room was quiet. I've spent decades in this alley. Decades watching people destroy each other for scraps of power. I thought that was just how things were, how they'd always be. He shook his head. Then came the Shadow King. A child, hiding in shadows, who saw something none of us saw. Who believed this place could be different. Harry felt heat rise to his cheeks. Praise made him uncomfortable, always had. Borgin, let me finish. Borgin's voice was gentle but firm. I need to say this. We all need to hear it. He looked around the table. We've built something remarkable here. All of us. But it started with one person. One child who refused to accept the world as it was. He raised his glass. To the Shadow King. Long may he reign. The others echoed the toast. Harry sat frozen, overwhelmed. Thank you, he managed finally. All of you. I couldn't have done this alone. No, Ragnarok agreed. But you're the reason any of us tried. That night, alone in his room, Harry thought about the journey that had brought him here. From a cupboard under the stairs to the ruler of Knockturn Alley. From a forgotten orphan to the Shadow King. From a boy who feared everything to, whatever he was becoming. Umbra stirred in his consciousness. You're becoming what you were always meant to be. Asterisk. What's that? A bridge. Between light and darkness. Between what is and what could be. The entity's voice was almost tender. You're special, Harry Potter. More special than prophecies and dark lords and all the petty struggles of mortal life. You're mine. And I'm yours. Together, we'll change everything. Asterisk. Harry didn't respond. He was too tired, too full, too overwhelmed. Instead, he let the shadows wrap around him like a blanket, and he slept. And in his dreams, he walked through a Knockturn Alley transformed, peaceful, prosperous, protected. Children played in the streets. Shopkeepers smiled at their customers. The gas lamps burned with warm light instead of eerie flames. It was a dream, but dreams, Harry had learned, could become real. With enough power, enough will, enough darkness, properly channeled. He smiled in his sleep, and the shadows smiled with him. Chapter 11 The Black Market Network. January brought a new year and a new challenge. Harry stood before a massive map of magical Britain that Thorn had enchanted to show real-time movement of goods, people, and magic. Pins of various colors marked locations: red for Death Eater activity, blue for Ministry presence, green for Knockturn Holdings properties, and a dozen other shades for everything from illegal potion labs to unlicensed portkey points. The network is fragmenting, Thorn explained, pointing to several red pins that had begun to flicker. With the Death Eaters in disarray, Yaxley, Mulciber, and Avery still missing, their supply chains are collapsing. Independent operators are stepping in to fill the void. Harry studied the map. Lines of connection stretched across Britain, weaving between ministry-controlled areas and through the shadows where the law rarely reached. Some led to Knockturn Alley. Others led elsewhere, to Hogsmeade, to Diagon Alley, to remote villages where dark artifacts changed hands in the dead of night. Opportunity, Borgin said from his seat at the table. The Death Eaters controlled the most profitable black market networks for decades. With them weakened, there's a power vacuum. And you want us to fill it. Borgin's smile was thin. I want us to consider it. The resources, the connections, the intelligence, all of it could flow through Knockturn Alley. Through us. Through me. Through you. Yes. Borgin met his eyes steadily. You're the Shadow King. This is the kind of power kings wield. Harry considered. The black market wasn't something he'd thought much about. His focus had been on protecting the alley, not expanding beyond it. But Borgin had a point. Control of the networks meant control of information, resources, people. It meant influence that extended far beyond Nocturn's cobblestones. Tell me more, he said. The briefing lasted 3 hours. Borgin laid out the structure of magical Britain's underground economy. The potion smugglers, the artifact traders, the information brokers, the fence operations that moved stolen goods from wizarding homes to dark corners where questions weren't asked. It was vast, complex, and utterly unregulated. The Death Eaters controlled it through fear, he explained. If you wanted to move product through their territory, you paid their price. If you didn't, you disappeared. Simple, effective. And now there's no one to pay. No one to fear. Which sounds good until you realize that without someone in charge, the whole thing descends into chaos. Wars between suppliers. Customers getting ripped off or killed. Ministry attention drawn to places that can't afford it. Harry understood. Someone needs to restore order. The question is who? Exactly. And you think it should be us? Borgin spread his hands. I think it could be us. We have the resources, the connections, the reputation. He paused. And we have you. Harry absorbed this. The idea of expanding beyond Knockturn Alley was daunting, and exhilarating. More power meant more protection for his people. More influence meant more ability to shape the world. But it also meant more enemies. More attention. More risk. I need to think about it, he said. Talk to the others. Understand what we'd be getting into. Borgin nodded. Of course, my lord. The Shadow Court debated the black market expansion for 3 days. Vance opposed it strongly. We're protectors, not criminals. If we start running illegal networks, we become what we fought against. Thorn saw opportunity. The intelligence alone would be worth it. Imagine knowing every dark artifact that enters Britain, every illegal potion brewed, every curse sold in shadow. Hecuba was torn. The shopkeepers need stability. If expanding brings chaos, it hurts them. But if it brings more customers, more business, she shrugged. Snape, as always, was pragmatic. The Death Eaters will rebuild eventually. When they do, they'll want their networks back. Having control gives us leverage, something to trade when the time comes. Mipsy whispered about what the house elves had seen. Bad things moving in darkness. Terrible things. Someone should watch them. Someone should know. Ragnarok summarized, it's a question of whether the benefits outweigh the risks. And whether we're willing to become what we've always opposed to achieve what we want. Harry listened to all of it. Weighed every word. And on the 4th day, he made his decision. We'll do it, he said. But on our terms. The room went quiet. Vance is right, we're protectors, not criminals. That doesn't change. We don't become dealers in dark artifacts or smugglers of illegal potions. But we do become observers. Regulators. The ones who make sure the networks operate without harming innocents. Regulators. Borgin raised an eyebrow. The black market doesn't have regulators. It does now. Harry's voice was calm but absolute. Anyone who wants to move product through Knockturn Alley, or through territories we control, follows our rules. No children. No slaves. Nothing that causes permanent harm. And they pay a percentage to support our operations. And if they refuse, then they find another route. One that isn't protected. One where the Death Eaters might still have influence. Harry met Borgin's eyes. We're not becoming criminals. We're becoming the alternative to criminals. The choice for people who want to operate safely, fairly, without fear. Borgin was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. You continue to surprise me, my lord. Good. Surprise keeps people off balance. Harry turned to Thorn. Can you build a system to track movement through the networks? Who's moving what, where, when? Thorn's eyes lit up. Already have designs. Just needed approval to implement. Approved. Vance, I'll need security for the new operations, people we trust to enforce the rules without becoming thugs. Vance nodded slowly. I know a few. Retired Aurors, mostly. People who believe in order. Good. Borgin, you'll be my primary contact with the networks. Your reputation opens doors. Borgin inclined his head. An honor, my lord. Hecuba, I need you to talk to the shopkeepers. Make sure they understand what's happening, and what's not. This doesn't change their lives unless they want it to. Hecuba nodded firmly. I'll make them understand. Snape, keep listening. If the Death Eaters hear about this, I want to know before they act. Snape's dark eyes gleamed. Of course. Mipsy, Harry paused. Mipsy, I need you to keep doing what you do. The house elves see everything. Know everything. Without them, we're blind. Mipsy burst into happy tears. Mipsy will serve. Mipsy will serve the young master forever. In Ragnarok, Harry turned to the goblin. Ragnarok, I need you to handle the finances. The percentage we collect needs to be managed, invested, used wisely. No one does that better than you. Ragnarok smiled, a rare expression. Flattery will get you everywhere, my lord. The room relaxed into shared purpose. The decision was made. The path was set. Now came the work. The expansion took months. Thorn's tracking system grew from a simple map to a complex web of enchanted connections, monitoring movement across Britain. Vance's security force expanded into a network of trusted observers, people in every major settlement who reported what they saw without getting involved. Borgin's contacts spread the word. Knockturn Alley was open for business, under new management, with rules that protected everyone who followed them. The response was mixed. Some operators welcomed the structure. The old Death Eater networks had been brutal, unpredictable. Knowing what was expected, what was forbidden, what would happen if rules were broken, that was actually appealing. Others resisted. Independent operators who'd run their own territories for years didn't appreciate a new power telling them what to do. A few tried to fight. They failed, quickly, publicly, decisively. One smuggler, a witch named Morag who'd controlled potion routes in the north for decades, sent a message after her third shipment was intercepted. Fine. You win. What are your terms? Asterisk. Harry smiled when he read it. Standard rates. Standard rules. And a meeting to discuss long-term cooperation. The message was sent. The meeting was scheduled. And another piece of the network fell into place. By spring, the black market network was functioning smoothly. Not perfectly, there were always disputes, always tensions, always people testing boundaries. But the chaos that had followed the Death Eater's collapse was subsiding. Order was emerging, and at the center of that order sat a 9-year-old boy in a shadow cloak, directing operations from a registry in the heart of Knockturn Alley. Harry felt the weight of it every day. The decisions, the responsibilities, the lives that depended on him. Sometimes it was overwhelming, too much for a child to bear. But then he'd think about the cupboard, about the Dursleys, about the helplessness he'd sworn never to feel again. And he'd keep going. April brought a visitor Harry hadn't expected. Malachi Thorne, the young duelist who'd challenged him months ago, appeared at the registry, looking older and more serious than Harry remembered. I heard what you're doing, he said without preamble. Expanding into the Networks. Setting rules. Creating order. Harry watched him carefully. And I want in. The request was surprising. Malachi had left Knockturn Alley with his pride intact but his reputation diminished. Coming back meant admitting that the Shadow King was worth following. Why? Malachi was quiet for a moment. Because I've been out there. Watching. Learning. And what I've seen is chaos, people getting hurt, getting killed, because there's no one to keep things in line. The Death Eaters were monsters, but at least they had rules. Now there's nothing. And you think I can fix that? I think you're trying. That's more than anyone else is doing. Malachi met his eyes. I'm not asking for power. I'm asking for purpose. Something to fight for that isn't just my own reputation. Harry considered. Malachi was talented, ambitious, and hungry for meaning. That combination could be dangerous, or invaluable. I'll give you a chance, he said. One chance. You'll work with Vance's security force. Follow orders. Prove yourself. If you do, he paused. Then we'll talk about more. Malachi nodded slowly. Fair enough. He left, and Harry turned to Ragnock. Watch him, closely. You think he's a threat. I think he's ambitious. Ambitious people can be allies or enemies, depending on how they're handled. Harry's eyes were cold. We'll make sure he's the former. The network grew through the summer. More operators signed on. More territories came under Knockturn's influence. More information flowed through Thorn's tracking system, painting an increasingly detailed picture of magical Britain's underground. Harry studied it all, learning patterns, identifying threats, planning responses. The map that had once shown only Knockturn Alley now covered an entire wall, stretching from the northernmost reaches of Scotland to the southern coast. Pins marked every significant player, every major route, every point where conflict might erupt. This is extraordinary, Ragnock said one evening, standing before the map. No one, not the Ministry, not the Death Eaters at their height, has ever had this level of intelligence. It's not enough. It's never enough. That's the nature of power. The goblin turned to face him. But you're building something that could last. Something that could shape the next century. Harry shook his head. I'm just trying to survive. To protect my people. Same thing. Different words. Ragnock smiled. You're a king, Harry. Whether you want to be or not. The only question is what kind. Harry didn't answer. He was staring at the map, at the web of connections spreading across Britain, and thinking about the future. The future was coming faster than he'd expected. August brought word from Snape. The Death Eaters are regrouping, he reported at the monthly court meeting. Slowly, quietly, but definitely. They've heard about the network. About your expansion. And they're not happy. Can they do anything about it? Not yet. They're too weak, too scattered. But given time, Snape shrugged. Given time, they'll rebuild. And when they do, they'll come for you. Harry absorbed this calmly. He'd known it was coming. Known that the Death Eaters wouldn't simply disappear, that Voldemort's followers would eventually reorganize. How much time? A year. Maybe 2. Depends on how quickly they find leadership. And when they do, then you fight. Or you flee. Snape's dark eyes held something that might have been concern. The Dark Lord doesn't share power. He doesn't tolerate rivals. If you control what he considers his, he'll destroy you. Harry nodded slowly. Then we make sure he can't. The preparations began immediately. Vance expanded security training, turning her force into a genuine military organization. Thorn developed new defenses, new weapons, new ways to detect and neutralize threats. Borgin cultivated contacts among the Ministry, ensuring warning of any official action against them. Mipsy's house elves spread through Death Eater households, listening, watching, reporting. And Harry trained. With Umbra's help, he pushed his powers further than ever before. The shadows became extensions of his will, not just tools, but partners. He could move through them, see through them, strike through them. He could be in a dozen places at once, watching everything, missing nothing. You're becoming formidable, Umbra observed one night. The Dark Lord won't know what hit him. He's not the only threat. No, but he's the biggest. Defeat him, and the others fall in line. The entity's voice was satisfied. And you will defeat him. I've seen it. Seen how. The future isn't fixed. But possibilities. I can sense possibilities. And in most of them, you win. Umbra paused. The question is what you become in the winning. Harry didn't ask what that meant. He was afraid of the answer. September brought a new challenge, competition. A group of independent operators, former Death Eater associates who'd broken away during the collapse, had formed their own network in the north. They called themselves the Shadow Syndicate, a clear imitation of Harry's operation, and they were aggressively recruiting members. "They're using our name," Borgin reported, his voice tight with anger. "Our reputation, our methods, and they're undercutting our prices." Harry studied the reports. The syndicate was smaller than his network, less organized, more violent. But they were growing, fast. "They're not just competition," he said slowly. "They're a threat. If they succeed, they'll attract everyone who doesn't want to follow our rules. The criminals, the thugs, the people who prefer chaos to order. Can we stop them? We can try." Harry looked at the map, at the northern territories where the syndicate was strongest. "But not with force, not yet. They'd love a war. It would legitimize them, make them seem like our equals. So what then? Information. We learn everything about them, their leaders, their operations, their weaknesses. And then we use it." Harry's smile was cold. "Every organization has cracks. We find theirs. And we drive wedges into them until they shatter." The intelligence campaign took weeks. Mipsy's house elves infiltrated syndicate operations, reporting back on every detail. Thorn's tracking system mapped their supply lines, their safe houses, their communication methods. Borgin's contacts among the operators they'd poached provided insights into their leadership. By October, Harry knew more about the Shadow Syndicate than they knew about themselves. "They're led by a wizard named Varn," he reported to the court. "Former Death Eater, mid-level, never trusted with real power. He's ambitious, paranoid, and deeply insecure. His second-in-command, a witch called Morwen, actually runs the operation. Varn's just the face." "And their weaknesses?" Vance asked. "Plenty. Varn's paranoia means he trusts no one. Morwen resents him but can't move against him without splitting the organization. Their members are loyal to money, not ideology. They'll switch sides if the price is right. So we buy them. Some of them. The ones worth keeping." Harry turned to Borgin. "Can you make contact? Quietly. Offer better terms to anyone willing to jump ship." Borgin nodded. "Already have feelers out. A few are interested." "Good. And for the ones who aren't," Harry looked at the map. "We make sure they know what happens to people who oppose us." The campaign worked. Within a month, half the syndicate's members had defected to Knockturn Holdings. The remaining half fractured into squabbling factions, each blaming the others for the collapse. Varn and Morwen turned on each other, their mutual suspicion finally boiling over into open conflict. By December, the Shadow Syndicate was finished. Varn fled Britain, pursued by enemies he'd made in his brief rise to power. Morwen surrendered to Harry's forces, offering information in exchange for her life. The territories they'd controlled fell quietly under Nocturn's influence, their operators accepting the new rules without resistance. The Shadow Court celebrated quietly. "Well done, my lord," Borgin said, raising his glass. "The network is secure. For now." Harry's voice was calm. "But there will always be another threat. Another competitor. Another enemy." He looked around at his people. "That's the price of power. Constant vigilance. Constant preparation. Constant willingness to do what needs to be done." The room was quiet. "But it's worth it," he continued. "Because every threat we defeat, every enemy we overcome, makes us stronger. Makes the network more secure. Makes our people safer." He raised his own glass. "To the network. To the alley. To all of us. To the Shadow King," Borgin responded. The others echoed it. And Harry, 9 years old and ruler of the largest black market network in Britain, allowed himself a small smile. That night, alone in his room, he thought about the journey. From a cupboard to a kingdom. From a forgotten orphan to a king. From a boy who feared everything to this. Whatever this was. Umbra stirred. "You're wondering if it's worth it. Always. And what do you conclude? Harry considered. The power. The responsibility. The constant weight of decisions that affected thousands of lives. "I don't know," he admitted. "But I know I can't go back. Can't be the boy in the cupboard again. So forward is the only direction." "Forward," Umbra agreed. "Together." Harry nodded and let the shadows wrap around him. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new threats, new decisions. But tonight, he would rest. And in the morning, the Shadow King would rise again. Chapter 12 Mask of the King. The winter of Harry's 9th year brought more than snow to Knockturn Alley. It brought questions. Not from enemies, those he expected. Not from rivals, those he could handle. These questions came from his own people. From the shopkeepers who depended on him. From the children who played in the shadows. From everyone who'd heard the rumors and wondered, who is the Shadow King? Hecuba asked me today, Vance reported at the monthly court meeting. Not directly, she's too careful for that. But she wanted to know if you were human. Harry's expression didn't change behind his hood. What did you tell her? That I didn't know. That no one knew. That the Shadow King's identity was the one secret even I wasn't trusted with. Good. Vance hesitated. But she's not wrong to wonder. The longer you stay hidden, the more the rumors grow. Some say you're not human at all. Some say you're a spirit, a demon, something that's never lived and never dies. And what do you say? I say you're the most human person I've ever met. Vance met his eyes, or tried to, through the shadow of the hood. That's what worries me. Harry understood. His humanity was both strength and weakness. It connected him to the people he protected. It also made him vulnerable, to fear, to exhaustion, to the weight of it all. The mask stays, he said. For now. Until I'm ready. And when will that be? When I'm strong enough. When the network is secure. When revealing myself won't put everyone at risk. Harry's voice was calm. Maybe never. Maybe the mask becomes permanent. The room was quiet. No one argued. The mask became a character in its own right. Harry practiced with it, learning to project authority through its shadow, to convey emotion without revealing expression, to be present even when invisible. The hood became an extension of himself, as natural as the shadows that served him. But it was also a burden. Some days, he longed to pull it off. To show his face, his age, his humanity. To let the shopkeepers see that their protector was just a boy who'd grown up in a cupboard, who knew hunger and fear and loneliness, who'd built this kingdom from nothing but desperation and will. Those days, he thought about the Dursleys. About the cupboard. About the helplessness that had defined his early years. And he kept the mask on. February brought an unexpected test. A delegation from the ministry arrived at the registry, not to investigate, not to threaten, but to negotiate. They'd heard about the network's success. About the stability it brought. About the possibility of cooperation. Harry received them in the registry's largest room, surrounded by shadows and silence. Vance flanked him, her wand visible but not raised. Thorn lurked in the background, ready to activate defenses at the first sign of trouble. The delegation consisted of 3 witches and wizards in formal ministry robes. Their leader, a portly man with kind eyes and a weak chin, introduced himself as Percival Weasley. Ministry liaison for underground economic affairs, he explained. A new position, created specifically to address recent developments. Harry's voice emerged from the shadows, calm and neutral. What developments? The stabilization of certain markets. The reduction in violent conflicts. The emergence of what appears to be organized, regulated trade in areas traditionally associated with chaos. Weasley's eyes scanned the room, trying to locate the speaker. The ministry has noticed, and we're curious, concerned, potentially interested in cooperation. Weasley spread his hands. The old approach, ignoring the underground, hoping it would manage itself, clearly failed. The Death Eaters proved that. A new approach is needed. You want to work with us. We want to explore possibilities. Formalize certain arrangements. Ensure that what you've built doesn't become a new threat. Weasley's voice was careful, diplomatic. The ministry isn't here to shut you down. We're here to understand. Harry considered. A ministry alliance could be valuable, legitimacy, resources, protection from political attacks. But it could also be a trap. A way to infiltrate, observe, eventually control. What would cooperation look like? We're still defining that. But initially, information sharing. Mutual notification of major events. Consultation before significant expansions. Weasley paused. And perhaps, in time, official recognition of your authority in certain areas. The room went quiet. Recognition, Harry repeated. The Ministry would officially recognize my control over Knockturn Alley and the associated networks. It's possible. Not guaranteed, but possible. Weasley's eyes were earnest. The Ministry has changed since the war. People understand that old approaches don't work. That sometimes, the best way to maintain order is to work with those who've already created it. Harry was silent for a long moment. The delegation shifted uncomfortably, unsure if they'd offended or interested him. Finally, he spoke. I'll consider it. Leave your contact information. Someone will be in touch. Weasley nodded quickly, producing a card from his robes. Of course. Thank you for your time. He hesitated. For your willingness to talk. The delegation left, and Harry sat alone with his thoughts. The Shadow Court debated the Ministry offer for days. Vance was suspicious. Their Ministry. They've spent centuries ignoring or oppressing places like this. Why would they change now? Borgin saw opportunity. Official recognition would be huge. It would legitimize everything we've built. Make it harder for enemies to attack us politically. Hecuba worried about the shopkeepers. If the Ministry gets involved, will it mean more oversight? More rules? More people telling us what to do? Thorn was practical. We can build systems that share information without revealing anything critical. The Ministry gets what it needs, we keep what matters. Snape, as always, was cautious. The Ministry is not a monolith. Different factions want different things. Weasley seems genuine, but others, he shook his head. Others would use any opening to destroy us. Mipsy whispered about what the House Elves had heard. Ministry people talk. They say the underground is changing. They say maybe, new ways are possible. Ragnarok summarized, it's a risk. But so is everything. The question is whether the potential reward outweighs the danger. Harry listened to all of it. Weighed every word. And made his decision. We'll engage, he said. Carefully. Slowly. With clear boundaries and constant vigilance. He looked around the table. Vance, you'll handle initial communications. Keep everything formal, documented, deniable. Borgin, you'll advise on what information to share, and what to hold back. Thorn, you'll monitor Ministry communications for any sign of betrayal. Snape, you'll use your contacts to learn what the other factions are planning. And you? Ragnarok asked. I'll stay in the shadows. Literally and figuratively. Harry's voice was calm. The Ministry wants to negotiate with the Shadow King. They don't need to know the Shadow King is 9 years old. The negotiations stretched through February and into March. Vance met with Weasley weekly, always in neutral locations, always with witnesses. They discussed boundaries, information sharing, dispute resolution mechanisms. The Ministry wanted access to Harry's intelligence network, Harry wanted protection from political attacks. Both sides danced around the edges of trust, neither willing to commit fully. Progress is slow, Vance reported. But it's progress. Weasley seems genuine. His superiors, less so. Which superiors? Multiple. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement wants to use us as informants. The Auror office wants to arrest us. The Wizengamot is divided. Vance shrugged. Standard Ministry chaos. Harry absorbed this. Can we work with it? For now. As long as we're careful. Vance met his eyes. The key is Weasley. He believes in what he's doing, genuinely believes that cooperation is better than confrontation. If we can keep him in place, we have an ally. Can we protect him? From his own people? I don't know. Ministry politics are vicious. People who try to change things often get destroyed. Vance's voice was grim. But we can try. April brought a breakthrough. Weasley arrived at a meeting with news. The Ministry had agreed to a pilot program. Knockturn Alley would be designated a special economic zone, officially recognized as operating under different rules than the rest of magical Britain. In exchange, Harry's network would share intelligence on threats to national security and would submit to annual reviews by a joint committee. This is huge, Weasley said, his face alight with excitement. Official recognition, legal protection, a framework for cooperation that could last for generations. Vance remained calm. And the details, the fine print, we're still working on those. But the principle is established. The Ministry acknowledges that Knockturn Alley exists, that it has its own governance, that the old approach of pretending it didn't exist was failing. Weasley beamed. This is a new era. Harry watched from the shadows, unmoved by the enthusiasm. New eras were fragile. Paper agreements could be broken. Trust could be betrayed. But recognition was valuable. Legitimacy was powerful. And having a foot inside the ministry's door could protect his people in ways force never could. Proceed, he said quietly. But carefully. Very carefully. Weasley nodded, not questioning the voice from the shadows. Of course. I understand. The summer brought implementation. Committees met. Documents were signed. Boundaries were drawn. Knockturn Alley officially became a special economic zone, a legal fiction that allowed Harry's network to operate with ministry approval. The shopkeepers celebrated. For the first time in centuries, they had legal protection. For the first time in their lives, they could do business without fear of raids or arrests. The children noticed too. They played more freely in the streets, their laughter echoing off ancient walls. They looked at the shadows with wonder instead of fear, knowing that something protected them. Harry watched it all from the registry's window, a rare smile on his face. Young Master is happy, Mipsy observed. I'm satisfied. Harry turned from the window. It's not happiness. I don't know if I can feel that anymore. But it's close. Mipsy's eyes filled with tears. Young Master feels too much. That's the problem. Young Master carries everyone's feelings, everyone's fears, everyone's hopes. That's why young Master can't feel his own. Harry considered this. Was it true? Had he become so focused on protecting others that he'd lost himself? Maybe, he admitted. But I don't know how to change it. Mipsy will help. Mipsy will always help. The house elf patted his knee. Young Master is not alone. Young Master has Mipsy. Has court. Has people who care. Harry nodded slowly. I know. Thank you, Mipsy. September brought a new challenge. A letter, delivered by Owl, addressed to the Shadow King, in elegant, flowing script. Harry opened it alone, in the registry's back room, his heart pounding for reasons he couldn't explain. To the ruler of Knockturn Alley. I have watched your rise with great interest. The order you've created, the loyalty you've inspired, the power you've accumulated without ever revealing your face. Asterisk. You are what I might have been, if circumstances had been different. Asterisk. I would like to meet. Not as enemies, not yet. But as two people who understand that the world is not divided into light and dark, good and evil, heroes and villains. As two people who have chosen their own paths. Asterisk. If you're willing, come to the old Riddle house in Little Hangleton. Midnight, on the full moon. Come alone. Asterisk. I will be waiting. Asterisk. T.M. Riddle. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then a fourth. T.M. Riddle. Tom Marvolo Riddle. The name Voldemort had used before he became the Dark Lord. The letter was an invitation. A trap. An opportunity. He didn't know which. Umbra stirred in his consciousness. The Dark Lord reaches out. Interesting. Asterisk. Interesting. It's terrifying. Terrifying, yes. But also revealing. He's curious about you. That curiosity is weakness. Asterisk. Or strength. He wouldn't reach out if he didn't think he could gain something. True. But what does he want? Information. Alliance. Destruction. Asterisk. Harry didn't know. But he knew he had to find out. The Shadow Court met in emergency session. Harry shared the letter, watching faces react. Shock. Fear. Determination. The same emotions he'd felt, reflected in his people. He wants to meet, Borgin breathed. The Dark Lord wants to meet you. Not me. The Shadow King. He doesn't know who I am. But he will. If you go, Vance shook her head. It's too dangerous. I agree. Snape's voice was sharp. I've seen what he does to people who interest him. He doesn't make friends. He makes slaves or corpses. Hecuba spoke quietly. What if you don't go? What happens then? Harry considered. He'll be insulted. He'll see it as weakness. And he'll come for us anyway, but without the chance to understand him first. Then you have to go. Mipsy's voice trembled, but her eyes were steady. Young Master must face the darkness. Must understand it. Must. She stopped, tears streaming. Must survive it. The room was quiet. I'll go, Harry said. But not alone. Umbra will be with me. And I'll prepare, wards, portkeys, everything Thorn can devise. And if it's a trap, then I'll fight, or flee, or die. Harry's voice was calm. But I won't hide. Not from him. Not ever again. Dash dash dash. The full moon rose on a night of perfect clarity. Harry stood before the old Riddle house, a crumbling mansion that radiated darkness like heat from a fire. The shadows here were different, thicker, older, more hungry. They pressed against him, testing him, and Umbra stirred in response. This place is steeped in darkness. The Dark Lord was born here, raised here, shaped by its evil. Asterisk. I know. Be careful. He's not like other enemies. Asterisk. I know. Harry walked forward. The door opened at his touch, swinging inward on silent hinges. Inside, the house was surprisingly clean, not restored, but maintained, as if someone still lived here. Candles flickered in sconces along the walls, casting dancing shadows that seemed to watch him pass. In the drawing room, a figure waited. He was young, younger than Harry had expected. Handsome, with dark hair and pale skin and eyes that held centuries of malice. He sat in an armchair by the fire, a glass of wine in his hand, looking for all the world like a gentleman receiving an expected guest. "The Shadow King," he said. "You came." Harry stopped in the doorway, letting the shadows gather around him. "You invited me." "So I did." Voldemort, for it was him, somehow young and whole, gestured to a chair. "Sit. Talk. I promise not to bite." Harry didn't move. "What do you want?" "Straight to business." "I appreciate that." Voldemort set down his wine. "I want to understand you. The power you've built. The loyalty you've inspired. He paused, his eyes narrowing. "The shadows that surround you. They're not ordinary magic." "No, I thought not. I've studied the dark arts for decades, and I've never seen anything like them." Voldemort leaned forward. "What are you?" Harry considered the question. It was the same one he'd been asking himself for years. "I don't know," he admitted. "Something new. Something the world hasn't seen before." Voldemort smiled, a thin, appreciative expression. "Honesty. Unexpected, but welcome." He leaned back. "I was like you once. Different. Special. Marked by powers I didn't understand. I had to discover them myself, shape them myself, become what I am through trial and error and relentless will. And now I'm offering you the same chance. Join me. Learn from me. Become what you're meant to be, with guidance instead of struggle." Voldemort spread his hands. "Together, we could reshape the world." Harry was quiet for a long moment. The offer was tempting, more than tempting. Voldemort knew things about dark magic that no one else knew. With his guidance, Harry could become unstoppable. But at what cost? "I've seen what you do to followers," he said. "They're not partners. They're tools. Slaves. Expendable. Resources." Voldemort's eyes hardened. "You think you're different. I think I'm not interested in being anyone's tool." Harry's voice was calm. "I've spent my whole life being controlled, by relatives, by circumstances, by prophecies I never asked for. I'm done with that." "So you refuse?" "I refuse to be your follower. But I'm open to other arrangements." Voldemort studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. "You're more interesting than I thought. Most people cower when they meet me. Beg, plead, offer anything to survive." He stood. "You just negotiate. I learned from the best." "The best?" Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "Who?" "Myself." Harry met his gaze steadily. There was no one else. Something flickered in Voldemort's eyes, recognition, perhaps. Kinship. The understanding of someone who'd also been alone, also been different, also been forced to become his own teacher. "I'll make you a counter-offer," he said. "Not alliance. Not yet. But communication. A channel, open between us, for sharing information that might benefit us both. No commitment. No obligation. Just dialogue." Harry considered. It was dangerous, any contact with Voldemort was dangerous. But it was also an opportunity. A chance to understand his enemy, to learn his plans, to prepare for the inevitable conflict. "Agreed," he said. "On one condition." "Name it." "You don't try to find out who I am. The mask stays. My identity remains secret. If you break that," Harry paused. "The dialogue ends. And I become your enemy in earnest." Voldemort's smile widened. "You're magnificent. Truly." He extended his hand. "Agreed." Harry didn't take it. Instead, he let the shadows swirl between them. "This isn't friendship," he said. "It's not trust. It's mutual interest, recognized and acknowledged. That's all." Voldemort withdrew his hand, unbothered. "That's enough. For now. Dash dash dash." Harry left the Riddle house as the moon began to set. Behind him, Voldemort watched from the window, his expression unreadable. Ahead, the Portkey waited to carry him back to Knockturn Alley. Umbra stirred. That went better than expected. Asterisk. Did it? He still wants to kill me eventually. Eventually. Not now. Now he's curious. Intrigued. That curiosity buys time. Asterisk. Time for what? Time to prepare. Time to grow. Time to become strong enough that when he finally moves, you're ready. Asterisk. Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't comfort, not really. But it was something. The Portkey activated, and the world twisted. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the registry, surrounded by familiar shadows and waiting friends. Young Master. Mipsy rushed to him, tears streaming. Young Master is safe. I'm safe. Harry pulled off the hood, revealing a face that was paler than usual but calm. It's done. For now. The Shadow Court gathered around, asking questions, seeking reassurance. Harry answered what he could, deflected what he couldn't, and tried to process what had just happened. He'd met Voldemort, negotiated with Voldemort, made an arrangement with Voldemort. The world had just become much more complicated. The weeks that followed were a strange waiting period. Voldemort kept his word, no attacks, no infiltration attempts, no visible moves against Harry's network. But Harry felt his presence constantly, a pressure at the edges of his consciousness, a reminder that the Dark Lord was out there, watching, waiting. Communication came through dreams. Not ordinary dreams. Voldemort's magic allowed him to reach into Harry's mind while he slept, to share images and impressions without words. Harry saw fragments of the Dark Lord's past, the orphanage where he'd grown up, the Hogwarts where he'd discovered his power, the travels that had taken him to the darkest corners of the world. In return, Harry showed him nothing. He'd learned to shield his mind with Umbra's help, to present a blank wall where his thoughts should be. Voldemort seemed amused by the resistance rather than frustrated. You're learning, Umbra observed. Growing stronger. The Dark Lord's attention is a burden, but also a gift, it forces you to improve. I'd rather improve without the pressure. Would you? Would you really? Without pressure, without threat, would you have become what you are? Harry didn't answer. He knew the truth, the cupboard had shaped him as much as any enemy. Suffering had forged him into something harder, something more capable of surviving. That didn't mean he was grateful for it. December brought snow and the end of Harry's 9th year. He stood at the registry's window, watching the flakes fall on Knockturn Alley. The gas lamps flickered with their usual eerie light, but the shadows beneath them seemed peaceful now, content, almost, in their role as protectors. Young Master is thinking, Mipsy said, appearing at his side. Always. About what? Harry considered. About the future. About what comes next. About whether I'm becoming what I need to be, or something else entirely. Mipsy was quiet for a moment. Then, Young Master is good. Mipsy knows this. Young Master protects people, helps people, gives people hope. That is good. Even if I use darkness to do it. Darkness is not bad. Darkness is just dark. Like night. Like shadows. Like the space between stars. Mipsy's ancient eyes were wise. What matters is what Young Master does with the darkness. Does Young Master use it to hurt? Or to heal? Harry thought about it. The Cartwrights, removed. The Death Eaters, imprisoned. The network, regulated. The shopkeepers, protected. To protect, he said. Always to protect. Then Young Master is good. Mipsy patted his hand. Mipsy knows. Harry smiled. A real smile, rare these days. Thank you, Mipsy. Thank Young Master. For everything. They stood together, watching the snow fall, and for a moment, the weight of being Shadow King felt almost bearable. Almost. That night, Harry dreamed of Voldemort. Not the usual dreams, fragments of past and present. This was different. This was the Dark Lord, whole and present, standing in a chamber Harry didn't recognize. You've done well, Voldemort said. The network grows. The ministry bends. Your people thrive. Harry said nothing. But you're still hiding. Still masked. Still afraid to show your true face. I'm protecting my people. Or are you protecting yourself? Voldemort's eyes gleamed. The mask is comfortable, isn't it? It lets you be anything, anyone, no one. It lets you forget who you are. Harry felt the words strike home. Was it true? Had he hidden behind the mask so long that he'd lost himself? Think about it, Voldemort continued. When you're ready to talk, really talk, I'll be here. The dream faded, and Harry woke in darkness. He lay still, breathing hard, the shadows clustering close as if to comfort him. He's wrong, Umbra whispered. The mask is protection, not prison. Is it? Yes. You know who you are. The boy in the cupboard. The child who survived. The king who built an empire from nothing. The mask doesn't change that. Harry wanted to believe it. But Voldemort's words echoed in his mind, raising doubts he couldn't shake. Who was he, really? Without the mask, without the power, without the kingdom. He didn't know anymore. And that, perhaps, was the darkest truth of all. Chapter 13 Dumbledore's Suspicion. The first hint that Dumbledore was watching came in January, carried on the wings of an owl Harry didn't recognize. The letter was brief, written in elegant script on parchment that smelled faintly of lemon drops. To the proprietor of Knockturn Holdings. I would be most interested in discussing your recent acquisitions and the remarkable stability that has settled upon Knockturn Alley. Such transformations are rare and worthy of attention. Please respond at your convenience. With respect, Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read the letter 3 times, his scar throbbing with each pass. Dumbledore. The man who'd arranged his placement with the Dursleys. The man who'd planned his suffering for the greater good. The man who, according to the Shadow Ledger, had manipulated his entire life from the shadows. And now he wanted to meet. What do you make of it? Harry asked, passing the letter to Ragnarok. The goblin read carefully, his expression darkening. He's curious, suspicious. The changes in Knockturn are too significant to ignore, and Dumbledore notices everything eventually. Is it a trap? Probably not. Dumbledore doesn't work that way. He'll observe, analyze, and then, when he thinks he understands, he'll act. Ragnarok set the letter down. The question is what he'll do when he learns the truth. Harry considered. The truth meant different things to different people. To Dumbledore, it might mean a useful tool, a child he could mold, control, deploy against Voldemort. It might mean a threat, an independent power he couldn't manage. Or it might mean something else entirely. Ignoring him isn't an option, Harry said. If he's curious now, he'll only get more curious. Better to engage, control the narrative, shape what he sees. And if he sees through the mask, then we adapt, the same way we always do. Harry met Ragnarok's eyes. But first, we prepare. I need to know everything about Dumbledore, his history, his methods, his weaknesses. The Shadow Ledger has some, but not enough. Ragnarok nodded slowly. I'll start the research. But Harry, he paused. Dumbledore is not the Cartwrights. Not Borgin. Not even Voldemort. He's something else entirely. I know. Be careful. Always. The research took weeks. Ragnarok delved into the registry's deepest archives, pulling records that hadn't been touched in centuries. Mipsy's house elf network spread through Hogwarts, gathering gossip and observation from every corner of the castle. Snape provided his own insights, carefully, cautiously, always aware that Dumbledore was his employer as well as Harry's potential enemy. By February, Harry had assembled a comprehensive portrait of the man who'd shaped his destiny. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Born 1881, prodigiously talented wizard, rose to prominence after defeating Grindelwald in 1945. Served as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and Headmaster of Hogwarts. But beneath the public achievements, the ledger revealed darker currents. His sister, Ariana, had died young, killed in a three-way duel between Dumbledore, his brother Aberforth, and Grindelwald. The incident had shaped everything that followed, driving Dumbledore's fear of power, his belief that the ends justified the means, his conviction that he alone could be trusted to make the hard choices. The greater good, Harry murmured, reading the passage. That's what Grindelwald believed. That's what Dumbledore fought against. But somewhere along the way, he started believing it himself. It's a seductive philosophy, Ragnarok observed. Convincing yourself that your choices are justified because they serve a larger purpose. It allows you to do terrible things without feeling terrible. Like leaving a child with abusive relatives. Exactly. Harry closed the file. He understood Dumbledore now, understood the fear and guilt and desperate need for control that drove him. Understanding didn't mean forgiving, but it meant he could anticipate, could plan, could counter. The question was how. The answer came from an unexpected source, Snape. He's worried, the potions master reported at the next court meeting. The changes in Knockturn have caught his attention, and he doesn't like what he sees. An unknown power consolidating influence, operating outside ministry control, refusing to reveal itself, it violates everything he believes about order. What does he plan to do? Investigate. Personally. He's mentioned visiting the alley, observing the shops, perhaps even attempting to contact the Shadow King directly. Snape's dark eyes were troubled. He won't be easily fooled. Harry absorbed this. A personal visit from Dumbledore was dangerous, the most dangerous thing they'd faced. But it was also an opportunity. If they could control the narrative, shape what he saw, they might satisfy his curiosity without revealing the truth. Can you delay him? Harry asked. Give us time to prepare. Perhaps. I've suggested that a direct approach might be counterproductive, that the Shadow King values anonymity and might retreat further if pressed. Snape's thin smile appeared. He's considering it. How long? A month. Maybe 2. After that, his curiosity will overcome his caution. Then we have a month to prepare. The preparation consumed March. Harry worked with his inner circle to craft a narrative, a story about Knockturn Alley that Dumbledore could observe and interpret without discovering the truth. The shopkeepers were briefed on what to say, what to hide, how to present themselves. The security force was instructed to be visible but not threatening, present but not oppressive. The registry was warded against magical observation, its true contents hidden behind layers of illusion. And Harry prepared himself. Meeting Voldemort had been terrifying, but in some ways, Dumbledore was worse. Voldemort was openly evil, you knew where you stood. Dumbledore was kind, gentle, convincing. He could make you believe he had your best interests at heart even as he sacrificed you for the greater good. I won't let him, Harry whispered to himself. I won't. Umbra stirred. He'll try to manipulate you. It's what he does. But you're stronger now, more aware. He won't find the child he expects. I'm still a child. 9 years old. In years, yes. In experience, in suffering, in power, you're older than most adults. Don't underestimate yourself. Harry nodded slowly. It was true. The cupboard had aged him. The alley had hardened him. Voldemort had tested him. He wasn't the innocent orphan Dumbledore expected. Let the old man come. Let him observe, analyze, manipulate. He'd find a surprise waiting. Dumbledore arrived on the 1st of April. Harry watched from the registry's upper window as the headmaster walked through Knockturn Alley, his blue eyes missing nothing. He moved slowly, deliberately, pausing at shop windows, observing interactions, occasionally stopping to speak with shopkeepers. Hecuba handled it perfectly. When Dumbledore entered her shop, she greeted him warmly, answered his questions about business conditions, and carefully avoided any mention of the Shadow King or the New Order. Dumbledore left looking thoughtful but not suspicious. Borgin was equally careful. He discussed the usual topics, artifact sales, market trends, the challenges of running a business in uncertain times. When Dumbledore asked about the changes in the alley, Borgin shrugged and said, people got tired of chaos, I suppose. Decided to work together instead of fighting. Vance and her security force maintained a visible but non-threatening presence. When Dumbledore observed them, they smiled and nodded and went about their business. Nothing to see here. By evening, Dumbledore had completed his circuit of the alley. He stood at the entrance, looking back at the shops and shadows, his expression unreadable. Then he walked away. Harry didn't relax. That was too easy, he told the court that night. He saw something. Not the truth, maybe, but something. He'll be back. What makes you say that? Vance asked. Because he's Dumbledore. Because he doesn't give up. Because, Harry paused, remembering the letter, the research, everything he'd learned. Because he needs to control things. And he can't control what he doesn't understand. The room was quiet. So what do we do? Hecuba asked. We wait. We watch. We prepare. Harry looked around at his people. And we trust each other. That's all we can do. The waiting lasted 3 weeks. Then, on a gray April morning, Dumbledore returned. This time, he came directly to the registry. Harry watched him approach through the enchanted window, his heart pounding. The old wizard moved with purpose, his blue eyes fixed on the building ahead. He knew. Somehow, he knew this was the center of operations. He's alone, Vance reported from her observation post. No backup, no visible weapons. Just him. That's enough. Harry pulled on the shadow cloak, feeling its familiar weight settle over him. Let him in. Dumbledore entered the registry with the calm confidence of someone who'd faced worse things than mysterious buildings. His eyes swept the room, cataloging details, assessing threats. When they reached the figure in the shadows, they paused. "Thank you for seeing me," he said. "I know you value your privacy." Harry's voice emerged from the darkness, calm and neutral. "You're here. What do you want?" "Conversation. Understanding." Dumbledore moved toward a chair, settling into it as if he owned the place. "The changes in Knockturn Alley are remarkable. In all my years, I've never seen such rapid transformation. I'm curious about the person responsible." "You're looking at him." "Yes. But I'm also looking at a mask." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, that famous twinkle that had charmed generations of students. "The question is who hides behind it." Harry didn't respond. Let the old man talk. Let him reveal his hand. "I've done some research," Dumbledore continued. "The acquisitions began about 2 years ago. They accelerated rapidly, absorbing properties from multiple families. The Cartwrights, in particular, suffered significant losses." He paused. Around the same time, a child named Harry Potter disappeared from his relative's home in Surrey. Harry's heart stopped. Not literally, but close. Dumbledore knew. Somehow, impossibly, he knew. "I don't know what you're talking about," he managed. "Don't you?" Dumbledore's voice was gentle, almost sad. "I placed Harry with the Dursleys for his protection. I checked on him regularly, from a distance, never interfering. Until 2 years ago, when he simply vanished. His relatives thought he'd run away. I knew better." Silence stretched between them. "The timing," Dumbledore continued, "coincides precisely with the changes in Knockturn Alley. A coincidence, perhaps, but I've learned not to trust coincidences." Harry's mind raced. Denial was useless. Dumbledore clearly knew something. But how much? And what did he want? "Why are you here?" he asked again. "To offer help. Guidance. Protection." Dumbledore leaned forward. "Harry, if that's who you are, you've accomplished remarkable things. But you're also in terrible danger. Voldemort knows about you. His followers are regrouping. And when they move, they'll move against you. I can handle Voldemort. Can you? He's the most dangerous dark wizard in centuries. He's killed hundreds, thousands, without hesitation. He's immortal, or believes himself to be. And he wants you dead." Dumbledore's eyes were serious now, the twinkle gone. "No child, no matter how powerful, can face that alone." "I'm not alone." Harry gestured at the registry, the alley beyond, the network that stretched across Britain. "I have people. Loyal people. An entire kingdom. A kingdom built on shadows." Dumbledore's voice was soft. "Shadows can be dispelled, Harry. By light. By truth. By the very things you're hiding from." Harry felt anger rise, hot, familiar, welcome. "You don't get to lecture me about shadows. You, who manipulated my entire life from a distance. You, who left me with people who—" He stopped, forcing calm. "I know about the Dursleys. I know you chose them deliberately. Because they'd make me suffer. Because suffering would make me into the weapon you needed." Dumbledore went very still. "You know about that. I know everything. The prophecy. The plan. The greater good." Harry's voice was cold. "I know you sacrificed my childhood for your war. And I know you'd do it again, without hesitation, if you thought it necessary." Silence. Then, slowly, Dumbledore bowed his head. "You're right," he said. "About all of it. I did those things. I made those choices. And I've regretted them every day since." He looked up, and for the first time, Harry saw something real in those blue eyes: pain, guilt, genuine sorrow. "I thought I was protecting you. Saving you. Preparing you for what was to come. But I was also using you. Treating you as a symbol instead of a person. Why are you telling me this? Because you deserve the truth. Because you're old enough to hear it. Because," Dumbledore paused, "because I'm tired, Harry. Tired of secrets, tired of manipulation, Tired of being the man who makes the hard choices while others pay the price. Harry didn't know what to say. This wasn't the Dumbledore he'd expected, the cold manipulator, the distant architect. This was a broken old man, haunted by his own choices. "What do you want from me?" he asked finally. "Nothing. Everything. I want you to be safe. I want you to have choices I never had. I want," Dumbledore's voice cracked. "I want to make amends. However I can. Whatever it takes." Harry stared at him for a long moment. The shadows pulsed around him, uncertain, waiting for his decision. "I don't trust you," he said. "I may never trust you. I understand. But I'll listen. I'll consider. And if you're genuine, if you truly want to help, then maybe, in time, we can find a way to work together." Harry pulled back his hood. Dumbledore's breath caught. "You're so young," he whispered. "So terribly young. I'm 9. Almost 10. Harry met his eyes steadily. "And I've built more than you have in a century. Don't underestimate me. I won't. I promise." Dumbledore stood slowly. "May I visit again? Not to spy, not to manipulate, just to talk. To be present." Harry considered. It was dangerous, any contact with Dumbledore was dangerous. But it was also an opportunity. A chance to understand his enemy, to learn from his wisdom, to shape whatever relationship might develop. "Yes," he said. "But on my terms. In my place. With my people watching." Dumbledore nodded. "Of course." He turned to leave, then paused at the door. "Harry," he looked back, and his eyes held something Harry couldn't name. "I'm sorry. For everything. I know that's not enough. But it's true." Then he was gone. Harry stood alone in the registry, shaking. Umbra stirred. "That was unexpected. Unexpected doesn't cover it. He's genuine. The guilt, the regret, real. He's been carrying this for a long time. I know. That's what makes it worse." Harry sank into a chair. "If he were just a villain, I could hate him. But he's not. He's a broken old man who made terrible choices for what he thought were good reasons. And now, now I don't know." Harry closed his eyes. "I don't know anything anymore. The Shadow Court met that night, buzzing with questions. Harry told them everything, the conversation, the revelations, Dumbledore's offer. The reactions were mixed. Vance was suspicious. "He's manipulating you. This is exactly what he does." Hecuba was thoughtful. "He seemed sincere. Broken, even. People can change." Borgin was pragmatic. "Whether he's sincere or not, having Dumbledore as an ally is valuable. Use him, don't trust him." Snape was quiet for a long moment before speaking. "I've worked for Dumbledore for years. I've seen his manipulations, his secrets, his willingness to sacrifice individuals for the greater good. But I've also seen his guilt. His pain. His genuine desire to protect people." He met Harry's eyes. "He's not evil. He's just broken. Like so many of us." Mipsy whispered, "Old wizard has heavy heart." Mipsy can see. Heavy heart doesn't mean bad heart. Harry listened to all of it. Then he made his decision. "We'll engage. Carefully. With boundaries. Dumbledore gets access, limited access, to observe and advise. In return, we get intelligence, protection, and a chance to shape his perception of us. And if he betrays us?" Vance asked. "Then we deal with it. The same way we've dealt with everything." Harry's voice was calm. "But I don't think he will. Not now. Not after what he showed me." The room absorbed this. "One more thing," Harry added. "My identity remains secret from everyone except this room. Dumbledore knows who I am. He figured it out. But no one else. Not yet." Nods around the table. "Then we proceed. The weeks that followed were strange. Dumbledore visited regularly, always announced, always observed. He talked with shopkeepers, studied operations, offered advice when asked. He never pushed, never manipulated, never tried to control. He just was present. Harry watched him carefully, looking for signs of deception. He found none. The old wizard seemed genuinely content to observe, to learn, to be part of something he hadn't created. "You're different than I expected," Harry admitted one evening, as they sat together in the registry's back room. Dumbledore smiled. "We're all different than people expect. That's the problem with expectations, they're rarely accurate. You manipulated my entire life. Left me with monsters. Planned to use me as a weapon." Harry's voice was calm, not accusing. How do I reconcile that with the man sitting here, drinking tea, talking about potions theory? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. I don't know, he admitted. I've asked myself the same question. The answer, I think, is that I'm both. The manipulator and the mentor. The monster and the man. We all contain multitudes, Harry. The challenge is choosing which parts to feed. Harry considered this. It was true for him too, the protector and the king, the child and the ruler, the light and the shadow. He contained multitudes as well. Can you change? He asked. Really change? After everything? I don't know. I'm trying. Dumbledore met his eyes. That's all anyone can do. Try. Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't enough, not nearly enough. But it was something. And something, he'd learned, was better than nothing. Spring turned to summer. Dumbledore's visits continued, becoming almost routine. He never asked for anything, never tried to direct operations, never suggested that Harry should do things differently. He just was there. The Shadow Court adjusted to his presence, some with suspicion, some with acceptance. Vance remained wary but professional. Hecuba grew genuinely fond of him. Borgin saw opportunities. Snape watched silently, his expression unreadable. And Harry found himself slowly, reluctantly, beginning to trust. Not completely. Not without reservation. But enough to let the old wizard in, just a little. Enough to ask questions, seek advice, consider perspectives he hadn't considered. You're good at this, Dumbledore observed one evening, watching Harry review reports. The leadership, the strategy, the way you bring people together. You have gifts I never had. I learned from watching others. And from being alone. Harry set down his quill. The cupboard taught me that no one was coming to save me. So I had to save myself. Dumbledore flinched slightly. That's a hard lesson for anyone. For a child, he shook his head. I'm sorry, Harry. I'll never stop being sorry. I know. Harry's voice was quiet. And I'll never stop being angry. But I'm learning to live with both. Dumbledore nodded slowly. That's all any of us can do. They sat in companionable silence, watching the shadows dance. July brought Harry's 10th birthday. He didn't celebrate, had never celebrated, really. The Dursleys hadn't believed in celebrating anything for him. But this year was different. Nipsey organized a small party in the registry's back room, with cake and candles and presents from the court. Hecuba gave him a hand-knitted scarf in dark green. Vance gave him a book on defensive tactics. Thorn gave him an enchanted compass that always pointed toward safety. Borgin gave him a rare artifact from his collection, a small obsidian statue that pulsed with ancient magic. Snape gave him a book on potions theory, inscribed with a note, for when you're ready to learn properly. Even Dumbledore came, bearing a gift wrapped in simple brown paper. I wasn't sure what to give you, he admitted. You have everything you need, and more besides. But I thought you might like this. Harry unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a photograph, an old one, slightly faded, showing a young woman with red hair and brilliant green eyes, laughing at something outside the frame. Your mother, Dumbledore said softly. At Hogwarts. In her 6th year. I thought, he paused. I thought you should have something of her. Something happy. Harry stared at the photograph. His mother moved slightly, waving at someone, her smile bright and real. He'd never seen her move before. Never seen her happy. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes suspiciously bright. You're welcome, Harry. It was the best birthday he'd ever had. That night, alone in his room, Harry studied his mother's photograph for hours. She looked so young, so alive, so full of joy and hope and possibility. It was hard to imagine her as a fighter, a rebel, a woman who'd died defying the most dangerous wizard in the world. But she had. For him. I'll make you proud, he whispered to the image. Whatever it takes. Whatever I become. I'll make you proud. The photograph smiled, and Harry felt something shift inside him, something warm and painful and necessary. He wasn't just the Shadow King. Wasn't just the ruler of Knockturn Alley. Wasn't just the child of prophecy and darkness. He was Lily Potter's son. And that meant something. It meant everything. Chapter 14 Child of Dual Worlds. The summer of Harry's 10th year was the strangest of his life. By day, he was Harry Potter, resident of number 4, Privet Drive, the overlooked orphan who did his chores, stayed out of trouble, and vanished into his cupboard at night. The Dursleys had long since stopped paying attention to him, which suited his purposes perfectly. They saw what they expected to see, a quiet, obedient boy who caused no trouble and asked for nothing. By night, he was the Shadow King. The portkey carried him between worlds as easily as breathing. One moment, he was in the cupboard, surrounded by the familiar smells of dust and cleaning products. The next, he was in the registry, surrounded by his people, his power, his kingdom. The contrast was jarring, and growing more so. "Young master is tired," Mipsy observed one evening, studying him with worried eyes. "Young master works too hard in both worlds." "I'm fine, Mipsy." "Young master lies." But she brought him tea anyway, and Harry drank it gratefully. The truth was, he was exhausted. Maintaining two identities, two lives, two sets of responsibilities was wearing him down. During the day, he had to pretend to be ordinary, to hide his intelligence, his confidence, his power. At night, he had to be extraordinary, to lead, to decide, to command. The strain was taking its toll. The Dursleys noticed nothing, of course. They were too absorbed in their own lives, in Dudley's latest tantrums, in Aunt Petunia's social climbing, in Uncle Vernon's rants about the freaks who were ruining the country. Harry moved through their world like a ghost, invisible and unnoticed. But one day, something changed. He was in the back garden, weeding as punishment for some minor infraction, when a shadow fell over him. He looked up to find a woman watching him from the other side of the fence, an elderly neighbor he'd seen but never spoken to. "You're the Dursleys, boy," she said. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded cautiously. "Yes, ma'am. Come here." He approached the fence slowly, unsure what to expect. The woman studied him with sharp eyes that missed nothing. "You're not like them," she said. "The Dursleys. You're different." Harry's heart rate increased, but he kept his expression neutral. "I don't know what you mean." "Yes, you do." The woman leaned closer. "I've lived on this street for 40 years. I've seen children come and go. And I've never seen one who looked at the world the way you do." She paused. "Like you're seeing something the rest of us miss." Harry didn't respond. His mind raced. Was she a witch? A ministry observer? Someone Dumbledore had sent? "Don't worry," the woman said, as if reading his thoughts. "I'm not going to tell anyone. I just wanted you to know." She hesitated. "You're not alone. Whatever you're going through, whatever you're becoming, you're not alone." She turned and walked away before Harry could respond. He stood in the garden for a long time, staring after her. That night, he told the court about the encounter. "A Muggle woman," Vance said, frowning. "Who saw through your disguise." "That's unusual." "More than unusual," Thorne added. "Muggles don't notice magical children. There are enchantments, protections." "They failed," Harry said quietly. "Or she's not entirely Muggle." Snape leaned forward. "Did she give a name?" "Just a neighbor. I've seen her before, but never spoken to her." "I'll look into it." Snape made a note. "If she's a squib, someone from a magical family who can't do magic, she might have residual sensitivity. Enough to notice something different about you." Harry nodded slowly. It was plausible. But it was also a reminder that his carefully constructed world had cracks that others might see. The cracks widened as summer progressed. At Privet Drive, Harry found himself slipping. Forgetting to hide his intelligence. Answering questions too quickly. Meeting Uncle Vernon's eyes with a calm that bordered on defiance. He caught himself each time, pulled back, retreated into invisibility. But the slips were happening more frequently, and they frightened him. "Young master is becoming too comfortable in both worlds," Mipsy observed. "Too used to switching. Too confident. That's when mistakes happen." "I know." Harry rubbed his eyes tiredly. "But I don't know how to stop. The mask is heavy. Sometimes I just want to take it off." Mipsy understands. But young master can't. Not yet. The house elf's eyes were ancient. "When young master is ready, the world will know." But ready means strong. Stronger than now. Harry nodded. She was right. He knew she was right. But knowing didn't make the mask any lighter. August brought a new challenge, Dudley's friends. They'd always been a threat, older boys who enjoyed tormenting the freak when Dudley gave the signal. But this year was different. This year, Harry found himself watching them with cold assessment instead of fear, calculating their weaknesses, planning responses if they pushed too far. One afternoon, they cornered him in the alley behind the houses. "Freak," the leader said, a boy named Piers who'd always been the worst. "Dudley says you've been getting uppity. Looking at people wrong." Harry said nothing, just watched. Piers stepped closer. "You think you're better than us. Think you don't have to be scared anymore." Still nothing. Piers raised his fist, and Harry moved. Not to strike, he wasn't allowed to use magic, and physical violence would draw attention he couldn't afford. But he moved with a speed and precision that made Piers's fist close on empty air. Before the boy could react, Harry was behind him, close enough to whisper. "I've faced things that would make you scream. Things that would break your mind and leave you empty. You're nothing." His voice was soft, calm, utterly terrifying. "Walk away. Forget this happened. And if you ever come near me again," he paused. "I won't be so gentle." Piers ran. The other boys followed. Harry stood alone in the alley, breathing hard, the shadows gathering around him like old friends. He'd handled it. No magic. No witnesses. No consequences. But as he walked back to the Dursleys, he couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. That the line between his worlds was blurring. That soon, too soon, he'd have to choose. The Shadow Court discussed it that night. "You can't keep doing this," Vance said bluntly. "Living two lives. The strain will break you. What choice do I have?" Harry's voice was sharp. "I can't stay in Knockturn full-time. The Dursleys would notice, the Ministry would investigate, everything would unravel. And I can't stay at Privet Drive and abandon everything we've built. There has to be a middle ground. I've been looking for one for 2 years. Haven't found it yet." Borgin spoke quietly. "What about Hogwarts? When you start school, I'll be there during the year. But summers," Harry shook his head. "Summers will still be a problem." Hecuba leaned forward. "Then change the problem. Find a different place to stay during summers. Somewhere you can be both Harry and the Shadow King." The idea hung in the air. Harry considered it. A base, a real base, not the registry, not the cupboard. Somewhere he could live openly, work freely, be himself without masks. "Where?" he asked. The court looked at each other. "Perhaps," Dumbledore said quietly, "I can help with that." Dumbledore's offer was simple. A small cottage in Hogsmeade, owned by Hogwarts but rarely used, that could serve as Harry's summer residence. It was close enough to Knockturn for easy access, far enough from Privet Drive to avoid notice, and protected by wards that would keep out unwanted visitors. "It's not a palace," Dumbledore admitted. "But it's private, secure, and yours if you want it." Harry studied him carefully. "Why?" "Because you need it. Because I owe you. Because," Dumbledore paused, "because watching you struggle between two worlds reminds me of someone I failed long ago. I'd rather not fail again." Harry thought about it. About the cupboard. About the constant strain. About the freedom a real home would bring. "Yes," he said. "Thank you." Dumbledore smiled. A real smile, warm and sad. "You're welcome, Harry." The cottage was perfect. Small. Yes, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a sitting room with a fireplace. But it was his. No Dursleys. No cupboard. No pretending to be less than he was. Harry moved in at the end of August, carrying nothing but a small bag and his mother's photograph. Mipsy had already been there for days, cleaning, organizing, making it feel like home. "Young master likes?" she asked anxiously. Harry looked around the sitting room, at the fire crackling in the hearth, at the bookshelves lining the walls, at the window that looked out on the main street of Hogsmeade. "It's perfect," he said. "Thank you, Mipsy." The house elf beamed through tears. That night, Harry slept in a real bed for the first time in his life. No spiders. No cracks in the ceiling. No fear of Uncle Vernon's fist through the door. Just peace. September brought a new routine. Harry was officially enrolled at Hogwarts, though he wouldn't start until the following year. In the meantime, he divided his time between the cottage and the registry, learning, planning, preparing. Dumbledore visited often, always welcome now. They talked about magic, about history, about the challenges of leadership. Harry found himself learning more from these conversations than from any book. "You have a gift," Dumbledore said one evening. "Not just for magic, for people. You understand them in ways most never do. I had to. To survive. Harry stared into the fire. The Dursleys taught me that people aren't always what they seem. The alley taught me that everyone has something to hide. Put them together, and you start seeing patterns. And what patterns do you see now? Harry considered. Fear. Everyone's afraid of something. The shopkeepers are afraid of losing what they've gained. The criminals are afraid of losing what they've stolen. The Ministry is afraid of losing control. Voldemort, he paused. Voldemort is afraid of dying. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Fear is the great motivator. And the great weakness. Unless you use it. Yes. Unless you use it. Dumbledore's eyes were thoughtful. You've learned that lesson well. I had good teachers. Harry met his gaze. The best and the worst. The Shadow Court continued to meet, now at the cottage as often as the registry. Harry's people adapted to the new arrangement, bringing reports and requests and the constant flow of information that kept the network running. We've had inquiries, Borgin reported one evening. From foreign operators. They've heard about the network, about the stability, about the Shadow King. They want to discuss partnerships. Harry considered. Expansion beyond Britain was risky, new laws, new enemies, new complications. But it was also opportunity. What kind of partnerships? Trade agreements, primarily. Access to their markets in exchange for access to ours. Information sharing. Mutual protection. Borgin spread his hands. The usual arrangements between powerful organizations. And the risks. Significant. Foreign governments may not be as accommodating as the Ministry. Competing networks may see us as threats. And, Borgin paused. And it would spread our resources thin. We're strong here, but we're not infinite. Harry nodded slowly. We'll consider it. But slowly. Carefully. No commitments. Without full analysis. Borgin inclined his head. Of course, my lord. October brought a visit from an unexpected source. Malachi Thorne, the young duelist who'd challenged Harry and then joined his forces, appeared at the cottage one evening, looking troubled. I need to talk, he said. Privately. Harry led him to the sitting room and waited. I've been approached, Malachi said. By someone claiming to represent the Dark Lord. They want me to spy on you. Report on your activities, your weaknesses, your plans. Harry's expression didn't change. And what did you tell them? That I'd think about it. Malachi met his eyes steadily. Then I came here. Why? Because you gave me a chance when no one else would. Because what you're building matters, more than my pride, more than my reputation, more than anything the Death Eaters could offer. Malachi's voice was firm. I'm loyal, my lord. To you. To this. To the future we're creating. Harry studied him for a long moment. Malachi had changed since their first encounter, grown, matured, found purpose. He was valuable, and apparently, genuinely loyal. Thank you, Harry said. For telling me. For choosing us. Malachi nodded. What should I do about the offer? Accept it. What? Accept it. Tell them you'll spy. Then report everything to us, their questions, their plans, their identities. We'll feed them false information through you, learn their operations, turn their spy network against them. Harry smiled. It's what I'd do in your position. Malachi's eyes widened. Then, slowly, he grinned. You're terrifying, my lord. I know. The double agent operation began immediately. Malachi reported to his Death Eater contacts, feeding them carefully crafted lies mixed with enough truth to be believable. In return, he gathered intelligence on their operations, their members, their plans for the future. The information was alarming. They're further along than we thought, Malachi reported after his third meeting. They have safe houses across Britain, a network of informants in the Ministry, and, he paused. And they know about the cottage. About your connection to Dumbledore. About, he hesitated. About your age. Harry went very still. How? They have someone inside Hogwarts. A professor, I think. Someone who's been watching Dumbledore, watching you, putting pieces together. Malachi's face was grim. They don't know everything, not yet. But they're close. The Shadow Court met in emergency session. We need to find the spy, Vance said. Before they learn more. Agreed. Harry turned to Snape. You're at Hogwarts. You know the staff. Any ideas? Snape's expression was troubled. Several possibilities. But accusing a professor without proof would be dangerous, and potentially disastrous if we're wrong. Then we get proof. Harry looked at Thorne. Can you create something? A magical trap that would reveal a spy without alerting them? Thorn nodded slowly. Maybe. But it would take time. And it would need to be placed at Hogwarts, which means getting past Dumbledore's wards. Dumbledore, who was present for the first time at an emergency meeting, spoke quietly. I can help with that. If you trust me. Harry met his eyes. It was a test of Dumbledore's sincerity, of their developing relationship, of everything that had passed between them. I trust you, he said. For now. Don't make me regret it. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. I won't. The trap took 3 weeks to prepare. Thorn worked designing a complex magical snare that would reveal anyone attempting to spy on Harry through magical means. Dumbledore placed it at Hogwarts, hidden in the staff room, keyed to detect surveillance magic. On Halloween night, it triggered. The target was Professor Quirrell, the timid defense against the dark arts teacher who stuttered and avoided confrontation. When the trap revealed him, he was in the middle of transmitting information to an unknown recipient. Dumbledore confronted him personally. Quirrell broke under questioning, revealing everything: his contact with Death Eaters, his role as spy, his knowledge of Harry's identity and location. He also revealed something far more disturbing: Voldemort was possessing him. Sharing his body. Using him as a vessel. The Dark Lord was closer than anyone had imagined. Harry received the news in silence. Possessing him, he repeated. Voldemort is possessing Quirrell. Yes. Dumbledore's face was grave. He's weak, barely more than a spirit. But he's present, aware, and he knows about you. Does he know where I am? About the cottage. Quirrell didn't have that information. He knew you were connected to Knockturn, to the network, to me. But your specific location, Dumbledore shook his head. That remained hidden. Harry absorbed this. Voldemort knew he existed, knew he was powerful, knew he was a threat. But he didn't know where to find him. For now, that was enough. What happens to Quirrell? He's in Ministry custody. The possession makes things complicated. He's both victim and perpetrator. But he's neutralized as a threat. Dumbledore paused. For now. Harry nodded slowly. We need to prepare. If Voldemort's this close, he'll try again. And next time, he might succeed. The Shadow Court began planning immediately. November brought new challenges and new triumphs. The network expanded into France, establishing connections with dark market operators in Paris. The Ministry's pilot program was declared a success, with Knockturn Alley officially recognized as a special economic zone. Harry's 10th birthday passed quietly, marked only by a small celebration at the cottage with his inner circle. But beneath the surface, tension simmered. Voldemort's presence, even weakened, cast a long shadow. Death Eater activity increased across Britain, probing defenses, testing boundaries. The Ministry grew nervous, unsure how to respond. Even the shopkeepers in Knockturn felt the change, their easy confidence replaced by watchful caution. Harry felt it most of all. Every night, he dreamed of Voldemort, not the man he'd met at the Riddle House, but something darker, something hungrier. The dreams left him exhausted, shaking, unsure what was real and what was nightmare. Young master needs rest, Mipsy fretted. Real rest. Not just sleep. I can't. Harry rubbed his eyes. There's too much to do. There will always be too much. Young master must learn to rest anyway. Mipsy's voice was firm. Even kings need sleep. Harry almost smiled. Almost. December brought snow and a visitor Harry hadn't expected. His mother's photograph had been joined by others over the months, pictures of his parents at Hogwarts, of their wedding, of the happy years before darkness fell. Dumbledore had provided them, retrieved from archives and old friends. But this visitor brought something different. His name was Remus Lupin, and he'd been James Potter's best friend. Harry received him at the cottage, unsure what to expect. Lupin was shabby, tired, worn down by years of hardship. But his eyes were kind, and when he saw Harry, they filled with tears. You look like him, he whispered. James. You have his hair, his face. But your eyes, he smiled shakily. Those are lilies. Harry didn't know what to say. He'd never met anyone who knew his parents as people, not just as names. I'm sorry, Lupin continued. For not being there. For not finding you sooner. He stopped, overwhelmed. Sit down, Harry said gently. Tell me about them. Lupin talked for hours. He told Harry about James, his humor, his courage, his loyalty to friends. He told him about Lily, her kindness, her strength, her refusal to back down from anything. He told him about their time at Hogwarts, their friendship with Sirius Black, their fights against dark forces even before Voldemort rose to power. And he told him about the night they died. I should have been there, Lupin said, his voice breaking. I should have protected them. Protected you. You couldn't have stopped it. Harry's voice was calm. No one could. Voldemort was too strong, too prepared. My parents made their choices, they chose to fight, to protect me, to die standing against darkness. He met Lupin's eyes. I'm proud of them for that. Lupin stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. You're remarkable, he said. Just like they were. Harry shook his head. I'm just surviving. Like everyone. No. Lupin's voice was firm. You're thriving. Building. Creating something new from the ashes of the old. That's not just survival, that's transformation. He paused. They'd be proud of you, Harry. I know they would. Harry felt tears prick his eyes and quickly blinked them away. Thank you, he managed. For coming. For telling me. Lupin nodded. I'll come again, if you'll have me. I'd like to be part of your life, if you want that. Harry considered. A new person, a new relationship, a new potential vulnerability. But also a connection to his parents, to his past, to the family he'd never known. Yes, he said. I'd like that. Lupin's smile was radiant. Christmas at the cottage was the best Harry had ever experienced. Mipsy decorated everything, filling the small space with lights and greenery and the smell of baking. The Shadow Court came and went, bringing gifts and good cheer. Dumbledore stopped by on Christmas Eve, bearing a book on advanced charms. Lupin came on Christmas Day, telling more stories about Harry's parents. And in the evening, alone by the fire, Harry looked at his mother's photograph and felt something he hadn't felt in years. Peace. Not happiness, he wasn't sure he could feel that anymore. But peace. Contentment. The sense that despite everything, despite the darkness and the danger and the weight of it all, he was exactly where he belonged. Thank you, he whispered to the photograph. For everything. His mother smiled, and Harry smiled back. It was enough. It was more than enough. Chapter 15 The Dark Lord's Interest. January arrived with a cold that seeped through even the cottage's thick stone walls. Harry sat by the fire, wrapped in blankets Mipsy had insisted on, staring at the flames without seeing them. His mind was elsewhere, tracing connections, analyzing threats, planning responses to dangers that hadn't yet materialized. The dreams had gotten worse. Every night, Voldemort visited him. Not physically, the Dark Lord was still too weak for that. But magically, spiritually, in the space between waking and sleeping. He probed Harry's defenses, tested his boundaries, searched for weaknesses. And every night, Harry pushed him back. Young Master isn't sleeping, Mipsy observed, appearing at his elbow with tea. Young Master's eyes are red. I'm fine. Young Master lies. But she settled beside him anyway, her small presence a comfort in the darkness. Mipsy worries. The bad wizard in young Master's dreams, he's getting stronger. Harry nodded slowly. Mipsy was right. Voldemort's presence in the dreams was more focused now, more intentional. He wasn't just observing, he was probing, searching for something. The question was what? The Shadow Court gathered that evening to discuss the situation. The dreams are escalating, Harry reported. Voldemort is more present, more active. He's looking for something, I can feel it. Looking for what? Vance asked. I don't know. Information, probably. Weaknesses. Maybe, Harry paused. Maybe he's trying to possess me the way he possessed Quirrell. The room went quiet. Snape spoke first, his voice tight. That's possible. The Dark Lord has always been drawn to powerful vessels. And you, he met Harry's eyes. You're the most powerful child in decades. If he could control you, he'd control everything. Can he? Hecuba asked. Can he actually possess someone against their will? Against a weak will, yes. Against a strong one, Snape shook his head. It's complicated. The victim has to be vulnerable, open, willing on some level. Harry's defenses are strong, but if the Dark Lord finds a crack, he won't. Harry's voice was calm. I won't let him. Famous last words, Borgin muttered. But his eyes showed respect. The dreams continued through January, each night bringing new challenges. Voldemort tried different approaches: seduction, threat, confusion, exhaustion. He offered power, knowledge, the secrets of immortality. He threatened Harry's people, his kingdom, everything he'd built. He twisted reality, making Harry doubt what was real and what was nightmare. Through it all, Harry held firm. Umbra helped. The shadow entity understood dreams, understood the spaces between consciousness where Voldemort operated. It taught Harry to shield his mind, to build walls of shadow that even the Dark Lord couldn't penetrate. "He's frustrated," Umbra reported after one particularly intense encounter. "He's never encountered a mind like yours. It intrigues him, and frightens him." Frightens him. "You're the first person who's ever resisted him this long. The first who's made him work for every scrap of information. He doesn't know what to make of you." Harry considered this. Voldemort, afraid. The idea was almost absurd. But Umbra was rarely wrong about such things. "Good," he said. "Let him be afraid." February brought a change in tactics. Instead of attacking directly, Voldemort began showing Harry things. Visions of the past, his own past, his rise to power, the murders and tortures that had built his empire. Visions of the future, what he planned, what he wanted, what the world would look like under his rule. And visions of Harry's parents. These were the hardest. Voldemort showed him their deaths, not the sanitized version Harry had imagined, but the brutal reality. James, falling to save his family. Lily, begging for her son's life. The flash of green light, the silence that followed, the laughter of the killer. Harry woke from these dreams screaming, "Young master!" Mipsy rushed to his side, her wrinkled face wet with tears. "Young master is safe. It was just a dream." But Harry knew better. The dreams were real, realer than reality sometimes. And they were breaking him down, piece by piece. The Shadow Court debated what to do. "We need to attack," Vance insisted. "Hit him before he hits us. Find where he's hiding and destroy him." "We can't," Snape countered. "He's too well protected, too powerful even in his weakened state. A direct attack would fail, and would reveal how much we know." "Then what?" "Wait for him to break Harry." The room fell silent. Harry spoke quietly. "There might be another way." Everyone turned to him. "Voldemort wants something from me. Not just information, something deeper. Connection, maybe. Understanding." He met their eyes. "I think he's lonely." "Lonely?" Borgin's voice was incredulous. "The Dark Lord. Lonely. He's been alone for decades. Trusts no one, loves no one, connects with no one. Even his followers are tools, not companions." Harry shook his head. "I know what that's like. The cupboard taught me." "So what are you suggesting?" Snape asked carefully. "That I use it. That I let him think he's getting through, just enough to keep him engaged, to learn his plans, to find his weaknesses." Harry's voice was calm. "It's dangerous. But so is everything." The room absorbed this. "You'd be playing with fire," Dumbledore said quietly. "The Dark Lord is a master manipulator. If he senses you're playing him, he won't. Because part of what I show him will be real. The loneliness, the isolation, the weight of ruling alone." Harry met the old wizard's eyes. "I've lived it. I know it. He'll believe what I show him because it's true." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "You're more like him than either of you would admit," he said. "That's dangerous, but also useful. Use it carefully." The new approach began that night. When Voldemort appeared in his dreams, Harry didn't fight. He didn't build walls. He simply existed. Let the Dark Lord see him, not his defenses, not his plans, but his essential self. The lonely boy who'd never had a real home. The king who ruled alone. The child who'd become a monster to protect the innocent. Voldemort noticed immediately. "You're different tonight. I'm tired of fighting." "A wise choice. Fighting me is futile." "Maybe. Or maybe I'm just tired." Harry let exhaustion seep into his voice. "Tired of being strong. Tired of being alone. Tired of..." He stopped. "Tired of what?" "Tired of pretending I'm not like you." The words hung in the dream space between them. Voldemort was silent for a long moment. "Like me. We both started alone. We both had to fight for everything. We both learned that power is the only protection." Harry's voice was soft. The difference is, you embraced the darkness. I'm still fighting it. And which of us is winning? Asterisk. I don't know anymore. The dream shifted. Suddenly they were standing in a place Harry didn't recognize, a ruined building, perhaps, or an ancient temple. Voldemort faced him, his red eyes gleaming. I could teach you, asterisk, he said. Show you how to use the darkness without losing yourself. How to be powerful without being consumed. Asterisk. You'd do that. For the right price. Asterisk. What price? Loyalty. Not servitude, I know you're too proud for that. But alliance. Partnership. The joining of two powers that should never have been separate. Asterisk. Harry considered. It was exactly what he'd hoped for, an opening, a chance to get closer, to learn more. But he had to seem uncertain, tempted, on the edge of accepting without actually crossing the line. I need time, he said. To think. Take it. But not too much. The world is changing, Harry Potter. Soon, everyone will have to choose sides. Asterisk. The dream faded, and Harry woke in his bed, breathing hard. It had worked. Voldemort believed him. Now came the hard part, maintaining the deception without getting caught. March brought progress on multiple fronts. The network continued to expand, now reaching into Germany and Italy. Malachi's double-agent operation fed a steady stream of false information to the Death Eaters while extracting real intelligence in return. The Ministry's pilot program was extended, with Weasley reporting that higher-ups were, cautiously optimistic, about the results. And Harry's dreams continued. Night after night, he met Voldemort in the space between worlds. They talked. About power, about philosophy, about the nature of good and evil. Voldemort was fascinated by Harry's perspective, his refusal to see the world in simple terms of light and dark. You're unique, asterisk, he said one night. Most people choose a side and defend it blindly. You see the flaws in both, asterisk. Flaws in darkness. Of course, I'm not blind to my own limitations. I know fear is an imperfect tool. I know loyalty based on terror is brittle. I know, asterisk, he paused. I know I'm alone in ways that even I regret. Asterisk. Harry heard something real in those words, a vulnerability Voldemort rarely showed. Why don't you change it? He asked. Find people you can trust. Build something based on loyalty instead of fear. Because I don't know how. The admission was quiet, almost ashamed. I've spent so long pushing people away, controlling them, using them, I've forgotten how to do anything else. Asterisk. Harry understood. He'd been the same way, once. The cupboard had taught him that trusting anyone was dangerous. It had taken years and the loyalty of people like Mipsy and Vance to show him otherwise. It's not too late, he said. To learn. To change. Voldemort's red eyes studied him. Perhaps. But change requires trust, and trust requires vulnerability. I'm not sure I'm capable of either anymore. Asterisk. Neither was I. But I found people who proved me wrong. Lucky you. Asterisk. The dream faded, and Harry woke with the strange sensation that he'd just had the most honest conversation of his life, with his greatest enemy. April brought a warning from Snape. The Dark Lord is planning something, he reported. My sources say he's been meeting with his inner circle, discussing a major operation. They don't know the target, but it's big. Could it be us? Possibly. You're the biggest unknown in his calculations. If he can neutralize you, his path to power is clear. Snape's dark eyes were troubled. But it could also be the Ministry, or Hogwarts, or any number of targets. He's unpredictable. Harry nodded slowly. We need more information. Malachi. Working on it. His Death Eater contacts are nervous, they know something's coming, but not what. Then we prepare for everything. Vance, double the patrols. Thorn, strengthen the wards. Borgin, put the word out. Anyone with information gets paid, no questions asked. Nods around the table. And me? Dumbledore asked quietly. Harry met his eyes. You watch. Listen. If this involves Hogwarts, you're our first line of defense. Dumbledore inclined his head. Understood. The attack came on the last night of April. Not against Knockturn Alley. Not against the Ministry. Against Hogwarts. Harry felt it through his connection to Voldemort. A surge of dark magic, a wave of triumph, a satisfaction so intense it woke him from sleep. He was on his feet before he fully understood what had happened, the shadows responding to his alarm. What is it? Mipsy cried, rushing in. Hogwarts. Something's happened at Hogwarts. He grabbed the portkey and was gone. Dash dash dash. The castle was in chaos when he arrived. Students huddled in corridors, teachers ran past with wands drawn, and somewhere in the distance, Harry heard screams. He followed the sound, shadows clearing a path before him, until he reached the third-floor corridor. The door to the forbidden section stood open. Inside, Quirrell lay on the floor, not dead, but close. And beside him, a figure Harry recognized. Voldemort. Not the spirit he'd been meeting in dreams, a body. A physical form, still weak, still incomplete, but present. He stood over Quirrell's body, breathing hard, and when he saw Harry, he smiled. Harry Potter. We meet at last. In the flesh. Harry's wand was in his hand before he thought about it. What have you done? Claimed what's mine. The Philosopher's Stone. Immortality. Voldemort's smile widened. Your friend Dumbledore thought he could hide it here. He was wrong. Around them, shadows gathered, Harry's shadows, responding to his will. Voldemort noticed, his eyes narrowing. Impressive. But not enough. He raised his wand. The battle that followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Voldemort's magic was raw, ancient, terrible, but his body was weak, his strength limited. Harry's shadows were powerful, responsive, but he was still learning, still growing, still finding his limits. They fought through corridors and classrooms, spells and shadows colliding in explosions of light and darkness. Students fled before them. Teachers tried to intervene and were thrown aside. Dumbledore appeared at one point, his face white with fury, but Voldemort vanished before he could act. In the end, it was a draw. Voldemort escaped, the stone in his possession. Harry collapsed, exhausted, his shadows retreating. Dumbledore found him minutes later, cradling him like a child. You're alive, he whispered. Thank Merlin, you're alive. Harry couldn't speak. He could only stare at the place where Voldemort had stood, and wonder what came next. Dash dash dash. The aftermath was chaos. Ministry officials swarmed the castle, asking questions, taking statements, pointing fingers. Dumbledore faced intense scrutiny. How had the Dark Lord breached Hogwarts? How had he nearly stolen the stone? Why were children involved? Harry escaped before anyone could question him, slipping through shadows back to the cottage. Mipsy was waiting, her face wet with tears. Young master is hurt. I'm fine. But he wasn't. He was shaking, exhausted, terrified in ways he hadn't been since the cupboard. Voldemort had the stone. Voldemort had a body. Voldemort was stronger now, strong enough to move openly, to attack directly, to threaten everything Harry had built. The game had just changed. Dash dash dash. The Shadow Court met at dawn. Harry reported everything, the battle, the escape, the implications. Faces around the table grew grimmer with each word. He has the stone, Borgin said. That means immortality. Or as close as makes no difference. Not yet, Snape countered. The stone grants eternal life, but it has to be used regularly. He'll need time to master it, to integrate its power. How much time? Months. Maybe a year. The process is complex, dangerous. One mistake and he could destroy himself. Harry absorbed this. A year. Maybe less. That was the timeline now, the countdown to Voldemort's full return. We need to prepare, he said. Really prepare. Not just defenses, offenses. We need to find his weaknesses, his vulnerabilities, his secrets. And we need to build alliances, with the Ministry, with other countries, with anyone who'll stand against him. And if no one will? Vance asked. Then we stand alone. Harry's voice was calm. We've done it before. The room nodded slowly. They'd faced impossible odds before. They'd survived. But this was different. This was Voldemort. And he was coming for them all. Dash dash dash. May brought a fragile peace. Voldemort was quiet, rebuilding, consolidating, preparing. Harry used the time to strengthen his network, to deepen alliances, to prepare for the war he knew was coming. Dumbledore visited often, his guilt over the stone's loss evident in every line of his face. I should have destroyed it years ago, he said. Should have known he'd find a way. You couldn't have known. I'm the headmaster. It's my job to know. Dumbledore shook his head. I failed, Harry. Failed you, failed the school, failed everyone who trusted me. Harry studied him for a long moment. The old wizard looked broken, not physically, but spiritually. The weight of centuries was finally crushing him. You didn't fail, Harry said quietly. You fought. You protected your students. You survived. He paused. That's more than most can say. Dumbledore's eyes met his, and something passed between them, understanding, perhaps, or forgiveness. Thank you, Harry. Don't thank me yet. The war's just beginning. June brought Harry's 11th birthday. He celebrated quietly at the cottage, surrounded by his inner circle. Mipsy had outdone herself with food and decorations. The court brought gifts, useful things, beautiful things, things that showed how well they knew him. But the best gift came from an unexpected source. A letter, delivered by Owl, addressed in elegant handwriting Harry recognized. Harry, happy birthday. I know we're enemies, destined to be, perhaps. But I also know we're connected in ways neither of us fully understands. Asterisk. The stone is safe. I'm safe. The war continues. Asterisk. But tonight, just for a moment, I wanted to acknowledge what you are, the most worthy opponent I've ever faced. The only person who's ever made me doubt. Asterisk. Enjoy your youth while it lasts. Soon enough, we'll meet again. Asterisk. Yours. T. M. Riddle. Harry read the letter twice, then burned it in the fireplace. Voldemort's acknowledgement meant nothing, and everything. It meant he saw Harry as a threat, as an equal, as someone worth engaging. It meant the war would be personal. But it also meant something else, that beneath the darkness, beneath the evil, beneath everything, Voldemort was still human enough to feel connection. And that, Harry thought, might be his greatest weakness. That night, alone in his room, Harry looked at his mother's photograph and thought about the future. Voldemort was coming. The war was coming. Everything he'd built would be tested. But he wasn't the same boy who'd crawled out of a cupboard 3 years ago. He was the Shadow King. He had people who loved him, allies who trusted him, power that even Voldemort respected. Whatever came next, he was ready. Happy birthday, Harry, he whispered to himself. And for the first time in years, he believed it. Chapter 16 Economic Warfare. July arrived with a heat wave that made the stones of Knockturn Alley shimmer and the shadows themselves seek refuge in the coolest corners. Harry felt it even in the registry's depths, where ancient magic maintained a constant temperature. He sat before the massive map that now covered an entire wall, studying the web of connections that stretched across Britain and beyond. Red pins marked Death Eater operations. Blue pins marked Ministry presence. Green pins marked Knockturn Holdings territories. And black pins, there were more of those now, marked points of conflict, tension, potential war. The intelligence is clear, Borgin said, standing beside him. Voldemort is rebuilding his financial base. He's targeting the same networks we control, potions, artifacts, information. If he succeeds, he'll have the resources to wage a full-scale war. Harry nodded slowly. He'd been expecting this. Voldemort had the stone, but immortality wasn't enough. He needed gold, supplies, people. And the fastest way to get them was to take over the black market networks Harry had spent years building. How far along is he? Further than we'd like. He's already made inroads with several mid-level operators, people who were on the fence about joining us. His offer is simple, join him or die. Borgin's voice was grim. Many are choosing to join. Can we counter? Maybe. But it would require resources we've been saving for other purposes. And it would mean openly declaring economic war on the Dark Lord. Harry considered. Economic war was different from physical war. Slower, more subtle, but just as deadly. And it had the advantage of being deniable, at least for now. Show me the targets, he said. Borgin spread a secondary map across the table, this one focused on financial connections. Lines of credit, supply chains, distribution networks, the invisible architecture that made the black market function. Here, he said, pointing to a cluster of red pins in the north. This is his strongest position. A ring of potion suppliers who've pledged loyalty to him. They control the flow of certain rare ingredients, things that can't be obtained elsewhere. And here, Harry pointed to a similar cluster in the south. Artifact dealers. Less critical than potions, but still valuable. He's using them to arm his followers. Harry studied the map, patterns emerging. Voldemort was building slowly, methodically, focusing on areas where Knockturn Holdings was weakest. It was smart, the strategy of someone who understood that wars were won as much by gold as by magic. We can't fight him everywhere, Harry said. We don't have the resources. So we choose where to fight. Yes. We identify his critical vulnerabilities, the points where cutting off supply would hurt him most, and we focus there. Harry traced a line on the map. The potion ingredients. If we can disrupt his access to those, his entire operation suffers. How? Buy them. All of them. Outbid him, outmaneuver him, make it impossible for his suppliers to sell to anyone but us. Harry's eyes were cold. We have the resources. We have the relationships. We have the will. Borgin nodded slowly. It'll be expensive. Everything worth doing is expensive. The economic war began immediately. Harry deployed every resource at his disposal: gold from the Black Family Trust, leverage from the Shadow Ledger, relationships built over years of careful cultivation. His agents fanned out across Britain, contacting potion suppliers, offering better terms than Voldemort could match. At first, it worked. Suppliers who'd been on the fence switched sides. Those who'd already pledged to Voldemort began having second thoughts. The flow of ingredients to Death Eater operations slowed to a trickle. But Voldemort didn't give up. He countered with threats, direct, personal, impossible to ignore. Suppliers who'd switched sides received visits from Death Eaters in the night. Their shops were burned. Their families were threatened. Some disappeared entirely. The tide turned again. We're losing, Borgin reported at the August court meeting. His tactics are brutal, but they're effective. People are afraid. Harry absorbed this calmly. He'd expected resistance. Voldemort didn't become the most feared dark wizard in centuries by giving up easily. Then we need to offer something he can't, he said. Protection. Real protection, not just promises. Vance leaned forward. You're talking about deploying our security force against Death Eater attacks. Yes. Openly. Visibly. Anyone who works with us gets protection, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If Voldemort's people come for them, they find us waiting. That's a major escalation. I know. Harry met her eyes. But it's the only way. Fear is Voldemort's weapon. We need to offer an alternative, hope, backed by real power. The room was quiet. Everyone understood what this meant. Open conflict with Death Eaters, not just in shadows but in the open. Casualties. Losses. War. Do it, Harry said. The first attack came 3 weeks later. A potion supplier named Alara, who'd switched to Noctruth Holdings after receiving threats, was targeted by a squad of Death Eaters. They arrived at her shop at midnight, masked and armed, expecting an easy victory. Instead, they found Vance and her team waiting. The battle was brief but brutal. 2 Death Eaters were captured. The rest fled. Alara survived, shaken but alive. Word spread quickly. The next morning, 5 more suppliers contacted Borgin, asking to switch sides. By the end of the week, the number had grown to 15. By the end of the month, Voldemort's potion network had collapsed. But the Dark Lord didn't surrender. He shifted tactics, targeting different parts of the network. Artifact dealers, information brokers, transportation routes. Each time, Harry countered, deploying resources, protecting allies, disrupting operations. The economic war became a grinding conflict of attrition, both sides bleeding resources, neither able to deliver a decisive blow. We can't keep this up forever, Ragnarok warned. Our gold reserves are finite. His aren't. He has centuries of accumulated wealth, plus whatever he's stealing. Then we need to hit him where it hurts most, Harry said. His personal assets. The things he values above all else. Like what? Harry smiled coldly. His Horcruxes. The word sent shockwaves through the room. Horcruxes. Objects containing pieces of Voldemort's soul, ensuring his immortality. The Shadow Ledger had mentioned them briefly, hints, rumors, fragments of information. But no one knew how many there were, or where they were hidden. You know about Horcruxes. Snape's voice was sharp. I know they exist. I know he's made at least one. And I know that destroying them is the only way to truly kill him. Harry looked around the table. If we can find them, if we can destroy them, we take away his immortality. And then he's vulnerable, Dumbledore finished. Truly vulnerable, for the first time in decades. The room buzzed with possibility. Can we find them? Vance asked. Maybe. The ledger has clues, references to places he visited, objects he valued, people he trusted. If we combine that with intelligence from other sources, Harry turned to Snape. Can you help? Snape was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. I know some things. Not enough, he never trusted me completely. But I know where to look. Then we look. And when we find them, we destroy them. Harry's voice was calm, but his eyes burned. This is how we win. The search for Horcruxes consumed the autumn. Harry threw himself into the work with an intensity that worried even Mipsy. He studied the Shadow Ledger for hours, cross-referencing every mention of Voldemort's activities. He debriefed captured Death Eaters, extracting fragments of information. He consulted with Dumbledore, who knew more about the dark arts than anyone. Piece by piece, a picture emerged. Voldemort had made at least 5 Horcruxes, possibly more. The locations were scattered across Britain and beyond. Hogwarts, the Riddle House, a cave on the coast, places of personal significance that only someone who knew him deeply could identify. We need more information, Harry said after weeks of research. We know the what, but not the where. We need someone who was close to him. Someone who knows his secrets. His followers won't talk, Borgin said. They're too afraid. Not his followers. Him. The room went quiet. You're suggesting, Dumbledore started. I'm suggesting I get closer. Use the connection we already have. Let him think I'm considering his offer, learning from him, becoming his ally. And while he thinks he's seducing me, I learn his secrets. Harry met their eyes. It's dangerous. But it's the only way. No. Vance's voice was firm. Absolutely not. You can't. I can. I will. Harry's voice was calm but absolute. This is my war. My fight. I started it when I bought this alley, and I'll end it the same way. The room fell silent. No one could argue, not because they agreed, but because they knew Harry wouldn't change his mind. The approach began that night. When Voldemort appeared in his dreams, Harry didn't resist. He let the connection flow, let the Dark Lord see his exhaustion, his frustration, his doubts. You're troubled, Voldemort observed. The war is costly. I'm losing people I care about. Join me, and the war ends. Your people are protected. Your kingdom is secure. At what price? My soul. A small price for peace. For power. For everything you've ever wanted. Harry let the words hang. Then, quietly, show me. Show me what you can offer. Not promises, proof. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. Proof. Yes, I can show you proof. The dream shifted, and suddenly they were standing in a place Harry didn't recognize, a cavern, vast and dark, with a lake at its center. This is where I hid something precious, Voldemort said. Something that ensures my immortality. If you join me, I'll show you how to make your own. Harry's heart raced. A Horcrux. Voldemort was showing him a Horcrux. Where are we? A secret. For now. The Dark Lord smiled. When you're ready to commit, I'll share everything. Until then, enjoy the glimpse. The dream faded, and Harry woke with a single image burned into his mind. A cave, a lake, and an island at the center. He described it to the court the next morning. A cave. Underground, I think, there was no natural light. A lake of dark water, and an island in the middle. Something was on that island, I couldn't see what. The coast, Dumbledore said quietly. There are caves along the western coast. And if I'm right, he paused. I've heard rumors of a place where Voldemort spent time as a youth. An orphanage near the sea. That could be it. Harry turned to Thorn. Can we search? Magically, without alerting him. Maybe. But it would take time. And if he's warded the location, then we find a way through. We have to. Harry's voice was firm. This is our best lead. We can't ignore it. The search took weeks. Thorn developed detection spells that could locate dark magic from a distance. Vance organized teams to sweep the coastline, staying hidden, reporting back. Mipsy's house elves listened for whispers, any mention of caves or hidden places. Finally, in late October, they found it. A cave on the western coast, hidden behind magical barriers that screamed of Voldemort's work. The entrance was invisible to ordinary eyes, but Thorn's spells revealed it clearly. We need to go in, Harry said. It's a trap. Vance's voice was sharp. He'll have protections, lethal ones. Probably. But we have to risk it. This could be the key to everything. The court debated for hours. In the end, they agreed on a plan. A small team, heavily protected, would enter the cave and retrieve whatever was hidden there. Harry would lead them. The cave was worse than anyone imagined. Darkness pressed from all sides, thick and suffocating. The lake was eerily still, its surface like black glass. And on the island at the center, a basin glowed with sickly green light. "It's protected," Thorn whispered, scanning with his magic. "Powerful enchantments. If we try to take it without the right approach, then we find the right approach." Harry studied the basin, the light, the shadows that clung to everything. "There's a reason he showed me this. He wanted me to see it, to be tempted. So it's a trap, maybe. Or maybe it's a test." Harry stepped forward. "I'm going in alone." "No. Alone. If something goes wrong, you get out. Warn the others. Protect the network." He met Vance's eyes. "That's an order." Before anyone could argue, he stepped onto the lake. The water didn't move beneath him. The shadows didn't resist. He walked across the surface as if it were solid ground, Umbra's power flowing through him, protecting him. At the island, he faced the basin. Inside, a liquid pulsed, not water, something thicker, darker. And at the bottom, a locket gleamed. Voldemort's Horcrux. Harry reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the liquid, pain exploded through him. Not physical, deeper, older. Memories flooded his mind. The cupboard, the Dursleys, every moment of suffering and fear and loneliness he'd ever experienced. But he didn't let go. He'd faced worse. He'd survived worse. He was the Shadow King, and he would not be defeated by a dead man's memories. With a final surge of will, he pulled the locket from the basin. The cave screamed. The escape was chaos. Wards activated, trying to trap them. Shadows attacked, trying to consume them. The lake itself rose up, trying to drown them. But Harry's shadows fought back. They wrapped around his team, protecting them, guiding them. They pushed through the wards, scattered the attacking darkness, held back the rising water. By the time they reached the entrance, the cave was collapsing behind them. Outside, in the cold October air, they collapsed. "We have it," Harry gasped, holding up the locket. "We have one of them." Vance stared at him with something like awe. "You walked through hell for that." "I walked through worse." Harry's smile was tired but real. "Now we destroy it." Destroying a Horcrux proved harder than finding it. The locket resisted every attempt. Ordinary magic slid off it. Dark magic fed it. Even the shadows couldn't touch it. Days passed, then weeks, as Thorn and Dumbledore experimented with different approaches. Finally, they found the answer: basilisk venom. "The creature's poison can destroy almost anything," Dumbledore explained, "including Horcruxes. But finding basilisk venom—" "There's a basilisk at Hogwarts," Harry said quietly. Everyone stared at him. "How do you know that?" Snape demanded. "The ledger. It mentioned that Voldemort, Tom Riddle, then, used a basilisk to kill a student. The creature's still there, hidden in the Chamber of Secrets." Dumbledore's face was pale. "The chamber is real. Very real. And very dangerous." Harry met his eyes. "But if we can get the venom, we can destroy the Horcruxes." "All of them." The room buzzed with implications. "We need a plan," Vance said. "A way into the chamber, a way to extract the venom, a way to survive the basilisk." Harry nodded slowly. "We'll find one. We have two." December brought snow and a new understanding. The Horcrux hunt had changed things. Voldemort knew now that Harry was after his soul jars, knew it from the moment the locket was taken. The dreams that followed were filled with rage, with threats, with promises of vengeance. But Harry didn't back down. "You've shown your hand," he told the Dark Lord in one dream. "I know your secret. I know how to destroy you. You know nothing." But Voldemort's eyes betrayed him, fear, real fear, for the first time. "I know enough. And I'll find the others. However long it takes, wherever they're hidden. I'll find them all. Then I'll kill you first. Try." The dream shattered, and Harry woke with a smile. For the first time, he had the upper hand. And he intended to keep it. Chapter 17 The Silver Contract. January arrived with a cold that seeped into the bones of Knockturn Alley and refused to leave. Harry sat in the registry's back room, the Horcrux locket resting on the table before him. It pulsed with a sickly light, whispering temptations that he'd learned to ignore. Beside it lay a stack of parchment, the silver contract, as it had come to be known. The idea had come to him in the depths of night, when the weight of ruling pressed heaviest. If Voldemort could create rules, his rules, based on fear and force, then Harry could create his own. Rules that even the darkest hearts would respect, because they offered something fear never could: stability. "You're sure about this?" Ragnarok asked, studying the contract's provisions. "This goes beyond anything we've attempted." "I'm sure." Harry's voice was quiet but firm. "The network has grown too large to manage through personal relationships alone. We need something formal, something binding, that everyone can agree to. And if they refuse, then they're not part of the future." Harry met the goblin's eyes. "We can't force anyone to sign. But we can make it clear that those who don't will be disadvantaged." Ragnarok nodded slowly. "And the provisions? The bans on certain trades? Non-negotiable. No children, no slaves, nothing that causes permanent harm. Those lines don't get crossed by anyone. Voldemort won't agree. Voldemort won't be asked." Harry's smile was cold. "This contract is for our people. For the ones who want to build something lasting. The Dark Lord can keep his horrors, and his irrelevance. The silver contract took weeks to finalize. Every provision was debated, refined, tested against magical and goblin law. Thorn contributed technical expertise, ensuring the binding enchantments were unbreakable. Ragnarok provided legal oversight, making sure the contract would hold up in any court. Borgin offered practical insights, identifying clauses that would cause problems in the real world. By February, it was ready. The contract was simple in concept but complex in execution. It established a framework for all business conducted under Knockturn Holdings protection: fair prices, honest dealing, dispute resolution through neutral arbitration. It banned specific trades, the ones Harry had identified as truly evil. And it bound signatories to support each other against external threats, creating a mutual defense pact that would make any attack on one an attack on all. "We'll present it at the next court meeting," Harry decided. "Then roll it out to the wider network. And if people refuse, then they're free to leave. But they won't be protected. And they won't be part of what comes next." The Shadow Court received the contract with a mixture of excitement and caution. Vance approved immediately. "This formalizes what we've been doing anyway. Makes it official." Hecuba was more cautious. "The shopkeepers will need time to understand it. To trust it. They'll have time." Harry's voice was calm. "This isn't an ultimatum, it's an invitation. Anyone who wants to be part of the future can sign. Anyone who doesn't can keep doing what they've always done. Without our protection. Without our protection." "Yes." Borgin studied the contract carefully. "The mutual defense clause, that's the most important part. And the most dangerous. If one person breaks the rules and brings retaliation, we're all committed to defending them. Which is why the rules have to be clear, and enforcement has to be fair." Harry met his eyes. "We're building something new, Borgin. Something that's never existed before. There will be risks. But the rewards are everything." "Yes. The rollout began in March. Hecuba gathered the shopkeepers, explaining the contract in patient detail. Vance met with security personnel, outlining their new responsibilities. Borgin contacted network operators across Britain, extending the invitation to sign. The response was mixed. Many signed immediately, grateful for the structure and protection. Others hesitated, unsure what the contract meant for their independence. A few refused outright, preferring to operate outside any system. Harry accepted all responses without judgment. The contract was a choice, not a command. Those who chose to sign would be part of the future. Those who didn't would be left to their own devices. "We're not trying to control everyone," he explained to a doubtful shopkeeper. "We're trying to create a space where people who want to operate fairly can do so safely. That's all." The shopkeeper signed. April brought the first test of the contract's provisions. A trader named Morvain, who'd signed with enthusiasm, was discovered to be dealing in items the contract explicitly banned, cursed artifacts designed to cause permanent harm. When confronted, he claimed ignorance of the rules. "The contract was clear," Vance told him, her voice cold. "You signed it. You agreed to the terms." "I didn't read the fine print." "There is no fine print. The banned items are listed explicitly." "You knew." Morvain's face twisted. "You can't do this. I have connections. Friends. People who'll make you regret. Your connections don't matter here. Vance gestured, and 2 security guards stepped forward. Your lease is revoked. Your assets are forfeit. You have 24 hours to leave Knockturn Alley. Morvain sputtered, threatened, begged. None of it worked. By nightfall, he was gone, his shop sealed, his name added to a list of those banned from future dealings. Word spread quickly. The contract had teeth. The Shadow King enforced his rules. And those who followed them had nothing to fear. May brought a different kind of challenge. A group of traders who'd refused to sign approached Borgin with a proposal. They wanted to operate in Knockturn Alley without signing the contract, paying higher rents in exchange for the privilege. Borgin brought the offer to Harry. They're testing us, he said. Seeing if the rules are real, or if money can bend them. Harry considered. The offer was tempting, more gold, more resources, more power. But accepting it would undermine everything the contract stood for. No, he said. The rules apply to everyone. If they want to operate here, they sign. If they won't sign, they can't operate. And if they leave, take their business elsewhere, then they leave. There are other places to do business. But not here. Harry met Borgin's eyes. The contract is the foundation. If we compromise it for gold, we might as well not have built it. Borgin nodded slowly. I'll tell them. The traders left. Some returned later to sign. Others found different markets. Knockturn Alley continued, stronger for the clarity. June brought Harry's 12th birthday. He celebrated quietly at the cottage, as always, surrounded by his inner circle. Mipsy had outdone herself with a feast. The court brought gifts, practical things, beautiful things, things that showed how well they knew him. But the best gift came from an unexpected source. A delegation from the ministry arrived that afternoon, led by Percival Weasley. They carried an official proclamation, sealed with the minister's own mark. By order of the Wizengamot, Weasley read, his voice formal but his eyes twinkling, Knockturn Alley is hereby recognized as a chartered territory of the British magical community, with all rights and responsibilities pertaining thereto. The room erupted. Harry stood frozen, processing the words. Chartered territory. Official recognition. Legal status. They'd done it. Against all odds, against centuries of tradition, they'd made Knockturn Alley legitimate. This is, he stopped, unable to find words. This is what happens when you build something that works, Weasley said, his smile genuine. The ministry can't ignore success forever. Congratulations, Shadow King. Harry shook his hand, still dazed. The contract had done more than create rules. It had created legitimacy. And legitimacy was the one thing Voldemort could never offer. That night, alone in his room, Harry looked at his mother's photograph and thought about the journey. From a cupboard to a kingdom. From a forgotten orphan to a recognized ruler. From a boy who feared everything to the architect of a new order. What would you think? He whispered to the image. Would you be proud? Or horrified? His mother smiled, as always, and Harry felt something loosen in his chest. He was doing the right thing. He had to believe that. Because if he wasn't, if all this power, all these rules, all this control was leading somewhere dark, then he'd become exactly what he'd sworn to destroy. And that was a fate worse than any Voldemort could devise. July brought the contract's first major expansion. Delegations arrived from France, Germany, and Italy, representatives of dark market networks who'd heard about the silver contract and wanted to discuss similar arrangements. Harry received them in the registry's largest room, surrounded by shadows and his inner circle. Your system is remarkable, the French representative said. Structure without oppression. Rules without tyranny. We would like to learn from it. Harry studied him carefully. Learn how. Adapt it. Implement it in our own territories. Create a network of agreements that spans the continent. The Frenchman spread his hands. The Dark Lord's influence grows. We need alternatives, real alternatives, that offer people a choice. Harry considered. Expanding the contract beyond Britain was risky, new cultures, new laws, new complications. But it was also opportunity. A chance to build something that could counter Voldemort's influence everywhere. We'll talk, he said. Slowly, carefully, with full respect for your sovereignty and ours. The Frenchman nodded. That's all we ask. The negotiations took months. Harry learned about French magical law, German trading customs, Italian family structures. He adapted the silver contract to each culture's needs while maintaining its core principles: fair dealing, mutual protection, absolute bans on the worst trades. By October, agreements were in place with networks in 3 countries. By December, the number had grown to 7. The silver contract was becoming a continental standard, a framework for dark market operations that offered an alternative to Voldemort's terror. The Dark Lord noticed. He appeared in Harry's dreams that night, his red eyes blazing. "You're building something, asterisk," he said. "Something that challenges me, asterisk. I'm building something for people who want an alternative to you. There is no alternative. There's only my way, and chaos. Asterisk. Then why are you worried?" Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "I'm not worried. I'm curious. How far will you take this? How far can you take it, before you realize that rules without fear are meaningless? Asterisk. Ask the people who've signed. Ask the traders who sleep easier knowing they're protected. Ask the shopkeepers who've built businesses without paying protection money." Harry's voice was calm. "They'll tell you how far it can go. And when I destroy them, when I burn their shops and kill their families, what then? Asterisk. Then you prove exactly why people need an alternative." Harry met his eyes steadily. "You can't offer anything but fear. I offer hope. And hope, in the end, is stronger." The dream shattered, and Harry woke with the certainty that he'd won something. Not the war, not yet, but a battle. A battle for the hearts and minds of people who'd spent their lives with no choice at all. The silver contract continued to grow through the winter. More signatories. More protections. More evidence that a different way was possible. Harry watched it spread with a satisfaction he couldn't quite name. Not pride, exactly, but something close. Contentment, maybe. The sense that all the struggle, all the sacrifice, had been worth it. "Young Master is happy," Mipsy observed one evening. "I'm content." Same thing. For Young Master. The house elf patted his hand. Mipsy remembers when Young Master was never content. Always worried, always planning, always fighting. Now Young Master rests sometimes. Smiles sometimes. That's good. Harry considered this. It was true, he'd changed. The boy in the cupboard had been all sharp edges and defensive walls. The Shadow King had learned to trust, to delegate, to let others share the weight. "Thank you, Mipsy," he said. "For everything." Mipsy thanks Young Master. For everything and more. They sat together, watching the fire, and for a moment, the weight of being Shadow King felt almost light. Almost. Chapter 18 Test of Loyalty. February arrived with a cold that seemed to freeze even time itself. Harry stood at the registry's window, watching snow fall on Knockturn Alley. The gas lamps flickered with their usual eerie light, but the shadows beneath them seemed restless, shifting, reaching, as if sensing something he couldn't yet see. Umbra stirred in his consciousness. "Something is wrong. Asterisk. I feel it too. There's a crack in the foundation. A weakness. Someone." The thought was interrupted by a knock at the door. Vance entered, her face pale. "We have a problem. Malachi Thorne is missing." Harry turned slowly. "Missing. He didn't report for duty this morning. His rooms are empty. His belongings are gone." Vance's voice was tight. "And so is the intelligence file on our European operations." The room went very still. Malachi. The young duelist who'd challenged Harry and then become one of his most valuable operatives. The double agent who'd fed false information to the Death Eaters for months. The man Harry had trusted with secrets that could destroy everything. "Find him," Harry said quietly. "Find him now. The search consumed the next 3 days. Vance's security force scoured Knockturn Alley, finding nothing. Thorne's tracking spells yielded no results. Mipsy's house elves reported no sightings. Malachi Thorne had vanished as completely as if he'd never existed. On the 3rd day, a letter arrived. It was delivered by an unknown owl, addressed to the Shadow King, in handwriting Harry didn't recognize. Inside, a single sheet of parchment. "My lord, by the time you read this, I'll be gone. Not dead, not yet. But gone from your service, your protection, your world. Asterisk. I've been approached by the Dark Lord's people again. This time, they didn't ask, they threatened. My family, my friends, everyone I've ever cared about. They'll die if I don't cooperate. Asterisk. I've given them the European file. I've told them about the silver contract's expansion. I've revealed everything I know about your operations abroad. Asterisk. I'm sorry. I know that's not enough. But it's all I have. Asterisk. Don't look for me. Don't try to save me. I've made my choice, and I'll live with the consequences. Asterisk. Malachi. Harry read the letter twice, then handed it to Vance. Treason, she breathed. He's betrayed us. Yes. We need to find him. Make an example. No. Vance stared at him. No. He gave the Death Eaters our European intelligence. He's compromised everything we've built. He's compromised part of what we've built. There's a difference. Harry's voice was calm, but his eyes were cold. And he did it to protect his family. That's not treason, that's desperation. His family. He never mentioned family. Exactly. He kept them secret to protect them. And now the Death Eaters have found them. Harry turned to the window. We're not going to punish Malachi. We're going to save him. The rescue mission required everything Harry had learned in 4 years of ruling Knockturn Alley. First, intelligence. Mipsy's house elf network spread through Death Eater households, listening for whispers about a prisoner, any prisoner, who might be Malachi. Borgen's contacts in the Underworld reported unusual movements, unexpected gatherings. Thorn's tracking spells, recalibrated to find magical signatures, swept across Britain. After a week, they had a location, a safe house in the Yorkshire moors, remote and heavily guarded. Malachi's there, Vance reported. Along with his family, parents and a younger sister. The Death Eaters are using them as leverage. And Malachi, alive, being questioned. Vance's voice was grim. They're trying to get more information. About you, about the network, about everything. Harry absorbed this calmly. Inside, rage burned, cold, controlled, focused. We're going in tonight. The raid was the most dangerous operation Harry had ever led. Vance brought her best people, former Aurors and curse breakers who'd seen worse than this. Thorn provided portable wards that would shield them from detection. Borgen arranged distractions, false alarms at other Death Eater locations, drawing attention away from the moors. And Harry brought the shadows. They moved across the moors like ghosts, invisible and silent. The safe house appeared ahead, a dark shape against the snow. Guards patrolled the perimeter, their breath misting in the cold. 2 at the front, 2 at the back, 2 inside, Vance whispered. Standard deployment. Take the perimeter guards. Quietly. Harry's voice was soft. I'll handle the inside. Vance nodded and signaled her team. The attack was over in minutes. Vance's people moved with lethal precision, disabling the guards before they could raise alarms. Harry slipped through the shadows into the house, finding Malachi in a basement room, chained to the wall, his face a mask of bruises. Harry, he started, then stopped, eyes widening. You shouldn't be here. It's a trap. I know. Harry's voice was calm. We're getting you out. The chains shattered at a touch of shadow. Malachi stumbled, and Harry caught him. The others. My family. Already being extracted. We'll meet them outside. They moved through the house, shadows concealing them from the remaining guards. At the door, Vance waited with Malachi's family, an older couple and a girl of maybe 10, terrified but alive. Go, Harry said. Now. They vanished into the night, the safe house burning behind them. The debriefing took place at the cottage. Malachi sat wrapped in blankets, Mipsy fussing over him, his family in the next room being cared for by Hecuba. His face was a map of injuries, cuts, bruises, the aftermath of interrogation. You came for me, he said, his voice rough. After I betrayed you. Yes. Why? Harry sat across from him, studying his face. Because you didn't betray us by choice. You were forced. There's a difference. Does it matter? The information I gave them, the European operations, the contract expansions, they'll use it. People will die. Maybe. But fewer than if we'd let you die. Harry leaned forward. You're valuable, Malachi. Not just for what you know, for who you are. Loyal. Brave. Willing to sacrifice yourself for the people you love. Those are rare qualities. Malachi stared at him. You're not angry. I'm furious. But not at you. Harry's eyes were cold. At the people who did this. At the system that makes it possible. At Voldemort, who thinks fear is the only tool worth using. He paused. You're going to help me destroy them. How? By continuing to be their double agent. Only now, you'll know that we know. You'll feed them false information, learn their plans, help us turn their tactics against them. Harry's smile was thin. They think they've broken you. They're wrong. Malachi was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. I'm in. All the way. Whatever it takes. Good. Harry stood. Rest now. Heal. We'll talk more tomorrow. At the door, he paused. Malachi. Yes. Next time, tell us about your family. We could have protected them. Malachi nodded, tears in his eyes. I will. I promise. The aftermath of the rescue rippled through the network. Word spread that the Shadow King had risked everything to save a traitor, not because the traitor deserved it, but because loyalty meant something. Because the rules applied to everyone, including the ruler. Because in Knockturn Alley, people mattered more than information. The effect was profound. Signatories to the silver contract increased by 30%. Intelligence flowing into the network doubled. Even former skeptics began to see the value in a system that protected people rather than just punishing them. The loyalty test, Borgin called it. You passed. It wasn't a test. Harry's voice was quiet. It was just the right thing to do. Same thing, in the end. Borgin smiled. The difference between a ruler and a tyrant is that a tyrant would have let Malachi die. You didn't. People notice that. Harry considered this. He hadn't thought about it in those terms. He'd just acted. Because leaving Malachi to die would have been wrong. Maybe that was the point. March brought a new challenge, retaliation. The Death Eaters, furious at losing their prisoner, struck back hard. 3 of Harry's European contacts were attacked in a single night. 2 survived, 1 didn't. Safe houses were compromised. Supply lines were disrupted. Malachi, now fully recovered and working as a double agent, reported that Voldemort himself had ordered the attacks. He's angry, Malachi said. Humiliated. He thought he'd broken me, thought he'd compromised your network. The rescue made him look foolish. Good. Let him be angry. Harry studied the map of attacks. Can you find out what he's planning next? Working on it. His inner circle is paranoid. They don't trust anyone, especially not someone who was recently a prisoner. But I'm making progress. Be careful. If they suspect you, they won't. I'm playing the broken spy, grateful to be alive, terrified of what happens next. It's convincing because it's partly true. Harry nodded slowly. Keep me informed. April brought a breakthrough. Malachi learned of a planned attack on Noctruth Holdings itself, a coordinated strike by Death Eater forces, timed to coincide with the full moon. The goal was simple. Destroy the registry, kill the Shadow King's inner circle, and send a message that no one was safe from Voldemort's reach. We need to prepare, Vance said when Harry shared the intelligence. Fortify defenses, deploy extra patrols, set traps. No. Everyone stared at him. We don't defend, Harry continued. We preempt. We hit them first, before they're ready to hit us. Hit them where? Harry turned to the map, pointing at a location in the north. Here. Their main staging area. If we destroy it now, before the full moon, the attack collapses. That's deep in their territory. Heavily guarded. I know. Harry met Vance's eyes. That's why we're not going to fight fair. The preemptive strike was the most ambitious operation Harry had ever planned. Vance's security force formed the core, 40 of the best fighters in Knockturn Alley, armed with Thorn's latest innovations. Borgin's contacts provided intelligence on the staging area's layout, its defenses, its weaknesses. Mipsy's house elves infiltrated the location beforehand, mapping every room, every guard post, every escape route. And Harry brought the shadows. They moved on the night before the full moon, when the Death Eaters were confident and careless. The staging area was an old manor house, isolated and heavily warded. Thorn's counter spells disabled the wards silently. Vance's team secured the perimeter without alerting anyone inside. Then Harry entered. He walked through the manor like a ghost, shadows wrapping around him, concealing him from every guard, every spell, every defense. He found the leaders in a meeting room, discussing final plans for the attack. They never saw him coming. The shadows rose, and the meeting ended. By dawn, the staging area was rubble. 27 Death Eaters were captured. The attack on Knockturn Alley was over before it began. The victory was celebrated throughout the network. But Harry felt no joy. Standing in the ruins of the manor, Watching prisoners being led away, he felt only a cold satisfaction, and a deeper understanding of what he'd become. Young master is sad? Mipsy asked, appearing at his side. No, not sad. What then? Harry considered. Tired, maybe. Tired of fighting. Tired of killing. Tired of being the one who has to make these choices. Mipsy's eyes filled with tears. Young master carries too much. Too heavy for one so young. I'm not young anymore. Not really. Young master is 12. Mipsy's voice was firm. Still young. Still growing. Still learning. She patted his hand. Someday, the fighting will end. Someday, young master can rest. Until then, she paused. Until then, Mipsy will help carry the weight. Harry looked at her, this small, wrinkled creature who'd given him everything without asking anything in return. Thank you, Mipsy. Mipsy thanks young master. For everything. They stood together in the ruins, watching dawn break over a world that was slowly, painfully, becoming something new. Chapter 19 The Auror Gambit. May arrived with unseasonable warmth and a visitor Harry hadn't expected. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, sat across from him in the registry's back room, her monocle gleaming in the candlelight. She was a formidable woman, broad-shouldered, square-jawed, with eyes that missed nothing. Harry had met her once before, briefly, during the ministry's recognition ceremony. Now she was here for something else entirely. Thank you for seeing me, she said. Her voice was crisp, professional. I know you're busy. Harry inclined his head. What brings the head of DMLE to Knockturn Alley? Business. Bones set a folder on the table. I have a problem. I think you can help. Harry opened the folder. Inside were photographs, reports, witness statements, all detailing the activities of a dark wizard named Augustus Rookwood. Rookwood, he said. Former unspeakable. Convicted Death Eater. Released on a technicality. Correct. Bones's eyes were sharp. He's been active again. Gathering information, building connections, positioning himself for the Dark Lord's return. We've tried to stop him, legally, but he's too careful, too connected. Every time we get close, he slips away. And you want us to do what? Kill him. I want you to give us evidence. Concrete, admissible evidence that will put him away for good. Bones leaned forward. You have sources we don't. Information networks that span the underworld. If anyone can find what we need, it's you. Harry considered. Rookwood was dangerous, a Death Eater with ministry connections and a talent for espionage. Taking him out would weaken Voldemort's intelligence network significantly. And if we find this evidence, what then? Then we arrest him, publicly, legally, in a way that can't be challenged. Bones's smile was thin. And we owe you a favor. A significant one. Harry studied her for a long moment. Amelia Bones was known for her integrity, rare in the ministry. If she offered a favor, she'd deliver. We'll look into it, he said. No promises. Fair enough. Bones stood. One more thing, the Dark Lord's return. You know it's coming. Yes, so do we. And when it happens, we'll need allies. Real ones. She met his eyes. The ministry has made mistakes with Knockturn Alley. Treated it as a problem to be ignored rather than a community to be engaged. That's changing. I'm changing it. Harry nodded slowly. We'll keep that in mind. After she left, he turned to the court. Rookwood. What do we know? The intelligence came together quickly. Borgin had dealt with Rookwood for years, selling artifacts, exchanging information, navigating the gray areas where their businesses overlapped. Mipsy's house elves had overheard conversations in Death Eater households. Even Snape, reluctantly, contributed what he knew. The picture that emerged was troubling. Rookwood wasn't just a spy, he was a coordinator. He connected Death Eater cells across Britain, passing information, arranging meetings, ensuring that Voldemort's followers remained organized despite their master's weakness. Taking him out would disrupt the entire network. He's careful, Borgin reported. Doesn't trust anyone, doesn't leave traces. His operations are compartmentalized, even his own people don't know the full picture. Then how do we get him? We find someone who does know. Someone close to him. Borgin paused. His assistant. A witch named Selena. She handles his communications, his schedules, his secrets. If we can turn her. Can we? Maybe. She's loyal, but she's also practical. If we show her that Rookwood's downfall is inevitable, she might choose to survive. Harry nodded slowly. Approach her. Carefully. No pressure, no threats, just information. Let her make her own choice. The approach took weeks. Borgen's people made contact with Selena through indirect channels, a mutual acquaintance, a casual conversation, a hint that someone might be interested in talking. Selena was cautious, suspicious, but also curious. She agreed to a meeting, neutral ground, minimal risk. Harry watched from the shadows as Borgen laid out the situation. Rookwood is finished, he said quietly. The Ministry's after him. The Shadow King's after him. Even his own people are starting to distance themselves. The question is whether you go down with him or find a way out. Selena's face was pale but composed. You're asking me to betray my employer. I'm asking you to survive. There's a difference. And if I refuse, then you make your own choices. Live with your own consequences. Borgen spread his hands. I'm not here to threaten. I'm here to offer an alternative. Selena was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. What do you need? The information Selena provided was gold. Rookwood's communication networks, his safe houses, his contacts in the Ministry, his plans for the future, plans that involved expanding Death Eater influence into every level of magical society. We have him, Harry said, reviewing the files. Enough evidence to bury him 10 times over. Send it to Bones. Vance asked. Not yet. First, we use it. Harry's smile was cold. Rookwood has something we need, access to Voldemort's inner circle. If we can turn him, make him our agent. Turn a Death Eater. He'll never agree. He will if the alternative is life in Azkaban. Harry met her eyes. Set up a meeting. Quietly. I want to talk to him myself. The meeting took place in a warehouse on the edge of Knockturn Alley, neutral ground, heavily guarded, with escape routes everywhere. Rookwood arrived alone, as requested. He was older than his photographs, gray-haired, tired-eyed, but still sharp. When he saw the small figure in the shadow cloak, his eyes widened slightly. The Shadow King. I'd heard you were young, but he shook his head. This is unexpected. Harry gestured to a chair. Sit. Rookwood sat. I have evidence, Harry continued. Enough to put you in Azkaban for the rest of your life. Communications logs, witness statements, financial records, everything. Rookwood's face didn't change. Then why am I here instead of in a cell? Because I have a proposal. You work for me now. Feed me information about Death Eater operations. Warn me about planned attacks. Help me dismantle the network from within. And if I refuse, then the evidence goes to Amelia Bones. You're arrested within the week. And your family, Harry paused. Your family faces the consequences of your choices. Rookwood went still. The family has nothing to do with this. They're your family. That makes them part of this. Harry's voice was calm, but his eyes were cold. I'm not threatening them. I'm stating facts. If you go to Azkaban, they lose their protector. The people you've crossed over the years will remember. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Rookwood spoke. You're not what I expected. Everyone says that. I imagine they do. He took a deep breath. What would you need from me? Specifically. Everything. Names, dates, locations. Plans for future operations. Information about Voldemort himself, where he is, what he's doing, how he communicates. Harry leaned forward. You become my eyes and ears inside the Death Eaters. In return, you stay free. Your family stays safe. And when this is over, if you've been valuable, you get a new life. New identity. Fresh start. Rookwood considered. The weight of the choice was visible in every line of his face. One condition, he said finally. The family goes first. Before I give you anything. They're moved somewhere safe, somewhere the Death Eaters can't find them. Then I cooperate. Harry nodded slowly. Agreed. The extraction of Rookwood's family took a week. Vance's team moved them in the dead of night, wife, 2 children, an elderly mother, to a safe house in the countryside, protected by wards that even Voldemort couldn't breach. When it was done, Rookwood kept his word. The information he provided was staggering. Death Eater safe houses across Britain. Names of supporters in the Ministry. Plans for attacks on Muggle settlements. And most importantly, the location of Voldemort's current hideout. He's in Albania, Rookwood reported. Using old magic to regain his strength. He's weak, weaker than he lets on, but growing stronger every day. How long until he's strong enough to return? A year. Maybe less. He's found something there, an ancient power that's accelerating his recovery. Harry absorbed this. A year. Maybe less. The timeline was shrinking. We need to move faster, he told the court. Find more allies. Gather more intelligence. Prepare for war. In Rookwood? Vance asked. He stays in place. Keeps feeding us information. When Voldemort returns, we'll know about it before anyone else. The Auror Gambit, as it came to be known, transformed Harry's intelligence network. With Rookwood inside the Death Eater hierarchy, information flowed constantly, plans, movements, weaknesses. Harry used it to disrupt operations, protect targets, build cases against key supporters. By summer, the Death Eaters were on the defensive, their networks crumbling, their confidence shaken. Voldemort noticed. He appeared in Harry's dreams that night, his red eyes blazing with fury. You have someone inside my organization. Asterisk. Yes. Who? Asterisk. I'm not going to tell you. I'll find them. And when I do, when you do, they'll be replaced by someone else. And someone else after that. You can't protect yourself from betrayal, Tom. Not when your only tool is fear. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Tom. No one calls me that. Asterisk. I'm not no one. Number. You're not. The anger faded, replaced by something else, respect, perhaps, or curiosity. You've grown, Harry Potter. From a child in a cupboard to a king in shadows. I underestimated you. Asterisk. People usually do. I won't make that mistake again. Asterisk. The dream faded, and Harry woke with the certainty that the war had just become personal. August brought a new challenge, ministry politics. Amelia Bones, true to her word, had used the Rookwood evidence to secure convictions against a dozen Death Eater supporters. But the arrests had created backlash, pure-blood families claiming persecution, politicians demanding oversight, even some within the ministry questioning Bones's methods. We need to manage this, Weasley advised. If the backlash gets too strong, Bones could be removed. And her replacement might not be so friendly. Harry considered. Bones was an ally, imperfect, but genuine. Losing her would set back their progress significantly. What do you suggest? We need to show results. Public, visible results that demonstrate the value of our cooperation. Weasley paused. The Malfoys, for instance. Lucius Malfoy has been implicated in several illegal activities, but we've never been able to prove it. If we could. Give me the file. Weasley produced a thick folder. Inside was everything the ministry knew about Lucius Malfoy, his wealth, his connections, his suspected crimes. It was impressive, but incomplete. We need more, Harry said. Financial records, communications logs, witness statements. Can you get access? I can try. But Malfoy is careful, his records are heavily protected. Then we'll find another way. Harry turned to Mipsy. House elves in the Malfoy household. Mipsy nodded eagerly. Mipsy knows one. Name of Tilly. She serves the Malfoys for many years. She sees everything. Can we talk to her? Mipsy will arrange. The meeting with Tilly took place in the registry's back room, Mipsy translating. Tilly was small even by house elf standards, with huge eyes that held decades of secrets. She spoke in whispers, describing the Malfoy household in meticulous detail, the visitors who came at night, the packages that arrived without labels, the conversations she overheard while serving dinner. Master Malfoy has a special room, she said. In the cellar. Locked always. Even Mistress Malfoy not allowed inside. What's in the room? Harry asked. Tilly doesn't know. Tilly never saw. But Master Malfoy goes there often. Late at night. Comes out looking satisfied. Harry exchanged glances with Vance. A hidden room. Secret visits. It sounded like evidence, maybe the kind that could bring down the Malfoys entirely. Can you get us inside? Tilly trembled. Tilly cannot. Master Malfoy would know. Would punish. We'd protect you. Move you somewhere safe before anyone knows. Tilly looked at Mipsy, who nodded encouragingly. Then, slowly, she agreed. The Malfoy operation was the most dangerous yet. Breaking into a pure-blood manor required everything Harry's network had. Thorne's best wards, Vance's best fighters, Borgin's best intelligence. They planned for weeks, preparing for every contingency, mapping every escape route. On the night of the operation, Harry led the team himself. They moved through the manor like shadows, invisible and silent. Tilly guided them to the cellar, her small hand trembling in Harry's. At the door to the secret room, she stopped. Tilly cannot go further. The magic, it would know. Harry nodded and turned to the door. It was covered in wards, complex, layered. Deadly. But Thorn had prepared for this. One by one, the wards fell. Inside, they found everything. Financial records linking Malfoy to Death Eater operations. Correspondence with Voldemort himself. Plans for attacks on Muggle settlements. And worst of all, a diary, written in Malfoy's own hand, detailing decades of crimes. This is it, Vance breathed. This is everything. Harry nodded. Copy it all. Then we get out. They worked quickly, magically duplicating every document, every record. Within an hour, they were gone, the manor undisturbed, Malfoy's secrets now in the Shadow King's possession. The fallout was immediate. Amelia Bones, armed with the evidence, moved against Malfoy within days. The arrest was public, dramatic, impossible to ignore. Malfoy's allies in the Ministry scrambled to distance themselves. His fortune was frozen. His reputation destroyed. The message was clear, no one was above the law. Not even the wealthiest, most connected families in magical Britain. The Auror Gambit worked, Borgin said, reviewing the aftermath. Better than we could have hoped. It's not a gambit anymore, Harry replied. It's a strategy. We've shown that working with the Ministry can achieve things force alone can't. And Malfoy will spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. Or worse. Harry's voice was cold. He made his choices. Now he lives with them. September brought a new phase in the war. With Rookwood inside the Death Eaters and Malfoy removed as a threat, Voldemort's network was reeling. Supporters defected daily. Safe houses were abandoned. Plans were postponed indefinitely. But Harry knew it wouldn't last. Voldemort was too smart, too patient, too determined to accept defeat. He'd regroup, rebuild, return stronger than ever. The question was when, and whether Harry would be ready. We need more allies, he told the court. Real ones. People who'll fight when the time comes. The Ministry. Vance asked. Some of them. Bones, certainly. Weasley. Others who've seen what we can achieve together. Harry paused. And others outside the Ministry. Foreign governments. Independent operators. Anyone who has a stake in stopping Voldemort. That's a lot of people to coordinate. I know. Harry met her eyes. That's why we start now. The alliance building consumed the autumn. Harry sent emissaries across Europe, carrying messages of cooperation and mutual defense. Some governments were skeptical. Why trust a child, even one called the Shadow King? Others were intrigued, seeing opportunity in the chaos. A few committed immediately, pledging support when the war began. By December, Harry had commitments from 7 countries. Not enough to guarantee victory, but enough to make a difference. The network grows, Ragnarok observed. Slowly, but surely. It has to. Voldemort won't wait forever. No. But every day we gain is a day he loses. The goblin smiled. You've done well, Harry. Better than anyone could have expected. Harry shook his head. I've just survived. Like always. Survival is the first step. Building is the second. You've done both. Ragnarok met his eyes. Be proud of that. Harry considered. Pride was dangerous, it led to overconfidence, to mistakes. But maybe, just maybe, he could allow himself a small amount. For now. For today. Tomorrow, the war continued. Chapter 20 The Alley's Transformation. December brought snow to Knockturn Alley, but this year, the snow looked different. Harry stood at the registry's window, watching it fall. The flakes were white, pure white, not the grayed, sooty snow of years past. They settled on clean streets, on well-maintained shops, on sidewalks that had been swept and salted by shopkeepers who now had time for such things. The alley had changed. It wasn't just the physical transformation, though that was remarkable enough. Boarded windows had been replaced with glass. Crumbling facades had been repaired. The gas lamps still burned with their eerie light, but now they illuminated shops that were open, busy, prosperous. It was the people who had changed most. Harry watched them through the window, shopkeepers chatting with customers, children playing in the streets, even a few ministry officials walking openly among the stalls, their presence accepted rather than feared. The tension that had defined Knockturn Alley for centuries was gone, replaced by something else, something that felt almost like normalcy. Young master is pleased, Mipsy asked, appearing at his side. I'm something. Harry turned from the window. I'm not sure what. Mipsy knows. Young master is proud. Should be proud. The house elf patted his hand. Young master did this. Made this place good. We did this. All of us. Mipsy helped. A little. More than a little. Harry smiled. Much more than a little. The Shadow Court gathered that evening to review the year's achievements. The numbers were staggering. Over 200 properties now under Knockturn Holdings' control. Nearly every shopkeeper in the alley had signed the silver contract. Security incidents had dropped by 90%. Revenue was up across the board. But the statistics told only part of the story. Hekuba reported that shopkeepers were expanding, adding inventory, hiring help, even opening second locations. Vance noted that her security force now spent more time on customer service than on conflict resolution. Borgin described new partnerships with legitimate businesses in Diagon Alley, connections that would have been unthinkable just years ago. The alley has transformed, he concluded. From a place people avoided to a place people seek out. From a den of criminals to, he paused, searching for words. To a community, Harry finished. Yes, a community. The room was quiet for a moment, each person absorbing the weight of that word. We're not done, Harry continued. There's still work to do. Still people to reach, systems to improve, threats to prepare for. But tonight, he raised his glass. Tonight, we celebrate. The toast was echoed around the table. January brought a new challenge, success. With Knockturn Alley thriving, attention from outside had increased dramatically. Tourists came to see the transformed street. Journalists wrote articles about the miracle of the alley's rebirth. Even foreign delegations arrived, seeking to understand how such a change had been possible. We need to manage this, Weasley advised. If the attention becomes too intense, it could disrupt what you've built. Harry nodded. He'd been thinking the same thing. Visibility was dangerous, it invited scrutiny, envy, interference. Can you help? Keep the ministry's attention focused elsewhere. I can try. But the ministry isn't the only problem. There are reporters, researchers, curiosity seekers. They're harder to control. Then we control what we can and adapt to the rest. Harry turned to Thorn. Can you create something, a perception filter, maybe, that makes the alley less interesting to outsiders? Thorn considered. Maybe. But it would be complicated. And expensive. Do it. Whatever it takes. The perception filter took months to develop. Thorn worked with goblin artisans, combining human and goblin magic in ways that had never been attempted. The result was a subtle enchantment that didn't hide Knockturn Alley, but made it seem ordinary. Less remarkable. The kind of place tourists might visit once and forget. It won't stop determined investigators, Thorn warned. But it'll reduce casual attention significantly. It's enough. Harry studied the finished work, a small crystal that would serve as the filter's anchor. Thank you, Thorn. Thank you for trusting me with it. Thorn's smile was rare and genuine. Years ago, I was just a curse breaker with no direction. Now I'm building magic that's never existed before. He paused. That's everything. Harry nodded. He understood. The alley had transformed everyone who touched it, including himself. February brought a visitor from the past. Malachi Thorn, now fully recovered and fully trusted, appeared at the cottage with news. The Death Eaters are planning something bigger than before. I don't have details yet, but the whispers are everywhere. Harry absorbed this calmly. He'd been expecting it. Voldemort wouldn't stay quiet forever. What kind of something? Coordinated attacks. Multiple targets. They want to send a message that they're still relevant, still dangerous, still capable of striking anywhere. Anywhere including here. Especially here. Malachi's face was grim. You're their biggest enemy now. The one who's disrupted their networks, turned their people, transformed their territory. Taking you out is priority one. Harry nodded slowly. Then we prepare. Vance, full alert. Thorn, double the wards. Borgin, spread the word. Anyone with information gets paid, no questions asked. The court dispersed to their tasks, and Harry sat alone, thinking. Voldemort was coming. Not tomorrow, not next week, but soon. And when he arrived, everything would change. Dash dash dash. The attack came on the night of the full moon. Harry felt it before the alarms sounded, a disturbance in the shadows, a ripple in the darkness that only he could sense. He was on his feet before the first explosion, shadows gathering around him like loyal soldiers. Intruders, he called to Vance. Multiple points of entry. They're trying to overwhelm us. Vance's voice came through the communication charm. We're engaging, but there are more than we expected. The line went dead. Harry moved. He flowed through the registry like smoke, appearing where he was needed, striking where he could. Shadows wrapped around Death Eaters, disarming them, disabling them, driving them back. But for every one he stopped, two more seemed to appear. They're everywhere, Malachi reported, appearing at his side. We're holding, but barely. Where's Voldemort? Not here. This is a probe, testing our defenses, learning our weaknesses. Harry's eyes narrowed. Of course, Voldemort wouldn't risk himself in a direct attack. He'd send others first, gather intelligence, then strike when the time was right. Pull back, he ordered. Consolidate at the registry. Let them think they're winning. Malachi stared. But, trust me. The order was given. Knocktur's forces withdrew, fighting retreats that looked desperate but were carefully controlled. The Death Eaters pressed forward, emboldened, convinced they were on the verge of victory. Then Harry sprung the trap. The registry's wards, redesigned by Thorn for exactly this moment, activated in sequence, not to repel, but to contain. The Death Eaters found themselves trapped, unable to escape, unable to call for help. Vance's forces, no longer retreating, turned and attacked. The battle was over in minutes. Dash dash dash. Afterward, Harry stood in the registry's main hall, surrounded by captured Death Eaters and exhausted allies. His shadows pulsed with satisfaction, having fed on the fear and darkness of the attack. Count the prisoners, he ordered. Tend the wounded. And find out who led this, they'll have information we need. Vance nodded and moved to obey. Malachi approached, his face a mix of exhaustion and awe. You planned this. The whole thing, the retreat, the trap, you knew they'd overcommit. I hoped. Harry's voice was quiet. Voldemort's people are arrogant. They see what they want to see. Give them an apparent victory, and they'll chase it without thinking. And now we learn everything they know. And then, Harry paused. Then we prepare for the real attack. Dash dash dash. The interrogation took days. Under skilled questioning, and, in some cases, less skilled but more direct methods, the captured Death Eaters revealed Voldemort's plans. Multiple attacks across Britain, designed to destabilize the Ministry, terrorize the population, and pave the way for his return. Knockturn Alley was just one target among many. He's not just after us, Harry told the court. He's after everyone. The Ministry, Hogwarts, Diagon Alley. He wants to create chaos so complete that when he returns, no one can oppose him. Can we stop him? Hecuba asked. Maybe. If we work together, with the Ministry, with other organizations, with anyone who'll stand against him. Harry looked around the table. This isn't just our war anymore. It's everyone's. The court nodded slowly. They understood. The alley had transformed, but the world hadn't. And until Voldemort was defeated, the transformation would never be complete. Dash dash dash. March brought the first coordinated response. Harry met with Amelia Bones, Percival Weasley, and representatives from several other organizations. They discussed strategy, resources, timelines. By the end of the week, they had a plan, a joint task force combining Ministry resources with Knocktur's intelligence network, designed to disrupt Death Eater operations before they could launch their attacks. It's unprecedented, Bones admitted. Ministry and unofficial forces working together. It's necessary. Harry's voice was calm. Voldemort won't wait for us to sort out jurisdictional issues. We need to act now. Bones nodded slowly. Agreed. The task force launched within days. Its first operations were small, disrupting meetings, intercepting supplies, gathering intelligence. But each success built momentum, and by April, the Death Eaters were on the defensive across Britain. Dash dash dash. May brought a moment of peace. Harry stood in the alley, watching the evening crowds. Shopkeepers were closing up, children were heading home, and the gas lamps were beginning to flicker to life. It was ordinary. Beautifully, peacefully ordinary. Young Master is happy. Mipsy asked. I'm content. Harry smiled. That's enough. Mipsy beamed. They stood together, watching the alley that had become their home, and for a moment, the weight of being Shadow King felt light. Just for a moment. But it was enough. Chapter 21 Air of Cunning. June arrived with thunderstorms that rattled the windows of the cottage and sent shadows dancing across every surface. Harry loved it. The darkness, the power, the sense that nature itself was acknowledging something he'd always known, that the world was more than sunshine and smiles. He sat by the window, watching lightning split the sky, and felt Umbra stir with satisfaction. The old magic is strong tonight. I feel it. You've come far, Harry Potter. From a child in a cupboard to a king in shadows. But there's more to learn, more to become. I know. Harry turned from the window. That's why I've been thinking about Slytherin. Umbra's interest sharpened. Slytherin. The house. At Hogwarts. Salazar Slytherin was known for cunning, ambition, resourcefulness, the same qualities of needed to survive. Harry paused. I want to study his methods. His strategies. The way he built power and held it. A wise pursuit. But Slytherin's knowledge isn't easily found. Most of his writings were destroyed or hidden centuries ago. Not all. Harry smiled. The Shadow Ledger mentions a collection, books Slytherin left to his descendants, passed down through generations. The last known owner was a black. Umbra's presence flickered with surprise. You think the ledger can lead you to them? I think it's worth trying. The search consumed July. Harry pored over the Shadow Ledger, following Xian Suo, decoding hints, piecing together a puzzle that had baffled scholars for centuries. The books, if they existed, were hidden somewhere in the old Black family library, a collection so vast and chaotic that no one had fully catalogued it. The library was sealed after the last Black died, Ragnarok explained. Too dangerous to open, too valuable to destroy. It's been sitting untouched for decades. Can we get in? Legally? No. The inheritance laws are complicated. The property technically belongs to the Black estate, which is contested. The goblin paused. But if you're willing to be creative. Harry understood. Show me. The Black family library was located in the ancestral home, a crumbling mansion in the north of England, surrounded by wards that had killed more than one would-be intruder. Harry approached it on a moonless night, shadows wrapped around him like armor. The wards screamed as he passed through them, but Umbra's power absorbed their fury, leaving him unharmed. Inside, the library was chaos. Books towered in unstable piles. Scrolls spilled from broken cabinets. Artifacts pulsed with ancient magic, some dangerous, some merely curious. And somewhere in this mess, hidden for centuries, were the writings of Salazar Slytherin himself. Harry began to search. The search took days. He worked methodically, cataloging as he went, using Umbra's sensitivity to dark magic to identify items of particular power. Most were worthless, cursed objects, failed experiments, the detritus of a family that had collected everything and understood nothing. But on the third day, he found something. A book, old, bound in what looked like dragonhide, with a serpent embossed on the cover. It radiated power so intense that even Umbra stirred with interest. This is it. One of Slytherin's own. Harry opened it carefully. The language was ancient, the script difficult, but the meaning was clear. This was a treatise on power. How to gain it, how to keep it, how to use it without being consumed by it. He read for hours. Slytherin's philosophy was brutal but honest. Power, he wrote, was neither good nor evil, it simply was. The choice lay in how it was used. Those who sought power for its own sake would be destroyed by it. Those who sought power to protect, to build, to create something lasting, they might survive. The cunning heir understands this, Slytherin wrote. He knows that power is a tool, not a goal. He uses it to build walls around those he loves, to forge weapons against those who threaten them, to create order from chaos. And when his time is done, he passes it on, not to the strongest, but to the wisest. Harry read the passage 3 times. It resonated deeply, echoed things he'd learned himself, through years of struggle and sacrifice. Power to protect, he murmured. Not to control. Slytherin understood, Umbra agreed. He was misunderstood, like you. Called dark when he was merely practical. Feared for his power when he only wanted to preserve. Is that true? Or are you shaping history to fit your narrative? A little of both, perhaps. The entity's mental voice was amused. But the book doesn't lie. Read on. There's more. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The next section was even more valuable. Slytherin had written extensively about strategy, how to outthink enemies, how to build alliances, how to create systems that would outlast any individual ruler. His methods were subtle, sophisticated, and perfectly suited to Harry's situation. The wise ruler never fights fair, Slytherin advised. He fights to win. He uses every tool at his disposal: cunning, deception, patience. He lets his enemies exhaust themselves against his defenses while he conserves strength. He strikes not when they expect, but when they're weakest. Harry thought about the recent Death Eater attack. The retreat that wasn't a retreat. The trap that had caught them all. I did that, he realized. Without knowing it was Slytherin's strategy. Because you think like him. You always have. The thought was unsettling, and affirming. Slytherin had been called dark, dangerous, evil. But reading his actual words, Harry saw something different. A man who'd built a legacy that lasted 1,000 years. A man who'd protected his people and his principles against overwhelming odds. A man who'd been, in many ways, exactly what Harry was trying to become. August brought more discoveries. Harry found 3 more books in the Black Library, each more valuable than the last. One detailed Slytherin's methods for building magical wards, the strongest ever created, still protecting Hogwarts after centuries. Another contained his thoughts on leadership, on the responsibility that came with power. A third was a personal journal, filled with observations about his contemporaries, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and the strengths and weaknesses he saw in each. He respected them, Harry said, surprised. Even when he disagreed with them. He saw their value. Slytherin wasn't the monster history made him. He was a man, brilliant, flawed, human. Like you. Harry nodded slowly. The discovery was changing how he saw himself, his house, his future. If Slytherin could be misunderstood, perhaps others could too. Perhaps the lines between light and dark were more blurry than anyone admitted. September brought the final discovery, a map. It was hidden in the back of Slytherin's journal, a detailed rendering of Hogwarts, showing passages and rooms that didn't appear on any official plan. Secret ways in and out. Hidden chambers. Places where magic was particularly strong. This is incredible, Harry breathed. With this, we could control the castle, if you ever needed to. Not control. Protect. Harry met Umbra's mental gaze. When Voldemort comes for Hogwarts, and we'll be ready. The court was amazed by the discoveries. Actual Slytherin texts, Borgin breathed, handling one of the books with reverent care. These are worth more than everything else in the alley combined. They're not for sale. Harry's voice was firm. They're for study, for learning, for making us stronger. Of course, my lord. I didn't mean. I know. Harry's voice softened. But these are weapons, Borgin. The most powerful kind, weapons of the mind. We need to understand them before we use them. The court agreed. Study sessions were organized, with different members focusing on different aspects of Slytherin's wisdom. Thorne studied the wards. Vance studied the defensive strategies. Borgin studied the economic principles. Harry studied everything. October brought the first practical application. A dispute arose between 2 factions in the Northern Network, both signatories to the Silver Contract, both claiming rights to the same territory. Under the old system, such disputes led to violence. Under the Silver Contract, they led to arbitration. Harry applied Slytherin's principles. He listened carefully to both sides, identifying their true interests beneath their stated positions. He found common ground they hadn't seen, resources they could share, threats they could face. Together, opportunities they could pursue jointly. He crafted a solution that gave each enough to claim victory while binding them closer together. The factions left satisfied. The territory remained peaceful, and the network grew stronger. Slytherin would be proud, Vance observed. He'd say it was just good leadership. Harry smiled. But thank you. November brought a deeper test. Intelligence suggested that a Death Eater cell was planning to infiltrate the network, not through violence but through corruption. They'd identified vulnerable signatories and were offering bribes, threats, promises of power. Harry studied Slytherin's writings on loyalty. A leader's greatest challenge is maintaining the loyalty of those who follow. Fear works, for a time. But fear fades. True loyalty requires something deeper: respect, trust, the belief that the leader serves the followers as much as they serve him. He thought about his own approach. He'd never used fear, not really. He'd used respect, earned through action. He'd used trust, built through consistency. He'd served his people, and they'd served him in return. Now that bond would be tested. He called the vulnerable signatories together and told them the truth: Death Eaters were targeting them. They could choose to leave, to protect themselves, to avoid the coming storm. Or they could stay, fight, and receive the full protection of the network. Every single one stayed. December brought snow and a moment of quiet reflection. Harry sat in the cottage, surrounded by Slytherin's books, and thought about how far he'd come. From a cupboard to a kingdom. From a forgotten orphan to a leader people trusted with their lives. From a boy who feared everything to a young man who'd learned to use even fear as a tool. Young master is different, Mipsy observed. Older. Wiser. I'm 12. Mipsy knows years. But young master's eyes, she touched his face gently. Young master's eyes have seen centuries. Harry didn't argue. It was true. He'd seen more than any child should: death, betrayal, the worst of human nature. But he'd also seen loyalty, courage, the best of what people could be. And he'd learned, from Slytherin and from life, that the two were inseparable. The alley is safe, he said quietly. The network is strong. Voldemort is still out there, but we're ready. He met Mipsy's eyes. I think, for the first time, I think we might actually win. Mipsy burst into tears of joy. That night, Harry dreamed of Slytherin. Not the monster of legend, but the man himself, tall, dark-haired, with eyes that held centuries of wisdom. He stood in a great hall, surrounded by books and artifacts, and when he saw Harry, he smiled. You found my writings. Yes. And you understood them. Not many do. I had good teachers. And good reasons to learn. Slytherin nodded slowly. The Dark Lord, Voldemort, they call him now, he claims to be my heir. But he understands nothing. He thinks power is about control, about fear, about domination. He's wrong. What is it about? Protection. Legacy. Building something that outlasts you. Slytherin's eyes were ancient. You understand this. That's why you're my true heir, not by blood, but by spirit. Harry didn't know what to say. The war is coming. Sooner than you think. But you're ready as anyone can be. Slytherin extended his hand. Use what I've taught you. Protect what matters. And when it's over, build something that lasts. Harry took his hand. The dream shattered, and he woke in his bed, tears on his face. He was Slytherin's heir. Not by blood, by choice. By understanding. By the life he'd lived and the choices he'd made. And that, he realized, meant everything. Chapter 22 The Veiled Duel. January arrived, with a cold that seemed to freeze time itself. Harry stood at the cottage window, watching snow fall on Hogsmeade. The village was quiet, peaceful, a sharp contrast to the turmoil churning in his mind. Slytherin's teachings had opened new possibilities, new strategies, new ways of thinking about power. But they'd also raised questions he couldn't answer. What kind of ruler was he becoming? What kind of person? Umbra stirred. You're troubled. Always. More than usual. Harry didn't respond. He was thinking about the dream, about Slytherin's words, about the claim that he was the true heir. It felt like a burden as much as an honor. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Vance entered, her face grim. We have a problem. An ambitious dark wizard has challenged the Shadow King to a duel. Harry turned slowly. A duel. Public. Formal. Under the old laws. Vance handed him a scroll. It arrived this morning. Harry read it quickly. The challenger was a wizard named Morcant, someone he'd never heard of, but whose reputation apparently preceded him. A dueling champion. A collector of powerful opponents, heads. And now, a challenger to the Shadow King. If I refuse, then you're publicly humiliated. Your reputation suffers. Everything we've built becomes vulnerable. And if I accept, then you fight a wizard who's never lost. Vance's voice was tight. Either way, we have a problem. Harry studied the scroll. The duel was set for the full moon, 2 weeks away. Plenty of time to prepare. Find out everything about him, he ordered. His fighting style, his weaknesses, his history. And find out who's behind this. Morkant doesn't challenge random targets, someone put him up to it. Vance nodded and left. Harry turned back to the window, watching the snow. 2 weeks, he murmured. 2 weeks to prepare for the fight of my life. The intelligence came in quickly. Morkant was a professional duelist, one of the best in Europe. He'd fought over 100 formal duels and won every one. His specialty was dark magic, curses that most wizards couldn't counter, let alone survive. He was fast, ruthless, and utterly without mercy. His record is clean, Borgin reported. All his duels were legal, sanctioned, witnessed. He's never been accused of foul play. Because he doesn't need foul play. He's that good. Yes. Harry absorbed this. A clean record meant no easy disqualifications. No legal loopholes. Just a straight fight between two wizards, one of them 12 years old. Who's behind it? He asked. Not confirmed. But our sources point to the Carrows, Death Eater sympathizers with connections to the Dark Lord. They'd love to see you humiliated or dead. Harry nodded slowly. It made sense. Voldemort couldn't attack openly, not yet, but he could use proxies. If Morkant won, the Shadow King was gone. If Morkant lost, Voldemort lost nothing. Clever, he admitted. Very clever. Can you beat him? Harry considered. In a straight magical duel, probably not. Morkant had decades of experience, countless victories, mastery of spells Harry had never even heard of. But duels weren't just about magic. They were about strategy, psychology, the willingness to do whatever it took to win. And in those areas, Harry had advantages Morkant couldn't imagine. I can beat him, he said. But not the way he expects. The preparations consumed the next 2 weeks. Harry trained relentlessly, not in dueling, but in everything else. He studied Morkant's previous fights, identifying patterns, weaknesses, moments where the champion had almost lost. He practiced with the shadows, pushing his connection to Umbra further than ever before. He consulted with Slytherin's texts, finding strategies for facing superior opponents. And he planned. The duel would be public, hundreds of witnesses, maybe thousands. That was a weakness as well as a strength. Morkant would be performing, playing to the crowd, letting his reputation do half the work. Harry could use that. I'll let him think he's winning, he told the court. I'll retreat, defend, make it look like I'm outmatched. He'll get overconfident. He'll take risks. And when he does, you strike, Vance finished. Yes. And if it doesn't work? Harry met her eyes. Then we adapt. The same way we always do. The night of the full moon arrived with unnatural clarity. The dueling grounds were packed, more spectators than Harry had ever seen in one place. Shopkeepers from Knockturn Alley. Criminals from across Britain. Ministry officials, here to observe. And in the shadows, Harry sensed, Death Eaters watching, waiting for their champion to triumph. Morkant entered first, to thunderous applause. He was tall, handsome, dressed in elegant dueling robes that probably cost more than most people earned in a year. He raised his hand to the crowd, acknowledging their adulation, then turned to face his opponent. Harry walked out of the shadows. The crowd went silent. He was small, impossibly small compared to Morkant, wrapped in his shadow cloak, his face hidden. He carried no wand, no visible weapons, nothing but the darkness that clung to him like a second skin. Morkant's smile widened. The Shadow King. I'd heard you were young, but this, he laughed. This is almost embarrassing. Harry said nothing, just waited. The referee, a wizened old wizard with centuries of experience, stepped forward. The duel will be fought to first blood, surrender, or incapacitation. Standard rules apply. No lethal magic, no outside interference. He looked at both combatants. Are you ready? Morkant nodded, his wand already raised. Harry inclined his head. Begin. Morkant attacked immediately. Curses flew from his wand like bullets, dark, fast, precise. Harry dodged, weaved, let the shadows carry him out of harm's way. He didn't counter, didn't engage, just moved. Fight, coward! Morkant shouted, frustration creeping into his voice. Harry didn't respond. He was watching, learning, identifying patterns. Morkant's attacks were powerful but predictable, the same combinations, the same rhythms, honed by years of practice against opponents who fought back. Harry wasn't fighting back. Minutes passed. The crowd grew restless. Morkant's attacks became wilder, less controlled, fueled by anger rather than skill. "Stand still," he roared. Harry stood still. Morkant's eyes widened. He raised his wand for a killing curse, forbidden in duels, but he was past caring. The shadows moved. They wrapped around Morkant's arm, his wand, his entire body. He struggled, fought, tried to cast, but the shadows were everywhere, inescapable, smothering his magic, his will, his very self. When they receded, Morkant lay on the ground, unconscious. The crowd was silent. Harry walked forward, stood over his fallen opponent, and looked out at the thousands of witnesses. "The Shadow King does not duel," he said quietly. "The Shadow King protects. Remember that." He stepped back into the shadows and was gone. The aftermath was chaos. Reporters mobbed the dueling grounds, demanding interviews. Ministry officials argued about the legality of shadow magic. Death Eaters slipped away into the night, their champion defeated, their plans in ruins. Harry watched it all from the registry's window, safe in his kingdom. "Young Master won," Mipsy said, her voice filled with wonder. "Young Master beat the bad man. I won." Harry's voice was quiet. "But it cost me." "What cost?" "Part of myself. The part that still believed in fair fights, in rules, in honor." He turned from the window. "Morkant was a monster, but he fought by the rules. I didn't. I used everything, the shadows, the deception, the psychology. I won, but I'm not sure I'm proud of how." Mipsy considered this. Young Master protected himself. Protected the alley. That's what matters. Is it? Mipsy thinks yes. She patted his hand. Young Master is good. Young Master does good things. How doesn't change that? Harry wanted to believe her. He really did. The duel's aftermath reshaped Harry's reputation. Before, he'd been the Shadow King, a mysterious ruler, powerful but untested. Now he was something more, a warrior who'd defeated a champion without throwing a single spell. A leader whose power couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. A figure of legend, not just politics. The network expanded dramatically in the following weeks. New signatories flocked to the silver contract. Foreign governments sought alliances. Even the ministry grew more respectful, treating Harry as a genuine equal rather than a useful irregular. "I told you," Borgin said, reviewing the numbers. "Nothing succeeds like success." It wasn't success. It was survival. Same thing, in this world. Borgin met his eyes. "You're becoming something, my lord. Something the world hasn't seen before. Embrace it." Harry shook his head. "I'm just trying to protect my people. That's what makes you different. That's what makes you great." February brought a new challenge, Morkant's allies. The defeated duelist had friends, powerful ones, angry ones. They didn't attack directly, they'd learned that lesson. Instead, they targeted the network's edges, picking off minor operators, disrupting supply lines, testing defenses. "We need to respond," Vance urged. "Show them we won't tolerate." "No." Harry's voice was calm. "They want a reaction. They want us to overcommit, expose weaknesses, make mistakes. We won't give them that. Then what? We wait. We watch. We let them exhaust themselves against our defenses." Harry smiled coldly. Slytherin's strategy. Let the enemy tire themselves out, then strike when they're weakest. The waiting took weeks. Morkant's allies grew frustrated, careless, desperate. They attacked more openly, exposing themselves to counterattack. And when they were fully committed, Harry struck. The counterattack was swift, precise, devastating. Within days, Morkant's network had collapsed. His allies were captured, killed, or driven into hiding. The threat was over. "Your strategy worked," Vance admitted. "Better than a direct response would have." Slytherin's strategy. Harry's voice was quiet. "I'm just applying what I learned." "Learning counts too." Harry nodded slowly. It did. And he was learning more every day. March brought a moment of reflection. Harry sat in the registry, surrounded by Slytherin's books, and thought about the duel. About the choices he'd made, the person he'd become. He'd won, decisively, completely. But the victory felt hollow. "Young Master is sad?" Mipsy asked. "Not sad. Just thinking." "About what?" About whether I'm becoming what I need to be, or something else entirely. Harry met her eyes. I used shadows to defeat Morkant. I manipulated him, deceived him, broke him without ever fighting fair. That's not what heroes do. Mipsy doesn't know about heroes. Mipsy knows about young master. The house elf's voice was firm. Young master protects people, keeps them safe. That's what matters. But the methods change. People change. World changes. Mipsy patted his hand. Young master is good. Mipsy knows. Harry wanted to believe her. And maybe, slowly, he was starting to. Just a little. Just. Enough. Less than. End of thinking. Greater than # chapter 23 Crown of Secrets. April arrived with rain that washed the last snow from Knockturn Alley's cobblestones and left everything glistening in the weak spring sunlight. Harry walked through the alley without his shadow cloak for the first time in years. It was a risk, a calculated one. The transformation of Knockturn Alley had been so complete that strangers now outnumbered criminals. Tourists mingled with shopkeepers. Children played where darkness once ruled. And in this new reality, an anonymous boy attracted no attention. He passed Hekuba's shop and saw her through the window, helping a customer with a smile. He passed Borgin and Burke's and noted the respectable clientele browsing the displays. He passed the sinking stoop and heard laughter instead of arguments. This was his kingdom, his creation, his responsibility. And no one knew. The weight of that secret pressed heavier than ever. Harry had become adept at wearing masks, the shadow cloak, the voice of authority, the distant presence that commanded respect without revealing humanity. But the masks were taking their toll. Every conversation was a performance. Every interaction required calculation. Every moment of connection was shadowed by the knowledge that these people didn't know him, could never know him, as anything but the Shadow King. Young master is lonely, Mipsy observed that evening. I have you. I have the court. Mipsy is not same as friends. Court is not same as family. The house elf's eyes were ancient and knowing. Young master needs people who know young master. Not Shadow King, Harry. Harry considered this. It was true. The people closest to him, Vance, Borgin, even Dumbledore, knew him only through the lens of power. They respected him, followed him, trusted him. But did they know him? Did anyone? There's no one, he said quietly. No one who knew me before. No one who remembers the cupboard. Mipsy remembers. Mipsy knows young master's heart. Thank you, Mipsy. Harry's voice was soft. But you're not. He stopped. Not what? Not what I need. Not a friend my own age. Not someone who shares my world. He met her eyes. I love you, Mipsy. Your family. But you're not enough. Mipsy nodded slowly, accepting the truth without offense. Young master needs more. Mipsy understands. The realization crystallized over the following weeks. Harry had spent 4 years building an empire, protecting thousands, defeating enemies that would have crushed anyone else. But in all that time, he'd made no real friends. No peers. No one who could look at him and see not the Shadow King, but a boy, flawed, uncertain, desperately human. The crown of secrets was heavy. He began to notice things he'd previously ignored. The way Vance's eyes held respect but not warmth. The way Borgin's deference never quite became equality. The way even Dumbledore, for all his apparent care, still saw Harry as a chess piece in a larger game. Only Mipsy loved him unconditionally. Only Mipsy saw past the masks. It wasn't enough. May brought an unexpected opportunity. A letter arrived from Hogwarts, not from Dumbledore, but from the deputy headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. It was formal, official, and surprising. Dear Mr. Potter, as you are aware, you are scheduled to begin your Hogwarts education this September. In light of your unusual circumstances, the staff has agreed to certain accommodations. However, we require a meeting to discuss your specific needs and to ensure a smooth transition. Please respond at your earliest convenience. Professor M. McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read the letter 3 times. Hogwarts. School. A place where he might, just might, find peers. Friends. People. Who didn't know him as the Shadow King. The thought was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. The meeting took place at the cottage, with McGonagall arriving in a swirl of green robes and stern efficiency. She was not what Harry expected. Behind the famous severity, he He sensed something else, concern, perhaps, or curiosity. She studied him with eyes that missed nothing, then sat across from him with a cup of tea that Mipsy had pressed into her hands. "You're younger than I expected," she said. "Everyone says that. I imagine they do." She set down her tea. "I've read your file, Mr. Potter. Or rather, I've read what little exists in it. Dumbledore has been sparing with details. I'm not surprised. Nor am I." McGonagall's eyes sharpened. "But I need to know more. You'll be at Hogwarts for 7 years. You'll be interacting with students, teachers, the broader magical community. If there are things I should know, things that might affect your safety or others, I need to hear them." Harry considered. How much to reveal? McGonagall was trustworthy, everyone said so. But trust was a luxury he'd never been able to afford. "I'm not like other students," he said carefully. "I've lived differently. So I understand. The Dursleys. Not just them." Harry paused. "I've been busy these past 4 years." McGonagall waited. "I can't tell you everything. Not yet. But I can tell you this. When I come to Hogwarts, I won't be coming alone. There are people, good people, who depend on me. Who'll need to stay in contact. Who'll need to visit, occasionally, discreetly. That's unusual. Everything about me is unusual." Harry met her eyes. "I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking for understanding, for flexibility, for the chance to be." He stopped, searching for words. "For a normal student." McGonagall's voice was gentle. "For a normal boy, even if only for a few hours a day." McGonagall studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. "I'll do what I can, Mr. Potter. No promises. Hogwarts has rules, traditions, expectations. But I'll try." Harry felt something loosen in his chest. "Thank you. June brought the first real conversation about Hogwarts with the court. "I'll be gone during the school year," he explained. "Not completely. I'll have ways to stay in touch, to receive reports, to make decisions when necessary. But day-to-day operations will fall to all of you." The room absorbed this silently. "We've talked about this," Vance said finally. "Planned for it. The systems are in place. The people are trained. We can manage." "I know." Harry looked around at his inner circle. "But it won't be easy. There will be challenges, crises, moments when you need me and I'm not available. You'll have to make decisions on your own, trust your judgment, act without my input." "We can do that." Borgin's voice was firm. "You've trained us well, my lord." "I hope so." Harry paused. "Because if I'm honest," he stopped, struggling. "What?" Hecuba asked gently. "If I'm honest, I'm terrified. Not of leaving, of coming back. Of finding that everything's changed. That I'm not needed anymore. That," he met their eyes. "That I've become irrelevant." Silence. Then, one by one, his people spoke. "You could never be irrelevant to us." Hecuba's voice was warm. "You're the reason any of this exists." Vance nodded firmly. "We follow you, my lord. Not just your orders, you." Borgin's eyes were steady. "Young master is heart of Alley." Mipsy's tears flowed freely. "Without heart, nothing works." Harry felt tears prick his own eyes and quickly blinked them away. "Thank you," he managed. "All of you." July brought the last month before Hogwarts. Harry spent it preparing, not just the network, but himself. He studied Slytherin's texts for insights into Hogwarts secrets. He trained with the shadows until they responded instantly, perfectly. He met with every member of the court, ensuring they understood their roles in his absence. And he thought about what kind of person he wanted to be at school. The Shadow King couldn't exist at Hogwarts. That identity was too large, too dangerous, too tied to the alley. At Hogwarts, he'd need to be something else, someone else. Harry Potter, ordinary student. Boy who lived, tragic orphan. Just another first year, nervous and uncertain. The thought was liberating and terrifying. "Can I do it?" he asked Mipsy one evening. "Can I really be ordinary?" Mipsy thinks young master can be anything young master chooses. The house elf patted his hand. "But ordinary. Mipsy doesn't know if young master knows how." Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprising himself. "Neither do I. Young master will learn. Young master learns everything. Not everything. Close enough. August brought a visitor Harry hadn't expected. Remus Lupin appeared at the cottage, looking tired but happy. He'd been traveling, he explained, researching, learning, preparing for the war he knew was coming. But he'd come back to see Harry before Hogwarts started. "I wanted to give you something," he said, handing over a small package. "It belonged to your father. I think he'd want you to have it." Harry opened it carefully. Inside was an invisibility cloak, not like the shadow cloak he wore in the alley, but something older, more powerful. The fabric shimmered with magic, and when Harry touched it, he felt a connection he couldn't explain. "Your father used it for pranks, mostly," Lupin said, smiling. "But it's more than that. It's one of the Deathly Hallows, or so the stories say. A cloak that truly hides the wearer from anything, anyone." Harry looked at the cloak, then at Lupin. "Why now?" "Because you're going to Hogwarts. Because you'll need advantages, secrets, that no one else has. Because," Lupin paused, "because I should have been there for you years ago. This is the least I can do." Harry pulled him into a hug. Lupin stiffened, surprised, then relaxed into it. "Thank you," Harry whispered. "For everything. Thank me by staying alive. By being happy. By being everything your parents hoped you'd be." Harry nodded, tears in his eyes. The night before Hogwarts, Harry walked through Knockturn Alley one last time. The shops were closed. The streets were empty. The gas lamps flickered with their usual eerie light, casting shadows that seemed to wave goodbye. He stopped at Hecuba's window, at Borgin's door, at the sinking stoop where it had all begun. "Young Master will come back," Mipsy said, appearing at his side. "I know. But young Master is sad anyway." "A little." Harry turned to face her. "This place, you're my family. Leaving is hard. Mipsy understands." She took his hand. "But young Master will have new family at Hogwarts. New friends. New people to protect. Maybe. Definitely." Mipsy's voice was firm. "Young Master is good. Good people find good people." Harry smiled. "When did you become so wise?" "Mipsy always wise. Young Master just now noticing." They laughed together, and for a moment, the weight of being Shadow King felt light. That night, Harry dreamed of his parents. They stood together in a garden, young and happy, their arms around each other. When they saw him, they smiled, real smiles, full of love and pride. "Harry," his mother said. "Our brave boy. I miss you," he whispered. "Every day. We know." His father stepped forward. "And we're so proud of you. Everything you've done, everything you've become, it's extraordinary." "I'm not," Harry stopped. "I'm not sure I'm good. The things I've done were necessary." His mother's voice was gentle. "You protected people. You built something good from something dark. That's not evil, that's heroism. But the shadows are part of you. Accept them. Use them. But don't let them define you." She reached out and touched his face. "You're our son. That's what defines you. Always." Harry woke with tears on his face and a warmth in his chest he hadn't felt in years. He was ready. Ready for Hogwarts. Ready for whatever came next. Ready to be Harry Potter, not just the Shadow King, but himself. The crown of secrets was heavy. But he could carry it. He'd been carrying it his whole life. Chapter 24 Ministry Dependency. September arrived with golden light and the distant sound of the Hogwarts Express. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, surrounded by families saying goodbye, students clutching owls and toads, the chaos of 1,000 lives beginning new chapters. He was alone. The Dursleys hadn't come, he hadn't asked them to. The court had offered to accompany him, but he'd refused. This was something he needed to do by himself. Harry Potter, ordinary student, stepping into a new world without the Shadow King's mask. But the mask wasn't entirely gone. He felt it in the way he scanned the crowd, assessing threats, identifying exits. In the way he stood, balanced, ready, never fully relaxed. In the way his eyes tracked every movement, cataloging faces, memorizing details. Old habits. Survival habits. They'd keep him alive. First year. Harry turned to find a boy about his age, red-haired, freckled, with a nose that looked like it had been broken at least once. He was grinning. "Yeah, you too. Obviously." The boy stuck out his hand. "Ron Weasley." Harry took it. "Harry Potter." Ron's eyes went wide. "Bloody hell, the Harry Potter. I'm afraid so. Blimey." Ron stared for a moment, then shook himself. "Come on, let's find a compartment. My brothers are already on board, they'll save us seats if we're lucky." Harry followed, feeling something he hadn't felt in years, ordinary. Just another first year, finding a seat, making a friend. It was wonderful. The train ride was chaos. Ron's brothers, Fred and George, twins with identical grins and a talent for trouble, found them almost immediately. They peppered Harry with questions, jokes, offers of stolen sweets and illegal prank supplies. Ron groaned and hid his face. "Leave him alone," he muttered. "He's not a spectacle." "But he is," Fred or George protested. "The boy who lived, sitting right here. In our compartment. Eating our sweets. Living our dream." They dissolved into identical laughter. Harry found himself smiling. It was strange, being teased, being ordinary, being just another kid. He couldn't remember the last time someone had treated him like this. "Ignore them," Ron advised. "They're mental. I can see that." The twins eventually wandered off, leaving Harry and Ron alone. They talked about Quidditch, about families, about the houses they hoped to be sorted into. Ron wanted Gryffindor, his whole family had been Gryffindor. Harry wasn't sure what he wanted. "Slytherin's not bad," he said carefully. "Just different." Ron's eyes widened. "You'd want Slytherin. But they're all dark wizards." "Not all. Just some." Harry paused. "My mum was Gryffindor. My dad too. But I've met people from other houses who were good. Really good." Ron considered this. "Maybe. But my brothers say." "Your brothers also say they're going to open a joke shop that'll make them richer than Gringotts." Ron laughed. "Fair point. The sorting was everything Harry expected and nothing like he'd imagined. Hundreds of students, a hall of floating candles, a hat that sang and judged and decided your entire future. Harry sat through the alphabet, watching names called, houses assigned, reactions ranging from joy to despair. "Potter, Harry." The hall went silent. He walked to the stool, the hat descending over his eyes. And then, a voice in his mind, ancient and amused. Well, another Potter. And what a Potter you are. Asterisk. Harry said nothing. So much darkness. So much power. So many secrets. The hat paused. You could do great things in Slytherin. Great things indeed. Asterisk. I know. But you're not sure that's where you belong. Asterisk. No. Because of your parents. Because of expectations. Asterisk. Because of me. Harry's mental voice was firm. I'm not sure what I am anymore. Slytherin, Gryffindor, something else entirely. I need time to figure it out. The hat was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, it chuckled. Asterisk time. Yes. Time is what you need. And Gryffindor will give you that. Will give you friends who challenge you, enemies who test you, a chance to be something other than what you've become. Asterisk. Then Gryffindor. Asterisk. The table erupted as Harry pulled off the hat. Ron was cheering, slapping his back, grinning like a maniac. The twins were whooping. Even Percy, the perfect prefect, nodded approvingly. Harry sat down, overwhelmed. He'd done it. He'd chosen, or the hat had chosen, and now he was Gryffindor. House of bravery, chivalry, daring. House of his parents. But Slytherin's teachings echoed in his mind. Cunning, ambition, resourcefulness. Those were his too. He was both. He'd always been both. The question was how to live with it. The first weeks of school were a blur. Classes, homework, new friends, new enemies. Harry threw himself into it all with an intensity that surprised even himself. He was determined to be ordinary, to blend, to learn, to experience childhood for the first time. But ordinary wasn't possible. His knowledge of magic, real magic, not just first-year theory, was years ahead of his classmates. His instincts for danger, honed by 4 years in Knockturn Alley, made him seem paranoid to teachers and fascinating to students. His connection to the shadows, carefully hidden, whispered constantly at the edges of his consciousness. And then there was the network. Every night, after his dorm mates were asleep, Harry used the communication mirrors Thorn had created to check in with the court. Reports came in, operations, challenges, decisions that needed his input. He reviewed, responded, guided, then slipped back into sleep as if nothing had happened. It was exhausting, but it was necessary. Young Master works too hard, Mipsy fretted through the mirror one night. Young Master needs rest. I'll rest when Voldemort's defeated. That could be years. Then I'll rest in years. Harry smiled to soften the words. I'm fine, Mipsy. Really. Young master lies. But she smiled back, and the connection ended. October brought the first sign that Hogwarts wasn't as removed from Harry's other life as he'd hoped. A ministry official appeared at the school, not unusual in itself. But this official sought Harry out, finding him in the library, asking for a private conversation. Mr. Potter, the woman said, her voice hushed. I'm from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We have a situation, and we need your expertise. Harry's heart sank. So much for ordinary. What kind of situation? A Death Eater cell has been identified near Hogsmeade. They're planning something, we don't know what, but they're well protected, well connected. Our usual methods aren't working. And you think I can help? Your network has resources we don't. Information we can't access. If you could, I'll look into it. Harry's voice was calm, but inside he was churning. This was exactly what he'd hoped to avoid, the two worlds colliding. The official nodded gratefully and left. Harry sat alone in the library, thinking. The ministry needed him, needed the Shadow King, needed the network he'd built and the power he wielded. He was no longer just a student. He never had been. The investigation consumed November. Between classes and homework, Harry coordinated with the court, feeding information to the ministry, guiding their operations, ensuring that the Death Eater cell was neutralized without revealing his involvement. It worked, barely. By December, the cell was broken, its members arrested, its plans disrupted. But the cost was visible. Harry's grades slipped. His friendships suffered. Ron noticed he was distracted, tired, constantly elsewhere even when present. Even Hermione Granger, the busiest person Harry had ever met, commented on his exhaustion. You need to sleep, she said one evening, finding him asleep over a book in the common room. Really sleep, not just catnaps. I'm fine. You're not. Your eyes are red, your hands are shaking, and you've missed 3 meals this week. She sat beside him. What's going on, Harry? He wanted to tell her. Wanted to share the weight, let someone else carry it for a while. But the secrets weren't his alone to share. They belonged to the court, to the network, to everyone who depended on him. I can't, he said quietly. I'm sorry. I just can't. Hermione studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Okay. But if you ever can, she squeezed his hand. I'm here. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. Thank you. The ministry's dependency on Harry grew through the winter. More requests. More emergencies. More situations where only the Shadow King's resources could make a difference. Harry provided what he could, when he could, always careful to protect his identity, always aware that each success made the ministry more reliant on him. Is this wise? Ragnarok asked during one of their nightly calls. Making yourself indispensable to the ministry. Is there an alternative? Let them fail. Maybe. Let them learn to solve their own problems. Harry considered this. It was a valid point, the ministry should be capable of handling threats without his help. But the reality was different. Without the network, without the intelligence, without the Shadow King, people would die. I can't let that happen, he said. Not when I could prevent it. Even at cost to yourself. Especially at cost to myself. Harry met the goblin's eyes through the mirror. That's what leadership means. Putting others first. Ragnarok nodded slowly. You've grown, Harry. More than you know. January brought a crisis. A ministry operation, based on Harry's intelligence, went wrong. Badly wrong. 3 Aurors were killed. A Death Eater leader escaped. And blame began to circulate, not at Harry, but at the ministry's reliance on unverified sources. Amelia Bones called an emergency meeting. The operation was compromised, she said, her face grim. Someone leaked our plans. The Death Eaters knew we were coming. One of your people? Harry asked. Possibly. Or possibly, she paused. Possibly someone in your network. Harry's blood ran cold. A leak in the court. It was unthinkable. But so was a leak in the ministry, and that had clearly happened. I'll investigate, he said. From my side. You investigate from yours. Bones nodded. And Harry, be careful. If there's a traitor, they're dangerous. I know. The investigation consumed February. Harry reviewed every interaction, every communication, every person who'd had access to the intelligence. He found nothing, no leaks, no Betrayals, no signs of disloyalty. The court was clean, which meant the leak was in the ministry. He shared this conclusion with Bones, who received it grimly. I was afraid of that. We have a mole, someone high enough to access sensitive information. Can you find them? I'm trying. But they're careful. Professional. Bones paused. This is bigger than we thought, Harry. The Death Eaters have penetrated the ministry at the highest levels. Harry absorbed this. It changed everything. If the ministry was compromised, then relying on them was dangerous, not just for him, but for everyone. We need to be more careful, he said. Share less. Verify more. Assume nothing. Bones nodded. Agreed. March brought a new approach. Harry restructured his ministry interactions, limiting what he shared, verifying everything he received. The flow of information slowed, but its quality improved. And slowly, carefully, he began to identify patterns, leaks that could only come from specific sources. By April, he had a name. Augustus Rookwood, the same Rookwood he'd turned, the same Rookwood who'd been feeding him information for months. But Rookwood wasn't just a double agent for Harry. He was also, apparently, a triple agent, working for the Death Eaters while pretending to work for both sides. The betrayal stung. Harry confronted him through intermediaries, not revealing his own involvement. Rookwood denied everything, then fled. By the time Harry's people found him, he was dead, killed by Death Eaters who'd discovered his game. Another lesson. Another cost. Young Master is sad, Mipsy observed. Not sad. Angry. At myself, for trusting him. At the situation, for making trust so dangerous. Harry shook his head. I should have known better. Young Master knew. Young Master was careful. Not careful enough. Mipsy patted his hand. Young Master learns. That's what matters. Harry nodded slowly. She was right. He'd learned, again, that trust was a weapon as much as a gift. That people could be turned, twisted, used against him. That the only safe secret was the one no one knew. The crown of secrets grew heavier. But he carried it. He always carried it. Chapter 25 The Scar reacts. May arrived at Hogwarts with blooming flowers and the oppressive weight of final exams. Harry sat in the library, surrounded by books he'd already memorized, but his mind was elsewhere. His scar had been throbbing for days, a dull, persistent ache that no amount of pain relief potions could touch. It had happened before, during his encounters with Voldemort, but never like this. Never constant. He's thinking about you, Umbra whispered. Focusing on you. The connection is strengthening. Why now? You've become important to him. A threat. An obsession. He can't stop thinking about you. Harry rubbed his scar absently. The pain was manageable, but the implications were terrifying. If Voldemort was focusing on him, it meant the Dark Lord was planning something. Something big. Harry. He looked up to find Hermione watching him with concern. You're doing it again. Staring into space. Just thinking. About exams. Something like that. He forced a smile. I'm fine, Hermione. Really. She didn't look convinced but let it drop. That night, the dream came. Harry stood in a dark chamber, surrounded by Death Eaters in their masks and robes. At the center, Voldemort sat on a throne of black stone, his red eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that burned. Harry Potter. The voice echoed in his mind. You've been avoiding me. I've been busy. Busy. Yes. Building your little kingdom. Making allies. Preparing for war. Voldemort rose, floating toward him. But you forgot something important. What's that? I can see you. Feel you. Touch you, whenever I choose. He reached out, and Harry felt phantom fingers brush his scar. You're never truly alone, Harry. Never truly safe. I'm always here. Harry forced himself to stay calm. If you could really hurt me, you would have done it already. Perhaps. Or perhaps I'm waiting for the right moment. Voldemort's smile was terrible. When you least expect it. When your guard is down. When the people you love are watching. The dream shattered. Harry woke screaming. Ron was at his side instantly, wand out, face pale. Harry. What happened? Dream. Nightmare, Harry gasped, clutching his scar. Voldemort. Ron's face went even paler. You saw him. Heard him. Felt him. Harry took deep breaths, forcing calm. He's planning something. Something soon. We need to tell Dumbledore. Harry nodded. Despite everything, despite the history, Dumbledore was still the best resource for this kind of threat. They found him in his office at dawn, looking older and more tired than Harry remembered. But when Harry explained the dream, his eyes sharpened. "This is serious," he said. "The connection between you and Voldemort is strengthening. It means he's growing more powerful, and more focused on you. What can we do? Protect your mind. Occlumency, the art of closing your thoughts to outside influence." Dumbledore paused. "I can teach you, if you're willing." Harry hesitated. Opening his mind to Dumbledore meant revealing things he'd kept hidden for years. But the alternative, letting Voldemort in, was worse. "Teach me. Occlumency was brutal. Dumbledore's probes were gentle but relentless, finding cracks in Harry's defenses that he hadn't known existed. Memories surfaced unbidden. The cupboard, the Dursleys, the first walk through Knockturn Alley. The court, Mipsy, the shadows. "Your mind is strong," Dumbledore observed after their third session. "But it's also crowded. Many secrets, many walls. That makes defense harder, there's more to protect." "I know. We need to focus. Identify the most vulnerable memories and shield them first." Dumbledore paused. "Your time in Knockturn, the Shadow King, that's what Voldemort wants most. If he learns your identity, everything falls." Harry nodded slowly. He'd known this, had prepared for it, but hearing it spoken aloud made it real. "Then we protect those memories. At all costs." June brought more dreams. Voldemort appeared nearly every night now, sometimes speaking, sometimes just watching. His presence was a constant pressure at the edges of Harry's consciousness, wearing down his defenses, testing his limits. The occlumency helped, but not enough. Dumbledore was a skilled teacher, but Harry's mind was complex, layered with secrets that resisted even his own examination. "You're holding back," Dumbledore said one evening. "There are places in your mind you won't let me see. That's where Voldemort will focus." "I know." Harry's voice was tired. "But those places, they're not just mine. They belong to other people. If I open them to you, I betray their trust." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "Then we find another way." He leaned forward. "There are ancient protections, rituals that can shield the mind without requiring complete openness. They're dangerous, difficult, and require sacrifice. But they might work." "What kind of sacrifice?" "Memory. Emotion. Part of yourself." Dumbledore's eyes were sad. "You would lose something, perhaps something precious. But you would gain protection." Harry considered. Losing part of himself, it was a terrible price. But losing everything to Voldemort was worse. "Do it. The ritual took place on the summer solstice. Harry stood in a circle of ancient symbols, surrounded by candles and shadows. Dumbledore chanted in a language older than Hogwarts, and Harry felt something shift inside him, a door closing, a wall rising, a part of himself being sealed away. When it was over, he was exhausted but different. Lighter, somehow. As if a weight he hadn't known he was carrying had been lifted. "The memories are sealed," Dumbledore said quietly. "Voldemort cannot reach them now. But neither can you, easily. They're buried deep, protected by the ritual." "What did I lose?" "I don't know. Only you can discover that, in time." Dumbledore met his eyes. "Be gentle with yourself, Harry. Grieving what's lost is part of healing." Harry nodded, though he wasn't sure he believed it. The dream stopped. Not completely. Voldemort still reached for him occasionally, a distant pressure at the edges of his mind. But the intimate connection, the constant presence, was gone. Harry could sleep without screaming, wake without terror. It was a relief beyond measure. But something else was gone too. Memories, fragments of his time in Knockturn, faces of people he'd known, moments of joy and pain. They were there, somewhere, but he couldn't reach them. Couldn't feel them. "Young Master is different," Mipsy observed during their nightly call. "Sadder. Emptier. The ritual took things. Memories. Feelings." Harry's voice was quiet. "I don't remember some things anymore. Important things. Mipsy remembers for Young Master. Mipsy will tell Young Master everything, whenever Young Master needs." Harry smiled, a real smile, rare these days. "Thank you, Mipsy. Mipsy always thanks Young Master. Always. July brought Harry's 13th birthday. He celebrated quietly at Hogwarts, with Ron and Hermione and a cake Hagrid had baked. It was simple, ordinary, wonderful. For a few hours, he wasn't the Shadow King or the boy who lived, just Harry, surrounded by friends who liked him for himself. But at night, alone in his dorm, the weight returned. Voldemort was still out there. Still planning. Still waiting. The scar was quiet now, but that didn't mean safety. It meant the calm before the storm. Young Master worries too much, Mipsy said through the mirror. Someone has to. Mipsy worries too. But Mipsy also trusts. Trusts young Master. Trusts court. Trusts that everything will be okay. Harry wished he could share that trust. But he'd seen too much, lost too much, sacrificed too much to believe in easy happy endings. Still, Mipsy's faith warned him. Good night, Mipsy. Good night, young Master. Sleep well. Harry closed his eyes and, for the first time in months, slept without dreaming. Chapter 26 Web across Britain. August arrived with golden light and the distant promise of another year at Hogwarts. Harry stood on the grounds of the castle, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and purple. Behind him, the school loomed ancient and powerful. Before him, the world waited, complicated, dangerous, and entirely his responsibility. The network had grown while he was away. Borgen's reports, delivered through the communication mirrors, detailed expansions into every corner of magical Britain. New signatories to the Silver Contract. New alliances with regional powers. New intelligence networks that reached places even the Ministry couldn't touch. We've done it, Borgen said during their nightly call. The web is complete. Every major black market operation in Britain now answers, directly or indirectly, to Knockturn Holdings. Harry absorbed this calmly. It was what he'd worked for, planned for, sacrificed for. But the achievement felt hollow somehow. What about the Ministry? Watching. Waiting. Some are nervous, they don't like an independent power this large. Others see opportunities for cooperation. Borgen paused. Bones has been helpful. She understands that a stable underground is better than chaos. And Voldemort. Quiet. Too quiet. He's planning something, we just don't know what. Harry nodded slowly. The Dark Lord's silence was more worrying than open hostility. It meant patience. Strategy. The kind of threat that couldn't be met with force alone. We need to be ready, he said. Whatever he's planning, we need to see it coming. The web's completeness revealed new challenges. With control came responsibility, disputes to arbitrate, rules to enforce, punishments to mete out. Harry spent hours each night reviewing cases, making judgments, ensuring that the Silver Contract's promises were kept. It was exhausting work, but it mattered. Young Master is fair, Mipsy observed. Everyone says so. Even those young Master punishes say punishment was just. That's the goal. Not revenge, justice. Mipsy knows. Young Master taught Mipsy. Harry smiled. I taught you. You've taught me more than anyone. Mipsy just watched, learned, helped. The house elf's eyes were bright. Young Master did the hard parts. They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the fire. September brought a new year at Hogwarts and a new challenge. A Death Eater cell had been discovered operating near Hogsmeade, not attacking, but gathering information. Watching. Waiting. Harry learned of it through the network before the Ministry even knew. They're targeting the school, he told Dumbledore. Not directly, they're too smart for that. But they're watching students, teachers, visitors. Building profiles. Looking for weaknesses. Dumbledore's face was grave. Then we need to strengthen our defenses. And our intelligence. I can help with the intelligence. The network has eyes everywhere, including, I suspect, inside the cell. How? A double agent. Someone they trust who actually works for us. Harry paused. I have someone in mind. The agent was a young witch named Mira, a recent recruit to the Death Eater cause who'd already begun to doubt her choices. Borgen had cultivated her carefully, offering alternatives, showing her a different path. When Harry's people approached her, she was ready to switch sides. I'll do it, she said. But if they find out, they won't. We'll protect you. And when this is over, you'll have a new life. New identity. Fresh start. Mira nodded, fear and determination warring in her eyes. The intelligence she provided was invaluable. The cell's plans, members, weaknesses, all laid out for Harry's analysis. Within weeks, the threat was neutralized, the cell's members arrested or scattered. Another victory for the web. Dash dash dash. October brought a different kind of challenge. A dispute between two major network operators threatened to spiral into open conflict. Both were powerful, both had legitimate grievances, and both refused to back down. Harry traveled to neutral ground to arbitrate personally. The meeting was tense. Accusations flew, tempers flared, and more than once Harry thought violence would erupt. But he held firm, applying Slytherin's principles, finding common ground, crafting solutions that gave each side enough to claim victory while preserving the network's unity. By the end of the third day, an agreement was reached. "You're not what I expected," one of the operators admitted. "Younger, calmer, more reasonable." "I try." Harry smiled. "Reasonable works better than rage." "Maybe. But rage has its uses too. Only if you control it. If it controls you." Harry shook his head. "That's how people die." The operator nodded slowly. "I'll remember that." Dash dash dash. November brought news of Voldemort. Mira reported that the Dark Lord had been seen, briefly, in shadow, meeting with his inner circle. He was weaker than before, still recovering, but his presence alone energized his followers. "He's planning something big," she said. "They're all talking about it. A strike that will change everything." "Any details?" "None. He's keeping it close. Only his most trusted know the full plan." Harry absorbed this. The web was vast, but it had limits. Voldemort's inner circle was impenetrable, for now. Keep listening. Keep watching. Anything, even small details, could help. Mira nodded and vanished into the night. Dash dash dash. December brought snow and a moment of reflection. Harry stood on the Hogwarts grounds, watching flakes fall on the frozen lake. The web stretched across Britain, touching every corner of magical society. He'd built something extraordinary, something that would outlast him, if he was lucky. But at what cost? He thought about the memories he'd lost in the occlumency ritual. The faces he couldn't quite recall. The moments of joy and pain that had shaped him but were now sealed away. "Young Master is sad," Mipsy said, appearing at his side. "Not sad. Just thinking." "About what?" "About whether it's worth it. All the sacrifice, all the loss. Whether the web we've built justifies the price." Mipsy was quiet for a long moment. Then, "Young Master remembers why Young Master started. To protect people. To make sure no one else suffered like I did. And has Young Master done that?" Harry thought about the shopkeepers in Knockturn Alley, safe and prosperous. The children playing in streets that had once been deadly. The operators who followed rules instead of fear. "Yes," he said quietly. "I think so. Then price was worth it." Mipsy patted his hand. "Young Master saved people. That's what matters." Harry nodded slowly. She was right, as always. The web was worth it. The sacrifices were worth it. He was worth it. He had to believe that. Chapter 27 The Offer from Darkness. January arrived with a cold that seeped into the bones of Hogwarts and refused to leave. Harry sat by the fire in the Gryffindor common room, pretending to read while his mind churned through a dozen different problems. The network was stable. The ministry was cooperative. Voldemort was quiet. Everything was, by all appearances, fine. That was what worried him most. In his experience, quiet meant planning. Stillness meant waiting. And waiting meant that somewhere, in some shadow, an enemy was gathering strength. The letter arrived by owl at midnight. Not a normal owl, this one was black as coal, with eyes that glowed red in the darkness. It landed on Harry's windowsill and waited, patient as death, until he took the parchment from its leg. The seal was familiar, a serpent coiled around an eye. Voldemort's mark. Harry broke the seal with steady hands. "Harry Potter, we have much to discuss. The time for hiding is past. The time for choosing is at hand. I know who you are. Not just the Shadow King, the boy beneath. The orphan who built an empire from nothing. The child who became more than anyone expected. I should hate you, fear you, destroy you. Instead, I find myself intrigued. Meet me, alone, at the old Riddle House, midnight on the full moon. Come as yourself, no masks, no shadows, no games. I offer you a choice, Harry Potter. Not servitude, partnership. Not domination, alliance. Together, we could reshape the world. Refuse, and the war continues. People will die. Your people. The ones you've sworn to protect. Choose wisely. Asterisk. T. M. Riddle. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then a fourth. An offer. A genuine offer, from Voldemort himself. Not a threat, not a trap, an invitation to talk as equals. It changed everything. The Shadow Court met in emergency session. Harry read the letter aloud, watching faces shift through shock, fear, and something else, curiosity. Even Vance, the most suspicious of them all, seemed intrigued. He wants to meet, Borgin said slowly. As equals. That's what he says. Can we trust it? No. Harry's voice was calm. But we can't ignore it either. If he's sincere, if there's even a chance of ending this without war, we have to explore it. And if it's a trap, then we're ready. Harry looked around the table. I won't go alone. The shadows will be with me. And I'll have portkeys, wards, every protection Thorn can devise. Young Master can't, Mipsy started. I have to, Mipsy. This is too important to walk away from. The room fell silent. No one liked it, but no one could argue. The preparations consumed 2 weeks. Thorn worked creating protections that would activate at the slightest sign of betrayal. Vance trained Harry in emergency responses, escape routes, last-ditch defenses. Borgin gathered intelligence on the Riddle House, its history, its vulnerabilities. And Harry prepared himself. He meditated with Umbra, strengthening their connection, ensuring the shadows would respond instantly. He reviewed Slytherin's teachings on negotiation, on reading opponents, on finding advantage in apparent weakness. He thought about what he wanted from this meeting, what he could offer, what he must demand, what lines he would never cross. Young Master is ready, Mipsy said the night before. Mipsy can see. I hope so. Mipsy knows. She patted his hand. Young Master has always been ready. Just didn't know it. Harry smiled. When did you become so wise? Mipsy always wise. Young Master just now noticing. They laughed together, and for a moment, the weight lifted. The full moon rose over the Riddle House like a judgment. Harry walked through the ruins alone, shadows clinging to him like loyal friends. The house was different at night, older, darker, more alive. He felt its history pressing against him, the echoes of pain and madness that had soaked into its stones. Voldemort waited in the same room as before. But he was different now. Stronger. More solid. The possession of Quirrell and the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone had done their work. He looked almost human, pale, hairless, with red eyes and slits for a nose, but present in a way he hadn't been before. Harry Potter. His voice was soft, almost gentle. Thank you for coming. You said we needed to talk. Yes. Voldemort gestured to a chair. Sit, please. Harry sat. The shadows positioned themselves behind him, ready. You've built something remarkable, Voldemort began. A network that spans Britain. Loyalty that can't be bought. Power that doesn't depend on fear. He paused. I've tried to build similar things. Failed, mostly. Fear is effective, but brittle. You've found something stronger. Trust. Yes, trust. Voldemort's red eyes were thoughtful. I don't understand it. Never have. People I trusted betrayed me. People I loved. He stopped. There's a reason I chose fear. What happened? Does it matter? The past is past. Voldemort leaned forward. What matters now is the future. Yours. Mine. The world's. And what future do you see? One where we don't fight. Where we combine our strengths instead of wasting them in endless conflict. Voldemort spread his hands. I offer you partnership, Harry. Equal standing. A share of everything I build. In exchange for your network, your resources, your loyalty, not to me, but to our shared vision. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. A world where power is wielded by those who understand it. Where the weak serve the strong, and the strong protect the weak. Where order replaces chaos. Harry considered. The vision wasn't entirely different from his own. But the methods, the means, were everything. And the people who won't accept this order, who resist, they're dealt with, firmly, if necessary. Voldemort's voice hardened. Change requires sacrifice, Harry. You know that as well as I do. I know that some sacrifices are worth making. Others, Harry shook his head. Others just create more victims. Voldemort studied him for a long moment. You're idealistic, he said. It's endearing. And dangerous. He stood, moving to the window. I was idealistic once. Believed I could change the world without becoming what I fought. I was wrong. Because you chose fear instead of trust. Because trust failed me. Voldemort turned back. Everyone I trusted betrayed me. My mother, dying and leaving me alone. My teachers, using me for their purposes. My followers, scheming for my power. Only fear kept them loyal. Fear kept them in line. It didn't make them loyal. Semantics. Voldemort waved a hand. The result is the same. They do what I want. For now. Until someone offers them a better deal. Harry met his eyes. That's the problem with fear. It's always temporary. Always conditional. Always one step away from collapse. Voldemort was silent for a long moment. You're right, he said finally. I know you're right, but I don't know how to be different. Don't know how to trust, how to connect, how to be. He stopped, struggling. Human. Yes. The word was barely a whisper. Harry felt something shift inside him. Sympathy, perhaps. Understanding. He'd been there, alone, isolated, convinced that connection was weakness. It had taken years and the loyalty of people like Mipsy to show him otherwise. It's not too late, he said quietly. To learn. To change. Voldemort's eyes met his. You really believe that? I have too. If I didn't, Harry paused. If I didn't, then everything I've built is meaningless. Every person who's trusted me, followed me, died for me, they'd be fools. And I can't believe that. Another long silence. Then Voldemort smiled, a real smile, tinged with sadness. You're remarkable, Harry Potter. Truly. He returned to his chair. I can't promise to change. Can't promise to be what you want. But I can promise to try. To consider. He stopped. To be open to possibility. It wasn't much, but it was more than Harry had expected. What now? He asked. Now we talk. Really talk. About what we want, what we fear, what we're willing to sacrifice. Voldemort leaned forward. And then, he paused. Then we see if there's a path forward that doesn't end in blood. They talked until dawn. The conversation was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Voldemort spoke of his childhood, the orphanage, the discovery of his power, the loneliness that had shaped him. He spoke of Hogwarts, of the teachers who'd seen his potential and the students who'd feared him. He spoke of Grindelwald, of the war, of the choices that had led him into darkness. And Harry listened. He didn't judge, didn't condemn, just listened, absorbing, understanding. The man before him was a monster, there was no denying that. But he was also human, shaped by forces he couldn't control, scarred by experiences he couldn't escape. In return, Harry spoke of the cupboard, of the Dursleys, of the loneliness that had driven him into Knockturn Alley. Of the people who'd saved him, Mipsy, Vance, Borgin, even Dumbledore in his flawed way. Of the trust he'd built and the price he'd paid. You've suffered, Voldemort said quietly. As much as I have. Different suffering. Same result, isolation, fear, the conviction that no one could understand. And yet you found people who do. Yes. Harry met his eyes. Because I let them in. Took the risk. Trusted, even when it was dangerous. Voldemort was silent for a long moment. I don't know if I can do that, he admitted. Don't know if I'm capable. Neither did I. Until I tried. The sun was rising over the Riddle house, painting the ruins in shades of gold. We should meet again, Voldemort said. Talk more. See if, he paused. See if there's a way. Harry nodded slowly. Same place. Same time. Next full moon. Agreed. Harry stood, shadows gathering around him. At the door, he paused. Tom. Voldemort's eyes widened slightly at the name. Yes. I'm glad we talked. Really. He stepped into the shadows and was gone. The court was waiting when he returned. Harry told them everything, the conversation, the revelations, the possibility of change. Reactions were mixed. You trust him? Vance asked. I trust that he's conflicted. That he's questioning. That he's, Harry paused. That he's more than the monster we've made him. And if he's playing you, then we're ready. The same way we're always ready. Harry met her eyes. But I don't think he is. I think, for the first time in decades, he's genuinely unsure. The room absorbed this. What now? Borgin asked. Now we wait. We watch. We prepare for either outcome. Harry looked around at his people. And we hope. Hope that change is possible. Hope that even the darkest souls can find light. It was a lot to hope for. But Harry had hoped for less, and been proven right. Maybe, just maybe, this time would be the same. Chapter 28 Refusal of Tyranny. February arrived with biting winds and the weight of impossible choices. Harry stood at the window of the Gryffindor common room, watching snow fall on the grounds below. The full moon was 3 nights away, his second meeting with Voldemort, and he still didn't know what he was going to do. The first meeting had changed everything. He'd seen Voldemort as a person, flawed, broken, human. He'd understood, for the first time, how someone could choose darkness without being born evil. How fear and pain and isolation could twist even the brightest soul into something terrible. But understanding wasn't forgiveness, and sympathy wasn't alliance. Harry. Hermione's voice broke through his thoughts. You've been standing there for hours. Are you okay? Just thinking. About what? He turned to face her, this brilliant, kind, ordinary girl who had no idea what he really was. About choices. About whether doing the right thing always feels right. Hermione considered this seriously. I don't think it does. I think the right thing is often hard. Sometimes impossible. But you do it anyway, because not doing it is worse. Harry nodded slowly. That's what I thought. Is there something you want to talk about? So many things. So many secrets. But not yet, maybe not ever. Not tonight. But thank you. Hermione squeezed his hand and left him to his thoughts. The night before the full moon, Harry dreamed of Voldemort. Not the monster, the man. Tom Riddle as he might have been, sitting in a comfortable room, surrounded by books and firelight. He looked up as Harry entered, and for once, his eyes held no malice. I've been thinking about what you said, he began. About trust. About change. And I want to try. Really try. But I don't know how. He gestured to the space around them. This is all I've ever known, isolation, suspicion, control. The idea of opening myself to someone, it terrifies me. I know. Harry sat across from him. It terrified me too. Still does, sometimes. How did you overcome it? One person at a time. One risk at a time. I started with Mipsy, a house elf who had no reason to care about me. She showed me that loyalty could be real. A house elf. Voldemort's voice held wonder. You trusted a house elf before anyone else. She was the first person who ever loved me unconditionally. The first who didn't want anything from me except to serve. Harry met his eyes. You've never had that, have you? Someone who loved you just for being you. Voldemort was silent for a long moment. No, he admitted. Never. It's not too late. To find it. To build it. Harry paused. But you have to let go of control first. You have to risk being hurt. I've been hurt before. Every time I trusted. Then you find people worth the risk. People who won't hurt you. Harry smiled slightly. They exist. I've found them. Voldemort studied him with those red eyes, and for a moment, Harry saw something he'd never expected. Hope. Perhaps, the Dark Lord whispered. Perhaps. The full moon rose cold and clear over the Riddle house. Harry walked through the ruins alone. As before, shadows wrapped around him like armor. But this time, he felt different. Calmer. More certain. Voldemort waited in the same room, but he too seemed changed, less guarded, more open. When Harry entered, he almost smiled. You came. I said I would. Yes. You keep your word. Voldemort gestured to a chair. Sit. Talk. They talked for hours. Not about strategy or alliance or the future of magical Britain. About themselves, their fears, their hopes, their regrets. Voldemort spoke of moments when he'd almost chosen differently, paths not taken, people he might have loved if he'd known how. Harry spoke of the cupboard, the alley, the weight of ruling alone. By midnight, something had shifted between them. I've never told anyone these things, Voldemort admitted. Never trusted anyone enough. Neither have I. Not really. They sat in companionable silence, watching the fire. Then Voldemort spoke again. I have to ask, Harry. Will you join me? Truly. Not as a follower, as a partner. Equal in everything. Harry had known the question was coming. Had prepared for it, rehearsed answers, weighed consequences. But now, faced with it directly, he found only one response. No. Voldemort's face didn't change, but something in his eyes dimmed. Why? Because I can't be what you need. And you can't be what I need. Harry met his gaze steadily. You want to build a world where the strong rule. I want to build a world where everyone is safe. Those aren't the same thing. They could be. With compromise. Compromise on what? On who lives and who dies. On who's protected and who's sacrificed. Harry shook his head. I've spent my whole life being sacrificed for other people's visions. I won't do it to anyone else. Voldemort was silent for a long moment. Then we're enemies again. Not enemies. Not friends either. Something else, something new. Harry leaned forward. I won't fight you, Tom. Not unless you force me. But I won't join you either. I'll build my own world, my own way. And if our worlds collide, he paused. Then we'll deal with that when it happens. Voldemort studied him with those ancient red eyes. You're extraordinary, he said quietly. The only person who's ever looked at me and seen something worth saving. The only one who's ever offered hope without demanding submission. He stood. I don't know if I can change. Don't know if I want to. But because of you, he paused. Because of you, I'll try. Harry stood too. That's all anyone can do. They faced each other across the ruined room, two rulers, two visionaries, two souls scarred by loneliness and loss. Goodbye, Harry. Goodbye, Tom. Harry stepped into the shadows and was gone. The court was waiting when he returned. Harry told them everything, the refusal, the conversation, the strange peace that had settled between him and Voldemort. Reactions were mixed, as always. You let him go? Vance asked. When you could have what? Killed him. Tried to capture him. Harry shook his head. He's not ready for that fight. Neither am I. All we do is destroy each other and everyone we care about. So what now? Now we wait. We watch. We build. Harry looked around at his people. Voldemort is going to try to change. I don't know if he'll succeed, probably not. But while he's trying, he's not attacking. That's time we can use. And if he fails, then we fight. The same way we've always fought. Harry met their eyes. But maybe, just maybe, he won't fail. Maybe there's another way. It was a lot to hope for. But Harry had hoped for less, and been proven right. March brought quiet. Voldemort's forces pulled back, consolidating, waiting. Harry's network continued to grow, strengthening alliances, preparing for any outcome. The Ministry, confused by the sudden calm, increased its cooperation with Knockturn Holdings. It was an uneasy peace. But it was peace. Young Master did good, Mipsy said one evening. Very good. I don't know about good. I know about necessary. Same thing, sometimes. She patted his hand. Young Master gave bad man chance. That's good. Harry smiled. You always see the best in people. Mipsy sees what's there. Young Master showed Mipsy how. They sat together, watching the fire, and for a moment, the weight of being Shadow King felt almost light. Almost. Chapter 29 Revelation of the Boy King. April arrived with rain that washed away the last traces of winter and left the world glistening and new. Harry stood at the window of the Gryffindor common room, watching droplets race down the glass. 3 years at Hogwarts. 3 years of balancing two lives, two identities, two worlds. He was 14 now, no longer a child, not yet an adult, suspended in that strange space between. The network had never been stronger. The peace with Voldemort, uneasy as it was, had held. The Ministry had grown so dependent on Knockturn Holdings that they could no longer imagine operating without it. Everything Harry had worked for, sacrificed for, was finally secure. But secrets couldn't last forever. The first sign came in a letter from Borgin, urgent and cryptic, the court needs you. Something has happened. Come immediately. Harry was on the next portkey. The registry was in chaos when he arrived. Not physical chaos, the building was intact, the wards secure. But the atmosphere was electric with tension, fear, and something else he couldn't quite identify. Vance met him at the door, her face pale. It's Mipsy, she said. She's been talking. Talking. To whom? To everyone. Vance shook her head. You need to see for yourself. Harry found Mipsy in the back room, surrounded by members of the court. The house elf was crying, not from sadness, but from something that looked almost like relief. Young Master, she whispered when she saw him. Young Master, Mipsy is sorry. So sorry. Sorry for what? I told them. Told everyone. About young master. About who young master really is. Her tears flowed freely. Mipsy couldn't keep secret anymore. Secret was killing Mipsy. Killing young master too. Harry went very still. You told them I'm Harry Potter. Told them everything. The cupboard. The alley. The shadows. Everything. Mipsy reached for his hand. Mipsy had to. For young master's sake. For everyone's sake. The room was silent. Harry looked around at his people, Vance, Borgin, Hecuba, Thorn, others he'd known for years. Their expressions held shock, awe, and something else, acceptance. You knew? He asked. All of you. We know now, Borgin said. Quietly. And we understand. The secrecy, it makes sense. A child ruling an empire. Of course you hid. A child, Hecuba breathed. All this time, a child. I'm 14 now, Harry said. Not a child. Still. She shook her head. When I think of everything you've done, everything you've built, at your age. Tears filled her eyes. You're remarkable. Truly remarkable. Harry didn't know what to say. He'd imagined this moment 1,000 times, the revelation, the reactions, the consequences. He'd never imagined acceptance. You're not angry. Angry. Vance laughed, a surprised, genuine sound. I'm amazed. I've worked for you for years, followed your orders, trusted your judgment. Finding out you're 14 doesn't change any of that. It changes everything. No. Borgin stepped forward. It changes nothing. You're still the Shadow King. Still the one who built all this. Still the leader we chose to follow. He met Harry's eyes. Age doesn't matter. Results do. Harry felt tears prick his own eyes and quickly blinked them away. Thank you, he managed. All of you. The revelation spread through the network like fire. Within days, every signatory to the silver contract knew the truth. The Shadow King was a child. A boy of 14 who'd built an empire from nothing. A ruler who'd never used fear, only trust. The reactions were astonishing. Far from causing chaos, the revelation seemed to strengthen the network. People who'd followed the Shadow King from a distance now felt closer to him, more connected. The mystery had been intriguing, but the truth was inspiring. He's one of us, shopkeepers said. He understands. He started with nothing, operators noted. Just like us. He trusted us, everyone agreed. And we trust him. Harry walked through Knockturn Alley that week without his shadow cloak for the first time. People recognized him, not as the Shadow King, but as Harry. A boy. Their king. And they smiled. The ministry's reaction was more complicated. Amelia Bones arrived within days, demanding answers. Harry met her in the registry, surrounded by his court, and told her everything. The inheritance. The acquisitions. The network. The shadows. Bones listened in silence, her face unreadable. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. You're 14, she said finally. Yes. And you've been running the largest black market network in Britain since you were 7. Yes. She shook her head slowly. I don't know whether to arrest you or recruit you. I'd prefer neither. But I'll accept whatever you decide. Bones studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled. I think, she said, that the ministry has more important things to worry about than a boy who's brought order to chaos. As long as that order continues, she paused. I'm willing to look the other way. Harry nodded slowly. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank your results. She stood. But Harry, be careful. There are people in the ministry who won't be as understanding as I am. People who'll see your age as weakness. Protect yourself. I always do. The most surprising reaction came from Dumbledore. He arrived at the cottage that evening, looking older and more tired than Harry had ever seen him. For a long moment, he just stood there, studying Harry with those piercing blue eyes. I knew, he said finally. Not all of it, not the details. But I knew you were more than you appeared. Why didn't you say anything? Because it wasn't my secret to tell. Because you needed to reveal yourself in your own time. Dumbledore sat heavily. And because I've made too many mistakes with you already. I wouldn't make another. Harry studied him. The old wizard looked broken, guilty, regretful. Human. You did what you thought was right, Harry said. Even if it was wrong. That's a generous way of putting it. It's the truth. Harry sat across from him. I'm not angry anymore, Dumbledore. I understand, finally, that you're as flawed as anyone. That you made choices you regret. That you're trying, in your own way, to make amends. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. Thank you, Harry. Don't thank me. Harry paused. Just be better. From now on. That's all anyone can ask. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I'll try. That night, Harry stood alone in the cottage, looking at his mother's photograph. She smiled at him, as always, and for the first time, he felt like he deserved it. I did it, he whispered. I built something. Protected people. Made a difference. He paused. I hope you're proud. The photograph smiled, and Harry smiled back. The secrets were gone. The masks were off. He was just Harry, the boy from the cupboard, the king of shadows, the ruler of an empire. And for the first time in his life, that was enough. Chapter 30 Throne of Balance. May arrived with warmth and light and the promise of endings. Harry stood on the balcony of the cottage, watching the sun rise over Hogsmeade. Below, the village stirred to life, shopkeepers opening their doors, early customers appearing on the streets, the ordinary rhythm of ordinary lives. It was beautiful, peaceful, everything he'd fought for. Behind him, the cottage was quiet. Mipsy was inside, preparing breakfast, humming a tune that drifted through the open window. The court would arrive later, as they did every Sunday, to review the week's business and plan for the week ahead. It was routine now, comfortable, predictable, safe. But Harry knew that safety was an illusion. Voldemort was still out there. Still struggling with the possibility of change, the weight of a lifetime of darkness. Their last meeting had been months ago, a brief conversation through dreams, both of them testing, probing, searching for common ground. Nothing had been resolved. Nothing ever would be, perhaps. But the war hadn't resumed either. That was something. Young master is thinking too hard, Mipsy said, appearing at his side with a cup of tea. Always. Today is different. Today is, she paused, searching for words. Today is beginning of something. Mipsy can feel it. Harry sipped his tea. What kind of something? Good something. New something. She patted his hand. Young master will see. The court arrived at noon. Vance came first, as always, her sharp eyes scanning for threats even now. Borgin followed, elegant and composed, a leather portfolio under his arm. Hecuba brought pastries from her shop, still warm. Thorn carried a new device he'd been working on, something to do with ward detection, though the details were beyond most of them. They settled around the table, comfortable with each other in ways that would have been unthinkable years ago. These were Harry's people, not followers, not subjects, but partners in the work of building something lasting. The quarterly reports are in, Borgin began, opening his portfolio. Revenue up 12%. New signatories to the silver contract up 8%. Security incidents down to their lowest level ever. Ministry cooperation continues, Vance added. Bones has been helpful. The Aurors actually consult us now before operations that might affect the network. The shopkeepers are thriving, Hecuba reported. Expansions, new hires, even a waiting list for leases. People want to be part of what we've built. Thorn demonstrated his new device, which could detect ward weaknesses from a distance. This will make security maintenance much easier. Fewer surprises. Harry listened, asked questions, offered guidance. But his mind was elsewhere, on the bigger picture, the longer view, the question of what came next. When the reports were done, he stood. You've all done remarkable work, he said. More than remarkable, extraordinary. We've built something that's never existed before, an underground economy that's stable, fair, and actually protects the people in it. Around the table, heads nodded. But building is only half the work, Harry continued. The other half is maintaining. Ensuring that what we've built outlasts us, outlasts me. He met their eyes. I'm 14. I have a life ahead of me, Hogwarts, maybe a career, maybe things I can't even imagine yet. I can't be the Shadow King forever. The room went still. What are you saying? Vance asked quietly. I'm saying it's time to think about succession. About structures that don't depend on one person. About a future where the network runs itself, with or without me. Young master is leaving. Mipsy's voice trembled. No, not leaving. Just, stepping back. Becoming something else. Harry smiled at her. I'll always be here, Mipsy. Always. But the Shadow King, that role, that mask, it served its purpose. It's time for something new. The discussion that followed was the most important of Harry's life. They talked for hours, about governance, about leadership, about the kind of future they wanted to build. Ideas emerged, were debated, refined. By evening, they had a plan. A council, elected by network members, to oversee day-to-day operations. A charter, building on the silver contract, to define rights and responsibilities. A system of checks and balances that would prevent any one person from accumulating too much power. Harry would remain involved, as advisor, as symbol, as the one who'd started it all. But the day-to-day decisions, the weight of ruling, would be shared. It's what Slytherin would have wanted, Harry said quietly. Not one ruler, but many. Not fear, but trust. Not control, but balance. Will it work? Hecuba asked. I don't know. But we'll try. And if it doesn't, Harry smiled. We'll try something else. The transition took months. Harry worked with the court to implement the new systems, to train new leaders, to ensure that the network would survive without his constant attention. It was exhausting work, harder in some ways than building had been. But it was also deeply satisfying. Young Master is doing right thing, Mipsy assured him. Hard thing, right thing, I hope so. Mipsy knows. She patted his hand. Young Master always knows. Just doesn't always believe. Harry laughed. When did you become a philosopher? Mipsy always philosopher. Young Master just now listening. August brought the first meeting of the new council. 12 people sat around the table, representatives from every part of the network, elected by their peers. Some were old friends, Vance, Borgin, Hecuba, Thorn. Others were new faces, people Harry had never met but who'd proven themselves in their communities. They looked at him with respect, but also with something else, equality. He was no longer their ruler, just their founder, their advisor, their friend. The network is yours now, Harry told them. Protect it, nurture it, let it grow into something even better than we imagined. And you? One of the new members asked. I'll be here when you need me. Otherwise, Harry smiled. Otherwise, I'll be living my life. For the first time, really living it. The council nodded, understanding. September brought Harry back to Hogwarts for his 5th year. He walked through the gates with Ron and Hermione, laughing at something Fred had said, feeling lighter than he had in years. The weight of the Shadow King was gone. The masks were off. He was just Harry, student, friend, ordinary boy. But ordinary didn't mean powerless. The shadows still responded when he called. The connection to Umbra still pulsed at the edges of his consciousness. The skills he'd learned, strategy, leadership, the art of reading people, would serve him forever. And somewhere, in the darkness, Voldemort was still struggling with his own demons. Still trying to change. Still hoping, perhaps, that the boy who'd offered him a chance might be right. They'd meet again someday. Harry knew that. When they did, the world would change. But not today. Today, Harry Potter was just a boy, walking through the gates of Hogwarts, ready for whatever came next. That night, alone in his dorm, Harry looked at his mother's photograph one last time. She smiled at him, as always, and for the first time, he felt like he understood what that smile meant. Not pride in what he'd done. Not hope for what he'd become. Just love, pure, unconditional, eternal. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. The photograph smiled, and Harry smiled back. Then he closed his eyes and slept, deeply, peacefully, without dreams. The Shadow King was gone. Long live the king. The end.